Oilers at the Dallas Stars. You guys in or out?
Out. It's not my guy Jack Johnson and the Colorado Avalanche.
I know. I'm still gonna watch though. I'm still gonna watch. Last night, watched the Panthers dominant win over the Rangers. I'll watch tonight's as well.
What up, Jack?
Is there a basketball game on tonight?
There is a basketball game on tonight. Pacers at Celtics.
They're killing me, man.
Game 2.
Is there a basketball game on tonight?
I like to get my sleep. You know what I mean? My family ain't done winning yet.
I'm in on all the sports.
Yeah.
You got me. I'm hooked.
What was the question?
Well, you set it up. The Pacers at the Celtics.
I'm in.
5 o'clock.
And
Tip-off, so that's a little easier for us.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, neither of them. None of the tip-off times are
5:30
hard.
was yesterday.
Yeah.
None of those tip-off times are hard for me. I don't know. I'm fine.
Yeah, all right.
I'm good.
Yeah, well, that's nice to know. It's nice to know.
Damn.
I'm trying to find the name of that documentary that was on after the game last night on Brett Favre. Did you guys catch that?
Oh, my gosh, I watched it.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Wait, what
are
happened?
they trying to do a hit job on him?
Yeah.
Is this about the payment and all that, the funds?
Yeah, I think it was called Rich and Shame or Shame and Rich, something like that. But
Man, they was raining
sounds like the name
on
of a
Brett
country
Favre.
band.
Yeah. Was it Big and Rich? Wasn't Big and Rich a country?
Yeah, it still is. But yeah. Wait, so what was the
Rich and Shameless?
I mean, they was showing the bleeped out photos of his dong, like all kinds of stuff, man.
Whoa. Hey, we don't know if that was him or not.
Those were
That's
his
what they say.
Those were his Crocs and Geoshock, yeah.
Yeah, those were his Crocs. Yeah,
That's what they say. I mean, they went in deep on Brett Favre.
Wow.
No pun intended there.
Yeah,
No pun intended.
Damn. What else we got, Lee?
Guys, it is the day of Vesak, which is the day to honor Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and death.
Out.
I'm in.
Out. What are we talking about?
It's a very big holiday in a lot of the world.
You use this to work in.
Are you a
some
Buddhist
religion
now?
here?
Is that
what
deal?
it is?
Well, I'm not a Buddhist. I'm a Taoist, but it's the same ballpark.
You're a what?
What?
Taoist.
What is that?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
You're a nihilist, I think is what it is.
Yeah, there it is. It's also World Turtle Day, where you celebrate both turtles and tortoises.
And
I thought you said hurdle. I was like, what are you hurdling?
I happen to have a turtle Buddha that
gosh.
next to my turtle, so I'll hang out with my turtle today and honor the Buddha.
Turtles stink.
big fan of
Like
turtles.
literally, like they stink. They reek.
We had tortoises growing up, water turtles. Yeah, big fan of turtles.
Yeah, turtles are the
Sweet.
best.
They stink.
Damn.
They do stink. Smelly little creatures.
They're cute.
Why don't you try bathing them?
Disagree.
Why would I bathe them?
Why don't you spray some cologne on them? You got cologne lying around.
They're slow. They have no personality. Like when you want to play with them, they try to hide their head.
My buddy did make a point when he came over one time. He's like, "Why do you guys have turtles?" Like, I don't know. My mom and dad like turtles. He's like, "They're rocks with feet."
They're rocks with feet.
I said, "You know what? You're right." But I don't know a lot of rocks that eat lettuce. So that's one thing they got going for them.
Weren't turtles here with the dinosaurs?
Yeah.
I don't know, probably. If you believe any of that mythology.
Mythology.
I don't know why. I feel like LeVar's accent's changed. It's not. Weren't the turtles here with the dinosaurs?
Because got Cheyenne Days coming
He's
up.
got Cheyenne Days.
Depends on who I'm doing business with during the week. You start to realize who I've been talking to, what part of the world I'm in. Yeah.
Speaking of Cheyenne Days, it's Chardonnay Day. You guys in or out on Chardonnay?
Out.
I'll do that.
I'm in.
I'm in. I'm still a little weirded out by Lee from this whole entire episode.
Out.
Yeah, it's a tough one today.
Lee, are you into Chardonnay?
My parents are Chardonnay dragons, so yeah, I drink Chardonnay.
Oh, what is a Chardonnay?
What does that mean?
They are alcoholics who drink. Is it a 2-bottle night or a
Lee?
3-bottle night?
Jesus, Lee.
Dragon.
What's wrong with you? You were
You ever
nicer
catch
to
your
Michael
parents,
Keaton.
Lee?
You're ready for a perfect summer on the lawn. But wait, there are weeds, brown spots, and mosquitoes everywhere. It's time to call True Green. Get the best deal of the year and save over $200 when you bundle annual lawn care and mosquito plans. So all you have to do is water and mow. Hurry, offer ends May 28th. Visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-529-2856. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you. Except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-529-2856. That's 800-529-2856 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. 800-529-2856.
It's Jeep 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures, lasting memories, and finding out what true freedom feels like with great deals on your favorite Jeep brand vehicles. The Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever, providing adventurers with luxury and comfort on the go, while the trail-rated Wrangler 4x4 will have you taking on the toughest terrains without hesitation. Feel the spark with the innovative 2024 Jeep 4xe lineup. Adventure is just one drive away during Jeep 4x4 season. Jeep Grand Cherokee has received more awards in its lifetime than any other SUV. Based on the latest available competitive information, Jeep is a registered trademark.
Some people just know safe drivers save more with Allstate. Just like they know that's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Based on the national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness.
2-2. Line drive into left center field. That's going to be a hit. So Luis Matos keeps the game going, and then a bobble by Reynolds. Matos in with a head-first slide. He was ready for the mistake. He took advantage of it, and the tying run is in scoring position. Wade pulls it into right field. That's a base hit, and that will tie the game. Matos around third. He scores. It's 5-5.
Look at the boys in the dugout. Team picture. Get it going.
Oh, baby! Live from the Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez, Jay and the crew has hooked us up. Autumn, they've got a stuffed with breakfast, and what a win for the Giants. Following probably the worst loss of the season, blowing that 4-run lead in the ninth inning, 6-2. Duvall comes in. We know Luciano bobbles the ball. You lose at the bottom of the 10th inning, but down to your last strike. The youngster, Luis Matos. Hey, kid, you want to play the bigs? Watch this. Comes out with a 2-strike knock, 2 outs, slides head first to the second base, and then late night LaMonte. Hey, you slept on him, right? This guy became another Giant. The last 5 Giants with 3 hits and 3 walks in a single game. Willie Mays, Darren Lewis, Barry Bonds, and LaMonte Wade Jr. has done it twice. And late night LaMonte ties the game. Giants win in extras 9-5. So the best win of the season following the worst loss of the season. How about those Giants?
Well, and just the way they fought back, the biggest deficit comeback since 2021, down 5 runs. And it erased a horrific start for Blake Snell. I want to get to Luis Matos to start this off. You and I yesterday were going back and forth about the young guys, right? The young guys. We all want to see the young guys, but they have to earn their keep.
Yep.
That 2-2 pitch that he drove into left center and then to hustle out of the box, and the second the guy bobbles the ball in left field, he's going head first into second. That was an incredible moment. And to me, it was everything that you want in the young guys. That's what I want to see. And this guy makes the most of that opportunity. It's a do-or-die play. Like, you don't want to get thrown out to end the game at second base. But I live with it because the kid's trying to make something happen. And then you reference late line LaMonte. This guy, 3 for 3 yesterday with the 3 walks. First time a guy has gotten on 6 times since Brandon Crawford did it 3 years ago. That was a huge base knock down the line. And for them to win that game the way they did, Matt Chapman heating up. I mean, check.
Picking up Blake Snell with the bullpen. Picking up Blake Snell there as he just did not have it. He hasn't had it all season.
No.
After he signed a 2-year, $62 million deal with the Giants, he has an opt-out, of course, a player option. We'll get to Blake Snell in just a second. But again, late night LaMonte Wade Jr., perfect on-base percentage. Again, the only guys who've done it, Willie Mays, Darren Lewis, Barry Bonds, and late night LaMonte, who's having a terrific season. But when you win a game like that, you make a play like Matos, and you slide in head first, that energizes a clubhouse.
100%.
And it energizes a fan base. You can feel it through the TV. You can feel the entire Bay Area saying, oh, we have something here with the Giants. So he's playing well. You get some contributions from Matt Chapman, who remains hot. He's batting over 279 in the month of May. He's starting to see it. And then to play the end of game. Play the end of game.
He made 3 plays.
What a play right there. But that play at the end of the game, that laser to bottle it down, stay with the ball, and just throw a frozen rope to first base, no bounce. Wow, this is why you signed Matt Chapman.
He had 3 different plays, but that one was incredible, obviously, going down the line. I like the one he made to his left where he had to spin, pivot, and throw. Yeah. It was just an unbelievable play on like a little bounce short hop. Matt Chapman's on fire right now. And, you and I were having a conversation about him. He was struggling earlier this year, right? There's no doubt about it. I like the way he goes about his business. We're just going to have to deal. He's a streaky player. That's just who he is, but he's a pro. And I know we hype up defense, right, B? And he had a lot of errors to start the season. But you see in a game like yesterday why the glove is so important.
Well, he's a guy I can roll with because he's going to play hard. He's going to give you everything he has. You know the strikeouts are coming, but in the field, he's going to make plays, and he's going to keep you in games with his defense there. You look at this month of May, after struggling, after pressing. We had Flim on last week where he goes, man, Chapman, I could just see it in his eyes. He's pressing. He told us that a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, in the month of May, he's not pressing, folks. 282 batting average, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs, 9 walks, so he's seeing it well. Does have the 19 Ks and 71 at-bats, but the on-base percentage is over 870.
Yeah.
He's driving the ball. He's driving it with power. So Chapman's starting to come along. You know what? We have to give some credit where credit is due. Jorge Soler, who's had some terrible at-bats this season. Heck, he had a couple last night, but he comes up with 3 RBIs last night.
I know, but the one where the bases were loaded and he barely gets it past the home plate. Joey Bart, you think might be able to step on home. Right. Joey Bart, nice night last night.
Yeah, he did.
But he came through. And to me, it was the 10th inning at-bat where he just ripped one back up the middle. That was huge. Yep. I thought Ramos' at-bat in the 10th inning. How about Chapman to start the inning when you have the ghost runner over at second in Estrada? He draws a walk. That's how big innings happen early in that 10th inning. And then Ramos, Bailey, all delivering. Soler delivering.
Bailey pick it up. Bailey make it up for that top of the 8th at bat. Bases loaded, no outs, and he strikes out.
Totally
We're thinking, oh boy, they're going to
squander another one.
And they only score the one.
Yeah.
And you go down into the 9th inning, down 5-4. But rallying like that, as you mentioned there, the biggest rally for the Giants since June 15th, 2021, when they rallied from an 8-0 deficit against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Last night doing it in Pittsburgh, because that's the series right there.
100%.
You lose that game, now you're facing a sweep against Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Instead, you give your youngster Kyle Harrison the ball saying, go win us a series, kid.
Well, and the thing that I really liked is Bob Melvin did a couple subtle things that I was looking for. Did you notice he subbed in Brett Wisely defensively after the pinch hit of Wilmer Flores for Luciano? Like that's subtle, but you learned from your mistake the night before, and you go that no, is Brett Wisely a solution defensively long term? No, but I like where your mind's at. And then Sean Jelly, I thought Sean Jelly was solid again. The guy for me in the bullpen who's starting to emerge, and I don't know.
You said this yesterday.
I don't know where he's at. This Randy Rodriguez is a player.
You've been on him.
He's blowing 198. He's got this wipeout. No, he's got to command that ball into the strike zone. Guys are going to lay off it eventually, but he's got a wipeout slider sweeper. I don't know what he calls it. I think there's something special with this kid.
You keep talking about this guy. And so yesterday, it was a big spot for him.
Huge.
With the guys down 5-0. Can you keep him in the game? And you mentioned Sean Jelly. He gives up the grand slam on a one pitch. Not his fault. Reynolds gets it on. He gets the barrel on the ball, and that's a tough spot. Jelly's been pitching well.
I think so,
but this Randy Rodriguez kid with 4 Ks in 2 innings, maybe there is something. Maybe he is Camilo Duvall from 2 years ago. Not necessarily as a closer, but can he be a 6th inning guy? Can he be a 7th inning guy? Hey, if Ryan Walker doesn't have it, can I replace him?
Yes.
Randy Rodriguez with let me replace Ryan Walker with Randy Rodriguez. So 4 strikeouts, 2 innings, and the Giants come up with a huge, huge win. And I just love the way the lineup looks. Matos leading off. Wade batting second. Estrada in the 3-hole. Now, Chapman, ideally, you don't want him in cleanup, but right now, he's swinging a hot stick.
You roll
45 batting average. You roll with it until Soler can figure it out. But maybe there's some signs there with Soler. Maybe he just needed to see a couple knocks going 2 for 4 yesterday with 3 RBIs, because that 8th inning was atrocious. I'm like, oh, gosh, what is going on here? But they all made up for it. Bailey, Soler, so Giants fans, 888-957-9570. Remember, it's all fun watching the youngsters. But as Flynn said yesterday, the end game is the playoffs.
Well, and
let's not get it twisted.
I think we're burying the lead here. Greatest win of the year, hands down.
Easily.
They got a Blake Snell problem. I mean, they just do. And look, I wanted him. I wanted to sign him. They signed him. I thought it was an appropriate deal. He started 4 games. He's 0-3. He's got an 11 ERA, Bonte. He's pitched 15 innings. He's given up 19 runs. And to me, it's the dancing around people. It's the walks. Throw some strikes, for crying out loud. You can't be perfect to every single guy. I look up, he's got 60 pitches through 3-4 innings.
I know.
Every start.
3 in the third yesterday, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, threw the ball 87 times. Gave up 4 hits, gave up 4 runs. He doesn't have it right now. Maybe he'll have it in June, but by that time, maybe Farhan's looking to do something else with him, because he does have that player option. This is what happens when you wait.
Yeah.
And this is what happens when you get used as a bridesmaid, or you get used left and right by Scott Boras. Farhan's been used by this agent for multiple seasons now.
It's true.
Blake Snell coming in there, he's just got to be better.
What are you seeing from him?
I'm not seeing anything from him. He's erratic right now. He can't command his own. He's a guy who doesn't look like he's in shape. He's not in baseball shape. What were you doing when you were chilling at home? Were you working with a personal coach? Were you throwing on the side? I have no idea what he was doing. But he looks like he needs another 3 weeks of rehab right now.
He does.
He just doesn't. I don't care what you do in Sacramento. That's Sacramento. It's different in the bigs.
I totally agree.
I heard Javi Lopez talk about it. I heard FP yesterday with Willard and Dibbs talking about it. the speed at the major league level is just different than AAA and AA. That's why Matos needed to adjust, Ramos, Luciano, or whatnot. Maybe the game's too fast for him at times. But right now, Blake Snell just can't find a strike zone, and this is a problem.
It is a
huge problem.
Well, and if you look at the rotation, like, we all love Logan Webb. He's been solid this year. Harrison's been awesome. I think Jordan Hicks has been awesome. It's the other two spots that are crushing the Giants right now, and Blake Snell in particular. Blake, I'm not even saying you got to be perfect and the Cy Young guy that you were last year. You can't be I've started 4 games, I've missed at least 5 others, and I have an 11 ERA, and I've given up more runs than innings pitched. You just, he's one of the worst starters in baseball.
Right now?
The stats are telling you that. And you're paying him premium money, and it's the agent, the organization, and the player have all let themselves down. The way that they waited on signing the contract, the way that he came into the season, he didn't do any rehab starts technically, and then he came out and he's been awful. If they just split those games and they go, 50-50, you're looking at a team that's 3-4 games better in the standings.
You know what? You're 24-26.
I know.
You're playing some of your best baseball right now. You bounce back from the worst loss of the season with the best win of the season. But we're looking at Blake Snell over the next 2 starts. He's going to see the Phillies and the Yankees, okay?
Are you sure he's going to take those starts?
Well, he better.
Did you hear him in the postgame?
What did he say in the postgame?
He said he got a blister on his foot.
Well, I don't care about the blister. Pop the blister, get a Band-Aid on it, and let's go. I mean, come on, man.
It sounded like an excuse maker.
Yeah, no, I don't. It sounded like the Minnesota Timberwolves, who last night was saying, "Oh, we're so tired. We're tired. We're tired." Anthony Edwards is 22 years old. How can you be tired? These are the Western Conference Finals. Anyway, shout out to YouTube.
Yes.
Twitch and Twitter brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast today, you better bring it. Hell, you better bring it every single day, because if you don't, you will be flushed. We'll maybe flush you right here at Copper Skillet Courtyard.
Are you seeing Sam Lubman over here? You know,
he's eating on the breakfast plate. There's like 5 plates in front of him.
I know. I'm going to start calling you the shovel, because he's shoveling food into his mouth.
Our main man Jay, who runs this bad boy, great guys.
This place is incredible.
Plates, omelets with bacon. I mean, what is this? Eggs Benedict with the corned beef hash.
I had his father's omelet, which was chives, sour cream, and eggs.
Gosh.
And I'm telling you, it was absolutely spectacular. Absolutely incredible.
I'm seeing breakfast burritos. I'm seeing waffles. I'm seeing fries. I'm seeing everything out here. Orange juice. We got the crowd downstairs rocking New Era. Big Dog City. I did see the fried
chicken.
Gravy. Yeah,
Big Dog City looks like he's ready to put down an entire plate
he looks
right
like
now.
he's in shape right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
kind of jealous
right now. I actually weigh more than him.
He looks better than Blake Snell.
Yeah, he does look better than Blake Snell. He better make those starts against the Phillies.
You're not feeling this, huh?
No, he better make the starts against the Phillies and the Yankees. The heck with that. This is big boy baseball.
I'm with you.
We're not trying to have the June swoon around here. We're not trying to say goodbye in July. We're trying to make it to the dog days in August to make a run at this thing. I subscribe with Dave Fleming. The end goal is the playoffs. Now, I want to see the youngsters play every single day. But damn it, I'm tired of losing around here. I want to see October baseball with the orange and black and get that whole crowd rocking again at Oracle Park. Blake Snell's a big part of that.
But that's why I'm so frustrated. And look, I feel like a Debbie Downer because it's the best win of the year by far. To win that game the way they did, the way it started. But I'm telling you, man, there's something's up with Blake Snell.
But they do win the game and they pick them up.
That's true. You're right.
They pick them up. And you know what? Blake Snell's probably taking everybody out to dinner, everybody out to lunch saying, guys, thank you.
Yeah.
I will be better.
Yeah.
Because I think the kid wants to be better. He wants to win. We see him pitch at the highest levels. We see him win 2 Cy Youngs. So I think Blake Snell will figure it out, but the Giants picked him up. And we're seeing positive development
I agree.
with the youngsters. The at-bat of the season so far.
What is it?
Luis Matos with 2 strikes in the 9th inning.
That's incredible.
Extending that baseball game. Sliding head first into second base. That's the type of swagger. That's the type of energy. That's the type of enthusiasm we've been waiting for some of these players. And late night LaMonte. We haven't talked about him much all season.
He's had a monster year, B.
He's playing like an all-star right now.
He leads the team in hits. His on-base percentage leads the team right now. For me, it's... The guy is so calm at the plate, and he just understands the strike zone. Everyone's going to go to power numbers, right? That's the obsession nowadays. Do you get on base?
Yeah.
Do you come through with the big hits? LaMonte Wade does.
He does.
And right now, he's a guy at first base. Have you said anything about his defense at first?
Not a thing.
I think right now, if now it's early. he's the all-star on the Giants currently.
Right now.
Right now. But it's hard because first base is a loaded all-star position. You got Olsen and you got Freddie Freeman, and those guys are going to be at the top of the charts.
Yeah,
Pete Alonso's just a fan favorite. But LaMonte Wade Jr. has been
He's
vital.
playing at that level.
Absolutely.
He's playing at that level. And he comes through and cleans up Montos with a big-time knock to tie the game at the top of the ninth, and it fired everybody up around here as the Giants right now even up the series at Pittsburgh. Let's go to SF Bay Jumper down in H-Town. He's fired up about the Giants. What up, SF Bay Jumper? Going once. SF Bay, what's going on? Oh, we got to flush him. We got to flush him. He wasn't ready to go. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to Brian and the crew out there. But now we're here in Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. I got to say, this is a beautiful city. We're going to get some fun facts about the city of Martinez in just a second. Just driving through.
I've got some fun facts.
This area right here is just beautiful. This is a hit gym out here in Martinez. How come I don't know about this? Need to get out to the East Bay more.
I want to give a shout-out because this spot is killer. Not only do you have the Naughty Pine over here in the breakfast spot, the food is so dang good. Jay just whips it up. He brought us, how many different plates did he bring us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Here.
At least 7 or 8 different plates. Those French fries right there with the top stuff. I'm gonna work my way over there. I'm not gonna lie to you, B. Today's a cheat day. Tomorrow will be a workout day.
I feel like I cheated last night because where I stayed in Martinez last night, I decided to stay at the Hyatt and lay low last night. I was like, no kid, no fiance. I get to just chill, watch some sports. My boys at Southern Comfort Kitchen was down the street. I walked over, got me some jambalaya. I got me some crab fries, brought it back to the hotel room, watched the end of the Giants, watched game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. And then I come in here and I'm saying, I'm going to gain about 10 pounds in about 24 hours.
It's good.
Where's soda at? SOTAweightloss.com. I need it. All right, Matt's on that soda. Matt, eat some food, man. Stop staring around the food. Matt's one of those guys where I can't stand people like this.
What's that?
They just start hovering around plates and they're looking. It's like, dude, just eat.
Look.
Look.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
Yeah, you got to just dive in, Matt. You got to dive in.
Like Luis Matos at second base, diving in with the game on the line yesterday. One thing that I was listening to on the broadcast, so you got this guy, Holderman, who comes in for Chapman.
Yep.
In the 8th inning,
I
had never seen this. He goes 0-2, Aroldis Chapman, to start the inning, and then throws 12 consecutive balls. I've never seen that at the professional level. I've seen that on my 12U team. I've seen that on my 10U team. I've never, ever seen that at the professional level. Have you?
He just doesn't have it right now.
What is going on?
He doesn't. Listen, I'll see him on Aroldis Chapman. He's got a 4.6 ERA, walked 3 guys yesterday.
If you told me he had a 40 ERA, I'd believe you.
Right, but you know what? It is kind of, I don't want to say sad because he does some bad things off the field, but as a big league closer, he was a trendsetter. Throwing 102, 103, 104. He started. He's the gateway to closers throwing over 100, and he's had a borderline Hall of Fame career.
How many career saves has he had?
322.
I mean, that's
322 career saves.
Rob Nen had 300 for the Giants.
Right.
I mean, so that's pretty impressive. Or 300 overall.
50 wins. 2 World Series rings, 1 with the Rangers, 1 with the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah.
So he won the first with the Texas Rangers ever, the first with the Cubs since 1906, I want to say. So he's made a lot of money, but he's just done. He is just cooked. So we'll talk more about the Giants. I want to get your thoughts on Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals.
Can I get
Dallas and Minnesota
on the next segment? I want to talk about the pitch comm, Blake Snell and Pat Bailey. I want to get geeky for a second.
All right, get geeky, and then we'll get to Western Conference Finals. This is what we do. We get geeky. Western Conference Finals, Game 1, Dallas and Minnesota. And after watching Game 1, I'm kind of with Charles Barkley. I think Minnesota's in some trouble. The 2 best players on the floor is Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic. And I don't think they have an answer for that.
Kyrie Irving, I think we're being reminded how great he is.
And then our old buddy Draymond Green was in the news, and he had plenty to say yesterday. Whether it's on Shaquille O'Neal's podcast, his old podcast,
Spadoni.
Inside the NBA.
Crack.
Well, that's all coming up as Lubman gives me the break sign. That's all coming up as we're live from Copper Skillet Courtyard.
Yeah!
Martinez,
Let's
the
go.
breakfast. The roast is on the road.
Nice.
This is brought to you by Scandinavian Designs Furniture.
Don't miss major Memorial Day.
0-2. Bart ripped it and it's speared, knocked down by Chapman. He got him! What a play to end it.
Oh my gosh. 100-mile-an-hour pitch, 110 off the bat, bullet backhand, rocket throw across the diamond to ice it.
Oh my.
For the Giants. Woo!
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Live at the Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez, eating some breakfast. Giants with a big-time win, rallying from a 5-0 deficit. You heard Flem and Javi Lopez on a call on NBC Sports Bay Area. Matt Chapman with the play to ice it, and that's the type of game that can galvanize a fan base, can galvanize a clubhouse, energize an entire franchise there, coming back after the worst loss of the season, winning the best game of the season. Now you have an opportunity to steal a series in Pittsburgh on the 6-game road trip. They pick up Blake Snell. Yeah, great at-bats from Chapman, who's on fire right now in the month of March, batting .283 in the month of May. I got my M's.
Yeah, it's May.
It's May. Wait, all this
Memorial Day
I'm in a food coma right now, Jay. I don't even know what month it is right now. But it was May Day for a second.
Yeah, it was.
For Blake Snell. And next thing you know, the Giants rally there with the best win of the season. So Chapman's getting hot. Soler picks up 3 RBIs. You got late night LaMonte with 6 on base appearances there yesterday. 3 walks, 3 hits.
Yeah.
So just a big time win for the Giants.
You know, first off, I want to give a shout out. Copper Skillet's been awesome to us, but the crowd already showing up.
Oh, yeah.
I met multiple Marios. We got Ken. We got Zucci.
Yep.
We got Rockin' New Era. We got so many. There's a family of Niner fans in the corner. One of the boys got the Christian McCaffrey jersey. Is Christian McCaffrey holding out? We'll talk about that maybe next week. And then the daughter is wearing the full cheerleader outfit.
Full cheerleader
She's ready to go.
She's ready to go. It's like game day or something.
Yes.
They're decked out in Niners gear. It's just OTAs. They're ready to roll. Coach Evans, Sacred Heart Cathedral. What the hell is he doing here?
Well, he looks like
spring ball.
He's going to do Oklahoma drills with
Big Dog City.
Yeah, they're going to go head to head. Look, I kind of geek out about baseball when it comes to the training and all of the little things, right? The intricacies of it. Matt Chapman works every single day, similar to the way Brandon Crawford did before, in terms of paddle drills and how to field ground balls pregame. He's got this whole thing. He works his butt off to be the defender that he is, and I appreciate that. Now he's going to have ups
a heck of a play. Oh
that's
my
a
gosh.
great play.
That play to end the game. What about the throw going from
his
third
feet are underrated? Would you agree?
Oh my gosh, yes.
His footwork are very underrated.
He spears the ball down, sticks with it, picks it up with his bare hand, and just throws a rope. Not even a one hop on the first base.
I know. So I'm looking at Chapman, and I geek out over the fundamentals of how he goes about his business. Patrick Bailey with the pitch comm. Are you as cognizant of the pitch comm stuff as I am?
I am. I look at it, but I try not to get too far deep into the weeds of it.
Okay.
I don't want to get too robotic with it, but I like the pitch comm. It's pretty interesting.
So what I've noticed is that most catchers, when they set up, they have the pitch comm on the right or left shin guard, and they're pushing it with their right hand, and they're communicating to the pitcher, what the call or the play sequence, pitch sequence is going to be. Blake Snell, a veteran. This is not exclusive to Blake Snell. I'm sure Scherzer and Verlander and the studs, the all-time studs, are calling their own games too, in their own ways. But Blake Snell was calling the game yesterday, and he kept going to his hip and flipping the pitch comm. I don't know what's going on, but they got crossed up 4 or 5 times yesterday.
Right. It's his first game back. I'm going to stall him out.
I know,
stall him out.
But they got to get on the same page.
No, they do. There's no doubt if the Giants want to get to where they want to get to, which is the playoffs.
Yes.
Again, Dave Fleming yesterday, what's the end goal here? Is it just playing the youngsters and having some fun and saying, well, we tried, but it didn't work out? No, it's about playing in October.
I agree.
It's about playing for big stakes baseball. That's what Farhan told Susan Slusser a couple weeks ago. It's all about high stakes. There's a lot of stake. There's a lot at stake with this Giants team here, so we got to play well. Blake Snell, look, it hasn't gone off. The ERA's over 11.
Am I freaking out?
Look, he hasn't had a good start yet. I mean, look, when he goes 3 to third.
Yes.
But I anticipated him struggling yesterday. I really did. His first game back on a bump. Yeah. He's trying to immerse himself with this new club. True. They're playing some good baseball. He's trying to help them take that next step, and he's putting a little too much pressure on them. Maybe he's thinking about the player option. Maybe he's thinking about the $31 million he's making on this 2-year, $62 million deal. But I got a lot of faith in Blake Snell to turn it around here, and when he does figure it out, look out, folks, because he is one of the better pitchers in all of baseball. But right now he's just had – when you don't have spring training and you don't get to be with a big league club all spring training, these are the results.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. it is nice having Patrick Bailey back. Now, he switched helmets. He's got a different kind of a helmet because of the concussion thing. But seeing the two of them not be on the same page, I'll be alarmed if I see it in Game 2, in Game 3, and Game 4. Right. You can't get crossed up with runners on base. I think you're throwing a fastball. You throw me a breaking ball or vice versa, and the ball's squirting by you. You're just, guys, we got to go on the same page. And I think that was one of the things why I like the Kirk Casale acquisition is because he can call a game.
No, you can call
and
a game.
lot of these pitchers really like throwing to him. But because you've had so many backstops this year, your bullpen's been in flux, right, because of it. And your starters have been kind of inconsistent. And so, I don't know, man. The Blake Snell thing, he's just got to get it going.
He's got to get it going, no doubt about it. And I believe he will get it going. But the Giants do rally to win. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. How you feeling, Giants fans? Is that the type of win that gets you back in? That gets you back on board,
so
right?
Happy.
I think a lot of fans, a lot of kids last night watching that game was like, wow, look at Matos.
Yeah.
Look at LaMonte Wade Jr. And I know Estrada didn't have the best day at the plate, but he's playing some good baseball as well.
Ramos with a big hit.
Ramos with a big hit as well.
In the extra innings.
Let's get back down to Houston to SF Bay Drummer here on the roast. SF Bay Drummer, what's happening?
What's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Sorry I dropped the call, but yeah, man. I really like where the offense is going. I like the outfield play that's happening right now too. Like Matos in center is pretty cool, but I did suggest I called another show in the afternoon. They kind of scoffed at it, but I'd like to see Jazz Chisholm here, just to be a leadoff and get more speed on the base pass. And you could drop Matos to like second or third, and and then we'll still keep the line moving. And I think the offense is going to have to carry the pitching, like, for right now in this first half. So, like, we need every hit that we can get so we can get some runs because, sometimes it's just not on all the time. But, as long as that happens, I think the Giants could make the playoffs and maybe not even in the wild card. They'll probably get one of the top wild card seeds and then make some noise in the playoffs. So let's go Giants and keep the good vibes going.
SF Bay Drummer, good call there. He mentioned how the offense needs to carry the pitching, which I didn't anticipate at all this season. I thought the pitching would have to carry the bats. Now, the bats do have to pick these guys up a little bit. As Kyle Harrison, you're getting 5-6 innings, but he can give up 3 runs and 4 walks.
Yeah.
Jordan Hicks is going to be on an innings limit. We know he's not going to go deep into baseball games right now. Keaton Wynn, I don't know what's going on with him, but he's a 5th starter. Blake Snell, you got the Blake Snell issue with the 11.40 ERA. So, Jazz Chisholm, look, can he be had with the Miami Marlins? They gave up a Luis Ariz to the San Diego Padres, and all he's done since he got to San Diego is bat like 362.
Yeah.
I mean, he is on fire right now.
Player.
So, Jazz Chisholm, I like the speed element because you saw with speed yesterday. Just take Luis Matos in the 9th inning. When you have speed,
I agree.
You can force the defense to make the perfect play.
You put pressure
get
on them.
action on the base pass, and you got to force a perfect relay. So, I love speed, and this team lacks speed. I could use a little more athleticism. I feel like I'm talking about the Warriors again. We need more athleticism, folks.
But here's the only issue with Jazz Chisholm. I hear he's a malcontent in a clubhouse. Now, old, young guys, I don't know.
Well, that's why I hire Bob Melvin.
Well, okay.
Well, that's why I hire Bob Melvin to be a professional.
I mean, look what happened. Look what happened in San Diego last year when you had a different, odd mix.
You got Matt Chapman there. Maybe you need some of that. Maybe he needs to change the scenery.
Look,
maybe Jazz Chisholm comes to and change the scenery because Miami looks like a mess. Well, that entire organization has been a mess for a decade now.
Do you agree with me that the old saying was, I want players with character and I want characters who can play?
Absolutely.
Right, but the right mix. The right mix, right?
I can't fit into Jazz. Try it for 1 year. And if he doesn't work out, then you flip him.
No, I hear you. I mean, he's a very talented player, and he would give them a bolt of athleticism.
It's been manager roulette down in Miami.
I know.
Luis Ariz couldn't wait to get out of there.
That's a good point.
I mean, so anyway.
But here's what I would say is they do have decisions coming up. It sounds like Friday, Nick Ahmed, Austin Slater, like there's going to be some guys that could be activated.
Right.
So they're going to have to make some decisions. And to me, a Friday news dump is like staring us in the face. I think you had maybe said that in the show call yesterday. I don't know, man. Ramos, I feel like, is having a great little run here. I feel like he'll be the odd man out.
Well, I would love to see Slater DFA'd. It's over. If I got to platoon you and I can't play every day, and you're an outfielder, you just got to go.
I know.
I need guys who can hit from both sides of the plate or hit both pitchers, whether it's a lefty or a righty. I'm sorry.
Ramos has got a little more juice
He's
right
got
now.
some
Would you
juice,
agree?
and the clubhouse feels Ramos a lot. So I'm with that.
And then you got Conforto coming back.
Absolutely.
And I believe, though, Soler and Conforto are going to split some time in DH.
No doubt. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll play some Blake Snell sound. We'll get into the Western Conference Finals, Minnesota and Dallas. You got Niners OTAs, and you got a lot from Draymond Green. Wait till you hear what Draymond Green had to say yesterday on Shaq's podcast. He said some things that made me raise my eyebrow saying, uh-oh.
Like The Rock?
Yeah, I don't know if I raised him like The Rock. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't like what I smell coming from Draymond Green right now. I don't like what he's cooking up.
I had a lot of thoughts about Draymond Green. Delusional was one of the words that I thought of.
That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Summer Starts Here sales event is on now.
Reynolds back. It is gone. Matt Chapman, for a second straight night in Pittsburgh, goes deep. And the Giants are back in this game. It's 5-3.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Big Pun, good morning to you. Good morning to Flem out there on the call. Matt Chapman, stay hot, baby. 3 home runs in a month in May. He's batting .283. Makes it play the end of the game, and the Giants followed up the worst loss of the season with the best win of the season, rallying against the Pittsburgh Pirates. First time they rallied from a deficit that large since 2021 when they did it against the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, a lot to like with the Giants right now. They've won 5 of 6. They have a chance to beat Paul Skeens and the Pittsburgh Pirates today. But I want to get to Blake Snell before we transition to Draymond Green, some of the things he was saying yesterday as we transition to the 7 o'clock hour. Blake Snell, you know, he's had a rough go. 11.4 ERA. He hasn't endeared himself yet to the Giants fans. I think we want him to win. He wants to win. He suffers the adductor strain. His first start back yesterday, and he just didn't have it. He just did not have it. Could not find the zone. He was wild. He was going deep in the counts. He'll go from 0-2 to 3-2 and walk a guy. He just is not putting away guys right now. Then he said some things after the game. I was like, is that the reason why? And I'm sure the guys like Joe Shasky don't want to hear it. So here it is. Blake Snell on developing a blister Spinoni on his foot in the second inning. Then we'll get that in just a second when we get Spadone. Let me know when we have that sound there. Plus, we got Blake Snell on the results coming sooner rather than later. Fellas, let me know in my ear when you got the sound ready. Go ahead, Chelsea.
You normally get about 32, 33 starts in an MLB season for a starting pitcher, right? That's what Logan Webb's had the last couple of years. Has he missed any time?
Nope.
All right. Well, you missed the first 2 starts because you signed real late. All right? Now, the club bears some of that responsibility. Then you missed at least 3 starts because you went on a rehab assignment. You started 3 games, and then you came back. Now we're down to about 20 starts left in the season. They're in some hot water here in terms of, I think that Blake Snell is going to probably be pitching himself into form the next couple of games. Now we're down to 18. 18 starts. 18. So if I told you at the beginning of the year, hey, we're giving this guy $33 million for 18 quality starts.
The money's not going to match up. The money's not going to match up. But if you do get to the playoffs,
I agree.
And he pitches his butt off,
I agree.
Nobody's thinking about the $33 million he's making this season. But right now, yes, it's a complete whiff.
But can we acknowledge this from a representation standpoint? Scott Boras did his client wrong. They waited till the last second. He wasn't ready to go. They signed late. They put an option in. You're only going to get 32 or 33 starts. Now he's down to about 20 starts left. I don't know if he's going to opt in, opt out, whatever. But from a representation standpoint, disaster. Now from a team standpoint, we got a bargain. We got Blake Snell on a 1 or 2 year deal, depending on if he pitches well. We'll get the best of Blake Snell. You're missing 11 starts. Either are awful or he's not pitching.
Well, it's something that we're going to have to say we got to look forward. We got to move forward.
I know.
What has happened so far, the 19 runs given up, the lack of innings he's pitched, it is what it is at this point.
If they miss out on the playoffs by 2 or 3 games,
then we look at Blake Snell as a colossal disaster.
I will.
Right now, it hasn't sunk in yet. You're 50 games in. All right, you got over 100 left. Where are you going to be in June? Where are you going to be in July?
That's a good point.
So, you know what? If he goes out there in his next 2 starts, and we'll get to the blister sound in just a second, but he goes out there against the Phillies and the Yankees because I fully anticipate him ready to roll. You got to be ready to roll against Bryce Harper in that Phillies lineup. You got to be ready to roll against the Pinstripes and the Yankees when the Bronx Bombers come to the Bay. You got to go. And if he comes out and he starts to turn it around and we see signs of that, I think it'll calm the waters on the Blake Snell boat.
But you saying about this market, it's a big boy market. That's what you always say, right?
It is.
This guy's getting $1 million to start.
He is.
$1 million to start.
But you know what? We knew that was the cost of playing with the bosses.
That's true.
With the Giants have to pay to play. They're in a position where they have to overpay guys to come to their organization. And Blake Snell and Matt Chapman waited, knowing that the Giants would be desperate. Farhan would be desperate because the fans were banging on the table saying, we want Snell, we want Chapman, we want Soler. So you know what? They delivered those players to us. Now Chapman's starting to come around.
No, he is.
Soler coming up with 3 RBIs. Maybe it's the start of something special for him. I hope. We all hope. He's still late on some of these fastballs, but we'll see. Now it's Blake Snell.
I know.
What can you do with this? But here's what he said about the blister
on
developing the blister on his foot in the second inning.
I felt good today, so it's frustrating not doing what I knew I should have done. But looking forward, and I like where I'm at. I like where I'm going.
Would that be specific? Was it something kind of mechanical?
No, it was my foot. Yeah, I got a blister. So in the second, and then so clean that up, and it won't hurt, and we'll be good. Yeah.
Is that what you held off on letting Chapman take that one?
I should have got that. No, like he said, I got it, but I mean, it was right there. Like I should have got it. So that's on me for sure.
I mean, someone wake Blake up there. What is going on?
See, I knew you would have a problem with the nonchalant attitude.
No, I kind of like it.
He's just California cool right now. He is a Seattle guy, right? He's a Pacific Northwest guy. He's super
chill. Is my guy
chill.
off them cookies?
Hey, man, maybe he is. Hey, nothing wrong with that, right? I'm sure some people down here has had a little something before they eat these. You see the plates down there getting cleaned up?
But I'm going to be real with you.
You can't be sober cleaning these plates
I'm going to be real with you. The old school in me, I would love for him to just... Hey, Matt Williams, Pat Burrell had a little blister. That's why I look so bad.
Yeah, I mean,
come on, dog.
Hey, he didn't make an excuse.
You're
He said I should have got the ball.
Start. I don't want to hear about
got the ball. I knew you would pop off there.
Come on.
Here's what Blake Snell, though. He did say the results are coming sooner rather than later.
I'm ready.
No, I feel way better. Results-wise, I mean, fans, people, they'll be upset. Battling some things, so we'll get those figured out and then get going. But I feel good, so results will start coming. Overall, I feel good. Had to battle through some stuff today, but no, we're going to get there. I like where I'm at. I'm confident. I feel good. Ball is coming out good. Yeah, just battling some things. We'll get those figured out and, get rolling.
Look, I'm going to allow him certain grace to work himself back in. But I'm just telling you, from a team, player, agent standpoint, this is one of the biggest blunders of how to represent yourself in free agency that I can remember in a long time.
It's bad. It's not good. He didn't put his he didn't put his client in a good position to succeed. He didn't. And now people are turning out Blake Snell.
No, I'm not turning. The player's not winning. The team's not winning. And the agent's not winning. There's literally no winner right now when it comes to the way they handle. They waited till the last second to sign, and everyone's taking a negative.
Our engineer Jesse's he just showed me something.
What'd he say?
He does have that Nick Bosa kind of laid back attitude, right?
Really?
And you guys love Nick Bosa.
Yeah, Nick
you
Bosa.
love that.
Nick Bosa also is a Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, Blake Snell is the rating NL Cy Young Award winner. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
He's
but not on my
two Cy
team.
Youngs. He's got two Cy Youngs.
Macaroni, baby.
Come on, man. Hey, I like the laid back attitude of
and
Blake
you know what
Snell.
Nick Bosa learned? Last year when he didn't show up on time, this year he's here. So Blake Snell, take notice.
Oh, stop. Here you go. He's a Cy Young Award winner. Stop it. Let's go to Verducci. Verducci, we're live. Look, man, we're live here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez, man. It is happening. Jesse is staring at his breakfast. He's in the food coma right now. Can we get our sound up, Jesse, please? Are you awake? Are you alive?
Jesse,
what are they paying you for?
Jesse over here, you lost like 150 pounds, and I think you're going to gain it all back just this morning.
Yeah, he is. He is looking. He is stuck right now. He's staring. Jay's looking at me. Hey, you want more? Bonte, whatever you need. I don't need anything right now. I'm still staring at 5 plates in front of me.
I know.
SLTAweightloss.com. Can I sign back up to soda?
Dan Dibley, by the way, we ran into him yesterday.
Oh, my God. He looks amazing. He looks amazing. He looked like he lost 30 pounds.
I mean, he looks fantastic.
Oh, my gosh. He even made Willard jealous.
Well, he still doesn't look as good as me, but he's getting there.
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
That was a great joke. Come on, you like that one.
That's not a battle I want to be in. Who looks better, Shasky or Dibley?
Yeah, that's a pretty low-hanging bar.
This segment sponsored. No, this segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations.
It's good to see
When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Yeah, we saw Dibs because we had an all-staff meeting yesterday, which was a lot of fun.
Can we peel back the onion?
What's that?
Were you proud or not proud of me for asking the money questions?
You asked one question, Shasky.
About money.
And you always ask questions, which is I'm looking at the clock saying, I got to get out of here at 12. I need to pick my daughter up. And it's always a show Shasky in a meeting where they want to raise their hands and ask extra questions. I can't stand those type of people. Just keep your hands down. Ask her one-on-one by yourself.
Nah, when corporate comes to town, I want everyone in the room to know I'm thinking about money.
Oh, boy.
Well, and the question is?
And what did they tell you? We really got no money.
Yeah.
Let's go to Verducci to El Dorado Hills. DJ Ducci, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. What's happening, Verducci?
What's up, brother? What's up, brothers? And give my boy Jesse Moore a big hug for me. I grew up with that guy, with one of my best friends down the street. I love Jesse, man. I'm so proud of you. Now, about the Giants, man, I mean, look, we're talking about a team that I'm excited about. We're 2 games under 500, and it's because of the youth. They've given this team a lift. We were quite honestly just stale with Ahmed and some of the other veterans. And you know what? To me, it's not a big decision when some of these guys come back. You get rid of McKenna, you get rid of Slater. Ahmed comes back to provide a defensive replacement, towards the end of the game. And then you got Conforto that will replace Yaz in the starting lineup. And Yaz just comes an alternate off the bench. I do think, though, if they're thinking about long-term, I mean, you can look at a guy like Bo Bichette. If Luciano's not the answer there at short, I do like Bo Bichette. And also maybe considering picking up Vlad Guerrero, and maybe you move Wade out there to the outfield. But I do think if they can't figure out that 5th rotation slot, they might need to go get another starter if Ray can't pitch those innings or if Cobb's not healthy, and maybe consider picking up a bullpen arm. And I really do think Melvin's got to figure out what role does each bullpen arm have to have, because I think the 8th inning and putting in Luke Jackson in the 9th, he's got to figure that out as a manager so everyone kind of knows their roles. But I think we're good, baby. Giants fans, let's go, baby. No negativity. Shasky, I know you get a little nervous sometimes, baby, but peel that back, baby. We're in a good spot. I'm massaging the shoulders, Shasky. Come on,
massage this guy. It's the win of the year. Giants fans, 888-957-9570. There was urgency on the show yesterday because I'm saying, look, I want to see the youngsters play, but I understand at the end of the day, it's about wins and losses. Yeah. I'm tired of losing. Aren't you tired of losing, Giants fans? A win like that, what does that do for you and your psyche? You see Luis Matos down to his last strike saying, hey, kid, you want to be a big leaguer? Well, here's a spot. You're going up against this closer who is funky. I've never seen the guy. I'm like, oh, boy, this is not going to end well. And he comes up with a 2-strike knock, and he finds a bobble. He sees the outfielder tooling with the baseball, and he goes, you know what? I'm going to charge into second base. Helmet's flying off. He's diving in to second base, and you give LaMonte Wade another opportunity. That's the type of play that we're going to bookmark. And if the Giants go on to do special things this year, when I say special, maybe it's a playoff berth, maybe it's 85 wins, maybe it's 87. I have no idea. But if they do go on to do some special things this season and make the wild card and make the postseason, I'm telling you, we're going to look back at last night saying that was a seminal moment for this ball club. Yeah. That play right there, that at-bat, changed everything for this roster.
It's interesting. We're getting so many calls on the Giants. You and I, we talk about what is popular, right? Yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
If you, the audience, wants to talk about the Warriors till we're blue in the face, that's what we talk about. You want to talk about the 49ers till we're red in the face? That's what we talk about.
We'll talk some Niners at 7:30 because we have a special guest coming up.
Oh, okay.
Brian Baldinger, Shark Week's coming to Copper Skillet here in the courtyard of Martinez. Baldy at 7:30.
Breakfast with Baldy.
Breakfast with Baldy, brunch with Baldy, beers with Baldy. Who knows?
Doesn't it feel like there's been a changing of the tide, at least in the last 2 weeks, where the young people have, the players on the Giants, have galvanized this fan base a little? Like, I'm not saying it's back to, prime 2014, feels when it comes to the Giants, but it really does feel like optimism and sense of urgency with the team and the fans. It's coming back to life. Well, I could feel it.
Well, I can tell you where I was last year, and everybody knows where I was last season with this ball club. I wasn't spending a dime on them. I just couldn't. I didn't like the direction of the organization. I didn't like what the president of baseball operations was doing. I didn't like anything about the product. And I didn't go, and I didn't spend any money on them. And a lot of people did. They boycotted the Giants. We watched, but we watched with one eye closed.
Yeah.
We're just like, the hell with this. This is a joke. Last night, I could feel myself. The last 2 nights, as these youngsters have come up here, and it's one thing to sweep Colorado. Colorado's not good. They got the worst pitching staff.
Yeah.
But it was 4, right? It's about what you do. We always talk about this with the Niners and the Warriors. It's about how you look.
Yes.
What you're doing.
Yes.
Not the other team.
Yes.
It's about us. So when you look at the Giants and the form that they're playing with and the lineup and everything, I'm saying, okay, something's happening here. Something's happening. And when you get a win like that, when you're down 5-0, how many people shut off their televisions and said, you know what, let's get ready for the Western Conference Finals. Let's just watch Minnesota and Dallas. Yeah. Let's just turn the TV off. But they kept chipping away. And think about chipping away last night after losing the game the way they did. Tuesday night.
I mean, it could not have gone worse for about, 20 hours?
Yep.
Where you lose that game the way you did, and then Blake Snell starts the game the way he did. And I like this one. I'm a believer in this. Camilo blows the save last 2 nights ago. And he gets a chance to win you back over the very next day. You have guys make mistakes. Luciano, he's back in the lineup the very next day. I love that kind of stuff. I don't know about you, but I'm a big believer in get right back on the horse and let's see you succeed. And I looked at that lineup that they trotted out there.
I love Matos bat leadoff.
That's a Bob Melvin lineup.
Yeah.
That's not a Farhan.
No, that's Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin taking control. Saying,
I agree.
This is how we're going to do things around here.
Completely
Give me
agree.
some more speed at the top. Give me some hustle at the top.
Back control at my number 2 spot.
Absolutely. Tyro's got some good back control. All right, Phil, like you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM Nation 1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. We're live at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez, eating some breakfast. Coming out here. If you're living out here, it's a great breakfast spot. Jay, Autumn, they're hooking it up. They got the coffee brewing. They got the omelets rolling. We got the hash browns. We got pancakes, waffles. Big Dog's he's eating a BLT for crying out loud. What are you doing to BLT? My boy Oliver's over there smashing pancakes.
I seen that.
Dude smashed like a triple stack of pancakes in 2.5 seconds.
Let's go.
Man, we got some big boys eating out here.
Lucky
Scott
us.
Conker's out here.
All right.
Lucky us. But look, I want to get to Draymond Green before because we got Baldy at 7:30.
Yeah.
We got Baldy at 7:30. And we got Western Conference Finals game 1 at some point. Kyrie, Luka, I believe they're the two players on the floor. And Minnesota may have a problem.
Well, when McDaniels is your leading scorer, that is a problem.
That is a problem.
And I like McDaniels, but he can't be your leading
He can't
scorer.
be your leading scorer. Karl Anthony Towns has to be better.
Yes.
Rudy Gobert cannot. Look, he's playing in that drop coverage. You might as well drop dead against Kyrie and Luka because you got no shot if you're playing drop coverage on a pick and roll against Kyrie and Luka. But Draymond Green, boy, he was in a news cycle yesterday. He was in a news cycle.
So he was on a podcast with Shaq?
He was on a Shaq. What's Shaq's podcast name?
The Big Pod.
The Big Pod. Is it The Big Pod?
Something like that.
With Adam Lefkoe. So Shaq is kind of funny.
Adam Lefkoe, boy, he has really just nestled himself in.
Hey, you can don't hate the game. Don't hate the player. Hate the game.
Well, no.
Adam Lefkoe's getting his money.
Mac Minister.
Hey, Adam Lefkoe is.
Don't hate the player. Don't hate the game. Hate yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Don't hate Adam Lefkoe. But Shaq, he was funny. He had a comedian on his podcast last week, and they were talking about he was making the same leather. His shoes had the same leather.
I saw that.
And he was like, you took Jumpman's name. He goes, no, I didn't. Mine's are Duckman. It's like Shaq is so funny, right?
But
He calls the factory the Asian factory. Oh, I love Shaq. He's a little delusional, though.
But he's one of my favorite athletes of all time.
He's a funny
but
dude.
I do believe it as time has gone on.
He's getting petty.
No, I thought he would be more mythical. I feel like we've diminished how great he was.
Yeah, people sound idiotic. They sound idiotic.
Prime Shaq was one of the greatest players I've ever seen in my life.
Well, Shaq and Draymond are going back and forth about the Lakers and the Warriors, and Shaq said, who's guarding me, Bogut? Seriously? And yeah, Bogut couldn't guard Shaq. And then Draymond said, well, I would just front you. And I thought to myself, boy, there was a lot of teams who tried to front Shaquille O'Neal.
His whole career.
Do you realize how good Shaquille O'Neal is?
In the hand-checking era, where they didn't have defensive 3 seconds.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
And then you
see, that's where Draymond misses me.
Yeah, and then Shaq goes, well, who's guarding Kobe? And Draymond goes, Clay. And I love Klay Thompson probably more than anybody in this market.
Yeah,
you guys know me. I'm a Clay apologist,
Come on,
apparently.
man. How did that sit with you?
But Klay Thompson's not guarding Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant's one of the 5 greatest players who's ever played. Klay Thompson guarding Kobe Bryant.
Come on.
One of the best two-way players ever. So anyway, that's how I feel about that Lakers team. Warriors would struggle there. But then Draymond Green.
But I would say this. I know that he says Kobe would be guarded by Clay. I would have said prime Warriors without Durant.
Iguodala.
Livingston, a younger version of Draymond. They would have thrown the kitchen sink at him.
Right. And it's still problem. It would have been problems.
Well, it would have been the 3-pointer versus the 2-point shot. There's a lot. Like Derek Fisher, is he going to man Steph Curry?
Well, they'll probably press up on Steph Curry and force him to drive and try to take away the 3-point shot. And Shaq would try to, just, hey, you come to the basket, I'm hacking. So that's what happened there.
We've also underrated. Rick Fox was a solid player.
Rick Fox was a very good defender, too.
Yeah, very
and Shaq would get your whole damn team in foul trouble.
Yeah, it's a great question. Warriors versus Lakers. I love that question.
But Draymond was asked if he would ever ring chase this. But if you got it ready to roll, let's go ahead and play Draymond Green on the big pod with Shaquille O'Neal. He said, Shaq asked him, would you ever ring chase? Would you ever ring chase? Here's Draymond Green.
If there is something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there. I can go help that team get over the hump. That's a totally different thing, right? Like, that's like, I can go contribute to a championship. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to contribute. And saying that
has like a big, like a big four. Phoenix, for example. Phoenix say, hey, we need you. Would you?
I think that would be a hell of an opportunity, but the Warriors will have to not want me anymore.
So that's Draymond. And then later on, he got asked, would he rather lose with the guys and not contribute much? Here's what Draymond had to say there.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there is something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. The same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
All right, so I understand what Draymond Green is trying to say there, is that he would rather just live and die with the Golden State Warriors and go down with the ship. And I'd be fine with losing for the next 5 years. Now, I call cap. I call cap because there's nobody.
I call cap.
A competitor like Draymond Green, a competitor like Stephen Curry, a competitor like Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I have a hard time believing that if things did go awry with the Golden State Warriors, people would just be fine with losing for the next 5 years.
Were the Giants fans fine with Crawford and Belt kind of riding it out?
No.
Posey to a degree?
No.
How about, like Bumgarner riding it out into the sunset?
No. We're not even fine when the Niners go to 3-game losing streak. The sky is falling.
Are you kidding me?
The sky is falling.
Losing
last
streak.
year, 3-game losing streak hit. Season's over. Damn. 3 years ago was Arizona Colt McCoy and Eno Benjamin came to town and trucked Drake Kirkpatrick, and it was like the stinking ass 49ers in Santa Clara. That's all it was all about. I don't think anybody would be fine with losing for the next 5 years. I don't care how it looks.
No. But here's the other thing. Like, that was your takeaway? My takeaway was, oh, God, listening to Steve Kerr and now listening to Draymond, are we on a retirement tour? Have we just given up? No, he says, well, I'm a competitor and all this. Well, but the way you're sounding makes it sound like you're conceding that you don't think you can win anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't like that.
And I know that's not what you believe, but the way I'm processing it is like, yeah, we're going to go out on our terms. Next 2 years, Curry's got 2, Kerr's got 2, I got a couple, and we're just going to ride it off. And I'm like, no.
That's not good. Not good. And you know, the other thing, too, is we're hearing all this. Draymond yesterday inside the NBA taking more shots at Gobert. He called Skip Bayless and Nurkic the biggest haters. He's going at it with Nurkic. He's talking to Shaq, saying it in front of him. Considering how the last 2 seasons have gone for the Golden State Warriors, and considering what he's contributed to those 2 seasons, boy, there's just a lot of talking going on. A lot of talking going on for Draymond Green. I just don't know. And I'm not telling Draymond Green to shut up and work out or shut up and pot. And I'm not doing any of that. I'm not saying that at all. But, boy, there's a lot of chatter coming out from a player who has hurt the team over the last 2 seasons when you consider what's happened here. And it's like, boy, he's in a news cycle awful lot. After what happened this past season and the previous season, enough is enough.
You know what I finally did? I hit unsubscribe on the Draymond Green podcast.
And it wasn't even a Draymond Green pod yesterday.
But I don't want to, this enough. I'll subscribe again, but you know what? Let's talk about it on the other side.
All right, that's coming up, brought to you by Lucky California.
Make the most of Memorial Day weekend with cashback rewards at Lucky. You can...
courtyard in Martinez.
Wow.
Look at this crowd out here. Every table's filled up. Everybody's eating breakfast. Everybody's out here bright and early. What a crowd. Jay and company on them. They're doing a hell of a job. Man, these pancakes, these omelets, these waffles. I don't have any more room, Shasky. I really don't.
Bonte, I'm telling you right now, breakfast is the best of all the meals. I will fight someone to the death. Breakfast over lunch. Breakfast over dinner. Breakfast for dinner, for crying out loud.
I would love to eat breakfast all day. I'd eat an omelet all day long.
All day.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Well, I love waffles, too. So
yeah,
I'm in
waffles.
on that.
So you got big waffles.
I know.
You got scared of the waffle.
Unlimited possibilities.
Nobody touched that waffle yet with the butter on there. So where did it be dripped on there with the bacon? Oh, Jay, man, he had us eating fat at 5:45. It's like, Jay.
Bonte took the first plate that came in, the omelet with the spinach. Like, I'll have that. I go, damn, we're just going to clam them like that?
Well, you took a piece of toast first.
Come on, dog.
I mean, don't play Snitch and Shasky over here acting like I didn't see him. Yeah, no, Shasky took a bite of every single plate. He took the omelet with the chives and the sour cream or the cream cheese, and I'm sitting, that's my type of meal. And you just took it and scarfed it. Like my plate, I still got half a plate. Where's yours at?
It looks pretty good.
Where's yours? Anyway.
You think the Warriors are done eating off their plate? Because it sure feels like
here?
Like Draymond Green is satisfied. Like, honest to God. And I know he's like, well, I still am a competitor. This sense that I'm getting from them is like we're on a retirement tour. Like, it's like a farewell tour. This is Rolling Stones' last concert.
Yeah,
like,
well,
what?
888-957-9570. Let's play the sound once again, Spadone, after I get this Kevin Hart read in, because comedian actor Kevin Hart is coming back to the Bay Area October 25th and 26th at the Paramount Theater in Oakland. That's right, Kevin Hart is back. A lot of people love Kevin Hart. Of course, he was on the roast with Tom Brady. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to score a pair of tickets to the show on the 26th, enter online at 957thegame.com. Kevin Hart coming back to the Bay Area October 25th and 26th. Spadoni, let's go ahead and roll that last sound we had where Jerry Moss talking about, hey, I'll be fine for the last 5 years if we didn't win or whatnot, but I am a competitor. Let's go ahead and roll that as he was on a big pot with Shaquille O'Neal and Adam Lefkoe. Here's Draymond Green. Draymond Green on would you rather lose with guys that not contribute much?
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there is something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together as opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
All right, it's not the Golden State Big Three. It's the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
Okay? The Niners won with Dwight Clark and after Dwight Clark. It's the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
They won before Roger Craig, during Roger Craig,
and after
Roger Craig. This thing that the Warriors franchise owes the Big Three for them to go out on their own terms no matter what, I disagree with.
Yeah.
This is Joe Lacob's team, and this is the fans' team as well. Do we love those players? Absolutely. Do we feel a humongous sense of gratitude and appreciation? Absolutely. Are there a lot of people who think that they should go out on their own terms? I agree to a degree. And the reason why I stop to a degree is because what are you asking for? You can't have money that makes me non-competitive. You can't demand $30 million a year, Draymond Green, for example, and say, yeah, I'm happy if we don't win. I'm okay if we don't win because I want to go out with the guys that win. Well, if you're making $1 million, I would subscribe to that. This is salary cap league. I still have to compete. I still have to pay off the stadium. I still have to find a way to pay for the salaries because all of you want top dollar. So something's got to give here. Like when I hear Draymond, it sounds like he doesn't understand the business of basketball.
So I understand what he's trying to say, saying that, look, I've helped build this organization. I will go down the ship with this organization. I don't want to be anywhere else. I love this organization. So from that aspect, okay, cool. That's fine. I love that. I love that aspect of it. I don't love the aspect saying that, hey, I'm a competitor, but if I'm fine if we just went down with the ship and didn't make the playoffs for the next 5 years. That can blow up in your face, and I'm sure every fan around here is not cool with that. I don't think every player is cool with that. I don't think every coach is okay with that. I don't think every executive and member of the ownership group is okay with saying, hey, we gave it our old try, but we didn't make it to the playoffs for the next 5 years. I don't think Uncle Joe Lacob would be cool with that. Again, I understand what Draymond is trying to say. He's trying to say that I want to be with this organization for the rest of my life. However, he said the next 5 years. Well, he's got 3 years left on the deal. We're getting another extension here with the contract. We're getting another 2-year extension. That's crazy. 5 years. But nobody's okay with saying, hey, it just doesn't sound good, especially coming from him, considering how this last season and the previous season played out. And he had his fingerprints all over the demise of these last 2 seasons, whether it's the Jordan Poole incident, whether it's this year getting suspended for 17, 18 games, whether getting ejected for 4 other games, and then the nonstop chatter, this and that, and commenting on other players. I think people are just a little bit exhausted of Draymond Green, and when you hear that saying, we don't just want to watch a pro sports team play hard and not win for the next 5 years. We're just talking about this with the Giants. Yeah, sure, it's great to see the youngsters, but I also want to win.
But you can't have your cake and eat it too. So, if Draymond was doing the Adonis Haslam, where I don't care if I play, I don't care how much I make, just I want to be on the roster. We'd all be on, sign us up, right? But you can't say, I'm worth $30 million a year, and there was other teams that were going to offer me, and I'm going to go for you. Dog, you've got to compromise a little. So if you want to stay with the Warriors and they want you, do we really have to make top dollar at every turn and stymie other positions for other players to play because you have to play right now? Draymond went off the bench for 2 games?
Yeah.
He couldn't wait to get back in the starting lineup.
Well, no, I maybe.
Okay,
but he needed to.
But
you know what though? He needed to start because his team defensively needs Draymond Green.
But that's the problem with the Warriors.
He needs Draymond Green defensively.
There's always an excuse on why you can't turn the page.
And to me, this is not a money situation. This has nothing to do with money to me. I didn't take these comments. He's paid what he's paid. He is what he is. The team says he's worth $25 million a year. He's worth $25 million a year. Yeah. The team says so-and-so's worth $20 million a year. He's worth $20 million a year. I'm going to stop pocket watching for a second here. I'm just looking at what he's talking about and how he's talking about it. I just thought yesterday, talking to Shaq, whether it's the Lakers, Warriors, and I get the back and forth better, they're competitors, but there's no way you're fronting Shaquille O'Neal. There's no way Klay Thompson is guarding Kobe Bryant. That's not happening here. But when you say at the end of that cut, hey, if we give it our all and we're struggling, I'll go down with the ship here. I'm fine with losing for the next 5 years. That doesn't sit well with a lot of people. That doesn't sit well with me. I understand again. He's trying to say that I want to be with this organization forever. Cool. That's great. People want to be part of the Golden State Warriors. Who knew? I never thought that would happen in the 90s, in the 2000s. But it's the way you say it, and it's who's saying it. Steph Curry. Can you imagine Steph Curry? Or, hell, some of the greatest competitors in our life. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. I think Kobe Bryant was fine with not going to the playoffs the last 5-6 years of his career.
No.
He was cursing out Mitch Kupchak. Dude, I need some better players. What's going on around here? Get Dwight out of here. Get Nick Young out of here. You imagine Michael Jordan, who's obsessed with winning, saying, yeah, I'm fine with just not making the playoffs the last 5 years.
Did you, because I saw some people interpret it this way, did you interpret his statement as a subconscious admission that they can't get it done anymore?
I did not interpret it like that, but I could see how people would. If that is the case, and he knows they can't compete, then how hard are these players going to play knowing that? Because here's what we have. This is what we have. This is what happened in 2019, 2020. Draymond Green knew it was going to be a struggle to win without Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry. And what did Draymond Green say? It was hard to get up for games knowing they had no shot at winning. And you didn't get the best of Draymond Green. You didn't get max effort. So baked off of that was 4 or 5 years ago. What if we know that, hey, we got no shot at winning, we're out here trying to play, am I going to get max effort? Am I going to see you die for that loose ball, a 50-50 ball, diving into the crowd? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot baked into that, so I just don't like it. I don't like when things are said like that. I'm not here to tell them to shut up in podcasts, but when you say, hey, I'm fine with losing the last 5 years, I do take issue with that because I doubt Joe Lacob is fine with losing for the next 5 years. I doubt Steph Curry's cool with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anybody's caring. And then the bottom line starts to get affected. If the fans know, hey, this team's going to be losing the last 5 years. Are fans going to be spending top dollar to go to Warrior games?
No. When I heard him talk yesterday, boy, it sure feels like Klay's coming back. And he's going to line himself up with Steve Kerr. It just feels like to me, when I heard him say this, I got the feeling, all right, they're going to bring back Klay on a 2-year deal, and the next 2 years is Kerr, Curry, Draymond, Klay, retirement tour.
How would you feel about that?
It feels like a Madonna, Rolling Stones, hey, this is our final tour.
How would you feel about that? You would like that, huh?
That's an admission of it's over. And I don't want it to be over. So, like, there's a part of me that still thinks, like, you owe it to yourself to try to reimagine the team and come up with a different version.
What if he's just being realistic, saying, hey, this is where we're at? This is what
he doesn't own the team. He's not the GM. He's a player.
Yeah, but what if he's a player saying that? Saying, hey, this is where we're at?
This is the problem, is the players have too much power. We all want player empowerment until they control things on their terms, and it actually is negatively affecting the organization. Because, like, the organization at the whole, if you care about being a Warrior fan long-term, you want to win again. You want Curry to be back in the Western Conference Finals. And rolling it back, we keep coming back to the same thing. Rolling it back isn't good enough.
I don't think that's the option. By the way, some breaking news in the NBA. The Cleveland Cavaliers just dismissed Coach J.B. Bickerstaff. He is gone after he led the Cavaliers to the conference semifinals and won 99 regular season games in the past 2 years. But they are firing J.B. Bickerstaff after he led Cleveland to back-to-back playoff appearances. So what did they do with Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell? Also, Stephen Curry yesterday. This got buried. We talk about positivity.
Yeah.
Steph Curry became the 26th player in league history to earn 10 All-NBA honors when he was named third-team All-NBA yesterday. So that was pretty cool with Steph Curry making third-team All-NBA in the league.
Did you see what else happened with Steph Curry?
No.
Steph Curry also has a liquor that's going to be featured at Bottle Rock.
Oh, Gentleman's Cut.
Yeah.
Gentleman's Cut whiskeys.
Yeah, it's at one of the premier food stations at Bottle Rock.
Yeah, shout out to Stoney and the crew up there.
Yeah, I didn't even know he had his own.
No, Gentleman's Cut. Yeah, that's been around for a couple years now. Gentleman's Cut. Yeah, whiskey.
And you've had it?
I have not had it yet.
Oh, okay. Are you a whiskey guy?
Oh, I like me some bourbon. No, I'm not a big drinker, but I am a whiskey guy.
Is bourbon and whiskey the same thing? I
like to have a little hair on my chest. You know what I'm saying?
Bourbon and whiskey are the same thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. You're not a big drinker, don't you? You're Irish.
I stopped drinking a long time ago. And look at, unlike other Irish who drink Jameson, your boy here was drinking 40 ounces.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So let's move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's move on and get to Shark Week, man. It's Shark Week. It's always Shark Week here on the Morning Roast. Well, we're not having breakfast with Baldy right now. We're not having brunch with Baldy. We're not having beers with Baldy. But it is Shark Week here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. The folks here are eating breakfast, Baldy, and they're saying, where's Baldy at? We got a flat jack of pancakes waiting for him. Triple stacks. These guys are crushing things, Baldy. Where the hell are you at right now? Just chilling with the fish in South Beach watching Dolphins practice?
Something like that. I'm definitely in South Florida. It feels like it. It feels like summer out here. Miss you guys, but I'd love to be there. We're home away from home right now.
We are home away from home.
Baldy, breakfast, okay? What is your favorite dish, your go-to for breakfast?
It never changes. I mean, I eat steak and eggs every day. Every day.
Oh, my God.
It never changes. I mean, I went through oatmeal. I had cornflakes when I was a kid and Rice Krispies. And I had that fruit and yogurt thing for a while, and then I just said, screw it. Let's just get to it. Let's just do steak and eggs every morning.
Every morning with the hash browns on the side. Let me tell you, Jay here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez, he got us in here. We got here about 5:40 in the morning. I mean, next thing you know, there's an omelet with spinach and bacon and potatoes on the side. Then there's eggs Benedict with corned beef hash, Baldy. Then there's a triple stack of pancakes. Then there's this fat waffle with maple syrup and bacon on the side with the butter just melting onto it. I'm looking at fried sunny side eggs up. I got fries in front of me. We've got 4 plates still with breakfast burritos, flapjacks. Baldy, we need you, man. When you coming out here having some breakfast with us? My tummy, dude, it's about to pop right now.
That's a good start to a day. That's for sure.
It is.
Hey, Baldy, let's start here. OTAs this week. Bonte and I have been talking about this, and I just said with Nick Bosa, I wanted him, when I pay you $120 million, the richest contract at the time for a defensive player, I want you at everything. Just as a leader, I want your face there. I want your energy there. I want young guys to pick your brain. When you're the highest paid employee, I want you there. Bonte keeps telling me, Joe, OTAs don't matter. But it does feel like we're putting a different emphasis on OTAs. As a former player, how has OTAs changed, and do they matter?
I think they matter. I mean, you got a new defensive coordinator in Nick Sorensen this year. I mean, it's a different. I don't know how much it's going to change from what they did a year ago or a year before that. So, I mean, I'm not privy to that right now. I was at Dolphins practice the other day. What's amazing to me is when the stars aren't there, it's awfully dull. Like, Tua was at a Nick Saban, celebrity golf tournament, excused. No Tyreek, no Jalen Waddle, no OBJ, no Teron Armstead. Like, it's just like, okay, it was good to see Javon Holland, a couple guys. But for the most part, like, you take the stars away from a team like Nick Bosa, like, it's just not very exciting. And so if it's not very exciting for a guy like me, is it that exciting for, the guys inside the building? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Baldy, it's not that I don't think OTAs are important, because you make some very good points there about new coaching staff, new players, new personnel on the defensive line. You want to get to know your new teammates. But I don't think it's the end of the world. Yeah. You see these sneak pieces like, oh, my gosh, so-and-so's not in attendance here. It's spring ball. I get it. There's no pads. The men get separated come training camp. We figure out who the real football players are when the pads come on. But I think it is good that, Bosa is around after missing training camp or whatnot. But also just how much has it changed? Because it seems like there's so much emphasis on non-padded practices, whereas back in the day you never really read reports about mini camps and OTAs or whatnot.
It's changed. It's changed a lot. And so, one of the things I feel like OTAs are important is, like, players, they can't have any sort of, activity, any interaction with coaches until, into April. And so for teams that season ended at New Year's or the week, first week in January, to not be around new coaches and new way of doing things until April, that seems kind of crazy. I mean, so that is not a good thing. So you have to sort of make up for it a little bit with OTAs. But I do think there's a benefit to having the guys out there. There just is. There's a camaraderie. Every team is a new team. Every team starts at ground zero. Every team, regardless of what they did the year before, it always feels new. I had a teammate of mine. I don't even mind, his name. He was a great player for a long time. Ron Heller. Like, I remember one year we lost to the Cowboys in the divisional championship round. So that's like middle of January. We come back for mini camp like in May. He couldn't remember one single play. Like slant 24, he had no idea what that was. Like in 4 months, he forgot the entire playbook. And he was in his 10th year. Like, you got to kind of, you just have to rewire the brain. The time is, you've had a lot of time off, you've done your vacations, you've had your injuries, you did your rehab, whatever. Like, let's get the brain back into playing football.
All right, so we're talking about guys who are there, guys who aren't there. The guy who wasn't there, and again, it's I guess voluntary, is Christian McCaffrey. And Bonte and I have been kicking this around. Like, Ayuk wants $30 million a year. Debo's going to make about $30 million this year. Trent's making almost $30 million per year. If I'm McCaffrey, if ever there was a time to say, hey, I'm only making 14, and I don't know how many more years I got left, it does feel like now is the time. I know the running back market is suppressed for a variety of reasons, but of all the players at that position, doesn't the timing feel just right for someone like Christian McCaffrey to try to cash in for one last little payday here?
Not only that, but he's seen every other great player on that team cash in.
Yep.
So, I mean, what's he going to do? Like, take a pay cut, take a haircut, not cash in? I mean, it started with Fred. Fred cashed in Nick cashed in the last minute last year. Debo Juice cashed in for a second time.
Yeah.
So, he's just looking at it going, okay, we've got a team of great stars, and I'm one of those players. You can rank him any way you want, and you could say anything you want about the running back market. He was the MVP of the team. So why wouldn't he try to cash in while he can right now?
Wow, Offensive Player of the Year in the NFL as well. How different does this offense?
Yes.
I don't even want to imagine.
I don't either.
But if he does hold out, the Niners say, hey, we're not going to budge here because you do take a lot of punishment. And if we pay you this money, there's no guarantee. Heck, there's no guarantee for anybody in the last 17 games, but especially a guy like Christian McCaffrey who's touching the ball 20 to 25 times a game. Do they have the personnel to make up for a loss like that? We're talking about a special player and what he does out of the backfield as a wide receiver. How dramatically different does this offense look, Baldy, without a Christian McCaffrey?
Well, they're not going to score nearly as many points, so the point totals are going to be down right away. We don't really know what it's going to look like because since he came, they've just been the best offense in football. So what's it going to look like if he goes away or he's not there? I mean, they're not going to be the best offense in football. They're not going to score the kind of – you put Elijah Mitchell in there, you put, Isaac Garendo in there, you could put some of these guys in there. They're not going to look the same. I mean, he's just a unique player, and I don't know if anybody smells the goal line quite like he does.
You think he's the best player at the position in the league, right, Baldy?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So the difference between him being number one and whoever is number two, is that the greatest divide in the NFL at any position?
Well, I mean, if you just say, okay, if you go down to the Rams and look at Kyron Williams. Look at the Rams when Kyron Williams missed 5 weeks of the season. I don't know if they won a game. Wow. And then you look at Kyron Williams led the league in rushing yards per game. You put that guy back in the lineup and watch Matt Stafford and watch, Puka and Cooper. Watch those guys go to work. It's so much of this offense, and it's very similar between what McVay's doing and what Kyle's doing. I mean, so much of what they're doing is just play action and selling the run and getting that thing going and just getting the defense to bite on those fakes. And you take either one of those guys out of their offense, they don't look anything similar to what they do when they're in there.
Baldy, what do you look for at OTAs? What are you specifically watching for? Is it communication with coaches, new players? Are you looking at the rookies? I'm watching you take photos at the Dolphins practice. That D-line room looks phenomenal with Bradley Chubb and Chop Robinson. I love the name, Chop Robinson, coming out of Penn State. But what do you look for at OTAs?
It's really everything. For example, I'm watching Jalen Phillips. I'm a big Jalen Phillips fan. He tore his Achilles on Black Friday last year, against the Jets. And he's still walking with a limp. It's not 100%. So I'm looking at him. I'm watching, Muhammad Kamara and his takeoff. I'm watching Jordan Poyer and Javon Holland, the new, probably 16, 17 years of experience at safety, just learning a new defense that that is being installed right now, and so it could be who's playing center. It's a big position of need for them, and so is Liam Eichenberg in there? Is Austin Brewer in there? Who's manning the pivot? So it's just a little bit of everything, and then without Tua out there, you just see the ball hit the ground a whole lot. And if I was watching Brock Purdy, it might be the opposite. The ball might never hit the ground. So little things like that.
Baldy, we got Memorial Day weekend coming up here. What are you doing for Memorial Day weekend? That's what I want to know.
I think he's going to Florida Panthers game.
Yeah,
I think he's throwing rats on the ice with the Panthers in the NHL playoffs.
Yeah, I was watching that Ranger game last night. I'll definitely be at a hockey game for sure. I'm still got this, this bionic brace on my arm here.
Yeah, what's going on there, Baldy? Yeah, what's going on there? You lifting too much weights? What's going on, man?
It's just, I tore a tricep.
Wait, how are you cheering? Hold on. How are you cheering triceps, Baldy? What are you doing? Hitting the slant in Miami-Dade County? What's going on, man?
I could tell you a story that I was in the water and a hammerhead was chasing me, and I was climbing a ladder with one arm getting out, and the tricep snap, but that didn't happen.
We believe it, Baldy.
Yeah, and I was in the Bahamas, 6 weeks ago, and instead of putting my flippers on in the water because it was so rough like I usually do, I put them on the sand, and then I tripped and I fell and I hit this concrete something or another, and that was it, man. Just popped it.
Well, Baldy, I'm listening to all of these different podcasts.
He looks like Lane Johnson right now.
Crazy, right?
He can play right
tackle
tackle right now and fit right in with the brace.
I love it. I'm listening to all these podcasts, and these college guys were explaining how in college they are basically at the facility 10, 11 months out of the year, if not all 12 months out of the year. And then they get to the NFL, and it's like, yeah, you show up for a couple weeks, and then you go on summer vacation. What are some of the things that you see from these young guys? Like, is it that dramatically different, the lifestyle going from college to the NFL in terms of freedom?
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, look, almost every single college kid drops out. I don't care how far away they are from the degree at the end of this winter semester. All right? Yeah. So now, then they're just working out for the combine and the draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But prior to that, you're still a student. You're still going to class for the most part. 90% of guys, they're still going to class. So they're doing all of that. And then when they're not in class, they're at the facility. They're either working out, they're getting treatment, they're going to practice. So you're kind of like chained to your facility. Here, first of all, okay, you're in Santa Clara, but you could be living anywhere in the Bay Area.
Right.
You could be in any one of those towns. And so now you got your car, you're on your freeway, you're going downtown, you're going across the bay, you're in you could be doing anything up until the point where you got to show up. And so, yeah, that kind of gets some guys in trouble, with all that free time and money and options and stuff like that out there. That's why you kind of hope that these guys just really stick together as a group and kind of do everything as a group, whether it's going to play golf or, taking the day off or whatever. Like, you just hope that they're all kind of hanging together.
Baldy, we haven't talked to you about the schedule. I know you was on the schedule release shows on NFL Network, and we were getting giddy over their schedule. The Niners opening up on Monday Night Football against the New York Jets, and Robert Saleh and Sauce Gardner playing press man on Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and Aaron Rodgers making his return. What are some of the games that pop out to you in the upcoming season, man? Because every schedule looks just loaded. I get headaches looking at the Niners schedule, the Ravens schedule, the Chiefs schedule. I think the Ravens have 3 games in 10 days in late December. What are some of the games that popped out to you on the schedule?
They're playing Monday night at home because of Aaron Rodgers. That's what they're selling on that. There's only a standalone one Monday night game the opening week of the season. So it's Aaron Rodgers coming to San Francisco. So you get to see A-Rod maybe for the last time in the Bay Area. He's coming home. You go to Minnesota. You went to Minnesota last year, and Kirk Cousins carved you up. He dropped back 45 times. He didn't get sacked once.
Yep.
And so there's like a little payback right there, whoever the quarterback is going to be. And then, look, anytime the 49ers go to play SoFi to play the Rams, it's a 49er home game.
Yep.
They just dominate and they take over the entire area. So I don't know. You get the Patriots at home, right. Arizona at home. They should get off to a good start, a really good start. And that's kind of what every team wants to do. And then, they got to buy at the right time, right in the middle of the season. I think the schedule's pretty much in their favor.
Well, I was going to ask you the Chiefs game, because Shasky and I have gone back and forth on this. And, Baldy, it felt like when the Niners last won the Super Bowl, 94-95, they beat the Cowboys in the regular season 21-14. They go on to beat them in the NFC Championship game 38-28. But it feels like that doesn't happen if they didn't win that regular season game. They needed to get that mental block saying, hey, we could beat this team. Is that one of those mental hurdles for the Niners Week 7 against Kansas City? Do they have to win that game? I know it doesn't have anything to do with tiebreakers or whatnot, but for me and a lot of fans, it's like you got to try to beat Kansas City once. Shanahan's over against Kansas City. Do they have to win that game just for their own mentals?
Well, it's interesting because they have 10 days to get ready for the game. Mm-hmm. They're in Seattle on a Thursday night prior to that. And Kansas City has to play 4 teams that are coming off a Thursday night game like that. Wow. So they've got a bunch of teams that are going to be as rested as you can be in the middle of the season like that. So they got 10 days to get ready for that game against Kansas City. Do they have to win it? No, they don't have to win it. The real games come in January. But, yes, it would be a mental thing to go back, and it's not going to erase the Super Bowl loss by any stretch.
No doubt.
But and it never does, and it shouldn't. But at the same time, you always measure yourself against the best teams in the league. Yeah. That's how you get your confidence. Right. You want a good schedule. You want a schedule to sharpen you up like that.
All right, as we bring up the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes is all over the internet. He's trending right now. Fans are claiming he's severely out of shape. on the video? Have you seen the video of him walking in to the facility?
No, but I remember the man body that he showed last year.
Right.
Where it's a pretty pronounced gut. I mean, look, first time I saw Peyton Manning, that wasn't pretty to look at. Like some of these guys, like just keep the whip, just keep the arm. Like who really cares what's underneath the shoulder pads? It doesn't make any difference at all. I've seen Will Levis, looks like he's chiseled out of marble. But he's no Patrick Mahomes. Now, he might become a good player.
Right.
Like, it really doesn't make any difference at all.
Baldy, I don't know if you ever heard this, but Brett Boone had a great line he was talking about. He goes, you can't pull fat. Like, you could pull a muscle. You can't pull fat.
Yeah. I have heard that line, and there is a lot of truth to that, too.
I haven't pulled anything. I got nothing but fat around me, Baldy. I got one of those bodies. And we remember Jim Druckenmiller. He looked like a weight room warrior. He was chiseled, and he played, two games in his career? So anyway, Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, stopping by here as we're having breakfast at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. Baldy, this place is made for you. We'll get you back out to the Bay Area. We'll do breakfast. We'll do brunch with Baldy, breakfast with Baldy, no matter what. Steak and eggs, hash browns, potatoes, you name it, Baldy.
Just order up the ribeyes. Just get the ribeyes going, man.
We'll
I
get
need
them
more than
rolling.
one for sure.
But Baldy, here's the problem. When I cooked for you in the backyard, you couldn't even let the steak finish.
I know.
You had your hand right on the fire.
Dude,
you were ready to eat it.
You grabbed the lamb chops right off the grill, Baldy.
I don't like my meat to get cold.
You grabbed it right off the grill like a savage, man.
Hey, happy Memorial
I'm a
Day.
carnivore, man. I can't help it. That's
You
all
are,
I do.
man. You are,
Baldy,
man. We
happy
love it.
Memorial Day. It's one of my favorite
you too,
times
guys.
of the year.
All the best, man.
It signifies the opening of summer, and I know you love to be outdoors like we do, and so it's just enjoy the weekend, bro.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate you guys, man. I'll talk to you real soon.
Absolutely, Baldy. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. By the way, we're here at the Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez.
Yeah.
We're here until 10 o'clock. We'll hang out after. Come on by. Jay's whipping up the omelets. We got Autumn out here serving the fresh squeezed orange juice. We got everybody down there. Who we got? Ernie Chavez. We got Rocky New Era. We got Suchi Man in the building. We got Big Dog City.
We got
Coach Evans.
Marios.
We got multiple Marios. We got
Suchi
Ken.
Man. Rockin' New Era. I mean, it's a who's who. Also, Sam, is this your mom?
Oh, we got Mrs. Lubman in the building.
I thought it was his sister.
I'm kidding. She's got the Jai shirt on. She's ready to roll. And she looks a lot calmer than Lubman. Can you imagine Lubman watching that game yesterday? They're down 5-0. He goes, this is it. We're done. And Mama Sammy Lubman. How about that win yesterday? It was great. Did you watch the entire 10 innings? We'll get her on the headset before we get to the injury report.
Is Patrick Mahomes, is he fat? Because that's what people are saying.
We're fat shaming here.
We're not fat shaming. As a woman, do you think that he's out of shape, quote unquote? He's the best player on the planet right now. Is he out of shape as I show you that photo?
Well, I mean, he does have a little gut, but maybe his shorts are too tight.
Oh, that too.
So Jamie, the shorts might be too. But Jamie, this guy can play quarterback. Does it even matter?
Under the dad bod.
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't think he does. If his arm is strong.
Exactly. Hey, Jamie, who the hell is Joe Shash going to be fat shaming Patrick Mahomes? A 3-time Super Bowl champion. Talk about he's fat.
He'd have to stand up so I could see him.
I mean, look at my gut. I worked hard for this gut.
Working on
you
my
got to work hard for the dad bods, right? Who has a dad bod in here? Let's go, man. We got to work hard for this. What is going on around here?
No, but honestly, the fat shaming of Patrick Mahomes, we're finding something to critique on the man. We're doing too much.
Why do we got to be haters in society? See,
I'm not hating.
That's the problem I have in society.
It is a bad problem in society. Trust me, I know it better than a lot of people.
Well, it is so hard to praise, and it's so easy to just player hate. That's all we do. Why do we do that? What is Lubman doing?
I don't know,
He's
man.
like hopping back and
all
forth.
over the place.
He's got the headphones in. All right, we got the headphones. Baldy, that was a lot of good stuff there.
Spadone, I know you have Patrick Mahomes thoughts. Let's hear it. Look at him.
Where's Spadone?
He's putting me on the thoughts. Wow, putting me on the spot right there. Yeah, dude, you know how I'm on this. I don't want my quarterback jacked. Tom Brady, greatest of all time. What was he? Was he jacked? No.
Was Joe Montana jacked?
No. Please. No. Come on. Was Peyton Manning? Come on.
No.
What are we
was
doing?
Was Drew Brees jacked?
No.
He had some muscle.
As time went on, both Brady and Brees worked on their bodies. But no, body isn't what I initially think of when I think of any of them.
By the way, name and follow here in the offseason when it comes to the NBA. Kenny Atkinson, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors, is a candidate for the Cleveland Cavaliers job. James Borrego for the Pelicans and Kenny Atkinson. The Warriors may be losing Kenny. Maybe they bring Frank Vogel onto the staff, who right now is unemployed after being fired by the Phoenix Suns. So that's something to monitor.
Championship mindset.
Kenny Atkinson, yes, but only championship mindset. Even though it's a Mickey Mouse ring, we'll give him that chance.
I like Frank Vogel.
We all do. I don't like the Mickey Mouse ring, though. That's
maybe the Cleveland Cavaliers would have interest in Coach Draymond.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Why is everybody laughing?
Oh, boy. Spinoni, go ahead, play it. Go ahead, play it. Draymond Green, I'll possibly coach you to go to State Warriors. Oh, no, he'll get it in just a second. Now, he did it,
conversation that I've had with Joe Laker over the years, and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
How would people react to Coach Draymond Green? It's just,
you want to talk about Bobby Knight and call Guido Bobby Knight. I mean, Draymond Green as head coach, how would he deal with developing young players?
Boy, there's a lot going on here.
You would need a get-back coach on the sideline like it's football. Get back, Draymond. Get back, Draymond.
Do you think Joe Lakers serious?
How many texts would he accumulate in one season?
I don't know.
No, honest God.
Ejections, him and the referees, every possession. I don't know. You talk Draymond Green coaching a team that lost 50 games,
and then getting peppered by the media in the post game and being like, "Well, I'll discuss it on my pod."
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a lot coming out of Draymond Green. It's a lot coming out of his mouth right now. The one thing that just stuck to me though is that, hey, I'm fine with losing for the next 5 years if we're competitive and we're trying hard. I'd be fine with losing for the next 5 years. I don't think he'd be fine with that. I call cap on that, and I don't think this fan base, and I don't think the players, and I don't think the coaches, and I don't think the executives would be fine with that. We're talking about the Giants.
The Warriors,
right?
When Steph broke his hand.
Exactly.
He just stopped playing.
He told us that he stopped playing. He admitted that.
And then he also admitted he doesn't get up for games in March.
Right. I mean, that's a lot going on. There's a lot. And then he's on Inside the NBA. And it's like, wait, these are the last shows of all Inside the NBA. And he's on there. I just want to see Chuck
getting booed by Minnesota fans.
Right. I mean, it's just, he may have the last laugh, though, because Dallas is up 1-0. All right.
He already has the last laugh because he's financially secure.
Time for the injury report.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
All right, on today's injury report, we have a producer for Willard or Dibs, Lucas Alexander. And he claims that he throws 80 miles per hour on the mound right now. Now, I've watched Lucas Alexander play basketball. I don't think he's an athlete at all. I don't see 80 miles per hour coming out of that right arm. I just don't see it. So, we have the company softball game next Friday. Just over a week to go to the big 95-70 game softball outing. But we're hearing reports that with over a week left, Director of Sports Lucas Alexander is questionable with the hamstring injury. Huh? Lucas was playing in a non-company softball game with a bunch of 80-year-olds when he said he felt something pop when breaking out of the batter's box. Well, first of all, I don't think he broke out of the batter's box because I don't think he put the bat on the ball in the first place.
Wow.
I think he struck out. Maybe he popped his hamstring walking from the batter's box to the clubhouse.
He's going to be mad at
But
this.
the expectation is he will undergo a rigorous recovery program to get himself ready for next Friday at West Sunset. Unfortunately, the injury is expected to take at least 10 to 15 miles per hour off his speed. So he's going to go from throwing 45 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour.
My God. Make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
All right, the injury report brought to you by Epoxy Garrison, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I want to get into that because Guru's done that in the past, too, where a big game is coming up. And all of a sudden, I got an ankle injury. Lucas Alexander, who has no hamstrings in the first place, what the hell is he popping? Want to talk about pulling fat? An injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm helping get their workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. What the hell to make a Draymond Green and everything he's talking about? I want to hear from the Roasters. We'll get back to the Giants. We got OTAs talk. A lot going on here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. We're having a great time. Come on by. Eat some breakfast. Have some food. We'll Butch and Bonte here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway.
hit that one.
What's happening at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez? We got a who's who out here eating some breakfast. We got Jay and the crew whipping up the omelets. It's a great time. Come on by. We got Shasky in the building. Lubman's in the building. We got Jamie, Lubman's mother. She's in the building wearing her Giants gear. Jesse Moore, engineer.
So much
Big
more
Dog
cool
City
than
got out the house. Sign that permission slip. I'm sure.
Why are you doing that?
Well, because I'm sure wifey, Mrs. Candace, probably thinks Big Dog is still in the house somewhere.
Look at first.
And the baby's running around with no diapers on. Big Dog, what are you doing?
As a man who's
get your ass back
as
home.
Well, with a little baby, let me tell you, Big Dog, you got to get in where you fit in. And sometimes, if you don't just tell all of the things that you're doing, it's not lying. It's not lying. It's just making sure you don't upset the apple cart.
No doubt about that. I got to tell you, I got a great sleep last night. No wifey, no baby Chess.
Oh.
Hotel room by myself watching inside the NBA. Peace and quiet, no papa, yeah. No babe. Well, you know what the worst thing is, too, when you're at home. By the way, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market. So you may put the dishes away in the dishwasher. You close the dishwasher, you sit on the couch.
That is my job.
Well, no, I'm not saying.
Dishes in the dishwasher.
I'm not finished yet, Saskia. You just interrupted me. I'm saying, I do that. That's baked in. Chores, garbage, dishes, everything.
Are you watching Deion Sanders?
What I'm saying is, you know, let me finish. But what I'm saying is right now is when you put the dishes away, then you just sit down on the couch. You grab your remote controller, whether it's for the television or the PlayStation 5, and all you hear is, babe, come here. And you just sat down for like 15 seconds. And then you got to call up. That's where I'm getting to. The chores, that's fine. I like doing chores. I love doing the dishes. I love taking out the garbage. I love a clean house.
I love doing dishes.
Oh, no, I do. That's my thing. It's therapeutic for me. You hear the water just dripping. You got the soap suds going on, or you're going to have clean dishes. But it's when you sit down, and then everybody's calling your name. And you got to get back up. You got to sit back down. You got to get back up. And the older you get up slower and slower and slower. It's like I'm full. I just had 3 slices of pizza. I just want to relax and watch the game. That is the worst part about everything. And last night, I didn't have to deal with that.
Did you enjoy that Giants game?
I enjoyed the Giants game. I enjoyed the T-Wolves Mavericks game. I enjoyed hearing from Draymond Green yesterday, saying that, hey, he's fine with not winning for the last 5 years of his career.
Hey, on some level, he's completely crazy because he believes the
I'm not going to call him that. I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
Twinkle in the eye. Does he really think that the Warriors had the magic elixir to stop Kobe and Shaq?
He believes it. But you know what? From a competitive standpoint, what is he supposed to say? No, Shaq, you're going to score 50 on us, and we're not going to stop Kobe.
Well,
you have to say that as a champion. You got to say that.
He sounded naive as to how defenses actually stopped Shaq back in the day.
Right.
Like, I mean, the guy averaged 36 in his finals career.
I know. He was amazing. But as a competitor, what are you supposed to say? As a champion, you're not supposed to lay down and say, yeah, you know what, we would have lost you guys by 20. No, you got to defend your team. You got to defend your championship. So from that point, yeah, it's ridiculous when you hear Shaq ask him, who's guarding Kobe Bryant? And Draymond says Klay Thompson. I'm the biggest Klay Thompson fan there is. Klay Thompson's not guarding Kobe Bryant.
No, it would have been Livingston
like people forget.
Iggy and Harrison Barnes and Klay. It was all of them.
As much as we talk about Allen Iverson in game 1 against the LA Lakers in 0-1, going crazy and winning in overtime. That's only one game that they won. That's the only game they won in that final series. Kobe Bryant shut Iverson's water off the next 4 games. Shadowed him everywhere he went, and Iverson struggled. That's a great Kobe Bryant. So, no, I don't think Klay would have been able to guard Kobe Bryant, but I like the competitive spirit here. But when we talk about the Giants, I need a Spadoni. I need you to get up that major league beat, Pennant Fever, because we're about to get to June. And I don't want the Giants going through June in a swoon. You know what I'm saying? You get to July, you say goodbye, and you're out of the race. You get to the dog days, and the dogs will start biting you in the butt because you're out of the race. But I need the Matos play. I need LaMonte Wade Jr. driving in Matos. And I need the extra innings extravaganza that the Giants played yesterday. Down 5-0. 5-0, 4th inning. Reynolds hits a grand slam. Jelly sitting there cursing out his glove. Cursing people out in his glove. Snell doesn't even go 4 innings. You're down to your last strike after failing to score multiple runs at the top of the 8th inning. Bases loaded, no outs. You only score 1 run because Baxter Bailey strikes out. Jorge Soler hits one 10 feet. But Luis Matos, down to his last strike. This is a play I feel like we will bookmark and talk about all season long if the Giants get to where we want them to get to, which is October. Luis Matos, loud to his last strike. Guys throwing funky on the mound. Here it is at the top of the 9th inning.
2-2. Montos line drive into left center field. That's going to be a hit. So Luis Montos keeps the game going, and then a bobble by Reynolds. Montos in with a head-first slide. He was ready for the mistake. He took advantage of it, and the tying run is in scoring position.
That is the definition of heads-up baseball right there. Previously in that at-bat, he had took a long walk. He had fouled one to left field, and Javi Lopez sided it going, go ahead, Matos, take your time. Strut to the batter's box. Don't rush. Get your head right. Let your heartbeat slow down. And boy, did it slow down. Goes into second base there. You can hear it in Flim's voice on NBC Sports Bay Area. The enthusiasm of the youngster. There's something about a youngster making a play like that just gets everybody up out of their seats saying, okay, we got life.
How many times does a guy hit a ball into left center field and they kind of loaf it around first base? This guy's booking. The second the left fielder bobbled the ball, he was flying into second base. Got smacked in the face with the glove and actually jarred him there for a second, and then LaMonte Wade Jr. steps up, Bonte.
LaMonte Wade Jr. steps up. He finished the game with 3 walks, 3 hits. He is batting over 300, well over 300. Go ahead, Spinoni. Play the LaMonte Wade Jr. game-tying RBI at the top of the 9th inning.
The pitch. Wade pulls it into right field. That's a base hit, and that will tie the game. Matos around third. He scores. It's 5-5.
Look at the boys in the dugout. Team picture. Get it going.
Javi Lopez right there. Go ahead, Shasky.
No, they were down 5-0 in this game. Blake Snell just gets absolutely harpooned and taken out of the game, and it felt like they were lifeless. And then you see Estrada and Matt Chapman kind of will this team back into the game, and for them to do what they did after basically squandering a great opportunity in the 8th inning to fight back and tie that game up. I don't know if you know this, but Holderman had not gone more than 4 outs in any outing all year long, and they were asking for at least 6 from him yesterday to finish that game. That would have been the longest outing of his career.
Well, not only that, but he had an 0.60 ERA, 20 strikeouts. 20 strikeouts for Holderman. He was just absolutely funky to start the season.
You see him throw the glove there?
The opponents were only batting 130. Well, they're batting 132 against him. They just couldn't touch the guy. And the rally against that guy, coming up with that biggest rally, the biggest rally since July 15, 2021, that was huge. Now, LaMonte Wade Jr., we need to shed some light on him. We talk about everything. Forget Blake Snell for a second. I'm going to focus on some of the positives here because the Giants bounced back with the best win of the season following the worst loss of the season, blowing that 4-run lead in the 9th inning Tuesday night. LaMonte Wade Jr. was perfect yesterday. Last 5 Giants. Listen to this list. The last 5 Giants with 3+ hits in a game and 3+ walks in a single game. LaMonte Wade Jr. yesterday, LaMonte Wade Jr. in 2023, Barry Bonds in 2001, D. Lou, what up, D. Lou? Darren Lewis in 1992, and Willie Mays back in 1970. Those are the last 5 Giants with a perfect on-base percentage in a game. Last 5 Giants with 3 hits and 3 walks in a single game. LaMonte Wade Jr., LaMonte Wade Jr., Barry Lamar Bonds, Darren Lewis, and Willie Mays.
Wow. LaMonte Wade Jr. has been amazing for this team. His batter's eye is incredible. He is not driving the ball for a lot of power, but he's getting on base left and right. I mean, look at his on-base percentage. He's one of the top guys in baseball right now. And I look at what he's done at first base defensively, and to me, I know, again, we talked about it earlier, the Pete Alonso's, even though he's batting like 230, he's going to be in all-star contention because he plays for the Mets.
Matt Olson.
Freddie Freeman, Matt Olson, those feel like locks. LaMonte Wade Jr. may not be the guy, but if you ask me today, I think he's my representative for all-star. Now, they got another month or two.
Right.
But today, he's my guy that's representing the Giants for an all-star game.
Professional at-bats, seeing the ball well on the batter's box, batting .336 with an on-base percentage of .484. He is playing so well right now. And then you get Matt Chapman. And then you get Matt Chapman with the home run earlier in the game. He went.
What's his batting average up to now?
Right now, he's up to 245.
I mean, think about where he was just like 8, 9, 10 days ago.
In the month of May, he's batting 283.
Yeah, that's
Matt Chapman is a lifetime 240 hitter.
Yeah.
He's batting 283 here.
Yeah.
He may be on the show tomorrow. We're not going to guarantee that because you never know with players. You just never know. Matt Chapman may make a morning roast appearance. I'm not going to bet my bottom dollar on it, not because of Sam Lubman.
Yeah, well, I'm a United player.
Because I'm just going to wait on it.
Well, here's something I want to talk about, like Camilo getting back on the bump and closing that game out the way he did. Emphatically, he had a 4-run lead. I like that Melvin, with a 4-run lead, went to Camilo in that situation instead of Luke Jackson. Let's talk about the final, how you would draw it up for this team right now. Camilo's your ninth inning guy, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's no question.
Okay, so let's work backwards. Who do you like in the 8th, 7th, and 6th? I'm going to say, and I'll give you a second to think about this. I wrote it down on paper. Sean Jelly feels like their 5th, 6th inning guy right now. Kind of a swing guy.
He's a bridge guy.
Yes.
If the game gets out of hand early, you bring in John Jelly
I agree.
to eat some innings up. Maybe you could put him in the 6th inning there, but he's now in the conversation for 5th, 6th inning duty.
Okay. All right. It feels like you're choosing between the lefty Rogers, who's fallen out of favor, Luke Jackson, who to me has fallen out of favor, the lefty Miller, Rogers, who throws right-handed, and Submarine, Ryan Walker. Who is your 8th, 7th, and 6th inning guys, ideally for you? And I have this new guy, Rodriguez.
Well, you brought up Rodriguez here. And I think Rodriguez is starting to earn some keep with Bob Melvin in this organization. 2.53 ERA, 4 strikeouts yesterday in 2 innings. I think we're going to take a long look at Rodriguez here in the future. Whether it's the 6th inning, whether it's the 5th inning, I think Rodriguez has earned at least some reps in high-leverage situations. Maybe it happens today in Pittsburgh. Maybe it happens over the weekend in New York City against the Mets. Rodriguez, his stock is up.
Yes.
Ryan Walker, I get worried when he's on the mound. I'm not going to lie to you.
I do too.
Even though the ERA is down 2.42, there's something funky with him. I don't know what it is. But he pitched well yesterday. He's 4-2 on the season. But you got the Rogers brothers there, and it's a field thing. This is why I hired Bob Melvin. He's been a manager of the year, 2 times, 3 times?
Yeah.
2 times? It's his job to fill out this bullpen.
I
agree.
Whether
or not it's the 7th, 8th, 9th, hell, the same situation may come in the 7th inning.
I know.
I may have to go to Camilo Duvall then to save a game.
Well, that's
so right now everything's up in the air.
Okay, well, in my mind, and this is how I'm going. 5th, 6th inning, I like Jelly. I like Miller and Ryan Walker in the 6th inning. Those are great 6th inning options to me. I want to split up the flamethrowers and the slingers because I consider Ryan Walker and Rogers kind of slingers.
Right.
They're funky, right?
Right.
So put Rodriguez in between them in the 7th inning, throwing 100 miles an hour. And then Rogers, the submariner, in the 8th inning, and then go back to the 100-mile-per-hour Camilo Duvall. I think if they can get this bullpen solidified, because right now, you heard about it, the innings limit with Jordan Hicks and with Kyle Harrison, you're going to need this bullpen to step up.
And you're going to need Blake Snell.
Yeah.
He's given up 19 earned runs in 4 starts this season. Last year, he allowed 18 earned runs total over his final 23 starts. Think about that. He's already given up 19 earned runs in 4 starts with the Giants.
Crazy.
In his final 23 starts last year with the San Diego Padres, he only gave up 18 earned runs on the way to his 2nd Cy Young Award. So what's going on with Blake Snell? Am I going to freak out about Blake Snell right now? I'm not going to do it right now. He just came back. He didn't have any spring training. I do trust the track record. I'm trusting the track record here with Blake Snell to figure it out and get the Giants some innings here. But it's got to happen in the heart. It's got to happen in the heartbeat, Lubman. It's got to happen. You got the Phillies next week. You got the Yankees. You got the Diamondbacks after that. You got the Texas Rangers.
I know.
There's some big boys teams coming up. Blake Snell has to get going in a hurry here.
The only thing stopping a Blake Snell onslaught of negativity is the fact that Luis Matos and the rest of this team finally, bailed him out.
They picked him up.
And I got to give Jorge Soler some credit. Like, the 8th inning at-bat was not great, but that 10th inning at-bat, they needed 3-4 runs. They could not walk away with just 2 runs in that inning. I thought that 10th inning for Chapman to draw the walk and for Bailey to come through with the hit, Ramos to come through, and then Soler to finally
3 RBIs. 3 RBIs for Soler.
I thought it was a big day for Soler.
But you know what? They dropped him in the lineup. Enough of the leadoff stuff.
I kind of like it.
Enough of the leadoff. Get him in the 5 or 6 hole and just let him figure it out. Let him figure it out. Get some at-bats going here because Soler's power is going to be needed here. Again, I'm looking at the guy, the track record. He's had injury histories. He's only had 2 seasons in which he's hit over 14 home runs in a season. They need his power. But I'll take the RBI singles. Hitting that off-speed pitch, 87 miles an hour, hitting it back up the middle. That was great in extra innings to come up with those RBIs. So, look, man, the youngsters are infusing some of this enthusiasm, some of this confidence. Chapman's rolling here. There's a lot to like with the Giants.
Yeah.
And then you get to today. You get to the day, you look at who's on the mound, because we haven't talked about this Jones kid who was dealing yesterday. And the Giants touched him up. They touched him up. Jared Jones, who's been pitching well for the Pittsburgh Pirates from Whittier, California. 3.05 ERA now. Now you get to talk of the town. We got our youngster in Kyle Harrison. We've been talking about him for over 2 years. Kyle Harrison, De La Salle High School. Kyle Harrison. Well, he's on the mound today. He's going up against Paul Skeens.
And Skeens is the number 1 pick from LSU. He dominated college last year and has a high-profile TikTok girlfriend, correct? The gymnast?
I wouldn't know about all that.
What's your name, Olivia?
I don't dip in I don't dip in people's relationship life.
No.
They date who they date.
What's Paul Skeens' girlfriend's name? Olivia Dune. She's a huge influencer.
I thought she was like a softball player or gymnastics.
She's a gymnastics.
Gymnastics. Okay, so she's not a TikToker.
But she is famous on TikTok.
Well, but she's part of the gymnastics team, right?
Yeah, I know, but she's also extremely lucrative on TikTok.
Okay, great. All right,
she knows people.
What kind of?
She's fashionable.
Is she a great gymnast? That's what I want to know.
Of course she is. But the point is
that's what matters to me. All right, we've never seen her do gymnastics.
But here's what I would say. Skeens' profile is about as prolific as Strasburg's was when he came up. Wouldn't you agree?
It's up there. Now I can't get over Olivia Dune and the whole TikTok thing.
Did you not know this?
No, I did. I don't.
Are you unaware?
No, what I don't do is I stay out of people's business when it comes to relationships.
She got interviewed in the first start on MLB Network. She was in the stands.
I had it on mute. I was watching Paul Skeens. I had it on mute. Like, I didn't really care what she had to say.
What size is that hat?
No, it fits well.
It
fits very well.
It's big cap.
I don't TikTok. I don't be on the TikTok like that. I'm not paying attention to who's on TikTok. I just knew she was a gymnast, and they were dating. Cool. Good for him. He does have a big personality, which is obvious, and he can deal. And he backs it up with 102-mile-an-hour cheese. He came out last week at Wrigley Field and just struck out the side right away. He's like, damn, he threw a no-hitter. He threw a no-hitter through 6.
When you see him pitch, who do you think of? Because there's some names that pop in my head.
The start last week, maybe it's just because it was at Wrigley Field. I got Kerry Wood vibes.
I was going to say
I got Kerry Wood vibes. When he struck out 20 against the Houston Astros, I was like, wow, this guy's he's big. He's throwing cheese. He's throwing heat. He's right on top of you.
Very intimidating.
I had Kerry Wood vibes.
I feel like he's a bulkier Steven Strasburg with way more like screw you attitude.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got all the attitude. Strasburg was unbelievably talented. This guy feels like he's a meteor. Like he is an absolute rocket launcher. What are you looking at, Lubman? What are you pointing at?
I seen him throw that ball.
Oh, so the Giants puts Kyle Harrison to tomorrow. Eric Miller's going to start as the opener. So we're going with the bullpen game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And that will quickly deflate a lot of confidence with a lot of fans.
What? Really? You're going to go opener?
It bothers me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Who told you that? Oh, Mark Willard. Thanks for listening, Mark Willard.
Listen to 2 to 6. You'll be recycling some of our content on there.
Shasky said that, not Monte Hill. Again, you get me in trouble because all of a sudden I get side-eyed by people off of things you say.
Skeens is the guy that makes you lean forward, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to this game.
This could be fun, huh?
It's going to be fun. It'll be fun until he strikes out the side. You're like, damn, we can't get a hit today.
Oh, yeah, that too.
There's something fun about your team getting one hit. We want to win for the Giants. Is that fun, Jamie? Tell me. Is it fun watching somebody cheat?
So let me ask you this
Come on.
Let me ask you this one. You've seen Marco Luciano play shortstop for a few days now in a row, and no one is saying this is who he is. We're open to being won over, and we're open to changing our opinion. But when you compare him to some of the other young, dynamic shortstops in the game, the Volpes, the kid, is it Escobar in Colorado, both Ellie De La Cruz and O'Neal Cruz, I don't see the same twitchy athlete that some of those other guys are. I don't see the fundamentals at shortstop. He's made some plays. I actually have thought he's been better defensively than advertised. He does look a little stiff compared to those guys.
I don't think he's going to be a shortstop for a long period of time. It feels like he's going to be in left field in the foreseeable future. Maybe not this year. Maybe not next year. Giants keep telling us. I was listening. Speaking of Willard, I was listening to him on the way out here to Martinez yesterday. They had FP Santangelo on, and he was crazy. Willard asked him, "So what did the Giants? What's the mood like after losing a game like that?" FP goes, "We're all at the Roberto Clemente Bridge. No, I'm kidding. I'm like FP. You're wild, dude.
FP.
You're out of control, FP.
God.
He's having a lot of fun.
He asked last night during the telecast. I was in the car, and he asked, "What's the major league record for most consecutive balls?" When Chapman had thrown 12 straight in a row, and I was like, "Well, I know what the 12U one is because my team does it every weekend."
Well, way to throw your kids under the bus.
Hey, bro, throw strikes.
Wow,
Throw
you see
strikes,
Jesse
dog.
Moore? Would you want this guy coaching your team? You see, hey man, you're doing great. You just threw 15 straight balls. A week later on the airways, he's throwing you under the bus. Damn.
Names were
What
said.
comes through Martinez? Does Amtrak come through Martinez?
No names
What is
were
it, public transportation out here?
No
Because
names
you
were
just
said.
ran over those kids with that bus. Jeez Louise.
I ran over them the way Luis Matos ran over second
gosh.
base yesterday.
Wow, but no, Ron Chapman could not see it. He could
couldn't
not
throw
find
strike.
it. But Willard was talking to FP about Marco Luciano and whether or not he's going to be a shortstop. And Farhad, I said, hey, he's going to be the shortstop. He's going to be the shortstop. He's our shortstop. And Farhad, I had forgot about this. He did, as we got, this is going to be cool. DVY, got some cards here. We'll get to that in a second. We'll figure that out, the particulars on the other side here. But they did tell us that Luciano was going to start the season as shortstop. He didn't. Nick Ahmed did. He took the job. Now Ahmed's going to come back, and I see why, because he is stiff in the field. That routine play the other night, I'm sorry. I can't get it out of my head tonight, did he? But he did make some good plays, and he's allowed to make mistakes. But long term, do I see it shortstop in that body? I don't know. I don't see it right now.
So when I watch L.A. De La Cruz, and again, these are freak athletes, and when I watch O'Neal Cruz, there was a play last night, chopper up the middle, and O'Neal Cruz gets to it, which most guys aren't getting to, and then he just fires it 700 feet above the first baseman's head. But the reason I'm willing to live with some of his mistakes is because he's going to get to so many balls that other athletic guys aren't going to get to. I look at shortstop as one of two things. Either you're an athletic freak or you're a fundamental freak. So I look at Brandon Crawford. Was he the rangiest? Not necessarily in terms of athleticism, but his fundamentals and his first step were so good, he would get himself in a position of balls that others wouldn't, and his arm was so accurate and so good that he could make up for the lack of foot speed and first step.
Make sure you don't miss that break.
See, you got a Lubman.
Wait one
and you
second.
got Bobs.
I know, 1 second.
You got them both looking at me.
But as Luciano,
break.
as I watch Luciano,
I don't mind
I
getting
just don't know if he has the arm strength or the foot speed or the fundamentals long term to play the position.
It's one thing to be scolded by Sam Lubman. Now we always push back on that. But I'm not going to get scolded by his mom for missing the break. That's your fault.
It's
giving us an evil eye saying,
I know.
break.
Now I see where Lubman gets it from.
Break. All
It's
right.
the most he smiled in months.
No, the Giants win a game. That's why. He's happy right now. They came back from 5-0.
Well, that and all the free
Giants
food.
and then Luis Matos is playing well. And we're talking a lot of Giants. That's why you think Sam Lubman watched the Western Conference Finals last night? There's no way in hell he watched Kyrie Irving cook last
whipped
night.
cream waffles did you make this kid growing up?
We'll tell you on the other side.
Oh.
That's brought to you by Mighty Key Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of
Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shaq.
All right, we're having a lot of fun here at Copper Courtyard in Martinez. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. The coffee's brewing. The omelets are rolling, man. Breakfast is popping. It is packed here. Come on by. We're here until 10 a.m. as we take the roast on the road in Martinez, California. Thanks to Jay and the crew here. We got a lot going on here. By the way, don't miss your chance. If you want to laugh, you want to have a one of those type of nights, Jim Gaffigan at one of his 2 shows taking place at Mountain Winery in Saratoga, June 21st and 22nd. Get your tickets today at mountainwinery.com and for your chance to score a pair of tickets to the show on the 22nd. Enter online at 957thegame.com. Now, I love these road trips because you meet some great people.
Okay.
You always do. You meet the people outside, the people who call the show, people who chat. You see everybody, right? Now, we got my boy Davey up here. And Davey has, I believe, one of the best card shops in Martinez. DVY Cards and Collectibles.
Okay, are you a card guy, though, B?
Oh, I used to be a huge card guy. I still got a bunch of cards.
Well, like, we used to go, my mom would say, hey, you want to ride the bike? Go get X, Y, and Z at the grocery store. And
Rocket New Era, see ya?
Yeah, see ya, buddy. And then I'm going to string up a glove for him. And I used to go and I get like a loaf of bread, a little thing of milk on my bicycle, and I get a pack of cards.
Yeah, always.
And
always
so, like,
cards.
when the COVID hit, I busted all the cards back out, and I have a orange, red, and black book.
There you go.
The black, and a blue one as well. Warriors, Giants, Niners, and then other. And I got rid of a ton of cards, but I kept them. I am back into collecting cards.
Love cards. So, Davey, tell us about your card store.
Yeah, man, we got a card store here, local Martinez. We opened up actually last year, and we just do a lot for the community. I of course, you know, I think we're in one of the best spots in the area, right? We got the Giants, we got the Warriors.
Hell yeah.
I mean, we got some of the greatest sports teams. We got the Niners, of course. So there's no better spot to be. We really realized it was a market that needed to be touched. You know, we do so much to give back to our community. We've partnered actually with the local libraries.
No way.
Yeah, so we're actually doing a program for all the summer readers out there that are joining in. We're giving out free packs for every one of them. We also do a good student program. So bring in your report card. We'll give you a free pack of cards.
Really?
Yeah, man.
I love that.
We realized the hobby's gotten expensive since
COVID.
No doubt.
And one big thing I wanted was that I you know, as you saw, I just had I have my 2 sons down here. And, you know, I realized I didn't want to price out the kids.
Yeah.
And so we tried to figure out programs that work, and that was our 2 big ones. But
well, you brought us a couple packs here.
I'm already opening.
80 prisms, 24 cards per box, and it's got Anthony Richardson and Peyton Manning on the box. Look at that, folks, as I put it into the camera. Jesse, can you see that? You see that right into the camera? Now, Shasky's busting out his pack. We're going to bust out a couple packs. And I'm going to look at some players here. I'll pull some players. Now, name the player, and I'll ask both of you guys what comes to mind when you think of this player. So the first card right here. Wow. Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan. All right, tell us about this card real quick before I get your thoughts on Bijan.
I mean, Bijan, it's a rookie prismatic. You can't really go wrong, right? He's going to be, I mean, let's be honest, he had one of the premier running back rookie years. So, honestly, a great hit. I mean, that's something you're looking for.
So this is going to be worth some money someday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Ooh, I got me a Bijan. I'm getting rich. Baby, we're moving out to projects soon. All right, Bijan Robinson.
I mean, Bijan Robinson, what is he going to do with Raheem Morris? And your boy Kirk Cousins with Michael Penix. Let's go.
They are a fun team on that. Not going to lie. He is a problem. So I got this Trey Hendrickson, defensive end, Cincinnati Bengals.
So that's one of the orange discos. It's one of the premier cards in the pack, right? You're hoping now instead of Trey Hendrickson, right, we're getting a rookie, or I really would like to say we're getting a CMC, a Christian McCaffrey or something. Yeah, that's what we're really chasing.
When I see Trey Hendrickson, what I think of is Justin Smith Light.
Yeah, I see that. I see that.
Right?
Always
I
solid.
think he's a great player that no one talks about.
Nobody talks about.
He's never going to be a Hall of Famer, not going to be a Pro Bowl guy perennially, but he is a very good player.
All right, here we go. Ooh.
What do you got?
Tank Dell.
Ooh, broken
Tank
leg.
Dell.
See, I think a broken leg.
You think a broken leg.
At the end of the year. You know, it sucks.
I kind of think about him getting shot in the offseason.
Well,
that's what I was going to say. That's what I think. I think him doing that number one
things
role.
happen. I mean, you get shot in this world.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's what I thought of. It's like, man, hopefully he's okay. He's in Florida. But I also think of C.J. Stroud.
Look at Lubman.
Lubman.
Did you collect cards growing up? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
What are you doing? You're not handling them properly. We need to keep them clean.
Keep the corners clean.
Come on, dog. My dad,
Jay's ready to throw you out of here.
The card in the spoke of the wheel, and then they drive around on their bicycles.
Yeah.
That was the thing. And then I go through his collection, and they're all ruined.
They're all bent.
All of them are
now,
ruined.
This is interesting.
What
This
do you
card
got?
right here.
Okay.
I don't know where this is going to rank. DeMar Hamlin.
Whoa. Wow.
Tell me about this, Davey.
It's got to be
DeMar
special.
Hamlin.
You would think, but it's not.
Really?
No. Unfortunately, no. The hobby's so interesting in the fact that the majority of the hobbyists now are guys that are hunting the rookies and the quarterbacks and the guys that are just up and coming.
Or the misprints.
Misprints,
like Otis Nixon, for example, is a classic card from back in the day
I love
that
Otis
they
Nixon.
misprinted. Or my other favorite one was the knob of the bat, the Booney Boys.
Right.
We all know about that. It's like a famous thing. So, like, there's got to be some sort of mess up or, again, rookies. Because full disclosure, I go to a place in Stonestown, and I'll go get my nephew's cards and stuff. I got, like, 5 Logan Webbs for, like, $11.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe how cheap they were.
It is, honestly, it is crazy. I mean, and it's such a difference now, too, in, like, from the premier cards to the base, the common, right? And it is. It's like at our store, for example, we have what we call the free bin, right? And it's just filled with commons. And there could be some really good rookies in there. And we do it because then that way there, when kids come in, they can get you can complete a set almost out of the whole thing.
That's really cool.
But we've learned over the last couple of years that set builders are rare now.
Yeah.
And so you're learning kind of that there is so much commons in these that people are setting to the side. And I was like, how can we reuse these?
Yeah.
Like, how can we do something with
So what you got here? You got some baseball cards.
I got one.
All right, get some baseball
cards. This home
cards
run challenge,
All right.
Ronald Acuna Jr.
Oh, well, I think Ronald Acuna Jr. I mean, that's got to be worth something, right?
That right there, so that card actually is a really cool thing that Topps is doing where you actually get a chance to enter what game you think he's going to hit a home run. If he hits the home run, you get a limited card of how many people guessed it right for that month.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a really unique.
Wow.
So
and when I think of Ronald Acuna Jr., I think about one of the best players in baseball. Speed,
100%.
athleticism, power, swagger, the yellow cleats, the yellow armbands. He is everything down in Atlanta. Bats lead off. You can bat him clean up. He's a who's who. I mean, this guy is... He has the potential to be an all-time player, a top 10 player all-time.
100%. He's one of the few, I feel like, that is still a part of the 30-30 club. So,
Absolutely.
You know, like such a rare...
50-30 with the 50 stolen bases.
100%.
Incredible.
Insane, but it's unique to still see.
Yeah. So back in the day, this one, these two, I liked them both. They're American League leaders, and it's got multiple players on it. When I was growing up, in 88, 89, there would be a yellow Topps or yellow Donruss, I can't remember, and it's Ken Griffey Jr. with the Old Mariner and Barry Bonds with the Pirates, and I have like 4 of them, and I love these kind of cards. Kyle Tucker, Adolis Garcia, and Julio Rodriguez on one, Garrett Cole, Sonny Gray, Kyle Bradish on the other. Wow. I mean, these are cool. These are going to be. This one will be worth something time from now.
100%. I mean, I honestly, I got to say, Adolis Garcia, I think, was my biggest shock of last year with Texas. Like, what a year.
Anybody could have had him.
Yeah. Anybody could have had him.
That's the biggest mind-blowing part.
Wow.
And then what do you have? He's got Ellie De La Cruz.
So tell us about this card. So he pulls the Stars of MLB, the Chrome, Ellie De La Cruz. I mean, this is literally the premier card in the product, right? The Ellie hype was so big going into offseason last year, and it is just carried over. They used him as the premier guy for the first series of Topps, and it's just, this is like literally the premier card.
So Jesse pulled that one. You pulled that one, Jesse.
Here's one that I got to pull out that Lubman just gave me. I coach youth baseball. The numbers that kids choose is always interesting to me. 99 has become a popular number, and I'm holding an Aaron Judge card now. Now, Manny Ramirez wore 99 first. That was the first guy I remember in baseball wearing 99. But Aaron Judge 99, that is a cool Topps card.
Yes.
Wow.
Those are like the premier of that product is the Chrome.
Wow.
You're looking for these.
So
your store. Tell us about how you got into it again.
And how can we support you as a community?
Oh, man. Well, honestly, all I can say is, we're kind of doing it. We would love to, maybe give out a pack or two, to you guys that you guys can give out when you're doing these road shows. We'd love that.
Absolutely.
That's the best for us, right? Like, at the end of the day, we just want to get more people back into the hobby. And our biggest stress, right, like when we designed it, my wife and I, is we wanted to create a family shop. We learned over time and going to so many shops, because I really got back into collecting in 2018. My father, unfortunately, had terminal cancer, and when I got to spend the last 6 months with him, and one of the things we did was we went through all those cards.
Special.
And it's a bond that I'll never forget, right? And, like, for example, just as a funny thing is I actually have Barry Bonds' rookie card graded a PSA 3. People laugh at me because it's worthless as a 3.
Yeah, but to you, what does it mean?
But to me, it's priceless.
That's
all that matters.
It goes with me in my case everywhere I go.
That is
one
awesome.
of my favorite things.
So DVY Cards and Collectibles.
Yes, and we're here in Martinez. Our shop's open Tuesday through Sunday. We're 11 to 7.
Love
and, the best thing I would say is just stop by. We'd love to go through the collections and talk.
Give your wife a shout out because I met her downstairs. She's got a baby boy in her hand right now.
Get the milk.
So and you got a 2-year-old birthday.
So I got to give a big shout out to my wife Amber. Definitely could not do the shop without her. She pushed me. Actually, we literally had just had our first son when we were getting ready to open.
Wow.
And she was like, hey, if you don't do it, you're never going to do it. So big shout out to her. And, of course, happy birthday to my son, Emmett. We couldn't do it. He just turned 2 today.
Happy birthday, Emmett.
Hell yeah. Thanks for coming through, man.
Thank you guys.
Great story, man.
This is awesome.
DVY, man. Give me some support.
So now I got some fun facts about the city of Martinez.
I've got some, too.
We don't make our way out here enough.
Okay.
And I will be making my way out here to Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. We're having a great time. Thanks to Davey DVY for these great cards. We've got a lot of cards here. This is awesome stuff. So Martinez fun facts, Shasta.
Yeah, can I start with the first one?
Go ahead.
Because yours are going to be headliners.
Maybe.
Now, you met Christy, Jimbo's wife, the other day. Jim Moylan.
Yes, Kristen Moylan. She's got the swagger. He doesn't.
She's from Martinez.
She's the backbone of the family.
She was born and raised here, and so was her mother and father, Mel and Lynn Wells, the recently retired dentist, legendary Martinez family. And I just want you to know, Christy has a video that we're going to showcase tomorrow of you giving love advice to young Charlie.
Hey, giving him game, man. Giving him game. Giving him game. And it was for free. I should have been charging, Christy. Matter of fact, I'll tax Jim next time. Hey, Mr. Moylan, that'd be $5.99. All right? Love advice, man. This doesn't come free, man. It was
just well-rounded.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? I'm well-rounded. Ask Sam Lubin. Listen, Martinez. And Mama, hey, Moms, ask Sam Lubin. My game, man. Boy, I don't need no iron. My pants are already creased. Stop. I don't need no money.
I'm wearing
I got
shorts.
mouthpiece. All right, I'm kidding. All right. Martinez fun facts. It is home of the martini.
Is it?
Yes.
The martini?
It is home.
I think of New York when I think of martini.
It is home of the greatest coach in San Diego Chargers history, Norv Turner.
Norvell? The greatest offensive coordinator during the Mike Nolan era?
Great offensive coordinator with the Dallas Cowboy teams in the 90s. The Van Gundys. Jeff and Stan.
Yeah.
And Stan was on the broadcast last night and eliminated Reggie Miller. I liked the broadcast last night. Stan was on it.
You critiquing the broadcast is a new angle for you.
No, I always do it.
Monte.
Oh, I love broadcast. It's important to me. But if it's a bad broadcaster, it ruins the game. You need broadcasters with passion, enthusiasm, enlightening us.
Can I be honest? In my now dad mode, I watch a lot of games on mute to keep the baby quiet.
Oh, well, you're in that mode right now.
Because at 8 o'clock, it's fourth quarter.
I get it.
I'm feeding him. I'm watching on silent. She's like, don't get up. I'm like, yes,
I'm such a geek when it comes to the broadcast. If Anna's like, turn the TV down, I will watch the game on my phone and put my AirPods in because I need the broadcast. I need the ambient sound. I need to feel like I'm in the game.
We need to drop.
I'm EA Sports. I'm in the game. All right? So, the Van Gundys. John Muir. John Muir Elementary School right there on
As in Muir Woods?
Yeah, as in Muir Woods.
Oh,
John Muir. Well, I think of John Muir. I think of John Muir Elementary School right there on Page and Webster. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Of course, Joe DiMaggio. And it's part of the largest bocce federation and facility in the USA.
Bocce
ball. Huge in Martinez.
I've never played bocce ball.
Now, these fun facts are from my boy Joey, who was here earlier.
Yeah, Joey.
With us with the Patrick Willis jersey on. So Joey hooked me up with all these fun facts. Here's another one. They had a big scandal out here.
Whoa.
DC Solar, $1 billion criminal fraud scheme, Ponzi scheme by former residents Karpoffs. They scammed Warren Buffett amongst other investors. It was a huge scandal right here in Martinez. How about this one, Shasky? Stanford University. We all know it's in beautiful Palo Alto. We love going down to Palo Alto. It's beautiful. You can taste the air. You can eat the air. Feels good. What a time for college students out there. Now, we like Cal Berkeley. I get it. Don't be looking at me.
Joe was at my high school graduation.
Joe DiMaggio was at your high school graduation.
I went to high school with his granddaughter for 4 years.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. There you go. There's a random fact there.
I mean, that's incredible. You brought more to the show today than Sam.
Has in the last year. No, I'm kidding. I couldn't help it. It was low-hanging fruit. Stanford University, Shasky, was going to build a university in Martinez.
Really?
But they didn't think there was enough land. And with that, Shell Oil started with that land. The Shell Oil refinery started with that land. But Stafford was going to be in Martinez. Can you imagine that? Stafford University, 10 minutes away from Cal Berkeley?
Yeah, that would have been different.
It would have been a little weird.
Yeah,
it would have been a little weird.
Yeah.
So, that's some fun facts. Animals, creek beavers.
Oh.
They made a home here a decade ago when nothing else is going on.
Yeah.
Mysterious, mythological.
As we talk love advice with Bonte, Creek Beavers.
Creek Beavers, and then they got a.k.a. the Creek Monkey. So those are just some fun facts with Martinez. There you go. The more you know.
The more I know.
Stafford University. Bye-bye, Mama.
Bye.
See you later. Great to feel your presence here as we're in Martinez here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. All right, we got Draymond Green, 888-957-9570. Roasters, Warrior Fits. Now's your time to call in. What do you make of Draymond Green? Saying some of the things he said yesterday on the Big Pot with Shaquille O'Neal. Starting with Spinoni, go ahead and get it ready. I want to play Draymond Green, the cut where he says, hey, I'm fine with losing for the last 5 years.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there is something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to state another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
What do you make of that, Joseph Shasky, the third? What do you make of that? Because I understand what he's trying to say. He said, I want to stick
What is he trying to say?
He's trying to stick through thick and thin with this organization that's done so well by him.
Yeah, but you can't say that I'm going to stick here through thick and thin, and then every game Curry doesn't suit up, you're actively trying to get kicked out of. Yeah. Like those, let's just call it what it is. Yeah. We're afraid to tap dance around the reality that when Steph doesn't suit up, that Draymond is dying to get thrown out of a game. Like and him saying, I want to be here through thick and thin. But when push has come to shove, you quit on a season when he wasn't there. And time again, your ejections coincide with either the team losing and you're not front running, or one of the hot players, best players in the team, being out. Like, his words just don't jive with his actions.
Well, what I want to focus on is the last 5 years. Let's say the last 5 years. Are Warrior fans fine with losing the last 5 years? Are we fine? Is Joe Lacob fine with possibly losing the next 5 years if things are like? I get the Western Conference is loaded. We're watching the Western Conference Finals right now with Minnesota and Dallas, and you see all these teams, up and coming teams. But yeah, sure, you could be competitive. But first of all, Draymond signed for the next 3 years, not the 5 years. So a contract extension would have to happen there. But the next 5 years, and I understand what Draymond's trying to say, I just don't agree with it. I just don't agree with it. And I don't think anybody would be fine saying, we gave it the old rally cry.
I totally agree.
And we tried hard, and we're losing for the next 5 years. That's how people lose jobs. That's how people get fired. That's how people lose money. That's how season tickets start to dwindle. That's how fans start saying, you know what, maybe I'm going to pass on this Warriors game.
In the regular season, they've won slightly more than they've lost. Have people been happy?
No.
Players?
No.
Coaches?
No.
Front office?
No.
And then the fans?
No.
So you're telling me lose more than what you're currently doing, and we're going to be happier and satisfied? No. You're right. I don't see how that. I don't see how any of that happens.
I don't agree with that. So 888-957-9570 Warrior fans, and you could just be basketball fans. What do you make of those statements? How did you compute those statements? 888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green and what he just said there. Also, the whole coaching aspect. Coach Dre, well, let's hear the cut where Draymond talks about Joe Lacob coming to him saying, hey, I think you may be a good coach one day.
With the conversations that I've had with Joe Lacob over the years and him saying to me, like, yo, when you're done, I can see you one day coaching this team when Steve's done. Like, I can see you working with this team. Like, I would love to see that. That means the world to me, because that means the man that owned the organization that I play for is watching me play basketball and saying, this guy can one day coach my team.
So I actually think he would make a great coach. Now, would he have to change things up? Would he have to mature in terms of how he communicates with players, other people in the organization? Yes, a lot of things would have to change for Draymond Green. But once you take the uniform off and you evolve into the coaching hat, I actually think if we're talking X's and O's, if we're talking lineups, if we're talking feel for the game, if we're talking in-game strategy changes, if we're talking inbound possessions, communicating, he does have a lot of strengths that could work as a coach. Now, does he have some things that would work against him? Absolutely. Like, he's hot-headed. It's just who he is. I do believe he could actually be a great coach, but he would have to adjust some of the ways he goes about things, and I will grant him enough grace that I think once he takes the uniform off, you will see a different version of Draymond if he chooses to coach. I think he'd be a great coach.
That'd be interesting. What do your fans make of all this?
Do you think he'd be a great coach?
He has the ability to do whatever, to be great at whatever he wants to do. Like, he's turned his podcast into a great podcast. He wins awards for his podcast all the time. You may not like it. People may not like it. But a lot of people listen. A lot of people listen. Like his podcast has won awards. It has set the template. Dre has been great at everything he's done. He's won everywhere he's been. Michigan State, they went to Final Fours. They won Big Tens. You know what I'm saying? He's been an All-American. He's been in DPOY. There's no doubt that if he wanted to coach, he could be a very good coach, because when he's on that TNT set, inside the NBA, I know a lot of people are throwing their arms up in the air. It's like, damn, why is Draymond out here? But when he breaks down the segments, and like yesterday in the pregame, he was talking about Anthony Edwards and how Aaron Gordon was defending Anthony Edwards and how to make life difficult for him because you need heels on the three-point line. You have to guard him from the three-point line out. And I was like, wow, okay. And then he talked about Kyrie and the same thing, basically. He can teach the game at a very high level. He can do that. There's no doubt about it. So could he be a good coach? Absolutely. But how does his playing career end with the Golden State Warriors?
Well, that I agree
and then how's that transition
I
now? Mike Dunleavy's a GM right now. But he's been away from the team for a long, long time. So a lot of those memories of Mike Dunleavy when he played, we've kind of swept that under the rug because of the championships. And there's been a lot of time since he wore that Warriors uniform.
I agree.
And then you talk about the draft picks you just made, where you get a first-team all-rookie and a guy who barely missed the second team. So far, Dunleavy's cool. But if you did it right away, say Draymond retired, and he's coaching right away like Jason Kidd did, I don't know what that would look like. I don't know.
Well, I would say this. There is a credibility factor in the NBA, maybe more so than any other sport, where if you didn't play in the NBA, you better be outstanding, and you better have people supporting you up top. And I do believe once he's like, if as a coach he stepped into that situation, he would command respect.
Yep.
There would be credibility, right? Like just right off the rip.
Absolutely.
And I think when I think of a lot of these situations that don't work, players just tuning out coaches because they don't think they're credible happens a lot.
Well, when you get a player with rings, you get a player who defended at a high level, you do get credibility. This is why Jason Kidd has the credibility with the Dallas Mavericks. Look at Kyrie Irving and how much he respects Jason Kidd. He's matured so much as a leader for that team. It is. I'm so blown away with Kyrie Irving right now. Carl Anthony Edwards, other Chris Finch. Guys respect, certain guys just commanded respect in the locker room, and I do think Draymond Green would command that respect. But are we misunderstanding his words?
Well,
are we misunderstanding what he's trying to say? 888-957-9570.
I know you want to go out to the lines. Could you interpret him saying, I'll stay here through thick and thin, as a dig at guys like LeBron and KD who have bounced around?
No, I didn't look that too deep. I didn't look too deeply into that. It could be, but it's funny. By the way, Kevin Durant, they were showing me, but Draymond and the KD, when he's talking to KD, and he goes, "Boy, he was doing a lot of winning in. We was gaming him up." Draymond slipped that in on this side. The NBA, I was like, man, he just can't help himself. But I do understand about being part of something, building it, and rolling with it until the wheels fall off. I do understand that. You want to see it through.
But your actions have to, if that's how your setting's going to be, then you can't get chucked out of games when Steph is inactive.
But we all understand that. I think he understands that because it's cost the team a playoff spot. But think about it. We built overtime, the pre and post game show here at 95.7 The Game. We're the first to do it. To this day, whoever hosted, whether it's Sterling Bennett, whether it's Mark Grandy, whether it's Evan Giddings, I listen because I want to make sure that that baby is not wrecked. I want to make sure that we left it in a great place and it's continuing to roll along and get the ratings that we did on that show. So I understand Draymond Green said, hey, Steph, Clay, and I, we helped build this thing. I want to see it through, so when I do leave, we're still in a great place, being a championship contender. Maybe we're just misunderstanding his words. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to the lines. Let's go to John in Benicia. John, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. What up, John?
What's up, John?
Hey, you know what? I really wish I could be down there with you guys, but I actually have to do some work today. But I think we're not hearing Draymond correctly. I mean, I think what he's saying is that I don't want to go somewhere just for the money and struggle somewhere else. If I'm going to potentially struggle anywhere, I want it to be with my guys. He's not saying that they're going to struggle for 5 years. Right. He's just saying that he's going to be in a position, he wants it to be where he is now. And as far as him being a coach, I think what he needs to do after he leaves the floor is go into the studio for a couple of years, because who's the hottest name in the coaching ranks right now? It's J.J. Redick.
Yep.
Follow his lead, or I think he would be great as an assistant coach and then take on the lead.
Interesting. That's an interesting point. And maybe he just wants to do the TV thing. Maybe Draymond will say, you know what, I don't want to travel city to city, day to day, construct practices, diagram plays. It's an honor. It's flattering. I think I can do it for sure. He played for Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo believes he can do it. No doubt about that. But maybe he wants to do the studio life. Maybe he wants to just break the game down and try to educate people with that. But maybe we are misunderstanding what he's saying here. 888-957-9570. Now, was that Spinoni?
Oh, sorry. I was talking in your ear there. I know it's hard to line them out. But Tom Izzo joined, I believe, Willard and Dibbs yesterday and talked about it, Draymond potentially being a head coach. You guys want to hear about it?
I do want to hear it.
Here you go.
You might not believe this, but there was a couple times that we're playing in the NCAA tournament, and Draymond would be calling my guy, Austin Thornton, who he played with in college, telling him what to tell me to do on a pick and roll or ball screens and all that during the game. I mean, Draymond is a passionate human being. In every way, shape, or form, I think he'd be a phenomenal coach. He's got an incredible basketball IQ, incredible. He's passionate. He is demanding. I think in every way, he'd be good. He'd make adjustments. He'd do all those things. Where I think he'd have the problem is the same place Magic Johnson had a problem when he went with the Lakers, is I think it would be hard for him to watch other guys not do the things that he would do, and maybe he couldn't get that through. Now, maybe he would get that through, but it's just not as easy as you think when you coach.
You know, Larry Bird had that same problem. He was talking about when he coached, he couldn't understand why the marginal players wouldn't try as hard, or even his star players try as hard as he did, and do certain things that he did. And he said it was very, very difficult for me to understand everyone. And there's a level, and I say this all the time, there's a level of acceptance you have to have as a coach that you can't micromanage every little tiny thing. And sometimes you have to allow for failures. I know that sounds
But you
crazy.
know what, though? Draymond,
that sounds crazy.
But you know what, Draymond, he wasn't drafted as a superstar. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different when I think about Draymond Green. He was a second-round pick. 35 players are drafted ahead of him.
Well, let's look at his own teammates. Does he relate to Kuminga?
I think he does.
Does he?
I think he does. I think he started
Moody?
to. Absolutely. Moody loves Draymond.
James Wiseman?
Moody loves Draymond. I've heard stories about Draymond letting Moody use his house in Cabo and all that stuff. Moody loves Draymond Green. Somebody's player pod speaks highly of Draymond Green. So Draymond, although he talks like one of the 5 best players in the league, he was initially a role player, a glue guy, a guy who had to find his way in the NBA, not by scoring, but by scrapping, by defending, by rebounding, by being an undersized big who had to guard centers and guard fives and kind of overachieve. Like, as much as Draymond Green has driven us crazy over the last 2 years.
He's clearly overachieved.
He is overachieved over the course of his career. So I see like a Steve Kerr type, where Steve Kerr was a role player. Sure, he was a star in Arizona, but when he got to the league, he was a backup.
Yeah, but there are plenty of role players that make crap coaches.
There's plenty of star players that make crap coaches.
Well, no, there's very few star players
that make bad executives.
Yeah.
But I think Draymond Green, the way he talks the game and the way he sees the game, I think he could coach in today's NBA. There's no doubt.
I think what I'm getting at is like when I watch Jason Kidd, for example, there is a level of I have to trust the guys on the floor.
No doubt.
To kind of freelance enough. I can't micromanage. And there's one area of Draymond's where, like Kyle Shanahan, he's a micromanager.
He is.
And I do believe he's a perfectionist. And so that's a good quality. These are not bad qualities.
I don't see him coaching, first of all. I don't think he's going to coach, but I think he will be able to rein it in. And it's all about
evolve.
And it's about the assistants you empower, too. Your coaching staff is huge at that point. What Steve Kerr did is we talked about the 10-year anniversary of Steve Kerr. What did he do right away? He built a staff around him to help him in some of his shortcomings. Okay, maybe I don't understand all the defensive principles. Well, let me go hire Ron Adam, who's been part of this league for over 20 years. Offensively, I want to be innovative. Well, let me go get my boy Alvin Gentry, who I worked with in Phoenix. He understands offensive basketball. And then let me go get a young up-and-comer like Luke Walton, who's still an assistant. I wonder if he's going to be retained by Cleveland. He was part of that staff with J.B. Bickerstaff, who just got fired today in Cleveland, Ohio. Kenny Atkinson is on the short list for the Cleveland Cavaliers. So it's about your staff, too, who you build around you to help you with some of those things in terms of micromanaging or trusting players or allowing a player to freelance.
What about the relationship with the owner? How many owners will work with the Draymond?
Well, it sounds like Joe Lacob would. Sounds like Joe Lacob would.
But they have a long standing working relationship.
They have a long history, and that word gets around. I think so. I think Draymond understands the corporate world. He understands ownership. Hell, he was talking about Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA. He was talking to him during the suspension. So I think Dre. If Dre decided to coach, like, did you think Ty Lue would ever be a coach and a good coach?
It's time for you to do the legal.
A lot of guys shock me who are coaches and are good and bad coaches.
We just never know. You know why? Because it's about the players you have on the court. So if Draymond has a bunch of marginal players, well, guess what? He's going to lose. Because you can't win in this league without superstars.
Well, I think the one defining trait of a lot of great coaches is they're very methodical in how they operate, and they will allow something to happen for a greater goal down the line. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot that goes into it.
Well, there is a lot that goes into it, but we at the end of the day, you need players. Jason Kidd has been fired. Jason Kidd got fired from Brooklyn, right? Got fired from Brooklyn. Team failed. Got fired. Goes to L.A. He's an assistant. Takes the Dallas Mavericks job. They're not winning, but guess what? They go get another superstar player with Kyrie Irving. So you need the players. If Draymond doesn't have the players, nobody's going to be a good.
That's obvious.
Ty Lue can't get out the first round because Kawhi Leonard can't stay on the floor. So first of all, if you're going to coach in this league, you better have some stars.
Well, that's like baseline. I agree with you there. That's baseline. But I do believe there are guys, Spoelstra, Thibodeau have kind of proven it. They can elevate players. Very few coaches can, and I feel like those two have that equity.
888-957-9570. Talking a little Draymond Green here as we're live at the Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. Come on by. We got about an hour left for the program, 9:06. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game. I don't hear much because everybody's eating. Everybody's crushing the food right now. It is on fire.
Except Matt Nahigian.
Yeah, Matt Nahigian's still on that soda diet. I'm not mad at him. He looks good right now. You know who looked good? His son Huddy hitting that ball the other day.
I see.
Wow.
He runs like his dad.
He didn't dive like Luis Matos last night, but he didn't walk into second base.
Huddy was crushing the ball.
Very impressive.
Crushing the ball.
Now we got to get Boston to crush the ball like that, too.
He's hitting better than Jorge Soler right now.
He is hitting. Well, so here's Jorge Soler, 3 RBIs yesterday, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Before we get back to the Giants, I do want to ask about the Western Conference Finals because we saw Minnesota lose game 1 at home. And the rhetoric, Spinoza, you could jump in on this. The rhetoric coming out of the Minnesota locker room last night. Karl-Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards kind of referring to themselves as being tired coming off that game 7 win against the Denver Nuggets. Well, Dallas played Saturday against OKC in a wire-to-wire game. They had one extra day of rest, and they had to travel to Minnesota. They had to travel to Minnesota from Dallas. Now, what is the flight, 2-3 hours? I have no idea. You're not going cross country, but you still got to get on the plane, get on the tarmac, pack your luggage, get in the air, land, get out the plane, get your luggage, check into the hotel room. And Minnesota loses, and they basically were like, yeah, we're kind of tired. I think Anthony Edwards poked the bear. And Barkley asked Kyrie Irving about it last night. He's like, were you watching Anthony Edwards? with their family, eating dinner, and then they're saying, yeah, I got Kyrie. Because Kyrie seemed to take it personal yesterday, scored 24 points in the first half.
I think the one thing about the Kyrie and Dallas experience, that whole team has been understated in the media.
Yep.
Have you heard anything?
Nothing.
And considering everything that happened in Brooklyn with the Nets, Kyrie, he's been awfully quiet on the Western Front, as we like to say.
Yeah.
Last night he was spectacular. I mean, when him and Luka go for 30 each, they feel unbeatable.
They have the two best players in this series. Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic.
I think they're the two best players left.
And they may win the championship.
Am I wrong?
No. And that's the problem with this great defense Minnesota has. And now I see some of the YouTube comments about the altitude of Denver. That's a fair point. You play 4 games in Denver. It does take a lot out of you. You go to Game 7. That is something. But it's the Western Conference Finals. And Charles Barkley and company are like, dude, you can't use that as an excuse.
No.
It's the Western Conference Finals, and you're at home with your home crowd that is rocking and rolling before the start of the game.
Anthony Edwards also 22, Bonte, not to cut you off.
Yeah,
so it's not like he's like 36 or 7. He's LeBron James and Stephen Curry.
What's Kyrie, 31 now?
31. And Kyrie was so impressive. Kyrie was so impressive in that post-game interview with Inside the NBA. The maturity, the way he's talking the game, the way Jason Kidd has empowered him. He was cooking. So with all that said, with Luka and Kyrie, the luxury of Dallas, knowing that Luka and Kyrie can get any shot that they want at any given time is going to cause the Minnesota team a plethora of problems. And what do you do with Rudy Gobert? You're not going to bench him, but he's going to play the drop-dead coverage on Luka and Kyrie? Well, you got no shot because Dallas didn't even shoot the ball well last night.
I keep coming back to this conversation, and it's not just you and me. I've seen a lot of people have it. Dame Lillard, Kyrie. Like, Dame Lillard is the second best point guard of this era. No. And I don't think Kyrie is necessarily as traditional a point guard. Neither is Steph Curry. Okay, if we're being honest. But boy, I'm coming back to you like now. If he goes to another finals with this team, how can anyone say that Dame is better than Kyrie?
It's not even close. Well, number one,
I know we fell out of favor with Kyrie, but when you watch, like, Kyrie he's one of the great assassins in the history of the NBA.
I mean, first of all, he's an NBA champion.
Yes,
he's trying to get the other championship. And what Kyrie did, he touched about it on Inside the NBA. He said last year he just watched the playoffs as they were sitting at home. I remember him going to some playoff games.
Yes.
I think he was in Game 7 in Sacramento. He went to a lot of Laker games, watching courtside, taking notes, mental notes. There's no doubt. If I had a game to win, I'm taking Kyrie over Dame Dollar.
And I'm not slandering Dame.
All day long. And it's not even close.
I'm doing like a pecking
order.
Killing
Kyrie is a problem.
He's the second best point guard of this era. I mean, of the Curry run. Would you agree?
He may be the best ball handler in NBA history.
What about the finishing around the rim for a guy under 6'3"?
The finishing around the rim. The alley-oop he threw to Gafford yesterday. High, rainbow. The shots with the lefty floater, the righty floater. He talked about the lefty floater yesterday that he hit over Jokic in the regular season. He said, I've been working on that since I was 12 years old. So he's in such a good place right now that I don't think Minnesota has any answers for Kyrie and Luka. I mean, no team does, right? But they're the two best players on the floor, and they can get any shot that they want. So what do? Do you blitz them on a pick and roll? Well, that leaves P.J. Washington wide open in the corner. That leaves Derek Lively second open on the roll to the basket, or Gafford on the roll to the basket. Minnesota could be in some serious trouble here unless they utilize. I think this has to be a Karl-Anthony Towns series where he gets his big butt on the block and gets some easy baskets around the paint because they got dominated when it came to points in the paint yesterday.
When I hear every single team in the league for the most part complain about the length of the season, how difficult the playoffs are, it makes me appreciate what the Warriors have done that much more.
Yeah, no doubt. 6 finals appearances. All right, we got a break here.
Make sure you don't miss that break.
All right, we're breaking right now as we're live here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. We're going to wrap this show up, eat some more breakfast. Oh, man, I'm so full right now. I am way too full. More coming up on the roast before we give way to Steiny and Evan. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose?
Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. Goes back.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Hey,
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I saw you waving. This isn't basketball, but SI baseball put up 7 runs in the second inning yesterday in the CCS playoffs, and they won the game 10-0 against Carmel. They're going to fight for the CCS Division I title on Saturday. In their 2 CCS playoff games, they haven't allowed a run.
Wow. With that said, shout out to Lowell High School.
Yes.
They just won their 9th baseball championship, San Francisco Section Baseball Championship in 10 years at Oracle Park the hard way. They beat Lincoln 3-0. My boys at Lincoln, Rudy, I love the whole family up there. They coach Lincoln. They come up short at Oracle Park. Lowell wins again. 9 in 10 years. God, somebody's got to beat Lowell. Now, I love Lowell. A lot of good friends up there. Coach Simeon and company, he's up there. The uncle of course, Marcus Simeon now plays for the Texas Rangers. Below, they've won 9 in 10 years section championship.
And I want to give some love to the Lincoln coaching staff. They coach a lot in SFYBL, Vlad and those boys.
You know Big Rudy?
Oh, yeah, I know the whole
Big
team.
Rudy.
They're all really good guys that really do give back to the community. I believe they're coaching the 14U SF All-Stars this year. So great program they got going over at Lincoln. Hey, AAA, baseball's thriving right now.
Lowell went 21-5-1 this year.
Yeah.
Coach Donahue laid the blueprint out for Simeon and company.
21-5-2.
They outscored their opponents this year in the AAA 205-6.
Wow.
205-6.
Wow.
Now, Lincoln, give them credit for getting to the championship. They started the season 0-8.
Yeah.
They won 15-19
Wow.
going into the championship game, so they got hot. So a nice season for Lincoln. Nothing to be ashamed of. Lincoln coach James Burke.
No.
Of course, we know Burke. They hadn't been to that game since 2005. But they both, the JV and the varsity program, made the title game. So Lincoln came up short, but a great season for them.
Yeah.
Lowell will move on to the I think they still do the Trans-Bay Series with the winner of the Oakland Athletics League.
Cool.
It is so cool. They used to do it for so many years.
So cool.
Skyline used to be a powerhouse for so many years out there. So baseball season in full effect. So we got shout-outs for softball tomorrow. We'll do shout-outs tomorrow on a Friday here on the morning. Is it a payday Friday, by the way? Or did we get paid last week?
Lubman, I thought I told you to put some sort of a shout-out into the rundown because now I can't remember it.
Uh-oh. We'll check your text.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look at it.
Do we have a text here for, maybe Lubman. Maybe Lubman here. Now, you heard Draymond Green in Minnesota, and they were booing him, and it was pretty ironic that he's in Minnesota with all the back and forth about Rudy Gobert, and, of course, what happened with Rudy Gobert earlier this season where he basically had to sleeper hold on Rudy Gobert for about 9 seconds. And there's, Draymond Green did say yesterday that, look, he deserved his 4th DPOY. He'll give him credit for that, and it's probably getting him to the Hall of Fame. But there's no doubt. When there was an opportunity yesterday and inside the NBA to talk about Rudy Gobert, Kenny Smith even alluded to, he goes, this guy, man, this guy. Because he's like, the drop coverage, Rudy Gobert. But if you do play drop coverage against Luka and Kyrie, you're basically going to drop dead and be done. And your season's going to be over in a heartbeat here. So, Draymond Green making the rounds, 888-957-9570. What are your thoughts on him? Coaching, being 5 and losing the last 5 years with the Warriors if it came down to that?
Do you think Steph Curry likes how much Draymond's been talking this offseason?
I don't know. Maybe they know this is Draymond Green. I do find it ironic. And look, I'm not here to say shut up and play, shut up and dribble. But there is a lot of talking for a guy who has caused a lot of disruption the last 2 years. Now, I get it. He's played some really good basketball on the court, and it's hard to focus on that because of everything that's happened, the ejections, the suspensions, the Jordan Poole situation, everything that happened with that. There's a lot going on here with Draymond Green. I get it. He's a valuable member to go to State Warriors, but sometimes less is more. And right now, after the season they just had and not making the playoffs, getting blown out against Sacramento, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Personally, I think he needs to pick and choose his spots a little better. You can't be on everything. Like, we talk about this all the time, you and I, when it comes to, like, we can't put out videos and Instagrams and YouTubes and be on radio and do this and that. Like, less sometimes is more. Now, I'm not saying that you can't do all of these things, but when you're oversaturating the market with your opinions on every single platform, you are diluting your own product. Where can I find Charles Barkley?
He's now on Instagram, I believe.
On Inside the NBA.
Inside the NBA. He's on Instagram. He also does a lot of interviews, though, quietly. Barkley's all over the place.
Pat McAfee. I feel like we're getting to the saturation point where it's a little too much for some people. You're on everything.
I felt like that 6 months ago with Pat McAfee.
No, I'm with you.
He's in WWE, college football game day, NFL, but I was like, dude, enough is enough.
Well, that's kind of where
blah.
I'm going. Stephen A. Smith. Is he oversaturated?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Okay.
No doubt.
Now, I'm not saying Draymond is on that level. I'm just saying, like, as a consumer, there's only so much you could take from any individual. I don't want to see, I'm not a Tom Cruise guy, but I don't want to see a Tom Cruise movie every single week. You know, and you see Marvel did this with their own product. They put out Marvel way too fast, and my desire wasn't enough to fulfill the amount of content they put out there. I'm not saying he's there currently, but if you're going to podcast and you're going to do TV and you're going to be talking on other people's podcasts, at some point, the content you're creating is going to fall on deaf ears.
Well, he is creating content, and we're definitely talking about it. And he said a million things over the last 24 hours, like, whoa,
what's the most
going
powerful
on?
For you?
Well, the 5-year thing, definitely, and I'm trying to understand. I understand where he's coming from. I just don't think anybody – I don't think Draymond Green would be fine losing the last 5 years of his career. Think about that. Your first decade in the NBA. Rookie year, you guys go to the playoffs, you lose to San Antonio. Second year, you lose in the first round to the Clippers. And then it's finals appearance. You go to 5 straight NBA finals. 5 straight NBA finals. Then you take a step back, and that year you basically admitted that, it was hard to play hard because we weren't winning. That was the first year in his career where they didn't win. Then the second year, they don't win in the play-in. And then that year, the next year, they win the championship. I have a hard time believing that Draymond would be fine. And I understand what he's trying to say. I want to ride with this organization that's done well by me and my family. I understand that 100%. You want to ride with the ship. You want to ride with it. But at the same time, I don't think anybody is fine if you did play hard with losing the last 5 years, because it is a bottom line business at the end of the day. You get judged by wins, you get judged by losses. And Warrior fans, after what happened this past season and missing the playoffs, that would be 6 straight years of being fine without making the playoffs. I just don't think he would be fine. I don't think anybody in that organization would be fine by spending the money that they spend on this team and this roster and all the fan base and the money they spend on the tickets. I don't think anybody will be fine with losing the last 5 years.
If I told you I want to stay together with you, Monte, on this radio show, and I don't care if we lose for the next 5 years.
Yeah, I would be thinking about alternative plans. That would be me. I'd be like, well, I need to win. I need to be competitive. What are we doing this show for?
Yeah, I agree.
We're just melting it in.
I need a show for me.
We're just punching the clock. Then I can't do that. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Because you're competitive.
Absolutely.
How would Draymond react to one of his own teammates admitting what they said out loud?
I don't think he would react well.
Like if Clay said to him, if Clay said the same thing Draymond said, how does Draymond react?
I don't think he would. I don't think anybody would like that. That's the thing. We know Draymond's a competitor. That's the problem. We know he's a competitor at the highest level. I don't think he'd be good with losing the last 5 years.
You know, as much smack as he's talked about Rudy Gobert, he better come out and beat Rudy Gobert next year. And I'm not mean fight him on the court or anything. I'm talking about, you better play well against him. Because Gobert's taken our lunch money the last couple of years.
Well, Gobert, he gets put in the drop dead coverage against Stephen Curry. He gets played off the floor. The problem with the T-Wolves and the Warriors.
Didn't they go 3-1 against us?
Yeah, but it wasn't because of Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert, I think, missed the last game, too. It's because of Nas Reed and Anthony Edwards and Jaden McDaniels. Rudy Gobert, I think, when Rudy Gobert is on the court against the Golden State Warriors, it helps the Warriors. Because just put them in high ball screens, come guard Steph on the perimeter. Come have this dance. Rudy Gobert can't dance. Not on the three-point line. This ain't the paint.
Who's the better player right now?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Depends what your team needs.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert, he played well in Game 7, and then he gave him a lot of points. Who's more impactful, I guess, is the better question. And Draymond at times has more impact than Rudy Gobert. At times, Rudy Gobert has more impact than Draymond Green. But Draymond Green is a more impactful player, in my opinion, than Rudy Gobert.
You mean more impactful on the Warriors than Gobert is impactful on the Minnesota?
Period. That you could say that.
Okay.
I could just say period. Because Rudy Gobert can't get played off the floor. That drop-dead coverage is going to get Minnesota bouncing these playoffs. What do you do, Rudy? He's an enigma. You can't pass the ball.
But then like Draymond gets, basically X and O's off the floor offensively when it's 4-on-5 basketball.
It is 4-on-5 basketball. That's why we always say Draymond shoot the damn ball.
Yeah, I know.
Because you're shooting 38% from 3 last year, although he only took 2.5 attempts.
I just wish he would just let Rudy Gobert let that go.
And considering the money, if we want to talk dollars and cents, Rudy Gobert, he's got a max contract?
40-something million.
I mean, you kidding me? Would you rather have Rudy Gobert at 40-something million? Or would you rather have Draymond Green at 23-25 million?
Well, yeah, I'd rather have Draymond Green.
Exactly. So I think you answered your question.
Well, when it comes to that, I'm just asking how would the league view them. I don't know.
It's interesting. Well, we got the players' vote. We know how the players feel about Rudy Gobert. They voted him as the most overrated player. He made $41 million.
What'd I say? 45?
43, 43-8, 43-8, 43-8. You can't pass the ball to him offensively because he has worse hands than you, Shasky. It's like he has butter on his hands. Did Rudy Gobert dip his hands into the butter here at Copper Skillet Courtyard? Is that what he does before every game here? Let me just dip my hands in butter because I'm not going to be able to get any entry pass. You can barely catch alley-oops for crying out loud. Yeah, Kyle Williams, why you got to do that, Jesse? Why, Jesse Moore, get out of here, Jesse.
Let me ask you this. As we transition here, the Blake Snell contract, it feels bad right now. Now, it's not a 5-year deal. It's not the Rodon year where he misses the whole year for the Yankees. I got Matt Morris vibes, though, going on into it. You remember Matt Morris?
St. Louis Cardinal.
Signed with the Giants?
Yeah, I remember.
And it was a complete disaster?
It was a complete disaster.
Now, I'm not saying we're there yet, but, boy, this is not good.
I don't think it's that bad.
Bonte, he has an 11 ERA.
I know what the numbers
15
are.
innings pitched with 19 runs given up.
I know what the numbers are, but look, the Giants have money to burn. And it's essentially a 1-year deal. Like, they have money to burn. Somebody had to take the money. Somebody had to take the damn money. And everybody cried. Everybody cried about getting Blake Snell. Blake Snell. Well, now you got him. And you had to understand that when you did sign him, I understood. I took a step back. It's like, whoa, there's going to be a transition period here because he didn't have spring training. He wasn't able to ramp up. This is his ramping up period. He's ramping up in real life games, and he's getting lit up. All right? But we kind of knew that was going to happen. I mean, not this bad, but you kind of knew that there may be some struggles early on because he hasn't been able to ramp up. He hasn't been able to pitch deep in the game. So I'm not going to freak out about Blake Snell, especially after the win of the year. After the win of the year, Blake Snell is 5th on my list. Yes, it's a concern. He didn't make it through the 4th inning. He threw a bunch of pitches. He walked 4 guys. He hasn't fouled it yet. He has a blister in his foot. He said that bothered him. Whatever. How do you pitch against the Phillies? How do you pitch against the Yankees? How do you pitch against the Diamondbacks and the Rangers coming up here over your next 4 starts? Focus on that.
And now he's on paternity leave.
Huh?
Now he's on paternity leave. Is that true?
Yeah, he's on paternity leave.
Wow.
So he may miss that Philly start.
Oh, my
Will he?
Now we're down to 19 starts left.
Well, he wasn't going to pitch in the Mets series. So maybe he comes back to the West Coast. He stays out here on the West Coast.
Oh, my God.
Spends a couple days.
Oh, my God.
By the way, you know what? Forget the oh, my God. Congratulations, Blake Snell.
Well, yes, of
Got
course.
a kid in the world. Hey.
Of course.
You're a father now, Blake Snell. But maybe that was on his mind last night. Maybe that was on his mind. Maybe it impacted his performance. Got your wife. He's got a baby. What is it, a baby girl, baby boy? Find out, I love it. But whatever. Maybe he's on the mound thinking about, boy, I hope the pregnancy's going well. Boy, is the baby out the oven yet? That's a possibility. Human nature. These guys are humans. They're not robots.
I think the lesson learned in all of this for Scott Boras, for the Giants, for the players is you can't wait till a week before the season starts to sign somebody who's a pitcher. You just can't do it. Unless your name's Roger Clemens, most guys aren't going to be able, with very little ramp up, to be ready to go to fill the contract out. When I'm paying you $33 million, it's for 33 starts.
Yeah.
And now we're down to 19, 20 starts. It's just, look, I hear you. I sound like a bugaboo because it is a great win last night, but they're going to have to
baby hasn't been born yet, so maybe he was thinking about that. It's like, damn, where's this sucker at? I got to make a start. We got to get that. So,
kind of like us on Friday when we're looking to the
clock. I got to get out of here for this extended weekend.
Well, no, that's Shasky always
That's
looking at
usually
the
when I
clock.
do my best work.
No, that's when Shasky gets the ADD at the 9 o'clock hour saying, I'm going to the river, stuff to focus.
Like Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm better in the 2-minute drill than I am
not.
with the Kyle scripted plays.
Our 9 o'clock hours are awful. Listen, I'm kidding. No, you got to finish. See, this is why I'm well-rounded. I play till the final whistle, no matter what. I'm not looking ahead. I'm looking at what's the present moment right now. We got to show the finish. It's 9:33. We got to get this thing to 9:55. I'm not thinking about the drive home from Pleasant Hill.
When you look at what Luis Matos has done for this organization in the last 2 weeks, it's been one of the more impactful jolts I can remember with the Giants since what? For a rookie everyday player. Since Duffy? Was Bailey this impactful last year?
I don't know. It's only been a
week.
week.
I'm talking about the feel.
It's only been a week.
The vibe with the people.
Pablo was really good.
Duffy was the last one.
The last one. I guess Matt Duffy. Matt Duffy
was really good his rookie year.
I thought he really good. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, I mean.
Lubman wants to get in.
Yeah, no, Duffy definitely resonated with the fans a lot.
Who am I omitting?
Well, they loved.
I mean, no, Bailey was good because I felt Bailey was
let's be
the first
real.
one
When it came to Matt Duffy, the fans loved this fat ass cat skier.
No, he batted like 300 that year.
No, I understand what Duffy did. No, I know what Duffy did. I understand what Duffy did.
I agree. He was
his cat was more polarizing than anything he did on the field.
Duffy was good. I mean, he was the guy who made people hesitate before voting Chris Bryant Rookie of the Year. But really, this seems like the most impactful rookie since I think I go back to 2010 when Buster showed up and just how things turned around.
I don't know if I'm ready to do that.
Well, okay,
it's 2 weeks.
I don't know if I want to put Matos on that level, but you talk about.
Yeah, let's not do that.
I don't know if I put him at Buster's level.
Crazy.
Okay, I don't know if I put him at Buster's level.
I mean, they traded away Benji Molina to play the young man. And Benji was one of the best players on the team.
Remember what Buster did in the month of July that rookie year? He batted over like 400.
Yeah, he was
like no joke. It was absurd.
I get what you're saying.
I don't know if I put him on the same level as Bailey yet. I don't know. Maybe him and what Bailey did last year. I think that's a good
catchers aren't that sexy typically. Seeing a center fielder run around, dive headfirst into a base, hit the way that he's hit, the big home run against the Dodgers, like there's a lot to really like about what you've seen from Matos early on.
I mean, just that spark plug, that energy, that swagger.
Yes.
I remember we talked to him after the game last Friday night after they beat the Reds, and he's doing his post-game interview. The dude has a swagger.
How tall is he?
He's about 6 feet-ish.
Okay. And he's gotten a lot thicker.
And the hair adds a little bit of inches onto him, too.
And he's got a lot more thick in the chest.
He's a lot more bulkier now. Yeah. There's just swagger, and there's a chillness to him. It's infectious, and it's fun. And when you see him doing it on the base paths, you can see the rest of the team, it feeds on
I
that.
totally agree on that.
I want to get to LaMonte Wade Jr. here, what he says. But if you could pull up this cut. LaMonte Wade Jr. on the Giants never being out of the game. And we'll get that because LaMonte Wade Jr., think about this, the last five Giants to do what LaMonte Wade Jr. did last night. Last night, LaMonte Wade Jr. had 3+ hits, had 3 hits, 3 walks. The last 5 Giants to complete that accomplishment have a perfect on-base percentage. Last 5 Giants with 3 hits and 3 walks, and this is courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, this is a stat.
I stole it. I took a picture of it. As soon as I saw it, I was about to go to sleep. I was like, whoa, Laura, you going to this graphic? What is this? LaMonte Wade Jr., 2024. LaMonte Wade Jr., 2023.
That's crazy.
Barry Lamar Bonds did it in 2001.
Wow.
Darren Lewis did it in 1992.
Wow, first year of the team.
Willie Mays, 1970.
1970. Wow, it was older
Those are
than
the
Willie.
last 5 Giants with 3+ hits and 3+ walks in a single game. And now here is LaMonte Wade Jr.
Wow.
And the Giants never being out of a game.
What does tonight's win tell you about your team?
You know, that we're never out the game. You know, pitchers pitching well. You know, we're playing good defense, and our hitters are getting timely hits. You know, it's been a good last couple of days getting these runs up here. So we're never out of the ball game. So we're just gonna keep fighting and not give away at bats, and just keep pushing and getting on base for the next guy.
Is that the gardener in the background?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
What was going on?
I don't know what's going on in Pittsburgh.
Was that me sleeping?
But that's definitely Laura Britt on NBC Sports Giants post-game show last night as LaMonte Wade Jr. drove in. Luis Matos to tie the game in extras. The Giants winning in extras with the best win of the season. LaMonte doesn't get a lot of fanfare, but a win like that. Again, I think we're going to, at some point, as the Giants get ready to face Paul Skeens, and there's no Kyle Harrison today, they're going with Eric Miller. God, pray for us all today as the Giants try to escape Pittsburgh with a series win. LaMonte Wade and Matos, that play, down to your last strike, to battle with Holderman, who was just dealing.
He came in
in the 8th inning, and there was no doubt. I'm going to strike out Patrick Bailey. I'm going to get Soler to
They were lucky
out.
to get a run.
They were lucky to get one run.
Dribbler.
Lucky. But Montel's down to his last strike. And to get that play, and to get to second base on that play, I said, oh, boy, bookmark this play. And to come around and score on that LaMonte Wade single later on in the next AB, it's unbelievable.
They got LaMonte Wade Jr. from the Twins, correct? Sean Alexander, who I actually liked.
Part of the Eduardo Nunez trade?
Yeah, they Eduardo Nunez from Boston, correct? They had acquired him from Boston.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so the LaMonte Wade Jr. acquisition, the way that we viewed Yaz acquisition a couple years ago, I feel like this is the signature Farhan move right now. It could change. Yep. But, like, in terms of finding someone who's clearly devalued and is now bringing just extreme value to the club every single day.
No doubt about that. All right, Giants got an early one today. We'll pivot off them and recap. Paul Skeens, Eric Miller, Kyle Harrison push back to tomorrow against the New York Mets. Giants trying to escape Pittsburgh with a series win. A lot going on in the sports world yesterday. It's been happening. Cavaliers head coach J.B. Bickerstaff fired. You got Niners and OTAs. And a lot of people were talking. They're seeing their first look at Leonard Floyd, Nick Bosa. There's no Christian McCaffrey. You heard what Baldy said earlier. If he's Christian McCaffrey, he doesn't play. Players got to get your money. Get your money. So, Mr. I got to ask you, because this is going to be interesting for you, Sasky. You hate when I do the whole bag thing. Everybody get your bag. You hate bag culture. Yep. You don't like it.
Yep.
What McCaffrey?
Because I don't have one.
Well, you got to go out there and get one. You got 3 houses. Jesus Christ. What if? All right, let's just hear from Baldy first. Here's Baldy on the Christian McCaffrey not showed up to voluntary. Let's make sure he doesn't have to be at OTAs. He doesn't have to be there. It's his choice not to be there. Shanahan touched on it yesterday. Here's Baldy on the whole Christian McCaffrey ordeal.
Not only that, but he's seen every other great player on that team cash in.
Yep.
So, I mean, what's he going to do? Like, take a pay cut, take a haircut, not cash in? I mean, it started with Fred. Fred cashed in. Nick cashed in the last minute last year. Debo Juice cashed in for a second time.
Yeah.
So, like, he's just looking at it going, okay, we've got a team of great stars. And I'm one of those players. You can rank him any way you want, and you could say anything you want about the running back market. He was the MVP of the team. So why wouldn't he try to cash in while he can right now?
Why wouldn't he try to cash in? What happens if McCaffrey doesn't cut the cap? How's Joe Shasky going to react?
I'm going to tell the 49ers that they better do everything they can to pay him, like, immediately. Look, it's a different position than all the others.
I hear you.
Let me lay out.
No, listen. I'm all for McCaffrey holding out. Play and get your money. Ayuk, you want to hold out and get your money? I have no problem with that because I understand how the NFL works.
Yeah, but
they're not pro player. They will cut you in a heartbeat and not get you that money. You got to get every single cent with the way the league is going. They're going to move to 18 games. Player safety is a joke. They don't care. The NFL will just slap a name on the back of the jersey and say, go out there and play. Look at them. Some of these owners look at these players as robots.
The average shelf life on a running back in the modern NFL is so small.
Yep.
And I look at the wide receiver position, and a lot of good players get 3rd and 4th contracts.
Yep.
At the running back position, very few players get 2nd contracts, let alone 3rd and 4th. And the way I view this is that you absolutely have to keep Christian McCaffrey happy. Ayuk is a really good player. He was an All-Pro last year. Christian McCaffrey might be a first-ballot Hall of Famer. This is a run-first team. He's the best player on the team. He's changed. He made Jimmy Garoppolo look like the best version of Jimmy Garoppolo we've ever seen. Clearly, him and Brock Purdy are on another level on those option routes. He has a small window. You have a small window. You pay him, and you keep it moving. To me, Christian McCaffrey, I'm not surprised. I kind of saw this coming. If that's what's going down, he needs to get paid.
Well, Shanahan mentioned that he didn't need to be there in that last year. I heard some rumblings around the 49ers that, hey, last year he was at OTAs. Maybe he was at OTAs too much because he was trying to learn the playbook. He was trying to learn the offense. So he wanted to get down and get in there. Debo wants to set a tone this year by being there, showing, hey, I don't want to be traded. I want to be a 49er for life, so I'm going to come to OTAs and try to build that rapport with Brock Purdy and try to learn how to get better when it comes to press man, because everybody keeps talking about press man, whether or not the Niners get off press man. We'll see about that this season. I'm all for McCaffrey going out there to get his bag. I'm all for that. So that's what's going on in OTAs. A lot of people not showing up, but Baldy said it. A lot of guys at the office not at OTAs. Some people is good for it, OTAs. Some people need it. Some people don't. It is what it is.
If you had to guess, you think he's going to hold out?
Ooh. I think now that the market is clearing up, and he saw the money Saquon Barkley got, and he saw the money Derrick Henry got, and he saw the money that was floating around the league, Josh Jacobs in Green Bay. Why would you hold out if you're Christian McCaffrey?
And once you pay him, then there's no excuse. Like, if you want to give him 400 carries in a year, pay him.
But that's the other thing.
Right? Like, if that's what he wants, then you say to him, all right, on the flip side, then I can't care about not giving you touches in a 10-point lead situation to try to conserve you.
Right.
Like, I think it's a win-win. If all parties involved want to get paid, then I think Shanahan gets what he wants, which is unlimited use of McCaffrey.
Real quick, I'll ask you this real quick. Paul Pierce, he says a lot of wild things, not to bring it back to basketball, but I'm just thinking, if Kyrie and Luka win this championship, they're going to go down as one of the best duos in modern NBA history.
I'm taking Steph and KD.
No doubt.
Over them.
Yeah.
I'm taking Kobe and Shaq over them. I'm taking Jordan and Pippen over them.
Okay, that's 3.
Okay.
Who else?
Well, I think
those 3.
Oh, 3.
Are you taking Wade and
taking
LeBron?
Magic and Kareem, Braun and Wade. I'm probably taking Gasol and Kobe.
Kyrie and Luka are pretty damn special.
Like, they won 2.
High-scoring
Gasol and Kobe won 2.
Hard score. I'm just saying, if they win one, it's going to be a conversation that we're going to be having in the offseason.
You got to win 2. See,
Kyrie.
to me, the conversation starts at 2 for me. Right. And you, like David Robinson and Tim Duncan as a combo was underrated, even though that was old man David Robinson.
Paul Pierce kind of putting out there that he believes this duo is pretty good. Now, the duo here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez with Autumn, all the beautiful waitresses, all the cooks, and we got our main man, Jay. This bad boy who got us out here, who set me up with all the hotel recommendations so I wouldn't have to drive so early. You guys know I'm not a morning person. I need to roll out of bed.
It was a quick drive.
I still was damn near late to Copper Skillet. I still would get here till like 6 o'clock. No, I'm kidding. Got here about 5:40.
He got here at 5:51.
No, Shasky's always pocket watching. He's Shasky for a reason. He's always watching attendance, money, pocket watching.
I was switching so much.
And
I
was
showed
right on
up.
the dot.
Yeah.
It was 5:51.
I know.
Dude, me?
Yeah.
No, I was 5:40. I was fine. No, because I remember the GPS. The GPS said 5:43. So we would have started watching the ball. Couldn't start watching me. Just know I come here and I play through the final whistle.
And here's the best
You get
part.
everything I got every day on the morning roast.
Whatever time Bonte sat down, it only took about 4 minutes for us to clear plates.
It did. And I had a big help with Sam Lubman.
That's what's
big
up.
help with Matt Hegel. How disappointed is he not touching the food? Jay, but honestly, we brought you on here. We appreciate you having us out here.
Thank you so
You're
much.
a big-time roaster.
Yeah.
And this establishment that you have here, the hospitality right here in Martinez.
Thank you.
Tell us about Copper Skillet, the history of Copper Skillet Courtyard here in Martinez.
Man, so we've been in Martinez for 25 years.
Wow.
My dad is the OG. Everyone knows my dad, Jack. So he started back in 1973 in Walnut Creek.
Wow.
Man, some stories he can tell you. Like, he fed Tony La Russa after the World Series, after they beat the Giants.
Wow.
He's the man.
Yeah.
Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco, like anyone you can imagine was like my dad's go-to place. Omelets, like you were talking about. So he became a little famous like that and just started growing. And since then, we've just had this restaurant. It's been in the family.
So my buddy JJ and his dad, Issa, they've been running a lot of different small family businesses for a long time. My buddy Sean, I know a lot of people. This is the family backbone.
Right.
It's been a hard couple of 5 years, with everything that happened with the lockdowns and just trying to survive as a small business with growing food costs.
Very true.
The difficulty to get labor, good people to stay with you that you care about.
Very true.
How hard has it been the last couple of years for you guys?
Man, great question. So I got to shout out my team. For example, Autumn, she's been here for 25 years.
Wow.
My chefs have been here.
That's a testament to you.
It's amazing.
Keeping good people is hard.
It's really hard. Even during COVID, when we lost everyone for about a year and a half, they still every day called us like, hey, you ready for us? We're going to come back. We're not leaving you. I have the best team in the world. My chefs, both of them, they're brothers. They've been here for 25 years.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
No wonder, because the food is freaking incredible.
They're amazing. I mean, look at me. I told you guys I'm 300 pounds. They've been feeding me since I'm a kid, man.
You look like you in shape, though. You look like you play left tackle.
Yeah, you do look good.
You play football.
D-tackle.
Los Lobos High School, the home of Sam Lubman. Los Lobos High School, but they won. Lubman's team didn't win. I mean, what did you guys win? 4 games, Lubman?
We were 5-5.
5-5. Also, they were basically mediocre.
I went undefeated. I went undefeated until my senior year. I went undefeated.
I love that.
Wow.
I love
so
that.
You probably saw his
16-0,
name,
baby.
16-0. Wow. Sounds like Washington High School. We went 12-0. That's 1999.
So,
2000.
Yeah, my buddy Jim, he says everybody comes here in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
When can people come in? When do you open every single day? How can the community support you?
Great question. So right now, after COVID, we started opening at 8 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Friday, till 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Perfect.
Weekends, 7 a.m. till 3 p.m. Come over anytime. Bring your family. We're always here. We got you guys family owned, family ran. So
I love that.
Appreciate you.
And I see the crowd here. It looks like you have some regulars who come in here.
All day, every day.
The food is smacking. What is your favorite dish here on the menu? If somebody's coming here for the first time and they're a big omelet lover, they're a big breakfast person, what do you recommend for them?
Great question. So for me, I have to say the number 5 omelet, bacon, spinach.
Oh, that's what I had. Oh,
yeah,
my God.
that's what you started with today.
Oh, man.
That's our number 1 seller.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah, number 1 seller.
Tastes like a number 1 seller,
yeah,
man.
I got to tell you, it's our number 1 seller.
What was the Tony's one that I had?
So that's been around since 1973 when my dad first opened.
Incredible.
His best friend was like, I need you to whip this up for me. So my dad goes in the back, whips it up. Guy next door goes, what is that? I love it. He's spreading it on his toast. It just blew up like that.
Wow.
So then it became a staple in our restaurant, and we're one of the only ones who knows how to make it.
Yeah, it's killer. The chives, it's so good.
Thank you.
Excellent, man. The
Thank
place
you.
is
I wanted
incredible.
that. I was going to grab that and then Shasky just started. Listen,
I'm all over that.
Shasky, I don't know how he keeps the weight off. He eats more than I do. You should see this guy scarf. He scarfs breakfast burritos at 6 in the morning. Then at 8:30, he asked Lubman and Spinoni, hey, you guys want to get food? Guys want to order food? Like, dude,
some people are blessed. Some people are blessed.
I used to be blessed, Jay. I used to be skinny. Now look at me. Food loves me too much.
Right.
You see it in the cheeks.
You're
no, Jay,
me.
this is awesome hospitality here. This is
Thank
fun.
you guys.
We're gonna keep the headset on. I want your final thought on the sports award. You're a big time Raider fan. You're a big time sports fan.
You know
We're talking during the breaks here. Let's get to Fast Five here in the morning roast.
Let's do it.
Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi.
All right, you're a guest of honor here. Thanks for us here at Copper Skillet Courtyard in Martinez. We got to do another show next Thursday after. I don't know if I have the money to book hotels every single week, but maybe that's where Odyssey comes in and expense it.
You can come stay with me.
I'll stay with you right here.
Right here, baby.
Hey, I will sleep. You know, you got a TV? You got cable?
I got a 125-inch projector screen.
What?
I don't play games when it comes to games.
All right, so I have the PS5. We get some Madden on here.
I got that too.
Oh, you got one too?
Did you guys just become best friends?
I think we became best friends. I think we're best friends,
Let's
dude.
go.
All right, final thoughts. We're going to start with you, Jay. What's your final thought? Anything you want. Final thought in the sports world, final thought on society, whatever you want.
All right, here we go. I wanna put this out real quick. First off, big shout out to everyone in Martinez for showing up.
Yeah.
Davey, I got Angels Pedals, us, ourselves, everybody who showed up.
Beatbox K by.
Yeah, that's right. Showing all the love. That's something I just want to put out there real quick. But I want to end on this. Warriors, okay? We got to do something. We got to do something quick. The West is looking way too good. Like you guys were talking about Kyrie. Man, that level of game he played, the shots he takes, the dribbling, just off the screen movement, everything he does is just so freaking good. And obviously, Timberwolves, everything they're doing, we got to keep up. So I know this is going to suck, but honestly, I'm just going to put it out there. Draymond and Kuminga, I think they got to go, and we got to get something. I didn't like Draymond's talk real much when he was talking on with Shaq.
How you feel about that? Last 5 years, you're not going to be fine with losing like that, right?
Come on, man. That's not. Yeah, I don't do that. And when I hear someone say I'm not chasing rings and stuff like that, but it's like, come on, man. You chase the ring here. That's what we want. That's why you're here. Let's do it. So,
wow. I like that take. I like that take, Jay.
My final thought is this one, Jay. Thank you to you. Thank you to Martinez, the Copper Skillet. And thank you to Paul Skeens. Because we'll be on Olivia Dunn watch. I want to see how many times the broadcast cuts to her in the stands.
I just want to see how well he pitches. That's all I want to see. He's worried about TikTok, man. Where's this guy's head? I thought it was Mr. Baseball. He's worried about somebody else's girlfriend. Michelle Shasky, get your husband.
No, Mr.
He's
Baseball.
getting thirsty over here.
What was the guy with
this
the
is why we're the
mustache?
horniest show in America. Good Lord.
That's actually Spinoni.
We got flowers to fix that for you later.
There it is. My final thought is I'm going to echo what Shasky said. Davey, BVY Sports Cards and Collections. These great baseball cards, football cards. Also, we got Ellie De La Cruz. Shout out to Jesse Moore. He came out of retirement to engineer the show.
Jesse.
I didn't miss Tim Jordan at all. Hey, Tim Jordan, you know what? Stay on vacation. We have Jesse Moore now. And Matt Nahegan over here, I don't know what he's doing. It's hot in here. He's wearing a Patagonia. It's like 100 degrees inside of Copper Skillet right now because they're greasing over here. Like, come on, Matt. What are you doing? But no, seriously, Jay, thank you to Copper Skillet, the whole crew here.
Thank you
All
guys
of you
very
guys
much.
have showed us so much
Thank you
love,
very
man.
much.
This has
Appreciate
been
you
awesome,
two
man.
very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Love me. Get in here. Love me. Go ahead.
You know, my final thought, it's been on my mind most of this morning. Jay, those that biscuits and gravy you brought out this morning, I scarfed those down, and they have been so good. I want to take the fattest nap now after eating that stuff. What was it called again, the biscuits and gravy?
You got the cure. That was a biscuits and gravy, hash browns, bacon, cheese, eggs, chicken fried steak.
Whatever I had, it cured me, man, because it has me in the best mood. So
we try to do.
The cure at the Copper Skillet Courtyard could not recommend
Even his mama cleaned us out.
Let's go.
His mom cleaned us out and left. That's our definition of freeloading.
Let's go,
His mom
baby.
came here straight 2 plates. It was gone just like that. No, we love it. All right. Hey, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Hopefully, Lucas Alexander's nursing his hamstring. He pulled a Guru. We had a Warriors War tournament, 3-on-3, and Guru just starts limping into the studio. Oh, I busted my ankle playing pickup.
Oh, I heard.
And then he was walking totally fine the next 3 days, and he never showed up to the World's War tournament. Now Lucas, somebody busted his hamstring, whiffing got a strike 3 call in the duck. Like, it's unbelievable. Anyway, Jay, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
That's it for us. 90 and
Appreciate
Evan
it.
next. Thank you to everybody out here in Martinez.
Let's go.
Great stuff, everybody. We're gone. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. here at 95.7 The Game.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek.
On everybody, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. And we got a lot to get into.
Yes, sir.
Giants follow up their toughest loss of the year with their biggest win of the year last night. We'll talk about them a little bit later in the show. The 49ers OTAs have started, and Christian McCaffrey's not there. We may get into that. But what the topic is right now is...
Talk to me, Steiny.
Draymond Green.
I knew you were feeling frisky today.
Draymond Green. Was on Inside the NBA. He was a big part of last night's Game 1 telecast between the Mavericks and the Timberwolves, and he made a little bit of news. And you want to hear it?
Let's do it.
Should I just do it right off the bat?
This was on Shaq's podcast, right? I mean, he's been all over the place on TNT, and he did a pretty good job. He was a part of one of the funnier bits I think they've had this postseason. Shout out BBL Chuck. But I think what he had to say on Shaq's podcast is a little more towards Warriors fans.
Yeah, let's take a listen. Draymond Green.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership. Would you do that?
If there is something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
All right. Well, let's get into it.
He never wants to leave.
What did you hear in that statement? What jumped out at you? Because there's about 2 or 3 things that I think are very interesting there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to parse, to be honest. But the first thing that I heard was, I don't know if Clay or Steph have ever given us something like this, but I heard the first admission from a member of the Big Three that winning might not be on the table. Like, winning a championship is no longer the automatic. Like, it's not the first and foremost. It's not the only thing, I guess I should say. Because, I mean, he still wants to win. I think he wants to do it in Golden State. He wants to get his 5th. There's no doubt about that. But for the first time, it felt like he was almost okay with not winning. And that's a Draymond Green I don't think we've ever heard before. He's always been a guy at every single level that's won. And he's done it in his own way. This was the first time I heard him be okay if he never wins again. And I'm not sure if that's a Draymond Green I've ever heard before.
Yeah, I think what jumped out at me is the notion that Draymond Green, and the 5 years is kind of, it kind of messes it up a little bit because we all know that he's got 3 years left, and we all kind of assume that at the end of that 3 years, Draymond will retire. And for the sake of this discussion, I'm going to essentially translate it into 3 years. I'm not 5 years to me for Draymond Green seems absolutely ludicrous that he's going to be around in 5 years. But let's say the next 3 years, he's okay with them not going to the playoffs. And the thing that gets me is why would he think the Warriors would want him if they're not winning? If they're not winning, we've seen who and what Draymond Green is. He is at his worst when he's on a team that's not winning. He's competitively, he's not as into it as when they're winning or when they're able to put up a fight. And the thing that's weird to me is he seemed to be admitting or acknowledging that their run might be over. And if they got to miss the playoffs for 3 or 4 years, as long as they can do it together, well, that's what's most important. But I'd submit that the minute you as a franchise and the people inside that franchise, the second that they truly believe that the Big Three can't do it anymore, I mean, you have to break it up at that point. You can't acknowledge that you're not a championship team and you might not even be a playoff team and you're going to struggle, but then go down that road anyway with the main three guys who you're saying are going to struggle. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that part of it.
Well, but there's a large distinction between being a championship team and being a playoff team. Like, I don't think Draymond is saying we're not a playoff. I'd rather not be a playoff team anymore. He's talking about winning a title, which, as we've seen over the last 6 years, has gone to 6 or will go to 6 different people. So it's really damn hard to do. I didn't hear him say we're not a playoff team. Like, if you decide you're not a playoff team, then yes, go scorched earth, do whatever you got to do, rebuild, yada, yada, because we'll be talking about here. But I didn't hear him say we're not a playoff team. Is that what you heard?
I heard him say he'd rather struggle.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there's something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to state another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
Yeah, he said not make the playoffs.
He said he'd rather not make the playoffs.
You hate to see it. I mean, you hate to hear it. He'd rather not make the playoffs with Steph and Clay. But that doesn't make sense because why would you continue to go down that road if you're not making the playoffs?
Well, he also said if the Warriors don't want me anymore. So he left that part open too.
Right. But if the Warriors aren't winning, why would they want Draymond here?
If they're not winning, why would they want all three of them?
Exactly. That's what I mean. I mean, he seems to be suggesting that they should and they want to play together until they all retire. And even if they don't have a lot of success, that's better. That's more it's more attractive to him than him going to another team.
But he's also comparing it to ring chasing, which is something that has been a popular, method for a lot of big name superstars. And it doesn't sound like he believes in that. I also don't know if he believes that he could be the difference for a particular team anymore. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. But it sounds like he's comparing the polar opposites. Like, would you rather ring chase or would you rather stay with your guys and potentially not make the playoffs? Like, I think that's what he's saying is that I am so anti-ring chasing that I would rather not make the postseason. So that's one thing. But again, I hear somebody that is speaking, I think, for the big three. He's speaking for Steph and Clay, as he tends to do. And he's saying that there's a possibility that we might not make the playoffs. There's a possibility we might not win. Where it sounds like each of the last 2 years post-championship, the tone has been we are still a championship team, we are still a championship core, and we can still contend. That has begun to switch, I think, in both the minds of fans, but it sounds like maybe even in the mind of Draymond Green.
This from the Xfinity Mobile text line. I know what it was. It's I'm totally fine with it. That's the line that's getting everyone. Draymond saying, I'm totally fine with it if they don't make the playoffs for the next 5 years. But he continues to play with Steph and Klay Thompson. The other thing I heard was feels like Klay's coming back. Because, Draymond's assuming that he wants to move forward with Steph and Klay Thompson.
I don't know if I hear him saying Klay's coming back, but I do hear him speaking to Klay about you should come back. Again, it's about the ring chasing. Klay, don't ring chase. It's better for you and us if you stay here and potentially struggle than go try and associate yourself with a top-notch team and put yourself in contention. You're going to get more love here in the Bay, Klay, than if you go chase a ring and try and get number 5 on your own. I also think that's what he's saying. I don't know if it necessarily sounds like to me that Klay is automatically back, but I think there's a plea in a way from Draymond to Klay Thompson saying, if it's about this or that, make it about loyalty. Don't make it about winning number 5 at all costs.
I mean, there's something in his answer to me also that suggests an entitlement that most players wouldn't have. And maybe he has it because he's a 4-time champion. But the idea that he is, I don't want to say this, that his wishes may supersede the team's wishes. Like the idea that it would be okay for the Warriors not to make the playoffs for the next, let's just say, 3 years, but they get to do that at least with the big 3. That presumes that all the fans and all the front office and all his teammates are kind of okay with riding this thing out, even though they know it might not be going anywhere. And that's like, okay, it's one thing for the fans to say, look, I'm ride or die with Steph, Draymond, and Klay. And I'd like to see him re-sign Klay for 2 more years. And you know what? Just give me 2 more years of the big 3, and I don't really care what happens because they've given us 10 or 20. That's fine for the fans to say. That's not fine for a player to say. And you'll never hear Joe Lacob say that in a million years. Like if I'm Joe Lacob, that's the part that I am scratching my head about. Why are you talking about missing the playoffs consistently? And then secondly, why would you think we'd want you here if you continue to miss the playoffs? I mean, you want to talk about a recipe for disaster.
Well, you asked me something yesterday about the Lacob, I don't know, inference that Draymond could be a great head coach after Kerr. Do you believe him? Like, do you believe that that's what he said? So I'll ask you this. Do you really think that Draymond Green is okay with not making the playoffs for the rest of his time in the NBA? I'm not sure I do. I think he's saying that because it's compared to, would I rather go somewhere else? Would I rather chase ring number 5? And he even said something like jump on a band. I don't know if it's jump on a bandwagon, but this is what it sounded like he was talking about. Basically, like I don't know, like Gary Payton in 2006 with the Heat. Like he was, part of the team. He played. I think he came off the bench. I don't know if Jay Will was a starter, but he wasn't as important to that team as he was to Supersonics teams that he was on prior, even the Lakers team in 2004. Like that kind of ring chasing, I don't think is what Draymond Green wants to be associated with, because in his mind it sounds cheap. And taking a cheap ring or taking the cheap route doesn't sound like something he's interested in.
Yeah, and one of the things, I think, I mean, what do I take for his word? First of all, he makes a distinction between ring chasing and falling into a 5th title, but there's not a big, I don't think there's a big difference between those two, except what he can rationalize. In other words, if the Warriors have a deal with the Lakers that sends Draymond Green to play with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, to me, he's doing 2 things. He is ring chasing, but he is also could be the missing piece to a team.
I wouldn't look at going to the Lakers as ring chasing.
I would.
They're a 7 seed.
Yeah, but
they've been a 7 seed the last 2 years.
Right. But we talk about the Warriors as a team that could jump up in the standings in a hurry.
Well, but if somebody comes to the Warriors, do you look at them as ring chasing anymore?
Not anymore, no.
So why would you look at the Lakers as a team that's going to try and acquire a player to ring chase?
Because I think the Lakers still have 2 bona fide superstar players, and Draymond Green, it's possible that he could be a catalyst on that team.
See, I would look at, like, if Draymond went to Boston, or if he went to Oklahoma City, or maybe even Minnesota, I don't know. Like a top team. If he went to Denver, I would look at that as ring chasing. I wouldn't look at him going to a bottom 4 seed in either conference as, if anything, he feels like, okay, I still got some good stuff left. Like, I don't view that as ring chasing.
Well, here's the other thing. I mean, why is he even talking about ring chasing? He's not a free agent. He's not going to be a free agent for at least 2 years. Now, if he gets traded to the Boston Celtics, that's not ring chasing. That's just a guy who got traded to the best team in the Eastern Conference. I always think of ring chasing as you can go anywhere and you just go to the place where you think you can do the least and win the most.
Well, I think that's why he said 5 years, though, right? Because he's going to be a free agent after 3. So, I mean, the question was posed to him, would you ever consider ring chasing?
Right.
So he's basically saying, I'd rather stay here for 5 years than chase that ring after the free agent. But again, I think that the point, the larger, I guess, tone that I'm taking away from this is, like, there is an understanding of his basketball morality, of the big three's morality, and it coming to an end. And understanding that you might not get number 5. Prior to this offseason, and maybe even towards last season, Steiny, I don't know if anybody here in the Bay Area, especially those 3 players, were thinking, gosh, we might not win another championship. Now, you naturally are competitive and you want to fight, but there appears to be, over the course of last 2 seasons, these breadcrumbs that have either leaked out or been told to us by Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And this is the biggest one to me, that championship number 5 might be unrealistic. And the alternative is staying together, trying hard as hell to make it happen, but realizing that the loyalty to each other is greater than trying to get that 5th chip. Like, that's almost more important now than winning, keeping the band together, because they realize together their chances of getting number 5 are slim to none.
I'm with you. I mean, I heard a couple things there. I heard a guy who doesn't think that the Warriors can win it again. That's the first thing I've heard. I mean, I can't imagine, like, Steph wouldn't say that. I'd rather, even if we're like, can you imagine if Steph said, I'd rather lose here for the next 3 or 4 years than go ring chase. Well, at that point, what do you say when, but we want to build around you? You know what I mean? Like, Steph would not say that. I just don't think he would say that, and I just don't understand why Draymond would say that.
I think maybe it's...
I mean, he used it as an example of his loyalty. I'm with you on that. Like, he basically probably didn't think much about it, but he basically said, I'd rather lose here than go somewhere else because I'm comfortable here.
Now, I do think you're right that sentiment sounds a lot better, you saying it, than the actual application of it. Like, it's easy to say, yeah, I'd rather make the playoffs rather not make the playoffs for 5 years and just retire on top, because he's in a position to where he's done everything, and he might feel that way now. If there's another 15-50 season, or whatever the 82 game equivalent of that is, he might not be so happy next summer.
Right.
He might be saying, well, actually, I'm not going to ring chase, but dude, I didn't come here to lose like this badly. I didn't come here to suffer through the remainder of my years in Golden State.
Right.
That's why I almost don't buy all of it, because I don't think he's somebody that would be okay missing the playoffs for 5 years.
Well, exactly. This is what I believe. I think it's the 510, and this is what I think Draymond means. I think he's just trying to say that he'll go down with the ship.
Yeah, but
he'll die on that battlefield with his teammates. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's a lot easier to watch the Titanic and say, I would be the captain that goes down with my ship, than actually being in the moment and seeing a massive iceberg coming your way and knowing you can do nothing and saying, you know what, actually, I'm going to try. I'm going to run. Like, being in the moment is a lot different, and I feel like he's glamorizing this idea of loyalty when he himself has given up on a particular season, when he himself has not been, by his own definition, loyal before.
Right. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green basically he'd rather be a Warrior for the rest of his career and ride it out with Steph and Clay than go to another team and ring chase. And that's the other thing that he said. He doesn't want to ring chase, but if he deems that he's a missing piece, that's not ring chasing. So, he can decide whatever he wants if and when he goes to another place. But to me, there's an assumption there from Draymond Green that it's my decision and it's our decision how long we're playing together. Believe it or not. That's kind of what I heard. And like the idea that, he talked about Joe Lacob and Joe said he'd be a great coach. The idea that Joe Lacob would be okay with not making the playoffs year after year with the big three, like he's not going to do that. Like Joe Lacob's not going to do that. The minute, I look, they won a title in 2022, they ran it back. They went to the second round in 2023, they ran it back. They missed the playoffs completely. You're telling me they're going to run it back and then run it back again? Even if they're not any better next year? Like Joe Lacob will not stand for that. Joe Lacob will not stand for consecutive or 3 or 4 losing seasons in a row without trying a lot of things. And most likely, some of the things he would try would be to break up the big three.
Well, or maybe the things that he wouldn't try involve the big three. I think that's maybe a part of this as well. As Draymond had, like the other part that stood out to me was he doesn't sound like he's going anywhere.
Right.
And it's not like that's not his choice, obviously, because he's under contract. So he'll be here for 2 and +1. But he sounds like a guy that feels pretty confident that he's going to finish his contract in Golden State. So what people believe to be, I don't know, the volatility aspect of things, or how he's been, I don't know, his I guess I don't know, his behavior has ramped up in the wrong direction, especially this past season. It doesn't feel like that is affecting how he perceives his future in Golden State whatsoever.
No, I think he thinks he'll be here as long as he wants to be here. But here's the other thing that I think is going on here. And when he became, when did he opt out? Was that last year? And apparently he had another offer from some team.
Yeah, it was in Memphis.
An offer for more money, supposedly. But he came back to Golden State. Here's the other thing. Draymond deep down knows that he probably can't play anywhere else. That he just can't play anywhere else. I think he's so smart that he knows he could never make an impact on another team, particularly at this stage of his career, than he has and still has the potential to have with the Warriors. And that, like, I think he knows that he will not be the same player on another team if that team's not perfectly set up like he likes it to be set up.
I mean, I think that's also a big thing that Clay is wrestling with. Like, how is he going to fit with another team? You'd imagine that shooting is going to transfer, but it might not, or it might take time for him to merge with whatever team he needs. I think you're right. Like, Draymond is not going to be the same player elsewhere that he is with the Warriors, and how could he? So I think he'd be fine playing somewhere else, but he knows that he's comfortable here, not just in life, but in basketball. And I don't think he wants to give that up.
Exactly. I'm with you there. But the part that sticks out is Draymond Green saying he'd be okay with not making the playoffs as long as the three of them are together. And I guess what I'm saying is I've heard that from some fans. And that's okay. If you're a fan and that's what you want, then you can want that. But for a player to say it and for an owner to kind of hear it, I got to believe Joe Lacob was laughing when he heard that. Like, in Joe Lacob's mind, first of all, can anybody imagine Draymond Green's going to be on this team if the Warriors don't make the playoffs for the next year or two? Is there any, why would Draymond be on this team?
Draymond go
because it's contractually obligated.
Contractually obligated.
I mean,
but
that's the reason.
I guess. But I think he's also setting the table for Warrior fans to let them know that, things aren't the same. Things aren't the Things aren't the way they used to be. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll play more of Draymond Green. He was on Inside the NBA last night, and he was on Shaquille O'Neal's podcast. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job, let Express
go to Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, the great Rich Mitchman spent $1.99 on a super chat, and we've heard it before. This is not my sentiment, but it is the great Rich Mitchman's.
On the daily.
Trade everyone but Steph and Trace Jackson Davis. Kuminga stinks.
Well, Trace Jackson Davis has moved into that. Before it was everybody but Steph, right? So TJD's now become untouchable.
TJD's, he makes like half of those. Sometimes he makes it, sometimes he's not.
By the way, if the Warriors are going to get bigger and more athletic and like all the things that we want, TJD ain't going to start. Like, why would he start if they go out and get another center? Like, if Jared Allen or Nick Claxton or, I don't know, whoever else fans want, like, TJD's going to the bench. And maybe people want that too, but he's in the crosshairs. Just saying. Someone's coming for his spot at the 5, Steiny.
Oh, man. Draymond Green was on Shaquille O'Neal's podcast, and he was asked about ring chasing and whether he would do it and what the future looks like for the Golden State Warriors. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'm going to give some credit to Evan, because the more I listen to it, the more I think he's actually right on the money. Take a listen.
If you had the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there's something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
You know what? And this is what Evan said, and I'm with him. I don't believe him. Does anybody really believe that Draymond Green would be totally fine with missing the playoffs for 5 years? And those are the two things that I want to focus on. One is, do you really believe that Draymond Green would be okay with 5 years of not making the playoffs? And then two, is he basically saying, we don't think we can do it anymore? I mean, is that one of the things that you heard?
Yes. And I mean it when I said I don't believe him. I hope it comes across as complimentary, though it might be a little counterintuitive. The reason being, Draymond Green is a winner. He has always won. At every level of his life, he has been a winner. I don't think winners are okay with losing for an extended period of time. I don't think they are. I think it's why you heard him talk about giving up on the lost season, is because losing sucks. We've heard players come out and say how much this season, and Draymond is at the center of it because of his own actions, sucked at times. It's not fun to lose. And whether you're with your boys, whether you're with a brand new cast of characters, whether you're by yourself, I just don't believe that a guy who has won his entire life and has continued to win off the court, he's won as an entertainer, he's won as a media member, he's won as a podcaster, he wins. I don't believe that Draymond Green is okay with losing. And I think he's saying it for emphasis. He's saying it to emphasize the point that he would rather do that than take the cheap way out. And I respect that, and I respect his loyalty. But at the crux of the tone, the message, being okay with not making the playoffs 5 straight years, I don't believe he would be okay with it.
I don't either. I don't either. And by the way, I'm seeing some, we're going to take some calls in a minute. No, I'm not saying Draymond said anything wrong. He didn't say anything wrong. But what he said, first of all, I don't necessarily believe. And then second of all, okay, remember when, I wish Spinoni were here, but the game where LeBron was at the podium after a Lakers loss, and they were questioning him about the loss, and he was kind of getting peppered. And then at the very end of the press conference, he looked out and because he could tell that everybody was being critical of his game and the fact that the Lakers lost. And he went out and he said, guys, it's just basketball. And that was LeBron's way of saying, you guys think this is so important, but to a pro player, we have it totally in perspective, and we're okay with the way things are going on. I think Draymond took it right out of the LeBron playbook, basically saying, if we don't win it anymore, it's still fine, when we know he doesn't really feel that way.
And that was after the Lakers went down 3-0 to the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, right? Because it's essentially an insurmountable lead. You know you're going to lose the series. And you're right. I think it's LeBron coping with the fact that their season's done before it's done. And that's the part that actually I don't think Draymond would be okay with. It's, at the end of the season, you're able to look back and say, we could have done this, we could have done that. But when you're in the middle of it and there's a realization that your season is not going anywhere and you still got to play 20 or 30 games, that has to be the most infuriating part of being a professional athlete. That's also a ridiculous competitor. If you are that fiery of a competitor and you know that you're playing essentially for nothing, then to take Draymond Green's words, why should you get out of bed in March? Like, why should you get out of bed? If your goal is to win, and it has always been to win, and you find out at some point throughout this season that you ain't going to win, not even you're not even going to win, you're not even going to make the playoffs, you're not even going to get a chance to win, well, then I do kind of see why he'd say, I don't know.
But I thought the Warriors can't win a championship.
Let the young guys run. That's also another part of this, too. So he's saying that I'm cool with missing the playoffs for 5 straight years with my boys.
Right.
What about the young guys?
Thank you.
What about
the fans?
What about Moses?
What about Joe Lacob?
What about Brent? Well, I think he's doing okay. But my point is, there are other players' careers that have been tied to yours that are dependent on you. There are other people that are dependent on you.
Right.
And he always talks about how, it's all about players, livelihoods, or media's doing this and they're taking money out of guys' pockets and they're affecting families and all. Well, so do you. Draymond Green is at the middle of making a lot of money for a lot of people. But if he decides that he wants to keep this thing together and it starts to hurt others, I would personally have an issue with that and him being just complacent about it.
I would too. And, Draymond saying he'd be fine with it. Well, you're right. What about Trace Jackson Davis? He wants to make the playoffs. Should his career be held back because of an loyalty to the big three? I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Bill. Bill's in Menlo Park. What's going on, Bill? How you doing, man?
Oh, hey, Stain. Thanks for taking my call, you guys. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music. But,
okay.
Good call.
Anyway, I appreciate it. And I also get why you'd pick, there's a lot to unpack in Draymond's comments, and I totally get why you'd focus on different segments like the ring-chasing comment or fine with 5 years of no playoffs. But I really think I agree with Evan on the fact that I think that's a smoke. I think that's just smoke. Honestly, what I believe underneath it all is his fear, and you said it perfectly, Steiny, that he might not be wanted elsewhere. I mean, he had a rough year, and people have already pegged him as volatile and explosive and, whatever other teams think. I don't always agree with. I'm a big Draymond fan. But even this past year, I was like, hey, why are they putting up with this? And he knows it. And if he reads any of the local sports writers or listens to, maybe not even social media as much, but Draymond's a master at media.
Yeah.
And he's got to know, like you said, he's smart enough to know that he might not be wanted elsewhere. And his comment was really telling toward the end when he said, if they'll have me. And to me, that's the overriding part of this, is that Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I appreciate it. I think there's also, I think there's a segment of Warrior fans that are either tired of Draymond or tiring of Draymond. And I think the other thing, and it crossed my mind too, where if you're a Warrior fan and you hear Draymond say that, some Warrior fans may think, what, are you kidding me? This guy's going to be around for 5 more years?
Well,
no, I'm serious. The people, like, if you're tired of Draymond Green and you're off Draymond Green and you hear him say, I'd like to be here for 3 or 4 more years, and even if we don't win, it's like, really?
I've had enough.
Yeah, exactly. We got to put up with Draymond for another 3 or 4 years?
Well, you got to put up with a Draymond in his hypothetical that isn't winning. And that's proven to be a very difficult Draymond to handle. And I think, I don't know by the end of this season if a lot of Warriors fans are if it's more 50-50 being done with him, not caring about him. You hear this as it in through one ear and out the other. Again, I hear someone that, like, for the first time, there was a tone of complacency towards winning or towards a championship.
Right.
And I've never heard that from Draymond Green before. I've never heard that from Curry to this point. I've never heard that from Clay to this point. So in many ways, Draymond, whether it's fair or not, does speak for the big three. Like, he will loop them into what he believes is a part of the Golden State Warriors because they are the fabric of it. They're the foundation. So when I hear a member of the big three, in this case Draymond, talking about how I'm cool not making the playoffs, and again, it's in regards to ring chasing, but he said, I'm okay if we don't make the playoffs for 5 years. I've never heard that sentiment from him before. And that does scare me a little bit because I don't personally believe him, Steiny, but if he's speaking the truth, that might be a scarier thought, that he actually is okay with not making the playoffs for 5 consecutive years.
Right.
That is a scary thought.
Right. I think you're nailing it right now. Let's go to KC in San Francisco. What's up, KC?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks. Hey, I think you guys have kind of touched on a lot of these points already, but I just wanted to circle back a little bit. Initially, Steiny, I think you kind of overreacted because I think Draymond was saying a lot and simultaneously saying absolutely nothing. He's saying stuff we already know. He's just saying I'm just a loyal guy. There's so many guys in this world that are willing to jump ship when things get tough. That's not me. And he's just kind of beating his chest a little bit like, that's not me. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go down with this ship. And that's all this is. There's really nothing else to it. It's not like he's saying, I want to go lose. I'm volunteering to go lose 5 years in a row. He's just saying, if the worst should happen, and that is our reality, I'm at peace with that because this is my tribe. These are my guys. This is my team, my fan base, and his adopted city. I think that's all this is, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I don't, again, and KC, thanks for the call, and I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with what he said, and even if you boil it down to, dude, he just said, he's just pointing out his own loyalty. Well, that's the other part of this. If he's going to point out his own loyalty and how loyal he is and would be to this team and this organization, well, then he brings on the scrutiny of really how loyal he is and how loyal he was when Steph Curry got hurt, the year Steph got hurt, and the way he left Steph hang out to dry this season in the Orlando game and punching Jordan Poole. Like, it's one thing to talk about loyalty and you wanting to be here, but if you're going to bring up loyalty, then we can look at the other side of your loyalty, which is, on the one hand, you're a great teammate. On the other hand, you're the worst teammate we've had here in decades. So if you want to bring up the good parts of how loyal you are, well, then what also is fair game is how often and how frequently you've let this team down over the years. And for you just to assume you can be here for 5 years, as long as you want to be here and the team wants you, you know, like, the last thing I would want is Draymond Green on a team that misses the playoffs for 5 years. You know what I mean? Because we've seen Draymond in those situations and he doesn't want any part of it. So I'm just kind of calling him out on it. I'm not mad at him. I'm not angry at him. He didn't say anything wrong, but just the idea of the if he wants to bring up loyalty, he's got to listen to the other side of the argument.
Well, I also don't believe that any 4-time champ is okay with not making the playoffs. Like, I just don't. You've been there so many times. You've played in so many big games. You have been to where not many people across the history of the league have been before. He understands winning better than just about anybody in the league right now, outside of the two guys that he wrote in with, Clay and Steph. Why should I believe that he's okay with losing? And that's why I believe he's saying it for effect. He's saying it in relation to, well, would I rather take the cheap way in victory or, in ring chase, or would I rather suffer? And maybe because he has achieved the highest of highs, that he feels like he'd be okay with suffering and struggling. But again, I don't think that's also fair to everyone around them for him to say that it's about us. It's about the three people on this team. I mean, whether it's unfair or not, he's bringing Steph and Clay into it. He's saying, if we struggle together and we fail, I'm okay with that. That doesn't sound like he's considered everyone else or anybody else inside the organization outside of those two other people. And that is a little selfish. That sounds very loyal to individuals, but not loyal to the team, not loyal to the coaching staff, not loyal to the guy who gave him a compliment yesterday that we found out. Apparently, Joe Lacob believes he'd be a great head coach. That doesn't sound like someone who's loyal to Joe Lacob. It sounds like someone who's loyal to Steph and Clay. And if that's good enough for fans, then I guess I have to hear you. But as a Golden State Warriors supporter, as someone that wants to see the team succeed, that wants to see them get back to the heights that they knew prior, I just don't think that it just doesn't sound good.
Well, and the other part of this
I don't like it, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I don't know if I don't like it. It's vintage Draymond.
Yeah.
And it's, at the end of the day, it's just words and it's just words. But now I'm thinking of Steve Kerr talking about Draymond, essentially saying, Draymond knows that, if he stops being worth it, he's gone. Why would he,
Well, he still obviously thinks he's worth it. I mean,
right,
that's where he's speaking from.
But he didn't put two and two together and envision himself as one of the reasons why the team doesn't win. And those are facts. The last 2 years, the Warriors were negatively impacted by Draymond Green. And he's on a short leash, according to Steve Kerr, in terms of his behavior and if he does it again. So the idea that he's just assuming, well, I'm going to be here for the rest of my career. Even if we don't win, you're right. That's not taking into account all your teammates. It's also not taking into account the fans who want this team to win.
I also wonder what he would look at as just being the piece that gets him over the top. Because you mentioned that too, right? Like if I could go help some team and actually be an asset, that I would consider that. As long as the Warriors didn't want him, which they'd have to in order to move him or whatever. And that's where I think he could have the flexibility of this blurred line of saying, well, actually, that's not ring chasing in my mind.
Right.
Because I can go there and help them. I could go to Boston and be the difference. I could go to Minnesota and give him that add to that toughness. I'd fit right in. Maybe he's looking at a team like OKC and be like, you know what I could do with those young kids? I mean, I could help take them into, the upper echelon of this league.
From the 510, I think you guys are taking his words out of context. He's trying to express the tension between struggling with his teammates and moving on to another situation that could be equally as difficult. I don't think he's making a grand statement about winning, losing, and loyalty. It's a podcast. It's off the cuff, and you guys are acting like it's a legal document. No, I'm talking about his off-the-cuff statements, one of which clearly is setting the table for an acknowledgement that this run is over. And that's the other thing. He's saying he's okay with not making the playoffs for 5 years, but this is a team that who still has a lot of fans, and at least as of last year, management and ownership, who still thinks the window's open. They still think the window's open. At least they did before this season. So
And I think they also still believe Draymond's a big part of that window because he's their best defensive player. He's the second most important player currently, or was last year, on the team. And because of his importance, his absence was highlighted. And it was perhaps the reason why they didn't make a top 6 seed and get into the postseason. So that's also part of it too. Like, if he is okay with making the postseason, in a way, that's another reason I don't necessarily believe him.
Right.
Because I think that if Draymond, I think what I believe is that if Draymond was there for the better part of 82 games, they would have been a postseason team. And I think he also believes that too. So in a way, that's another reason why I think he's doing it for effect, because he knows he can actually still impact winning.
Yeah, and I think there's also another motive here where he wants to make sure that the table's set for, he wants to be on the record as saying he wants to be here so that if and when the Warriors were to ever make a move in the next 3 years, if they ever were to, that he could say he didn't want to move, he didn't want to leave here, that he always wanted to be here. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good conversation. I think it's an overreaction Thursday, though, guys. And you guys got to stop agreeing on everything, man. You got to take the show down. You guys got to disagree once in a while. Hey, listen, Draymond, man. I mean, that's my guy, and I think that we have to accept the blemishes. I mean, we all know he's a champ. He's got the podcast. He's going to say things to incite. And what about this, guys? What if he's doing this for effect to kind of reverse psychology on management? This whole thing about, I would really accept losing. We all know that Draymond's not going to accept losing. So maybe he's trying to prompt the front office and say, you guys really need to do something because, we can't keep running with what we're running. We're not going to win anything if we keep this same roster. So maybe he's trying to promote or prompt the organization, the front office, to really do something dramatic to get us back on track. So I look at it as kind of a reverse psychology role more than anything. And if nothing else, man, he's got everybody talking. So and then what is the Steiny? What is the negativity I'm hearing in the station though towards Draymond? I mean, Jesus, Dibley yesterday he throwing all this merchandise and quit being a fan, and Bonte Hill going after him, and now Steiny just can't stomach Draymond Green and even Evan. I mean, guys, relax. This guy is a 4-time champion. Boys, relax. Enjoy the ride. See you guys.
Appreciate it, Austin. Yeah, the
ride's getting rickety.
That's really not the way I feel. The way I feel is that Draymond Green helped the Warriors win 4 titles, and he's also been a detriment over the years. And there are a lot of people that are sick of him, and there are a lot of people that are going to support him no matter what he does, no matter what he says. But when he says something like, I'd be okay with not making the playoffs for 5 years, the first thing is, no, you wouldn't. Like, why would you even say something like that? Like, why would you say that, Draymond? We saw what happened when he didn't make the playoffs 1 year. So, and if Austin's right that, and here's the other thing. If Austin's right and Draymond's saying to the organization, hey, maybe I'm going to put some pressure on him and think because we need to make moves. Well, then there's an assumption there from Draymond that they can't make the team better without moving off the big 3.
On the other side, I'll tell you who I think he's really speaking to. How about that, Austin? We'll disagree on that. How about that? I think he's speaking to one person, and I don't think that Steiny also agrees with that.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
Make the most of Memorial Day.
Oh, hey, Steiny. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and talking about the Warriors, more specifically Draymond Green. Draymond Green was on Shaquille O'Neal's podcast, and Shaq asked him about whether or not he'd ever ring chase. And I'm going to play what Draymond's response was in a second, but like I want to be clear. I'm getting the sense that, you know, like you guys are letting your personal feelings get in the way of what he said. This is not personal, and I'll explain why it's not on the other side. But one more time, Draymond Green on the Shaq podcast.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there's something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
All right, so there's no malice here, but when I hear that, here's where my mind goes. Okay, Draymond's saying that he's loyal. He's going to be loyal, and he's going to be, he wants to go down with the ship. All that's admirable, right? Okay, he doesn't want to leave here. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you tout your own loyalty, when you put yourself in a position where you're saying, when you're magnanimous, well, I'd rather be here than ring chase, it then invites Warrior fans and Warrior observers to begin to assess his loyalty and his behavior for the previous 10 years. So when he says, I'd be okay losing for 5 years, first of all, that's a lie. And the reason it's a lie is because we've all seen you in a position when you don't win. That was my number one thought. And I'm not mad at him. I heard it again. I'm just rolling my eyes. Like, this guy's incredible. Like, this guy's going to talk about loyalty, and he's the same guy who talked about being unable to get out of bed in March when the season's not on the line. That's all I'm saying. Just if he's going to talk like this about loyalty, then he invites the scrutiny of what he's done in the past and our assessment of how loyal we think he's been over the years.
Yeah, first and foremost, I did really enjoy Draymond and have enjoyed him on Inside the NBA. And for that reason, perhaps I'm glad that the Warriors are not in the playoffs, because I think Draymond's really good on television. I think he fits great with the Inside the NBA crew, which is my favorite show. And I'm very sad that after next year, it's no longer going to be around on TNT. So that's first and foremost. But what I hear, and the more I think about it, I do think he's speaking to Klay Thompson in a way. I do think it's a bit of a plea to Klay. And it just so happens to be through the question about ring chasing, but it's like, Klay, struggle with us. Like we want you here. Like we would rather struggle with you than watch you go somewhere else. And I don't think Klay is a ring chaser necessarily either. I think Klay Thompson could go to another team and help him, which Draymond, I guess, described as being open to if the Warriors decided that's the path they want to go down. But I hear Draymond Green speaking to his brother and saying, dude, like, let's end this together. We came into the league together. We won together. We created a dynasty together. Klay, we want you here. I want you here. And I want to go down with the ship with you. That's what I hear. And I do think that Draymond is a fiercely, fiercely loyal person. We've heard it from everybody. And I think his actions have also demonstrated that. Now, does his loyalty wane when some of the players that he is loyal to are not around? Yes, we also have evidence of that as well. But I think he is asking Klay Thompson, and maybe to a further extent the Golden State Warriors, to keep this thing together, because without him or with him, they might not be a championship team. So what's the alternative to breaking this thing up? Losing? Well, he doesn't want to do that. He'd rather lose with his guys than lose without him.
He'd rather lose with his guys than lose without him, but I'm not convinced that he'd rather lose with his guys than win with somebody else. That's the part.
Someone on the 510 is saying he doesn't want Clay to go win a ring without him. I'm not sure if that's it. But so here's my question though. Okay, so we're dancing around this. People are saying we're injecting I don't know, our personal feelings on this. We're trying to defend him, we're trying to tear him down, whatever. Okay, I want to know from the fans. Draymond presented a hypothetical on this podcast.
Yes, he did.
Together, instead of me going to ring chase, let's lose and let's not make the playoffs for 5 years. Like that's the hypothetical. He would rather fail and not make the postseason for 5 years than chase a ring. Are you okay with that? Like, as a fan, are you okay with that? At 888-957-9570, are you okay with watching the remainder of Draymond Green's, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry's career together in Golden State not reach the postseason for 5 years? I don't know if a lot of people would be okay with that. As loyal as Draymond is, making himself out to be, and as loyal as I think he is, I don't think that's a reality a lot of people want to deal with or want to even think about. 6 straight years of no postseason basketball in Golden State, because that's what he's offering, instead of going to chase a ring. I would rather watch Draymond Green go try and chase a ring than watch the Golden State Warriors not make the postseason by the end of his hypothetical for 6 straight years. I'm serious.
Of course. I think most fans would think that too, although there are a segment of fans that want to see this thing end with all 3 of the guys together. But if that's not good for the Golden State Warriors, the other thing is we talk about wasting Steph Curry's career and we got to do everything for Steph. Why would Draymond Green even bring up missing the playoffs for 5 years with Steph Curry, knowing full well that it's all about getting Curry another, you might be good with it, but what about Steph? Would Steph be good with that?
Brandon Podziemski just said on this at his press conference when he was named first team All-Rookie. He said, I don't want him ever miss the postseason again. Well, you just had one of the leaders of the team saying, I'd be okay with it instead of going to chase a ring.
Yep. Austin's in Redwood City. What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just listening to y'all somewhat rip Draymond apart about what he said. People don't never look at what he did do good for the Warriors. They're always pointing out what he do bad or what he say about this and saying about that. Yeah, I got to realize he got us 4 championships. Not only that, he did struggle with the rookies when they first came in. And only that, they came back the next following season and won a ring together as a team, as a unit. So what I'm saying is, I would love to see these big 3s retire together. Why not? I mean, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with what he said? Nothing wrong with that.
So you're okay with if the big 3 retires together, you're okay with, another 2 years of not making the playoffs?
I'm okay with it because look what they built. Win, lose, or draw. Look at the fan base that they still building. That's a crazy part. Like, he's bringing money in. He's bringing more fans in that are not even fans, around the league.
Well, let me tell you, thanks, Austin, but Steph Curry brings in the fans. And, we'll see once Steph Curry leaves how loyal some fans are.
Well, and maybe that's also what I think he might be presenting is if that's what keeps Steph in Golden State, then maybe people are, to Austin's point, maybe I think it is mostly about Steph. I mean, God love Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, but Steph Curry's the franchise, and together they are the big 3. And if the big 3 together keep Steph here, then maybe that's what people are down for. But I don't believe most fans would be okay with watching a 35-40 win team for 5 straight years. You just be banging your head up against a wall.
And I'm not going the literal route with Draymond. And because 5 years to me, that's It's ludicrous. Like, of course he doesn't mean that, because no fan would want that either. But let's just assume what he's really saying is, I want to play with these guys for another couple years, and if we don't make the playoffs, I'm fine with that. Well, then the bottom line is the Warriors are going to re-sign Klay Thompson, and they're going to mess around the edges, and they're going to go on a 2-year retirement tour. Is what it sounds like that he's okay with. Big Smooth's in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth?
Wow. Like Kobe said, that's a Bikram yoga stretch. You guys are taking a conversation on a podcast, and you're creating this spin. He didn't say, listen, it's called hyperbole. He's literally trying to tell you why he's invested here.
He's not invested here, though.
Come on, man. No. Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
You guys are, listen, whether you know it or not, whether you believe it or not, your tint is extremely negative. Now, Draymond has messed up some stuff. We all know that. I would love to see, I almost want to see Draymond gone so I can just go to the future and hear this station cry about really not making the playoffs because they're defensive crap.
Draymond,
let's bring back the Joe Barry Carroll. Let's bring Joe Barry Carroll back. Let's bring back Todd Fuller. Let's go. Let's get these young studs in so we can, again, you want to talk about missing the playoffs. He's your best defensive player in a decade. And you want to, listen, I know he's messed up, but he's also given us, I think somebody put it very well yesterday. If Draymond doesn't mess up that one chip, we never get Kevin Durant and get 2 more. You got to take the good with the bad. And yes, he had a conversation. He was trying to say, I'm loyal to this franchise. You guys took it, turned it. I guess it's better. I guess it makes better ratings. Turned it on his head and goes, are you okay with not making it? We know good and well Draymond is a winner. And we know Joe Laker's not going to sit there and watch the team not make the playoff for 5 years. And you guys know that.
So why did he say it?
Oh, there you go.
Why did he say it? Why does he say something that everyone knows he doesn't believe? Why does he say something that he says he's okay with when we've seen firsthand that that's not the case? And again, is this a big deal? I don't know. You guys are probably thinking that we're making too big of a deal of it, but the reality of the situation is it's like, yes, it's just Draymond. You're right. It's Draymond being Draymond, but it's already jumped the shark. It's been jumping the shark forever, and it's just another thing where you realize that he's the face of this franchise, essentially. More so than Curry.
I don't know
because he's out there.
He's
way
not the
more.
face of the franchise.
Well, he's the voice of the franchise.
Or
he's the voice.
He makes himself the voice, and yeah, he speaks for a lot of people. But I mean, Steph and Klay have been pretty cool with it over the years. I mean, they haven't been ones to say Draymond shut up or Draymond do this. They let Draymond be Draymond because of what the call was talking about, what he's given to the team. The issue in recent years, he's right, like over the course of time, Draymond has given more than just about, I don't know, probably 98% of every player that's walked into a Golden State Warriors gymnasium. But in recent years, Steiny, like this, we talked about all year that if this behavior continues, if the antics continue, people will begin to view Draymond Green differently. And so I think the callers, like, if Draymond Green said this, I don't know, a couple of years ago or during the championship years, I'm not sure if we would have made a big deal about it. I don't know if we would actually think he believed it. But because of his own actions, like he's forced me to rethink.
Well, the other thing is, long before he's ever said this, we've talked, and I've talked about, the minute you kind of aren't winning, that actually has to be the time when you move off Draymond Green. That's got to be the time you move off Draymond Green.
I mean, I don't think it's time yet.
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, if the organization still believes the window's open, And Draymond just said he's okay with losing for 5 years. And again, that's an exaggeration. He's just saying, I'll stick this out till the end. There's that invites that the reason when he says he's loyal, it invites people to talk about the times when he's let this team down. And he's let this team down a handful of times over the years. And the idea of him being loyal and him sticking it out, we've kind of seen that he doesn't respond well at times when the team doesn't win. And the reality is I can't imagine him on a team that doesn't make the playoffs for 5 years.
No, I don't think he'd be okay with it. That's why I do think, again, it is for effect. He is trying to prove how loyal he is or speak about how loyal he is. And I do think he is. But I don't know. It just kind of, I guess what rubs me wrong about it is that he believes that everyone else is okay with it just because he's okay with it. Like that everyone else just has to kind of conform or gravitate towards his feelings just because he's Draymond Green. Like he's Draymond. He's a 4-time champ. He can do whatever he wants. So when he gets on TV and talks about particular players, or when he gets on his podcast and goes after certain guys, that's just Draymond. When he goes after them on the court, if he chokes a guy, if he hits a guy, if he gets ejected, that's just Draymond. Like all of those things have become increasingly more rampant. And to just think that those things are not going to happen at an increasing rate if you don't make the playoffs, I think it's just a little foolish. Like I don't know, man. I don't know.
Let's go to, we got Jimmy in Bayview. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Great show. First of all, I think everything Draymond has accomplished has been based on winning. And, the last 5 or 6 years, the guy averages, 60, 62 games for the last 5 or 6 years. This guy is assuming that he's God's gift to the Warriors. And, he's got a reasonable contract. The best move for the Warriors might be to trade him in a year. And I just think this guy is talking with this grandiosity after a horrible year. He's going after other players, and this guy needs to put his head down and get to work, because you're only as good as your last year in the NBA. And I just think this guy has an overinflated opinion of himself. What do you guys think?
Well,
I mean, his year was not very good off the court.
I mean, he's got a high opinion of himself, but he was a hell of a player. He's a hell of a player.
I think he's earned a high opinion of himself. Sure. But the other thing that he's like, his play, that's the other thing that I hear. Dude, you're declining. Like, you're declining. So, like where do you get off in a way saying it's okay if you're going to be here for a couple more years? There's like a presumption there that I'm hearing. I mean, I think what I hear and what does trouble me, I guess, is we have been fed the last 2 seasons that this team still can contend, still can be a player. When I hear one of the core members of the team, one of the captains or the heartbeat, whatever you want to describe him as, of the team, saying, I'm cool with missing the playoffs for 5 years as opposed to ring chasing. When I hear a player in general, not just Draymond Green, speak about ring chasing, it's because they don't think they can win a ring where they're currently at. Now, he was asked about it. Shaq posed the question. He's answering it truthfully. But I believe that if Draymond truly believed that this was a championship team as currently constructed, he would have moved the question towards, well, why would I need to ring chase? Like, that would be his response. If he was, Draymond's as honest as it comes.
Right.
He would just say, why would I need to ring chase? Why would I even think about it? Because I've never, before this year, before the last 2 years, quite honestly, he's never had to think about ring chasing. Why would he think about ring chasing? Right. People come to Golden State to ring chase. People have joined the Warriors to ring chase. They were the ring chasing destination. And now people are asking them if they would rather jump ship to chase another ring. That's the twist in Golden State, and that's what I hear from Draymond that is alarming, that they might not believe that they're a team that's going to win again. We can think that, but if they think that that's a problem.
Bryce is in San Francisco. What's up, Bryce? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. First-time caller. Really have enjoyed the show for many years.
Thank you.
I had a lot of difficulty with what Draymond said on the podcast, but what I want to hone in on is if you look at it from a business context, right? So, Steiny, if I'm hypothetically your manager and you come into my office and say, hey, man, I'm not really interested in producing new, innovative broadcast content for the next 5 years. I'm actually a really bad manager if I don't try to replace you. So, I think to both your points, it's alarming. And to me, the podcast, there were a lot of elements of almost entitlement, which was disappointing, especially from a guy who historically has been a really great player. That's it.
No, I agree. And just for a lot of the people out there that are saying, are making too big of a deal out of this, or here they go again. The reality is, there are a lot of people out there that did hear what Draymond says. And listen, I'm not mad at Draymond. As Guru would say, sports mad, maybe. But, it's just...
Sports,
just... I hear Draymond say that, and my first reaction is, dude, give me a break. Just give me a break. You don't believe that. We know you don't believe that. Why did you say it? And that's why there's all this inspection of what he says, is because I think we know he don't try to convince us that winning and losing doesn't matter to you. We've watched you for 12 years. We know who you are.
Well, they've also won. That's what they do. That's what he does. Draymond Green is a winner. I don't believe that winners are okay with losing. Or if they are, not for an extended period of time, not without trying to do anything about it. So, the struggle that he's talking about, I think it's honorable. You'd love to think about someone who you came in with and wanted to struggle with them on the way out. What if Steph and Clay aren't cool with missing the playoffs for 5 years? I don't think they are. I think Clay is incredibly competitive. I think Steph, quietly, he hides it better than the rest of them, but he's a killer. He's extremely competitive. Curry doesn't want to not make the playoffs. Now, I'm not saying that Curry would ring chase or Clay would ring chase. Clay, perhaps, because he's got an opportunity to do so this summer. But those guys want to win, too. And it just... I think when I heard it, it was a little jarring because that didn't sound like Draymond Green to me.
That's a good point. We got to get out. But it was like the boss coming in today and saying, Steiny, it'd be like if you said, hey, Matt, if we're not that great for the next 5 years, I'm okay with it. Are you? And I'm just saying, I'm okay with the next 5 years, me not doing great radio. But what about the boss? Does the boss have any input on that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump into the conversation if you want on 95.7 The Game.
I'm what you might call very good.
Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, some of you guys out there being a little bit hypocritical.
What are you talking about? Our audience is one of one.
Well, one of the things I get hammered for sometimes is my my hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Oh, Steiny was always with his hypotheticals. But when Draymond does it, it's okay. Listen to what he said.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership, would you do that?
If there is something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to state another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
All right, so Draymond offering up a hypothetical, and he's saying he would be okay with it. Would Warrior fans be okay with it? There's the hypothetical. He'd be okay with it. He wants to finish up here with the big three, and if they don't make the playoffs, he'd rather do it that way than go ring chase.
I don't mean to sound like I'm calling out fans, but I really don't think people would be cool with it by the end of it. Like,
they're not cool. They weren't cool with it at the end of this year.
A lot of them weren't. I don't think they would be good with it a couple of years in, and not even because of how it looked. I mean, let's say Draymond's on his best behavior. You know, he plays 70 games a year, doesn't get ejected, doesn't get another technical in his career, which is going to inevitably happen. If they go 35 and 47 for 5 straight seasons, I think people are going to be really pissed. I don't think they're going to be happy. In fact, it might be more, I don't know, it might make it harder to watch the 3 players that we've become accustomed to playing at this incredibly high level, this all-time Hall of Fame level, just sort of slip slowly down the slope. I don't want to watch that. That would hurt my soul to watch Curry, Clay, and Dre grow old together, but I mean, I guess I wonder what Draymond believes aging gracefully looks like. In sports, it doesn't tend to happen. And especially doesn't tend to happen to 3 people at the same time.
Right.
It might happen to 1. I mean, Kobe's last years in L.A. were hard to watch. His final game was fun, but the final couple of years were horrible. Dirk Nowitzki was a shell of himself. He was a skeleton out there by the end of his career. And God love him. You know, I think there's examples of great players that have made it to the ends of their careers, and we kind of gloss over them now, and we wash them under because of all the great things they did. But in the moment, like, again, I think in application, what Draymond is saying should be praised. He's very loyal, and he would rather struggle with his guys than go take the alternative and take the cheap way out. I just don't believe him.
Exactly. And it might be no more than that. No, you would not be cool with losing for 5 years. Nobody would be. So why did you say it? Oh, just say you're loyal. I'll be loyal to this franchise till my last day. But maybe he doesn't believe that they have another title in them with this group, and he's downplaying their future non-success, perhaps.
I also think this is a good point, too. This is from Jeezy Money on the YouTube chat powered by First North Cal Credit Union. You said it wasn't cool with Kerr saying he was ride or die with Clay. Like, when Steve Kerr says I'm a ride or die with this particular player, we kill him. Like, the coach is too loyal. The coach is loyal to his guys, but Draymond's allowed to be loyal to a fault, and we're not allowed to criticize him at all. Like, we can't even think about how that would affect him, how it would impact the team, how it would impact the fans, how it would impact the franchise. We're not allowed to do that because it's Draymond Green. Last I checked, Steve Kerr had 4 championships also. Why are they not in the same category?
Remember when we got mad at Steve Kerr for saying we're not chasing wins?
Yes.
I mean, we went through the roof when Steve Kerr suggested that anything less than them wanting to win at all costs.
Unacceptable!
Hey, Al's in San Francisco. What's up, Al? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thank you for getting me on here.
Sure.
Hey, I just want to make a comment on Draymond Green saying about, going through 5 years struggling and not making the playoff. It's all right with him.
Yeah.
I think he's more of saying that, he's right to die with Clay and Steph, but at the same time, try to make the playoff. But even though if they struggle, try to make the playoffs, and everything else within his 5 years, okay with them. It's not like they're not going to try to make the playoffs. He's just saying if they have struggles, maybe he'll come off the bench next year. Not to be a struggle for him. So I think that's what he's saying, that he'll go through the struggles with his two, Clay and Steph. And if they don't make the playoffs within 5 years, that's fine. But they're going to try to make the playoffs and get another ring. They're superstars. They're dominant players. So I think they're going to, come together and then, and work it to see if they can chase another ring with the Warriors, get another ring. If not, then that's the way it is. But I think, they want to ride and die together as Warriors. And I don't blame them, but I think the struggles will be that, they might get, come off the bench and stuff like that, not have the minutes, because Draymond Green is a good defender, but he's slipping and he's going to foul more and he's going to get more technicals and probably suspension in the future. So thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate it. 415, and this is similar to the last caller, Al. You're changing the narrative and the context. He's simply saying he wants to ride or die with Steph and Clay, and leaving that to go chase a ring after 4 titles is not appealing. There's nothing wrong with that comment. Get out of here. Yeah, there is something wrong with the comment. The one thing I take exception to is he hasn't proven he wants to ride or die with Steph or Clay. That's what to me is what's the hypocritical thing for Draymond Green.
You don't think so?
No. I do not think Draymond Green would be okay with 5 years of not winning. And here's the thing. What he fails to realize is that in the past, when this team has not been competitive, he's been a problem. And so the idea that he could be a stalwart or he could be the beacon of light on a team that's non-competitive, that's where it's a joke. That's all I'm saying. And does it matter? It might not matter, but you know what, Dre? You've had plenty of chances to prove your loyalty, and you've had plenty of chances to prove what kind of a great teammate you are, and it's had mixed results. And that's all. And that's all. That's all I'm questioning. I'm not. Don't ask me to presume that you'd be okay with 5 years of losing when we all know you wouldn't be. And not only that, it would probably invite negativity and chaos, that kind of scenario.
Yeah, and of course the next part of that is he'd probably be at the center of it, because he's at the center of everything, whether it's good things or also bad things. And Draymond Green, unfortunately, more often than not, the last 2 years has been at the center of bad things, whether it's being suspended or, inflicting damage upon a teammate, whatever it is. And he's fessed up to that. He's talked about it, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. And so that's why, I understand people are coming down our roads for, extrapolating whatever from this context. But I have to imagine that the first thing that people heard when they heard this comment from him was, "Are you kidding? Really?" It made my ears perk up, my eyebrows raised.
Shocked you talking to me.
Well, that was something else. But it also, it's like, really? 5 years?
Right.
Why do you have to take it to such an extent? Again, I think that if they were still in Warriors ring chasing mode, if they believed that a ring was possible for him, his first response would almost be like, that's an irrelevant question. Why would I need to answer something about ring chasing? We already have the components of a championship core. You're asking me that question, and Shaquille O'Neal probably knows better than most, because I think he has admitted to ring chasing. He talked about trying to get his next ring. He tried to get his 5th with the Celtics, I believe it was. We were number 36 for his 6th team. Like, Shaq has tried to chase a ring. So he's asking that, and I think Draymond would almost give Shaq crap about the fact that he tried to chase a ring if he didn't believe that was a fair question. I mean, it was jarring to me because I've never heard Draymond speak like that before and admit that there is a possibility that there will be a long period of losing before there's even one instance of winning. Like, that's the hypothetical he's presenting in my mind.
Ian is in North Beach. What's up, Ian? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Going well.
I was just, I think what you're saying is right. I think, Draymond definitely is not going to be cool with losing. There's no doubt about that. Obviously, his main point was that he's loyal, but I think, I don't know. He's trying to build up his podcast and all that, and just talking to say something and be a little hyperbolic there. But plus, he's not even signed for 5 more years, so whatever. But I think, I don't know if you want to take this conversation in a different topic, but I was kind of curious what you guys think about like pod. I think one of the main things here is that our roster, we didn't make the playoffs last year, and so just going off that, maybe our roster isn't very good, and and I was talking with some other guys about Pods being our number 2 starter next year, and our 2 guard next year starting, and I was just kind of curious if you guys thought like if that would be a good idea to have, or if you guys were.
Yeah, I mean, thanks a lot for the call, Ian. I mean, as it relates to Klay Thompson, I don't know what the Warriors are going to do. I could see them going in either direction. My only feeling is I do think it's within the realm of possibility that Klay would not be a Warrior next year, but they could be better. Like, I allow for that, absolutely. I don't know how, but I think it's very possible that if Podziemski and Moody take another step up and they man the 2 position, that maybe the Warriors will have a better overall player at that position. They'll have Moody and Podziemski, and those guys can defend better than Klay. Those guys maybe move the ball a little better than Klay. And so, like, that's the trap that I think Draymond's put the Warriors in too, where a lot of people just say, well, the Warriors can't win without Draymond. And how do we know that? How do we know that? And maybe that was the case 3 or 4 years ago. I don't think it's the case anymore.
I mean, I think if Klay Thompson's back, it's because he's coming off the bench. I think that's just the future of his role. And so Podziemski could step into the 2 spot. I think ideally he's good enough to help you there, or Moses is. Yeah, I mean, look, I also Draymond might be speaking to Klay Thompson and asking him to not think about chasing rings. It's funny though, because like Klay's talked about still wanting number 5. I mean, they all do, I think. But the fact that Klay has the opportunity to leave to do so, like, I wonder if that impacts his decision more than loyalty itself. I think Klay's very comfortable. I think they're all comfortable here. I think they all want to stay. And I think they all want to win. The question is, I don't know. I hear doubt also.
That's what I heard too.
When he's speaking about the hypothetical. I hear someone who's doubtful of their chances to win a 5th. And I've never heard doubt from a member of the Big 3 before. I heard doubt from Draymond Green when he's setting up something that is about ring chasing somewhere else or missing the playoffs. I don't believe that prior to this offseason, Draymond Green would have brought that up, because I don't think he's thought about it like that before.
Right. From the 785, wonder where that is. Draymond is also trying, and I think this is there's some merit here. Draymond is also trying to lower the expectations as his own talent begins to fall. He's an overpaid role player at this point. Well, I don't know about the second part, but I do believe he's trying to lower expectations. And the only reason that you want to try to lower expectations is if you know you can't reach the heights that you've reached in the past. And That's what I'm questioning. I'm questioning why when we've been discussing the Warriors and their future with the fans for 2 years and a lot of people are still thinking this team can be successful, then why is one of the big three setting the table for not winning titles when that never crossed their mind before?
I mean, I think this is also a hypothetical that a lot of people are going to be dealing with is, would you rather have the big three here for a long period of time and lose, or would you rather try and reset things and give it a go? I just think they don't have a better alternative right now. And it's why I don't really want to think about 3 or 5 years down the line. Like, I don't want to think about Draymond's hypothetical because I'm worried about next season. They were a 10 seed this year and they missed the playoffs. Can they get back to the postseason? I think they can. Right. And I think if they do, Draymond Green's a big part of that.
JK's in Berkeley. What's up, JK? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. This is I really appreciate your show. I love it. Let me just make 2 quick comments. One is the team has given us 10 years of absolute epic basketball. I mean, every single person, Lacob, Kerr, the whole shebang has been incredible. We're at the end. I mean, 5-year hypothetical is completely absurd. They might play together for 1 more year, maybe 2. That is the max. I mean, who cares what Draymond's saying? And let me tell you, I've worn the Draymond jersey to every game over the last 10 years. I love that guy.
Right.
But we're down to the end of the deal. So I hope we can just see 1 more season where they bring an extra guy in and make it happen. Out.
Appreciate it, JK. Appreciate the call. I think it's weird. I guess the 785 is Kansas City, according to the text line. Okay, another question. What's the 203?
Best barbecue I've ever had.
203. I think it's weird we're talking about how this team isn't a contender while the Pacers are in the Eastern Conference Finals. Didn't we lose one less game than them and split head-to-head? Yeah, no, I mean, look, if the Warriors could get back into this thing if they would relocate to the Eastern Conference.
And Draymond Green doesn't want to relocate. It is so. Why we're not talking about him as a contender is it's partially due to the conference. I mean, so the All-NBA teams came out yesterday, Steiny. Mm-hmm. Steph was on the 3rd team. Would you like to guess how many of the 15 All-NBA players were in the West?
Oh, boy. Let me just try to figure out who might have made a first team in the East. Giannis, Tatum.
Yeah.
I bet Jaylen Brown was on one of the top 3 teams.
Nope.
He shouldn't have been.
He was not. There's one that's in the Eastern Conference Finals on the other team, though.
Oh, Halliburton.
Yeah. He was on the 3rd team with Steph.
That's got to be it.
You're getting close.
Embiid.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Embiid didn't play enough games.
He didn't qualify.
I'm done. I'm done guessing.
Brunson.
Oh, that's a big miss by me.
Yeah, 2nd team. The point is 11 of the 15 All-NBA players are in the Western Conference.
Jeez.
In fact, it wasn't just Steph, whether you think he should have been there or not. Sabonis was a member of the 3rd team. He also didn't make the playoffs. But you probably didn't.
Somebody voted Sabonis. One person voted Sabonis onto the 1st team All-NBA. Let me tell you something. They don't want to release that name. Sabonis, 1st team All-NBA. One voter.
I'll tell you what's a crock of bleep.
Got to be kidding me.
What is a crock of bleep is that Sabonis was given a 1st team vote and Steph was not. Steph did not receive one 1st team vote. And I don't necessarily have a problem with him not getting a 1st team vote. But if someone's going to call Domantas Sabonis one of the best 5 players in the league, you better also have Steph in that conversation.
I saw a stat that the only player on any of the all NBA teams and the defensive teams was Anthony Davis.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great 2-way player.
I also have a problem with Kawhi Leonard's 2nd team, LeBron James' 3rd team.
Really?
Those should be switched. LeBron had a good year. And I get it. I get it.
Kawhi got hurt.
I know. But he must have played 65 games. He was playing a lot of games early in the season.
I think he played the most games he's played in like the last 5 years. Now, Kawhi was incredible.
But he got hurt at the end of the year, didn't he? Didn't he miss some playoff games?
Yeah, that may be a reason why they lost.
Right.
Yeah, he was unavailable after game. What did he get hurt in game 1 or game 2? Didn't play the rest of the series?
Yes. I believe that.
Kawhi Leonard was damn good this season. And also, I think KD was on the second team as well.
Then
the one that kind of surprised me, to be honest, was Booker on the third team. I think Booker just made the qualifying.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Who was the biggest slight? Because I can't figure it out because it's got to be a guy who played a certain amount of games. I'm trying to think, like, what about Anthony Edwards?
Anthony Edwards was a second team.
Second team?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jaylen Brown had a better season than Devin Booker.
Maybe.
He was on a better team.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact
Tatum over Brunson? I think
yes.
Celtics have to have some
Jalen Brunson was the closest person to making the first team of any member of the second team. It's pretty close.
Yeah.
The other, dude, did you know that Luka Doncic has been on the first team All-NBA 5 of his first 6 years?
It's pretty incredible.
Steph has only made it 4 times on the first team.
Yeah. So
it's pretty.
So Doncic has already been on the All-NBA first team more than Steph?
Yes.
Okay, when Steph wasn't on the first team, who was making it over him? You know what I mean? Like, when was he?
It's probably seasons where he didn't play a lot of games. Like, you were still able to qualify, say, in 2018 when Curry played, 50-something games. And maybe
also
that's the only reason
years.
why.
Yeah.
Yeah, the KD years.
Yeah, that's...
Steph, though, 10 out of the last 11 years on an All-NBA team. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Absolutely. Those are the teams that those are the All-NBA teams are important in terms, like they have some credibility most of the time. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. Oh, by the way, on the other side, Tim Legler, ESPN, he did something that's known as saying the quiet part out loud. I can't believe Tim Legler said what he said, but we'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for digital deals for their members.
A smile through the pain.
Steinmetz with Giddings today. Guru will be back no, he won't be back Monday. Monday's Memorial Day. You'll be here Monday.
Yeah, myself
Live and local.
Joe Spadoni.
Oh, nice.
On from 8 to noon. He'll be in the driver's seat. I've already thrown him in there.
All right.
And then Mark Grandy and Dan Devone will be on from 12 to 4, live and local on Memorial Day.
Sounds good. Also, coming up in an hour, 1 o'clock, we're going to have Travis Ishikawa, former San Francisco Giant, get into a little baseball talk. And then at 2:15, you think Evan and I are down on Draymond Green? Yeah. You might want to tune in at 2:15 because we're going to have Stephen A. Smith at 2:15 of ESPN.
Just to throw it out there.
And he and Draymond have beef right now.
On Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that.
So,
We
I
also
tell you
might have to
what.
cut the crossover a little short.
Yeah, you listen to Stephen A. Smith at 2:15, and you're going to start saying, boy, Steiny and Evan, they took it easy on Draymond.
So let me get this straight.
God, I do love that guy.
Tim Legler, he also works for ESPN.
Another guy I love.
Did you hear what he said?
I actually didn't. No, please tell me.
Tim Legler said that ESPN executives told him the Pacers were, quote unquote, not sexy enough to cover intensely. The Knicks are sexy?
He was referring to, the Knicks and Pacers series, right? Well, speaking of Stephen A., it aligns with them showing him walking out of the tunnel and making everything about Madison Square Garden. But you're right. When I think of the Knicks, I don't think of sexy.
Not at all. And I don't think of sexy when I think of Tom Thibodeau either. Dallas takes a 1-0 lead on the Minnesota Timberwolves, 108-105. I'll tell you what, Kyrie Irving, did you see him after the game on Inside the NBA?
I did, yeah.
He was pretty good.
He's such an interesting guy. Like, that's why I sent to the group chat last night, is Kyrie Irving likable again? Like, he hasn't said anything dumb in, I don't know, a year and a half or so. He hasn't made it about him more than he needs to. And he's a part of a good team, and it seems like all of his teammates like him.
I mean, I just think he's so much more comfortable being a number two. You know, he really helped LeBron, and I think he's really helping Doncic. I mean, this is the best player to play with Doncic.
He was taken to your boy in the first half, Steiny.
Anthony Edwards?
Yeah.
Well, Ant-Man got caught up a little bit in the hype, but he'll bounce back. When is game 2? Tomorrow?
I would assume so.
Saturday.
Yeah. Well, look, Steiny, the Wolves aren't in trouble, but they probably felt like they should have. I mean,
yeah,
should have won the game.
I mean, I got to give Dallas credit, though. I mean, they're pretty good. They're defending right now.
Well, it is strange how someone like Kyrie Irving and his image just goes through like continuous makeovers, whether it's in the wrong or right direction. I feel like a lot of people enjoyed him, maybe not in the Bay Area, but during Cleveland, because he was kind of out of the spotlight, and then he put the spotlight on himself in Boston for wrong reasons, and obviously did it during the pandemic and drew a lot of ire for reasons that we don't have to rehash. But I don't know, in Dallas, I think because everything is on Luka, he can just kind of float a little bit. Like he can be a little Klay Thompson-esque, where he doesn't talk all the time. And when he does, he seems to be pretty honest. Like, actually, I enjoyed the back and forth between him and Draymond last night. There's something complimentary about Draymond. I thought Draymond had a couple of insightful questions for him, and it was mainly X's and O's stuff. But listening to Kyrie just talk hoop, like, he's a really smart guy, and he's obviously an incredibly talented player. And that first half he had, in which he had like 24 of his 30 points or whatever against Ant-Man, that was pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, and I think he can pick his spots. I think he knows when Doncic is out of the game, then he can step it up a little bit. But when Doncic is in the game, he tries to set Doncic up. But if he's in the game with Doncic and Doncic is struggling a little, then he'll try to take over a little bit. But, yeah, the Mavericks take a 1-0 lead against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is just on my mind a little bit, and you tell me what you think. So when back in the 80s, when I was a Celtics fan, And it was the Celtics and the Lakers.
When you were a fan.
Yes.
Just of anything.
Yeah, fan of Boston Celtics.
Yeah, of a sports
and
team.
Larry Bird, yeah. So it was the middle of the, in the 80s. And so the Lakers would win and the Celtics would win and the Lakers. And then eventually Detroit broke through, the Pistons.
Yes.
And I remember as a Celtics fan, I was mad that the Pistons broke through because I just wanted the Lakers and the Celtics to win titles. Like, I didn't want the group expanded outside of those two teams because I just wanted those two teams in it. And what I'm getting at here is, so this year, for the 6th year in a row, we're going to have a different NBA champion, no matter what happens. We had the Warriors, then we had Toronto, then we had the Lakers, the Bucks. No, forget the first Warriors. Toronto, Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, Nuggets, and now there's going to be a new team. Like, if you're a Warrior fan, you don't want everybody in that group. Like, you want that group to be very small, don't you?
I disagree.
Really?
I actually think that the fact that the Warriors were the last team to go back-to-back, and a lot of people believe they should have three-peated, that does make it a very exclusive group. I don't think people want to see another dynasty because then the Warriors will have to share something in this generation. I think the fact that there's been 5 separate winners after them means that the league is kind of been up for grabs. Like, it was the Warriors league, and until another team, puts its fingerprint on the NBA, it's still the Warriors league to a lot of people.
Even now?
Maybe not now, but it has been. Like, the Warriors are the last great dynasty. As of now, Michael Malone was talking about how that's the next step for Denver and might have put the cart before the horse, or did put the cart before the horse. But what other team has the makings to do what the Warriors did? Maybe Boston?
I mean, I would have thought Denver had a shot at going back-to-back for sure.
I thought they could do it.
Well, that's the other thing with that Warrior team. The reason they went back-to-back is because they were significantly better than the second best team in the NBA, whoever that was in a given year. And there's far more parity now. Like, even if Denver's the best team in the league, Minnesota's obviously good enough and capable of beating them. But even if the Celtics are the best team in the league, they're not head and shoulders better than the second best team.
Well, so hear me out. Yeah. I don't think Warriors fans want there to be another big dynasty or like a team to just continue to run it. I think the league wants that, though. Like, I don't think the league wants parity. I think they'll say they do, and the fact that it's competitive each and every year would show that it is equal as it's ever been in a long time. But I think that the NBA was built on dynasties. It is built on dynasties. It's built on greatness. To have, like, if the NBA goes 10 years with 10 different winners, I think to a lot of fans who love basketball, that's kind of interesting. But from a league perspective, what do you sell? Like, who do you sell? What team do you sell? They've been selling the Warriors and LeBron James for a decade and a half, it feels like. Mainly LeBron, the Warriors for the last 10 years. If you're a league that is built on stars, you don't know who's a star year to year.
Well, let me ask you this, though, because the one thing we've seen a little bit more of in the last 2 years, right, is we saw the Miami Heat come from a low seed. Yep. I think they were 8.
7.
Okay, 7.
Yeah.
We saw the Warriors at 6 beat the Kings last year. This year we've got a 6 seed in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yes.
It used to be in the NBA that you couldn't, quote unquote, pull upsets. Like the 8 would never beat the 1. The 7 would very infrequently beat the 2. So isn't it a good thing if the NBA playoffs are becoming a little bit like March Madness, where teams are starting to get upset a little bit more than they had in the past?
Let me ask you this, Donnie. Did you watch more of the women's college basketball tournament this year or the men's?
Probably the men's.
The fact that you thought about it tells me because the women's tournament's been, kind of out of the spotlight for a long time. Why was it in the national spotlight? Because of stars.
True.
Because of teams that had history. I mean, the whole LSU-Iowa back and forth was publicized and hyped for days, for weeks. Everyone was waiting until those two teams could meet again. And the fact that Caitlin Clark got to the championship game was what people wanted to see because they want to see stars. I think that also applies to the NBA. I think, for example, if the Mavericks upset the Minnesota Timberwolves, people were comparing Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan in the first round.
Right. Well,
it's because they're reaching. What apparently we were doing for the first 2 hours of the show, according to callers.
A Bikram yoga stretch.
A Bikram yoga stretch. That's exactly right. But it's a stretch because they're trying to find the next thing. People are trying to create the next big thing. There isn't one right now.
Why would you compare Anthony Edwards to Michael Jordan?
That's a great question.
I mean, Michael Jordan never won a playoff series at 22 years old.
Oh, my God.
So to put Anthony Edwards...
Shut up.
Or to put Michael Jordan on the same level as Anthony Edwards, I mean, you got to be kidding me. Jordan had no success the first half of his career, and Anthony Edwards is taking the league by storm. Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because Anthony Edwards was gutless and couldn't stick it out through college, and he didn't believe in development.
Let me tell you
what he didn't believe in grooming his skills at the college level and dominating each and every facet of the game before taking his talents to the NBA. He just thought about the bag.
Let me tell you what he's never done, Ant. He's never called Karl Anthony Towns or Rudy Gobert his supporting cast like Michael Jordan did.
No, instead he hyped up Jaden McDaniels over Kevin Durant.
Instilling confidence. He's instilling confidence.
And he's instilling confidence in himself. I mean, he was like 6 for 18 last night. Make a shot. Good Lord.
All right. The afternoon show, Willard and Dibbs yesterday had Tim Kawakami on. And Kawakami wrote in The Athletic, I believe it was yesterday, he put some names of players the Warriors may be interested in.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for a guy to acquire who can play with Steph, Dre, and Clay for the next 5 years and not make the playoffs, I guess, is what they're trying to do. But here is Kawakami on the Warriors in the offseason.
These big names, I just don't think they're going to get involved. They just don't have the wherewithal, the kind of the cap maneuverability. If they are indeed going to get under the second apron, which I'm sure they're going to want to do, and they could get under the luxury tax. If they're going to have any kind of restraint financially, they're going to not be able to get the Paul Georges, even LeBron or whatever. That whole list of guys, Tyrese Maxey, that they're not going to be in play for those guys, I don't think.
All right. I don't think there's a surprise there. I mean, I know that we've talked about some of the big names, but it is going to be logistically a nightmare for the Warriors to try to acquire, a Paul George or a LeBron James. It's just going to be too hard to incorporate another salary like that with also getting under that second apron. And so they might have to go shopping a little more modestly than we think.
Yeah, I also don't think there's a huge superstar out there or an older one that's really going to move the needle enough for me, Steiny, to try and maneuver the cap to fit him in. I mean, I don't know how you do it, but I do think they're better off this offseason trying to retool as opposed to reload with this big name. And maybe they want a big name because then they'll be back in, there'll be a show as Mark Willard has put a couple times. They'll be back in the news cycle and every single day. And, if LeBron James is in Golden State, they're going to probably get the most TV games, national televised games in the league. But I do think they're better off with trying to, find a younger piece that can fit in here that isn't necessarily going to take away from what they do, but could also be somebody that you can envision being on the team if Draymond's hypothetical doesn't come to fruition of them missing the playoffs in the next 5 years.
Right.
I'm looking at a team like the Cavaliers. I think that team right now, we saw them earlier today fire their head coach. A big reason for that, according to Shams Charania, was a disgruntled Donovan Mitchell, who is in all probability going to sign a max extension this summer with them. That means they're going to probably want to move some pieces. Someone like Jared Allen, I think, is probably pissed that an anonymous teammate came out and said that he did not want to play through an injury in the postseason. That would piss me off. I feel like he's somebody that might want to get out of there. That goes to that front office and said, trade me, because they don't apparently appreciate the effort that I've brought for the last few years here. Someone like Darius Garland, I think, is someone that is interesting to me because he's had a couple of down years. He's still very young, and he's owed a lot of money, and Cleveland might want to move off of him as well. So I think if the Warriors are doing some shopping, I think the Cleveland Cavaliers are the team they got to do business with.
Well, it certainly looks to me like Cleveland's ready to make a couple moves. But I also think it's interesting that they just fired Bickerstaff and they're going to hire a new coach. And you usually give the new coach may, if Bickerstaff lost the locker room, well, who's to say that Bickerstaff's not just a Mark Jackson and the Cleveland Cavaliers have a team on the rise that another coach can get more out of without changing the personnel. I wonder if...
I think it does have to do with Donovan Mitchell. Like, they're doing everything they can to keep him happy. And J.B. Bickerstaff, even though he's made the playoffs the last 2 years, he's got a north of 500 record in 4 seasons coming into a terrible situation. They determined he wasn't the guy.
Here's more Kawakami on who the Warriors can realistically acquire.
I think Brandon Ingram is like the best player that might be gettable. What that likelihood is, it depends a lot on what New Orleans is looking for. It depends on how you value Jonathan Kuminga, how you value the Warriors' 2026 and 2028 first-round picks. Those are the two that they can trade. Teams might really like those picks, right? That might be like getting, I don't want to be insulting here, but that might be like getting a Charlotte's pick, right? You might get some great picks because Steph's only going to be good for so long. This thing might go through a downturn right then. So maybe those picks are going to be very valuable, but also they might be so valuable the Warriors might want to not want to trade them too, right? There's so many different factors here. I think Brandon Ingram and Jarrett Allen are the two really good players, and differing opinions of both at this point, but they're both 25, 26. They're guys you can see being good right away with Steph Curry and Draymond and maybe Clay. Give the Warriors a better shot in a playoff series against one of the big four in the West. I don't think they'd make them favorites, but they'd give them a shot at it. And then guys who maybe can be stars, the leading lights of that next wave. Now, they don't want to trade Kuminga. I think they would have to if they're going to get anybody of that caliber.
All right, so I'm not against Brandon Ingram. I kind of like him.
I think I am.
You are what?
I'm against Brandon Ingram.
Really? How come?
I think the ball stops when it gets to him, and I think he's. I just don't see him elevating this offense. I think he can score, and I think he has perhaps room to get better, but I think we've seen the best of him. And I don't think it's a situation like Andrew Wiggins, because though Andrew Wiggins always showed us what he was offensively, there's clearly a different level defensively he could get to. And maybe this is presumptuous. I just don't think that Brandon Ingram is a player that is going to be a two-way lockdown defender. He's never been that guy.
No, but I could say that Kevin Durant was never the defensive player he was until he got, when he got to the Warriors, everybody started looking at his defense and saying he was defensive player of the year candidate. Ingram's 27, and last year
he's
averaged...
in his prime, yeah. And you'd have him under contract. Assuming you want to pay him.
His numbers are impressive. 16 points a game, 18, 23-8, 22-7, 24-7, 21. He can score.
He can score.
Brandon Ingram. I like his size. The reason that I'm not down on Brandon Ingram is because he's 27 years old.
It's true,
and that to me would be enticing. But the 5'7".
Well, the other part of the cut from Kawakami is people are looking at the Warriors' 2026 and 2028 draft picks like they're Charlotte. Like, if those are really that valuable to the rest of the league, you're telling me I'd have to give both of those up and Jonathan Kuminga.
That's what I'm not doing.
Those three things together, to me, are off limits. Maybe a piece of them I'd be willing to move. You know, if you could somehow get Brandon Ingram for Kuminga and maybe one, I'm not sure to lightly perhaps. I just don't think that the Warriors are in a position to give up on future draft picks because
I'm with you.
I also think Mike Dunleavy's shown he can do something with draft picks. Like right now, Mike Dunleavy Jr. has not given me any reason to not trust him as GM. So
no, not yet.
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
No, I'm kind of with you too there. And when I look at the Warriors, I just, Ingram is a name. Like, Ingram's a pretty good player, and he might not be the perfect fit with the Golden State Warriors, but I like that he's only going to be 27. I like his length, and I would absolutely be open to that.
He also hasn't played more than 60 games since he was a rookie.
You know what?
65.
I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth because I'm open to Ingram, but I'm not open to him for Kuminga and 2 draft picks. That I'm not doing. And you're right. I am going to be super duper reluctant to trade the 2026 first round draft pick or the 2028 first round draft pick, not knowing where we're going to be after the Steph era. The only way I'm trading multiple first round picks from 26 on is if that deal gets us the kind of player who can follow up Steph Curry and be the Warriors' new franchise player. That's the only way I'm giving up first round draft picks in 2026 or 2028. I've seen it happen too many times that a team like the Warriors could fall off after a couple of their big boys decline. And let me tell you what'll be worse than the era after Steph Curry retires is the era after Steph Curry retires without first round picks. I mean, I'd be so scared of that as to not do it at all. I mean, I just wouldn't even consider it unless we were getting a Giannis, an Embiid, a star of the magnitude who could take over for Steph and be their franchise guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why you would try and go after Ingram is because you want to try and put together something like the Indiana Pacers did, which is making a move at the deadline that kind of, turned up the trajectory of your season. But it's a risk, and I don't know. Like, I just think I would not risk my future for Brandon Ingram.
No, I wouldn't either.
Maybe that's where I'm off, but I don't think he's that great of a player.
I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, I wouldn't move those 2 picks, 2026, 2028.
But he does fit your criteria, though, Steiny, as far as someone who's in their prime, who can score. He would be a second option for Steph. And in fact, he might even be the primary scorer on most nights because in New Orleans for the past couple of years, he's lower on the pecking order behind Zion.
Is Brandon Ingram better than Wiggins and Kuminga? If
right now, yeah.
Like, who would you take, Wiggins, Kuminga, or Brandon Ingram?
Ingram.
I think Ingram's the best player right now of those 3.
But I'm also not very high on Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
And I think Kuminga in a couple of years could get to where Brandon Ingram is. But maybe people don't want to wait for that.
It's possible. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in 30 minutes, we're going to have Travis Ishikawa. Going to talk some Giants baseball at 1 o'clock. And at 2:15 with Willard and Dibbs, Stephen A. Smith is joining the show. And if you don't know, they'll set it up. There's a little beef going on right now between Draymond Green and Stephen A. Smith. And we'll be on the front lines on 95.7, The Game. And I don't think of sexy when I think of... talk some Giants baseball. They won again today, 7-6. They were down, 5-1, came back, scored 5 in the 8th, beat Paul Skeens.
Oh, they didn't beat him.
Well, that's
beat
true.
Hunter Stratton.
And
But
they beat
back-to-back come from
Aroldis
behind
Chapman.
wins. Yeah, well, they beat him last night. And, yeah, but back-to-back come from behind wins. I know everyone was despondent after game 1 and just killing Luciano. I think he might have scored the game-tying run. Did he? He also made another error in the 9th inning. But
yeah, he made an error in the 9th. But the Giants...
look at the faith by
Giants
Melvin,
made up
though. Throwing the kid back in the mix. That's what you got to do, son. You got to empower these kids. You can't let them think that every little mistake is going to cost them their job. You can't do it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. By the way, we're keeping track of this now. Giants 6-1 since Willard wrote him off. They're 6-1 since Willard wrote him off. And if he thinks for 1 second,
oh yeah,
I didn't hear him go, yeah, when the Giants went up 7-6. He's got another thing coming.
It is interesting watching, some of the older hosts, and I know you don't really fall into this category as a fan anymore, but it's almost like you get transported back in time to your childhood when you see a grown man root for a team. I do it too. I'm just a little younger than you guys. But seeing Willard pump his fist for a go-ahead double by Brett Wisely, I didn't know he had it in him still. I'm proud of him. That's how you stay young.
Well, and
that's why Goo's younger than you.
Well, and the other thing is,
literally,
I thought Melvin's shrewdest move was putting Luciano in for defense in the 9th.
Well, he had him as a pinch runner, and then came around to score, and then he stuck with him. I also don't think he had anybody on his bench, but he stuck with the kid. I don't think he would have put him in as a pinch runner if he didn't feel like he was okay playing shortstop.
You're probably right. Let's clean some stuff up here. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, I really like the way the Giants are scrapping right now, man. Melvin is a great manager, man. It makes a world of difference. And you're totally right. You can't just take a player out. They got to be able to make mistakes, man. Everybody's human. They're not robots. But, man, I really like Hachimura, man. Like, if you're going to sign a free agent, like Hachimura would definitely be a good pick because he's always killing the Warriors anyways. And he can rebound, pass, man. When he gets hot sometimes, he can shoot. And, man, like, if you're interested in LeBron earlier in the year, why not just go after LeBron, man? Like, you went after Kevin Durant. I mean, it makes sense. Like, to me, I don't know. People say LeBron is old, but LeBron still draws a lot of fouls. He still draws a lot of attention. He can pass. He can shoot. And, yeah, man, LeBron hasn't really declined too much. And I think, having him on the Warriors would just take him over the top, man, completely.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out what the Warriors' strategy is and whether or not LeBron's realistic. I tend to think he is not a realistic target. But as for Rui Hachimura, he has 2 more years left in his deal, $17 million and $18 million. He's all right. I don't see him as being a big difference maker for the Warriors. I'm not saying they couldn't afford to get a little bigger and they couldn't use him, but I'm not sure how impactful he's going to be.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I would love Hachimura.
Really?
But I think his contract is a great value, and I think that's also why the Lakers would not move him, because their best 5-man lineup, if I remember correctly, involved him. I mean, he was pretty important to what they were doing when they were successful. So I think he's too important to the Lakers right now for what he's owed for them to move him. But if the Warriors could get Hachimura, yes, I would love that, because he's kind of like a slightly smaller Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, I just don't know who the Lakers would want off the Warriors roster for that. But
Wiggins?
I'm trying to think if Wiggins would fit. Wiggins would love to play with 2 guys like LeBron and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, just take all the attention away from him.
Exactly. And it could be the third option, which is probably what he's best suited for at this point.
Don't know where Wiggins is.
That's actually true. It's kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo. He just goes off the radar the moment the offseason starts.
And sometimes he goes off the radar during the season.
Well, that's also
on 95.7 the game. All right, so coming up in 20 minutes, we got Travis Ishikawa and the Giants. They win again today. They won 7-6. This one, they got 5 runs in the 8th inning, so they've come from behind 2 consecutive days. And I don't who started for them. They had an opener start for them.
Yeah,
so
it was Eric Miller. Remember, because he gave up a leadoff home run that was almost caught. Luis Matos nearly made another home run saving grab. It just squirted out of his mitt.
Yeah, we had our eye on the game, so we're not completely locked into today's game. But Joey Bart hit a grand slam for the Pittsburgh Pirates that put them up 5-1.
Yep.
But they couldn't hold the lead. And when I say Joey Bart hit a homer, Evan comes in with a beep beep, which
Barton, you're there. Yeah, off of Mason Black. I mean, the fact that the Giants won a game like today, it was kind of like, I mean, generally, if you're going against, a top tier starter, and I know that Skeens has made, 2 or 3 starts in his major league career, but he has plus stuff. He's very difficult to beat. The fact that the Giants won a game like today, they kind of like they stole the series. I know they felt like game 1 got away from them, and the Pirates stole that game, but they bounced back in back-to-back days, and that's why it was hard for me to kill them after game 1 because it kind of does depend on how you respond. And they responded with 2 come-from-behind wins. They were down 4 yesterday, down 5 today, and they won. And they ended up taking 2 of 3 against a Pittsburgh team. They beat their 2 best pitchers. They beat Jarrett Jones yesterday, and then they won in a game against Paul Skeens. So those are the kind of wins that you can build momentum around. And now you look back, you say, wow, actually they've won, now 6 of 7. They've taken 2 consecutive series, and they got a chance now to, if they can take a series in New York, come back after a 4-2 road trip.
Yeah, and it's to me, it's just so funny how Matt Chapman's warming up right now. And we all thought that he might get off to a slow start because of when he was signed in free agency. And sure enough, now we're moving into June, late May and June, and he's starting to hit. I mean, you could make a case now, Evan, that things are going wonderful for the Giants. Chapman's starting to hit. Wade's had a great year. And now Matos and Ramos and Luciano are starting to chip in. And ideally, that's the way this season would go with the veteran, Soler starting to hit the ball a little better. So your veterans start coming around and your young guys begin to grow. Giants may have action.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Chapman's on a 5-game hitting streak right now. And we talked about this yesterday, and I still believe it to be true. Your veterans will dictate how the season goes. And I don't think it's a coincidence that, yes, Matos has come up. He's looked fantastic. Ramos also hit another bomb today. That chipped in. That definitely helped, even though at the time it looked like things were moving a little bit in the bleak direction. Patrick Bailey was a big part. I think he was a defensive replacement late, but he eliminated the Ramos error in the 9th inning by gunning down a base runner on a strike him out, throw him out. So those are young players contributing, yes, but also Soler's swinging the bat now. You look at what Matt Chapman is doing offensively, 3 home runs in 3 days. Those are big hits, and your veterans are at the forefront of it all. So the fact that they're melding and kind of, I guess, infusing the young with now the old that's being productive, I mean, that's the key to any success. They had 13 hits today. That's not an offense that is going to, that looked like 45 games in, that is going to post double-digit hits that often.
Right.
So the older guys are finally starting to carry their weight, and I think they're being boosted up by the energy of these young players.
Well, let's look. I mean, and I get it. Batting average isn't what it used to be, but we got Matos hitting .311. We've got Ramos hitting .296, and we've got Luciano hitting .333. So, we've got that influx of youth playing, and now when Austin Slater gets healthy, it shouldn't matter, right?
No, if anything, he would take just an extra outfield spot, and I don't know. You might even consider just not having him at all. I mean, you have him as a backup, just as a last resort. I mean, you do need someone to play center field if, for example, Matos needs a day off or gets hurt or, God forbid something happens to him. But I mean, like Steiny, they're finally, I think the vision that they had for this team is finally coming to fruition. And for example, like they also won a game yesterday in which their starting pitching wasn't very good. I mean, Blake Snell did not look very good yesterday. He still has not looked good so far this season. They won that game. This was a game today in which Mason Black effectively was their starter and is basically a Sacramento River Cat. They won that game. They won 2 games in which the Pittsburgh Pirates threw their best players, and they lost. So even though you couldn't get to Skeens, I think a big feeling that's flipped around for the Giants is watching them the first 40 games. It felt like if they fell behind, the game was over.
Right.
Like the moment they go down 3 or 4 runs, which is not insurmountable, the game is over because their offense did not have enough to hit against whether it's top tier or low end bullpens. The Pittsburgh Pirates bullpen is not very good, and they bashed them. They beat the hell out of them the last 2 days. And that's what you need to see from this team because you're going to have to come from behind at some point. And the fact that they did it twice after they took their worst loss of the season, I think demonstrates a lot of resiliency about this group.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, is I get it. You know, they've swept Colorado, and now they've taken the Pittsburgh series, and those aren't 2 world beaters. But the reality is if you don't win those games or if you go 3-3 against those teams, you're in big trouble. I mean, the first thing you have to do, if you're a team like the Giants that purports to be a team that's going to be hanging around all year, is then you better be better than the worst teams in the National League. And I think we can say, for certain, if there's 3 tiers to the National League, the Giants are now in the middle. They're in the middle tier, and depending on what some other teams do and how their pitching comes around, I do think they have action. I mean, goodness gracious, if Blake Snell can come around and they get Robbie Ray back, I mean, this team may be a wild card team who can make some noise.
Well, and that's why you're already starting to see players regress to the mean. And that's not just a negative thing. It usually is used for players that overperform and then come back down to earth. It also means that players that have underperformed begin to hit at their averages. Matt Chapman's hitting .370 in his last 12 games. I mean, he knocked the hell out of the baseball, yes, over the weekend against Colorado, and that's a poor pitching staff. He also did damage against Pittsburgh. He's done damage against some good arms. He took Jared Jones deep, I think, to right center yesterday. That's an impressive blast, and something that actually, if you've kind of paid attention, let's just hone in on Matt Chapman, for example. If you've taken a look at what he's done at the plate, a lot of it could be attributed just to bad luck. He's still hit the ball hard. He has been, I think, in the top 10 or 15 in terms of hardest hit on average baseballs in MLB. And if you look at the rest of those batters, those are the guys that are leading teams offensively. The Juan Sotos, the Shohei Ohtanis, the Mookie Betts. Matt Chapman's has been in that category. The average just hasn't been there. So you're finally starting to see some of these hitters regress towards the mean in a positive fashion. And I think that's also going to happen with their pitching staff. I think this is a pitching staff that has not performed to its best. The bullpen gives me pause. And the fact they were able to win with Tyler Rogers in the 9th inning today was impressive. But if Blake Snell starts to perform even close to where he was last year and has been throughout his career, yeah, you're looking at a pretty dangerous team. They might not be the sexiest compared to who else is in their division or maybe who else is in the NL, but this is a team I think that is going to win a lot of series against teams like that.
Right.
And that's important. You have to beat the Colorados. You have to beat the Pittsburghs. And I think they can also beat the Mets coming up this week.
Well, the Giants right now a half game out of that 3rd wild card. I know it's we're only 50-plus games in the season. I'll tell you what.
Thanks,
Chapman.
Mets stink.
They don't win that game yesterday without Chapman in the field. I mean, he was spectacular. You know who he reminds me of? Greg Nettles.
Said, I was going to ask you,
former Yankee.
You going to date yourself?
And former San Diego Padre.
How many gold gloves?
Nettles.
How many gold gloves?
Oh, my gosh. Craig Nettles?
Yeah.
I got to believe he had... Greg Nettles. It's Greg Nettles. But it's Graig,
True.
I believe, right?
Oh, this guy could swing it.
Yeah, he was good.
He's better offensively than Chapman, probably. Defensively...
How many gold gloves? 2. At least 7.
2.
Please.
He's only got 2.
Well, you know why?
Played in the same league as, I don't know, some
Brooks Robinson.
Some other great third baseman.
He probably overlapped with Brooks Robinson too many years. 6-time All-Star. How many times Chapman made the All-Star team?
Once.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got 4 Gold Gloves, though. One of them's platinum, by the way.
Okay. What does that mean?
That means he's the best fielder across all positions in his league. Like, for example, Fernando Tatis Jr. won a platinum glove.
Okay.
That means he's the best fielder in the National League. Chapman has won a platinum.
Shortstop.
No. Across, so there's 9 positions on the field.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. This guy.
If there's a platinum glove awarded to you, it means you are the best of everyone. Like you would be the defensive player of the year.
That's the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life.
You'd be the Rudy Gobert of Major League Baseball. I can't believe I just said that.
How can you compare a shortstop fielding to a catcher to a center fielder?
Because,
just on percentage? Get out of here.
No, because you watch him play. You watched him play yesterday. People don't make those plays. There was another play today in the hole. Going to his left. Did you know that Matt Chapman, let me just explain something to you. Matt Chapman plays the deepest on average of probably any third baseman in the league.
Right, and Joey Bart beat out an infield single today.
Yes, he did. No, I think that was last night. Was that the bare hand play? Yeah, the bare hand play, which it was damn close too. No, Matt Chapman he's the best third baseman defensively the Giants have had in quite some time. I don't know who else.
He's a great defensive player. There's no doubt. But the idea that
he's better than Greg Nettles.
The idea that may be true too.
I've never watched him play third.
Is he better than Nolan Arenado?
He is now.
Who's the best fielding shortstop in baseball?
Well, he's a third baseman.
I know, but
the best fielding shortstop in the game?
Yeah.
Carlos Correa's up there.
So who makes the determination that Chapman's a better fielder than Correa?
Well, metrics are involved, total errors, that kind of stuff. The amount of plays you're involved in, how many balls you can get to, defensive runs saved.
Stop it.
And something called the eye test.
You can't do that.
So
they got to renege that.
So
they've got to renege that award.
According to you, the shortstop is the best defensive player for every team?
No, I don't know. I would.
Marco Luciano would say otherwise.
I would never.
I'm just kidding.
I would never presume to compare a right fielder to a third baseman and make a subjective decision that one's a better fielder than the other. You can't compare positions.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't really.
It's like comparing guards or forwards. They play different spots, but they're the same.
Well, I have a big problem with the NBA Defensive Player of the Year because it's always a big guy. Why? What about guys?
I think that's the beauty of the Platinum Glove is it can be won by anybody. It could be an outfielder.
Okay, who else?
It could be an infielder.
Okay, who leads the league in Platinum Gloves?
Well, it's a recent award, so I'm not sure.
See, that's the other thing.
What?
That's the other thing. This thing didn't even exist 5 years ago.
Okay, so
how many years? Since when did they?
Who are the greatest defensive players you've ever like? Ozzie Smith, right?
Or Brooks Robinson,
Mike Schmidt.
Mike Schmidt.
Yeah, Mike Schmidt would probably have a couple platinum glove awards because he was the best defensive player,
third baseman,
best defensive player,
third baseman
of his time. I don't know who else was on the field.
You can't say that.
What was Mike Schmidt better than the left side of the infield he played with?
Is he better than the? I'm just saying nobody would ever say Mike Schmidt's the greatest defensive player in baseball right now. They'd say third baseman.
Well, people say that Willie Mays might have been the greatest defensive player.
Center fielder. Yeah, great center fielder. I'll tell you what, you put him at third base, he doesn't win a platinum award. What were you going to say, Kay?
Mookie might.
I just wanted to chime in real quick because Nolan Arenado has won 6 of these platinum gold gloves, however you feel about them. But in my opinion, I think Keith Hernandez trumps everybody. 11 gold gloves.
Shut up.
11 gold gloves. I don't think he could beat anything.
I mean that in jest.
I think you need to look at Brooks Robinson.
Oh, no, I agree with Brooks Robinson, too. Amazing for the Orioles, but Mets did beat him in 69.
So he's got 11 gold gloves, right? You just said? That makes him the greatest defensive player ever? What position did he play?
First base.
Okay, you know who's got more gold gloves than him?
Who's that?
Greg Maddux. You know what position he played? Does that make him the greatest defensive player ever?
Apparently, it might.
I mean, you could say at his position, but sure. I mean, if you wanted to,
at his position,
he was fantastic.
Well, he wasn't as good as Jim Cott.
If Keith Hernandez was such a great defensive player, why didn't he take the first baseman's mitt off?
He was a lefty.
Yeah, so go to the outfield.
Yeah, he took away a lot
We
of
got to ask him.
doubles down.
Bay Area native, by the way.
No, Keith Hernandez was great.
Is he? Keith Hernandez?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Let me Google it.
Appreciate this from the 650. Platinum Glove has been around since 2011.
That's
and it
a
looks
new
like
award.
it's almost been 15 years. It looks like Nolan Arenado has the most, 6, and Yadier Molina has the second most with 4. I would agree with that.
Can you find out,
players are
Kay,
incredible,
how many
man.
gold gloves Jim Cott has? K-A-A-T. Jim Kitty Cott.
Jim Cott?
Yeah, Jim Cott. He's great. Maybe he's the best fielding pitcher of all time.
Perhaps.
You ready?
Yep.
16.
It's pretty impressive.
16 gold gloves, Jim Cott.
Oh, my God.
All right, I take it back.
So is Jim Cott the greatest? It is funny, though, because the few people that I've talked to, by the way, Greg Maddox says 18. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. So Nolan Arenado, I think, is regarded as the best defensive player of his generation from people in the game that I've spoken to. Like, if you ask who do you model your game after in basketball? A lot of people would say Curry or, I don't know, Kobe or MJ, whatever. If you ask a lot of infielders, especially those on the left side, even if they play shortstop, like who they modeled their game, who they try to be like, Nolan Arenado's the guy. And Matt Chapman's in his category.
Oh, Chapman's phenomenal.
He's incredible.
I mean, there's no doubt. So is it do they give a platinum award for each league, or is it baseball?
Each league, I think.
Okay, so there's 2 platinum gloves given each year.
I could be wrong about that.
What, do they just hand them out like participation trophies?
Oh, 2? Okay.
So there's
I was correct. Yeah, one
every
for each
year.
league.
There's one platinum gold. There's platinum gloves.
There's an AL platinum winner and an NL platinum winner.
But here's the other thing: gold is more valuable than platinum. You know what I mean? So saying somebody's got a platinum glove, that doesn't even sound as good as a gold glove.
But metal is only as valuable as its rarity. And if you're giving out a lot of gold, right? I mean, one of the reasons, actually, I don't know if that's true. I could be.
Platinum, that's like iron pyrite. I mean, that's.
Well, we should make the iron pyrite glove.
Maybe
and
so.
Give it out to the best defender in Major League Baseball.
Maybe so.
Matt Chapman.
I'll tell you who else could field a little bit. Travis Ishikawa.
Yes, he could.
And he's joining us on the other side, former San Francisco Giant. We're going to get into some Giants talk on the other side, and that's sponsored by Lucky California.
Make the most of Memorial Day.
a drive deep into right field, way back there. Goodbye! A home run for the game and for the pennant. The Giants have won the pennant, and Travis Ishikawa is being clobbered by his teammates as he comes down the third base line, and he is mobbed at home plate. A walk-off home run to win the National League pennant by Travis Ishikawa.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me just start off. Does that ever get old, Travis?
Not at all. You know, it just it's been a while since I've heard that call, and I just got goosebumps as I was listening to it right there.
Yeah, I think a lot of Giants fans did too. Of course, that home run, 3-run homer sent the Giants to the World Series in 2014. And Travis is now the hitting coach for the San Jose Giants. And, you know, it was about a week ago, Travis, that the Giants got beat 10-2 by the Dodgers, and people were talking about that as the low point. What's been the difference in the last week for the Giants? They're 6-1 since that loss.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's always going to be a juggernaut battle when you're playing those guys over there down in L.A. They just got such an unbelievable, talented team, and every day is always going to be a fight with them. But also, too, just being able to have, I believe it was Webby Wright come back and right the ship and at least, you know, win the series finale. And I think right there might be just a telltale sign that these guys can play and they can keep up with all the teams in the National League. And you know, I think the talent's always been there. I think it was just more about them believing it and just finding that consistency and finding kind of that little, not the rut, but like just kind of that little, like everybody falling into what it is that they do and not trying to do more and just doing what's best for the team. And I think that's been the biggest thing for those guys.
Well, a big part of it, Travis, has also been the injection and the elevation of the team by a lot of younger players. And I know this is your third season in San Jose. Had some overlap in 2021 with a guy who's helping a lot in Luis Matos. What did you see then from an offensive standpoint with where he was at then? Obviously, he tore it up that year that he was with you guys in 2021. But here now, kind of take fans inside what the growth of Luis Matos has been. And are you surprised that so far this year he's been able to do as much damage as he has?
Actually, I didn't. I was the Arizona rookie team in 21, so I actually never got to coach him. But I did have him in the 2020 pandemic year. We had an instructional league camp in the fall, and he was in the camp, and he was actually on the team that I was coaching as an 18 or 19-year-old kid. And we would face, you know, AA, AAA type arms. And the thing that stood out to me with him was he never looked overmatched in the box. You know, he's facing guys 4 levels ahead of him. You know, he had just come to the States the year before for the last month of the season from the DSL, and he didn't strike out. He didn't swing and miss. Now, he chased a lot, right? But his hand-eye coordination and his bat-to-ball ability was so elite, even as a young 18, 19-year-old. I remember telling a lot of people in camp, like, this kid's going to be a big leaguer just because he's got the confidence. He's got a little bit of that swag and belief in his ability. You know, obviously, it was more about harnessing, you know, the chase, making sure he's getting better pitches to hit. Even in the 21 season, his MVP, he was MVP of the California League. You know, you see a lot more mistakes, and he just didn't miss those mistakes. And as you know, he went through the levels, pitchers were making less and less mistakes, and he had to learn to make that adjustment. You know, I think in 22 in Oregon, he had a little bit of a setback, but then come last year, starting out in AA, you know, looks like he'd figured out some things, and it's no surprise to me that he's been able to make the impact that he's made up there. Like I said, I saw him as an 18-year-old kid, and I knew that it was just a matter of time before he could be helped out the big league club.
Travis Ishikawa joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the hitting coach for the San Jose Giants. Let me ask you about Matos' defense a little bit, because if you've watched him the last 6 or 8 games over the course of the last week and a half, you know, he seemed to struggle early with the routes he was taking on some fly balls, and then the next thing you know, he's maybe robbed 2 guys of home runs, and he had another one today where he would have taken a home run away, but it just fell out of his glove at the last minute. I mean, where's his fielding at overall, and did you see him do that, make those kind of plays at the minor league level?
I did. And again, it's I think there's just obviously always some work to be done with first steps. there's just different types of balls off the bat that even I remember in my limited time out there that, balls can just kind of get out there kind of funny. And, and I think the good thing for him is he's got the speed to make up for, some of those misreads. And I think as he gets more and more time out there and gets to know these fields a little bit better and how the conditions play, he's going to be making those web jam looking catches look probably more routine as his career moves on.
Well, one thing that people have been, I guess, clamoring for is a lot of these young players, and it does take certainly time, and we've now seen them offensively, especially this last week, emerge. Not just Matos, but Elliot Ramos, along with Marco Luciano. But I just want to ask you, Travis, about the difficulty of hitting from when you played until now, because you're seeing guys in the minors and they're lighting up radar guns. I know they used to as well, but how has hitting become more difficult? Because I think a lot of people just expect these young players to come up and immediately provide an impact. It's happened to some extent, but then there'll be some regression. It'll be a little bit of up and down. But how much more difficult is it to hit these ridiculous pitchers now than it was when you were playing?
Yeah, I believe probably the analytics has probably got something to do with it. Just as we've grown more with technology and data and things like that, I think teams that haven't ever seen these young players come up, they've just got more information on these guys, and I think they have a stronger scouting report on how to pitch these guys from early on. Where I think when I came up, there was a lot of maybe of hearsay based on scouts' opinions and that had seen us play, but more times than not, you were getting pitched, you were getting thrown a certain way until you could prove you could hit a fastball, and then they would make the adjustments from there, and then hopefully by then after the hot start, you've done enough to kind of build up some confidence, things like that. But I think a lot of these young players, these teams already know what they can and can't handle or where they struggle in certain areas, and so they're trying to expose that, and then it becomes on the hitters, the responsibility of the hitter to either lay off of it or, figure out an adjustment to try to handle that pitch.
Travis Ishikawa joining us on 95.7 The Game. His 3-run homer sent the Giants to the World Series in 2014. And this offseason, Travis, obviously the Giants signed Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler, and they got off to slow starts, but there's certainly signs right now that they're starting to swing the bat better. Blake Snell has gotten off to a tough start. Where do you see him right now? And are you getting a little worried because we are getting a little deeper into the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's always when you sign a guy, you want him to be able to kind of come in and immediately help out the club, and that injury didn't help the cause by any means, but he made his way through San Jose a couple of weeks ago. I think he went 4 innings, didn't give up a hit. He struck out I think like 9 guys on 60 pitches. And then the next week he went up to Sacramento and threw another 5 innings, no hit. So, over a course of 9 innings in his rehab start, he struck out, I think, like 17 guys or 16 guys, didn't give up a hit. The stuff's there. I think it's just a matter of just him. He didn't have that spring training to kind of get himself ready for the season. So I know he's probably getting kind of rushed into that a little bit, and there's probably just a little bit more that his body could take. So, obviously the old cliche goes, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. So, hopefully when he comes back from that paternity leave he can kind of get settled back in and give us some strong starts here, down the stretch into the second half, and hopefully for that playoff push.
Well, Travis, you played for some very competitive teams, some really good teams. And I'm just curious, as a player, when you see the front office invest the way that, say, the San Francisco Giants did this offseason, putting a lot of money into a lot of talent, do you feel like there's more of an expectation as a player to succeed, to, set your sights on the postseason? You always want to win, but do you feel like there's added pressure, whether it's, because of a trade or just some talent coming into the locker room? Do you feel like there's more pressure to perform when the front office makes that kind of investment in your club?
From my standpoint, I was never the investment, so I always took that as more of like confidence in the front office believing in us and making a push to, go and make the postseason. And again, right, like every season, we're always talking about going to the postseason, and regardless of what we have. But when you see, when you get to see the Giants front office kind of making that investment in the future, and I think for the guys that are already there, I see that as a sign of confidence and trust, and that they're going to do what they need to do to try to get the Giants into the best position of making a playoff.
Travis, thank you so much for joining us, man. Appreciate it. Good insight on this team, and man, what a difference a week makes.
Yeah, no kidding. Hopefully it continues forward, and maybe next time we talk, we'll be talking about how we're leading the playoff pack and getting ready for some playoff games in San Francisco.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Travis. Appreciate it, man.
All right. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your day.
All right, that's Travis Ishikawa. He sent the Giants to the World Series in 2014, a 3-run homer against the Cardinals, and now he's working in San Jose as a hitting coach. And that's Travis Ishikawa.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool that he's got an opportunity to, of course, help the club with his own bat when he was playing, but also now kind of help mold the hitters that are coming through this system. And because of the reformation of minor league baseball, Steiny, that is outside of the rookie level, that's really the first full season that any player plays. So Travis is in a way kind of responsible for, shepherding these guys through their first introduction to pro ball. I mean, whether they're from outside of the country, whether they're a high draft pick, whether they're somebody that's acquired in a trade. Like Travis Ishikawa is a lot of people's introduction to the Giants hitting philosophy, and I think there's a lot of pressure in that, but he's clearly succeeded at a high enough level that he doesn't feel it. Like I had a chance to talk to him last year, and I was filling in for a club that they were playing, doing some broadcasting, and he was kind enough to just talk to me for like 15 or 20 minutes about like the Giants' philosophy of hitting. And it's pretty common among most clubs. Like you control the strike zone, you try and be selective. But for example, he was talking about Luis Matos and how he's somebody that does like chase a lot. So trying to figure out where you and the organization believes players should be from an offensive standpoint, you also have to be open to what they do in their strengths. Watching Luis Matos the last week and a half or so, it's very apparent that he can get to any pitch, but he's not really going to walk a whole lot, and he's going to be prone to some strikeouts. But if he's putting barrel to baseball, if he's hitting the crap out of the ball the way that he's been, then that's just something you got to live with.
Well, can I shout out one of our listeners?
Yeah, of course.
Our great listener, Leroy in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember, he called in yesterday, and he said the one thing he hadn't been seeing with the Giants hitters is they just haven't been employing enough patience at the plate. And Leroy's right on the money because last night, Giants induced 8 walks from the Pirates, including 3 straight in the 8th inning. I mean, so you want to talk about guy having a hell of a year.
That's true.
I think it's Leroy in Oakland right now. I mean, he nailed it. He absolutely nailed it.
Well, that might have also been an impressive part of today's win because they only walked twice.
Right.
I mean, it's one thing when you're getting free passes, and especially like early in innings. I mean, the 3 walks you're talking about, I think Chapman came out of the bullpen and just couldn't find the zone. And yes, it takes patience to do that. But also, too, if you're not getting walks, if you're not getting help from opposing pitching staffs, what are you going to do? And so they found, offensively, 2 different ways to come back. Last night, it was a little bit of help from Pittsburgh. Today, it was all San Francisco. I mean, they put together 13 hits and only had 2 walks, and the Pirates also didn't commit an error. So it wasn't like they were shooting themselves in the foot. Last night, you can make the case they did, but today, the Giants just took the series.
I'll tell you who's terrible. Aroldis Chapman. I mean, jeez.
He's over the hill.
He struggled in each of his last 2 appearances. But the Giants won again today. They won on, what was it, 9-5?
7-6.
7-6. That's right. 9-5 was late. Game's coming quick.
That was
they
yesterday.
Played last night. Won 9-5. They win 7-6 today. They were down to the Pirates today 5-1. They were down 6-2, and they scored 5 runs in the 8th inning to win that game.
Well, speaking of walks, you see how many Chapman's put on this season? I know no one really cares where it is.
I mean, how many walks he's
Giants down, but
he's gotten?
Dude, he's walked 20 batters in 15 innings.
Oh, I thought for some reason you said Chapman. I was like, Matt Chapman.
Oh, no. Sorry, Aroldis Chapman, which is interesting because that guy used to be one of the most electric. Like we interviewed Mason Miller a couple weeks ago, Drew and I, and he's the hottest thing going right now among closers. But Aroldis Chapman used to be that guy, and now he instills zero fear in an opposing hitter. Like his velos, he still throws hard, but he throws 94 to 96, It's pretty incredible that guy threw 6 miles per hour harder on average than what he currently throws. Like right now, he's 36. He's cooked. I mean, Aroldis Chapman is cooked. And the Giants, in 2 straight days, were able to get over on him. Mainly last night, though.
All right, so you're telling me Chapman's walked 20 in 15 innings?
15 and 2/3, but yeah.
Okay, let me look at our starting pitcher, Blake Snell.
He actually hasn't walked as many as you'd think.
He's walked 9, and he struck out 17. So he's a little better. By the way,
it's about 2-1.
Here's a little up.
What he is doing is giving up a lot of hits.
Here's a little factoid for you. You brought him up, and it's just something that I knew right off the top of my head. Mason Miller.
Yeah.
He's become the first player. He's become the first pitcher in baseball history in his first 15 games to allow no runs and strike out more than 40 batters. He struck out more than 40 batters in 15 innings.
That's pretty incredible.
That's unbelievable.
The other stat that he broke a stat, but I'll leave that in the past. The other stat that I was telling Ken about yesterday is the fact that he allows half a base runner per inning. You know, if you look at like walks and hits per innings pitched, that means he essentially goes 1, 2, 3 every single time. Every other time he walks to the mound, no one gets on base. The Giants could use him.
I think a lot of teams could probably use him, right?
Well, Doval was... That was another part that was impressive about today is they didn't have Doval. He was unavailable because he pitched back-to-back nights.
Right.
So you had to get through without him. And you basically knew that your entire bullpen was going to be taxed because Miller was going to open, Black was going to give you whatever he had, and then you're basically just cobbling it together from there. So I know they ended up giving up 6 runs and they were down most of the game, but the bullpen on the back end did a good enough job and Rogers picked up a save.
Well, what do you make of this? So on Wednesday night, the Giants have on Tuesday night, they have a 4-run lead.
They do.
And he doesn't bring Camilo Doval into the game at the start of the 9th inning. Last night they're up 4 runs in the 9th inning, and he brings Doval in to pitch the entire inning. What is that? Melvin saying I messed up?
Could be an admission of fault.
Is he reacting to new information?
Could be an admission of fault. I also that was what was interesting to me about game 1 is like I understand it's one game out of 162, but it felt like based on the workload that Doval had the previous week that there could be some sense of urgency. And if you grab game 1 of the series, again you're looking at it 3 at a time, then I think you're in good position. So that was what was confusing to me about game 1. Game 2, I'm not going to say I'm right, but I do think that Melvin knew that game they had to win. And Doval was also coming in, I think, in extras, so there was a runner on second base to start. You go to your best guy, and he had already used Ryan Walker in back-to-back days. So, yeah, it's always interesting to me how a manager, because you have to both manage the actual game itself, but the entire season. And Doval ended up getting a day off today, even though they probably could have used him. You can't go to him 3 straight days, or 4 times or 5 times in the last 7 days. So that's where you need other arms. And that is where my concern still lies, because I don't think that at least they haven't shown me yet that these games are something they can do consistently. To their credit, Rogers came in and shut him down. Bailey threw out a base runner after an error by Luciano, and that's where the defense picked him up.
I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised at you today. To tell you the truth,
what do you mean?
I would have thought that you would have tried to stick it to me after what I said yesterday.
Well, you said a lot of things yesterday.
Right.
What'd you say?
Well, you've heard of the Sports Illustrated jinx, right?
No, I actually haven't.
You've never heard of the Sports Illustrated cover jinx?
I've heard of the Madden curse.
Okay, it's similar to that.
Same thing?
Yeah, it's very similar to that. When you're on the cover of Sports Illustrated, something bad usually happens.
And then you stink.
And yesterday, don't you remember who I said was my favorite pitcher on the Giants?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sean Jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly. God, actually, he owes Blake Snell not a steak dinner, but he owes him something nice. Blake Snell's line looked a lot worse because of Sean Jelly.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I think he left the game and had only given up a run.
Was there two? Actually, I think there was one out. So he probably would have given up at least a run. But you come in. Also, well, actually, a lot of former Giants quietly had a good series against him. Not just Joey Bart today, but Brian Reynolds, the centerpiece of the Andrew McCutchen deal. Hit that grand slam off jelly.
Yeah. Let's go. Mike's in Santa Clara wants to jump in real quick. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I had a question for you guys. You know, with everything being said, is it really more something where Bob Melvin still, I mean, it's still early in the season, and it's, his first year, coaching these guys and managing these guys. Is it really just more him playing around with the lineup and everything? Just because, there's going to be mistakes made. And that's the case. So I'm just curious what your guys' thoughts are on that. And the other thing I wanted to say at the last second, and this is coming from yesterday too, about the Luciano thing. Let the kid play. He made a mistake. He's young. Let the kid play, okay? That's all I got, guys.
Appreciate it. He played in the ninth inning today and made another error, but the Giants made up for it. Well, you know what I think?
It was a pretty routine ground ball. But yeah, you got to let him play.
I mean, I think the lineup has been more done out of necessity than him trying to be creative. I mean, they've had injuries, and then they've had to go to backups and young players, and they didn't have a lot of alternatives.
Yeah, and it does suck because it feels like now they've finally started to figure out the middle of their order, and I think Matos had a place in it, but because of Jung-Hoo Lee's injury, you need a new leadoff man. And first they tried out Soler, and now it looks like Matos is there. I don't think Matos is a true leadoff hitter, and I would personally rather see him in the, maybe not the heart of the order long term, but I don't think he sees enough pitches and is patient enough for me as a leadoff hitter. But to his credit, he puts barrel the ball, and he's hard to get out. So he's got that going for him. I just think Melvin's looking for it. It's kind of like, the Warriors this year, what they had 25 or more starting lineups just because that's what they had to do. So the fact, like, for example, today, it's a little different. It's a morning game. It's a getaway day. They're headed out to New York. So, you're seeing, Wisely was out there at shortstop today instead of Luciano. Casale was catching, and then Bailey came in later. So this isn't the starting lineup you're going to see.
Right.
But I do think that the top five that we've seen now the last two nights, Ramos is probably going to continue to hit leadoff. Wade has been your best hitter. Or Matos, sorry. Matos is hitting leadoff. Wade has been your best hitter, so he's going to be in the 2-hole. I think Chapman is probably your third or fourth hitter, along with Soler. And then the 5 spot is going to be filled out depending on, the righty versus lefty. So they don't really have a ton of left-handed bats right now to go to. And that might have been the reason why Wisely was in instead of Luciano today against Skeens. But I think the top 4 or 5 in their lineup is pretty locked in. I mean, I guess some people are chiming in saying Wade could hit leadoff. I think he, to me, is good enough to hit second, and that's where you want your best hitter in your lineup.
The 650, you better chill out and recognize. 650, the SI cover jinx is not a thing, Steiny. You made that up. You know what? Now that hurts. That absolutely hurts. Anybody from my generation, shout out to who, knows that the SI cover jinx is real.
Do you have an example you can share on the other side?
Yeah, I'll share something on the other side. And it'll be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safe.
great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Such an unfair drop.
What do you mean?
It's just unfair. It's mean-spirited. And usually when I engage in banter, it's never mean-spirited. It's always with a smile. But I felt like that's a low blow.
That's why we play it.
Okay.
It wasn't as low as my shot I took at you yesterday. I think that's why I laid off the Sean Jelly stuff. I felt bad about talking about your golf game.
How come you didn't ask me about playing yesterday?
Well, because usually you bring it up if it goes well.
Yeah.
How'd it go yesterday?
Well, now this is interesting to me.
You haven't brought it up yet.
So I went on I told you, I went on a little golf trip a couple weeks ago, and I stunk, and I was very sad for a few days. Then I played well over the weekend. I played after work yesterday, and I stunk. But you know what? I'm not sad. I'm just not. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm not going to play during the week anymore after work. I'm not in the right mindset.
Why not?
Okay, so
I thought we had a great show yesterday.
No, we did.
Oh, it was too good.
At 2:10, I'm literally jogging to BART, getting to West Oakland, jogging to my car, getting on 880 South, getting to the course at 2:54, quick buying a double vodka cran, got to go to the bathroom, got to check in, and the three other guys are on the first tee, and I get up without even, I just pick up a driver and swing the club and just didn't have anything. And I just realized it's just, I like my mind to be free when I'm playing golf. And here's the other thing. I was a little worried because I was like, okay, you're going to have to rewatch the Giants game because they started 4 o'clock and you're going to miss the Timberwolves game. And so I'm golfing and I'm thinking about today's show, and I'm saying you still got to get your preparation in, and if you're playing golf, you're not going to be able to do that. And so I was just a little anxious, and that's what happens sometimes.
Well, you make it sound like you're rushing to catch a flight. I mean, that was me.
It's more important than a flight.
Last Thursday night, I realized. You ever have that sudden moment of, oh shoot, which airport did I book this ticket out of? As I'm on my way down to SFO, and then have to turn around and realize that I got to go to Oakland, and then you might not make it, and so you end up just freaking out the whole time. Basically, it sounds like you're describing going through TSA when you got 20 minutes to catch your flight. That's basically how a round of golf during the week is for you.
Yeah, it's just I'm rushing too much. And
why don't you just tell the boys you got to take off a little early?
Yeah. You know how that goes over with Willard.
Well, we just tried during the break.
Like a lead balloon.
We just tried during the break. Hey, do you think we got Stephen A. Smith coming up at 2:15 later on today. Do you think we want to cut the crosstalk short? No. All right. Good chat.
Well, we're cutting it 2 minutes short.
Yeah, we are.
2:10. And let me tell you, it's going to be a hard out on
95.7 The Game.
I'd like to thank all our listeners who acknowledge there is such a thing as the Sports Illustrated jinx. It predated the Madden cover jinx, and that's what I try to do. That's right. This is where I try to help the young set. Just try to let them know that what they're seeing isn't happening for the first time ever, like a lot of the younger generation thinks. And I'm here to tell you, there's nothing new under the sun. The SI jinx was well before the Madden cover jinx, and I think you guys should be made aware of that. Mm-hmm.
Well, Sports Illustrated is it now strictly online? I'm not sure if they still have a magazine.
I think it's strictly online.
But it used to be a massive honor, right? Like
oh my goodness, yes.
The highest of highs across all sports. I mean, it's not like the Madden curse, and I think Beard on YouTube brings up the one I was thinking of because it was one of the few that I owned. I think it was Madden 12. When Peyton Hillis was on it for the Cleveland Browns, and that guy was
fullback.
Basically,
was he fullback?
Well, it didn't. He was running back. It didn't matter what position he was because he stunk after that. But there's been an example of, I think, also players that have been injured. But it's funny too because the reason why I do believe that the Sports Illustrated jinx is real is because I can remember maybe the 2 or 3 editions of athletes that actually panned out, and it's been going on for a long time.
Yeah, I'm just, August 14th, October 2014, Kansas City Royals closer Greg Holland appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated to commemorate the Royals' return to the World Series after a 29-year absence. However, the Royals would lose to the San Francisco Giants in 7 games, in large part because of Madison Bumgarner. There's the jinx right there. August 31st, 2015, Serena Williams appeared on the cover.
Well, that one worked out.
Promoting her possible Grand Slam victory. However, she lost to unranked Italian Roberta Vinci 2-6-6-4-6-4. That's what I'm talking about. And there are many, many examples of those kind of things.
See, but that's the thing. I remember all the success stories. Like LeBron James, the chosen one. I think that's probably the most popular one. But also, I think Bryce Harper was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was 16. He hit a ball 500 feet in Nevada as a sophomore in high school and then went to community college and just completely bypassed the entire system. He worked out.
Yeah.
So I choose to remember the success stories, Steiny. Like, for example, Josh Allen, I think, was on the cover of Madden. Was it this past year? I don't play many video games, but yeah, okay, he was. Thank you, Ken. He was pretty good this year. Came up short, but don't let Brock Purdy be on the cover of Madden next year. That's all I'll say.
I think that's possible.
I think it is, too.
I think it's very possible.
It would be my submission. If the Niners had to present a player to be on the cover of Madden, I think there's 2 choices. Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
What about, Mahomes has had to have been on the cover, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm trying to think who else would be. If it's not Mahomes, maybe it's Purdy.
Brock Purdy, he is the golden child. I know we're going to talk a little bit about him tomorrow because we got a full week of OTA juice.
Yes, we do.
To squeeze on tomorrow's show.
Yes, and one guy we're going to be talking about is Christian McCaffrey.
Who? I haven't seen him.
Christian McCaffrey.
Tim Lincecum was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Thank you, 669.
When? What year? I'm sure Barry Zito was too at some point.
He probably was, in the early 2000s. My guess for Lincecum would have been 2008. Was that his first Cy Young year? Because he didn't win the Cy Young the first year they won the World Series, right? It was 08 and 09. That guy was unbelievable.
One of the things I've never been
the freak
afraid to acknowledge is sometimes, I sometimes struggle with years in terms of sports.
Well, you've seen a lot of them. A few.
And so when you say 2008, I have trouble thinking of that exact year. Now, I can, when did the Giants win the World Series? Well, 10, 12, and 14. I can remember that. When did the Warriors win the titles? 15, 17, 18, and 22. But we go back further than that, it's a little bit of a problem. All right.
Yeah, Tim Lincecum won his first Cy Young in 2008.
All right. Willard and Dibbs are on the other side. It is the crossover, and this is 95.7 The Game. And what's coming up, that next segment, is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And don't forget, Stephen A. Smith joining Willard and Dibbs at 2:15. He and Draymond Green have a little beef.
Well, also, one more promo.
Sure.
We just got word that Matt Chapman will be joining the Morning Roast tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. So also set your alarms for that.
And, of course, if Chapman doesn't homer tomorrow, then the Morning Roast will have its own jinx.
Yes.
On 95.7 The Game.
Don't be disrespectful.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our...
I am scared of Willard. It's okay to acknowledge things. I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, did you know it's tick season? Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit Atco Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at atcopestcontrol.com. And today's fun fact is the San Francisco Giants now 6-1 since Willard wrote them off a week ago after they got beat by the Dodgers.
I think that phrase is inaccurate. It is unacceptable. They're 6-1 since Willard inspired their asses.
Okay.
And by the way, they should be 7-0. They should be 7-0. Then again, they should be 5-2.
Yeah, should have lost.
Shouldn't have won the last 2 games. Yeah, that series was drunk. That was drunker
crazy.
than Dibs at a party with Jared Goff.
Hello.
Nobody won the games they were supposed to win.
There'll be brighter games ahead, Giants.
Maybe not. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, Marco Luciano with an error in the 9th inning every time.
Wait. Are you telling me he made an error again?
I tried to tell you yesterday he's not a shortstop.
Yeah, you had it first.
You wouldn't listen to me.
No, I was steadfast.
What did I do wrong?
Oh, God. The relief that Marco showed when he tagged that runner out, when Bailey just gunned him down trying to steal. Like, Marco, slapped his thigh, and all I could think of, dude, you're so relieved.
Right.
Oh, my God, you're so relieved that the catcher threw out the guy that you let on the base.
They're just setting him up. I mean, it was a Chris Paul lob to TJD. We wanted Patrick Bailey to have a chance to do something special.
Hey, Luciano's base running in the 8th also won them the game.
Mm-hmm.
That also won them the game.
What'd he do? We couldn't keep our eyes on him.
So Luciano... Wilmer Flores gets a base hit as a pinch hitter to tie the game.
Okay.
Then Luciano pinch runs for him, which ended up being it's an obvious one, but it's a really good move. Joey Bart, of all people, is the catcher.
Oh, jeez.
One of the next pitches from Aroldis Chapman is in the dirt, and it just does the bounce and roll 2 feet away. Luciano jumps it, gone. And Bart tries to recover, throw to second, not in time. Luciano's at second. 2 pitches later, fastball right down Broadway. Bart just misses it. And again, rolls 2 feet away. Boom, Luciano's gone, makes it to third. And then with 2 strikes.
I saw that one.
Yeah, then with 2 strikes, it was right to him. And then Brett Wisely got the base hit and brought Luciano in. That aggressive base running set them up. And that was the game-winning run.
Well, it might have won him the game last night, too.
Maybe.
Because Reynolds makes that error in left field. It allows, Matos, I think, to get to second base, and then he scores on
Correct.
He scores on his...
But both of them deserve credit for Johnny on the spot base running.
No doubt.
You know? But
the glove will come.
The errors are unsettling.
Sorry.
They're unsettling. But that was a fun series.
It was a wild series,
It was a fun series.
Very fun, very wild.
I asked Evan this about 2 minutes ago. We should have our guys reach out to Elias. Has any team in the history of baseball ever hit grand slams in back-to-back games and lost them both?
I just saw that stat, and it has happened a few times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's a sport where something has happened before, it's probably baseball.
Has it ever happened where both the people hitting the grand slams used to play for the team that they were hitting the grand slam again?
That's a good point.
In the dead ball era.
In the dead ball era, yeah. In Pittsburgh on a Thursday.
Did Reynolds ever have an at-bat with the San Francisco Giants?
I don't think so. I think he was a minor leaguer. I think he was a minor leaguer only, but a big-time prospect, obviously.
Yeah. Stephen A. Smith coming on.
Yeah.
Indeed.
You better be careful.
Indeed.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. And I was watching his rant. It wasn't even really a rant. It was more of an explainer.
Can you catch us up on it? Because I'm not even sure the backstory.
Yeah, and he was talking about Draymond, and he felt like that Draymond betrayed Stephen A. because Stephen A. is a guy who always will call you or text you when he's going to say something about you, and he felt like Draymond didn't extend him that same courtesy when he came on to the Shaq pod and, kind of went at Stephen A. Smith. And so that, I think, was the crux of why Stephen A. was a little bit offended, because he feels like he's always had Draymond's back. He's been a Draymond defender, even when he has been suspended so many times. He's never questioned Draymond's character, and he felt like, anytime he talks about anybody in that vein, he always tries to either call or text.
And to build on this, by the way, we'll play the actual sound for everybody here really soon. Stephen A. is going to be on in, what's 8 plus 15?
23 minutes, yeah.
So Stephen A. is going to be on really soon, and we'll play for everybody what Draymond said. And Draymond said This is again coming. It's kind of like the Bonte thing.
Yeah.
Coming out of the suspension, Stephen A. said something that stuck with Draymond, and Draymond said, quote, I lost a lot of respect for Stephen A. because we are people, we know the people behind the words. He's like, I know Stephen A., right? A lot of bluster. He's like, but he's actually a really good dude, which is true. And Stephen A. has always done the same for Draymond, but he's like, but when I got suspended, he just rode the wave against me, and so I lost a lot of respect. Stephen A. on First Take today is like, here's what I said. Is there anything wrong with this? And in this case, Stephen A. is completely right. Like, it was not a job on Draymond at all. So Stephen A. just fired right back. No, I've lost a lot of respect for you. So here we go. And so we extended the platform to see if Stephen would like to talk directly to the Warrior fan base.
Awesome.
And he kindly accepted.
Yeah.
Because he is a good dude.
Yeah. I got my piece of advice to both of them would be you guys better be careful. I don't want.
That's a 1 because you didn't sell it.
I know.
You could have sold it.
I know.
You had it. You had it.
You were smiling before you said it. Like, total lack of commitment.
You could have went for it.
Total lack of commitment.
But you know Stephen A. better than maybe any of us in the room. You've had him on the show 5 or 6 times, and he is the kind of guy where, and he said this in the piece, he's like, I haven't changed my number in 20 years. It's the same number. If you want to find me, give me a call. And we gave him a call.
Confirmed.
Right.
Confirmed because,
you called him at like 12:45 and at 12:52.
Yeah.
You're like, boom, Stephen A.
No, Stephen A. he's a good dude.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I think I might owe you an apology
I'll say.
because when we teased that you guys were having Stephen A. Smith on,
you said
somebody said, "Wow, great!" I said it was a Nahigian special,
not this one. Not this one.
How do you know Stephen A.?
I used to work at ESPN for a long time.
I mean, yeah. A long time is relative.
What? No.
What were you doing there?
He was delivering hot takes.
Yeah. ESPN Radio?
No. So, first of all, I used to host at ESPN LA.
Keep it coming, Grandy.
Radio station in LA.
Okay.
However, it was also at the same time when ESPN was trying to start building its West Coast studios right? They've always been in Bristol.
Yep.
But the LA Live studios were born, and we were all right there. Like, our studios were in the same complex.
Whoop.
I hosted Sports Nation a few times.
Whoop, whoop.
I know Stephen A. Smith. That's how I know.
Feels like
I know Stephen A. He's a good dude.
Feels like it was a regional telecast.
This is an ESPN flex for your boy, a 4-letter flex.
Some of what I did was regional, some of it wasn't.
Yeah.
You were a part of the mothership.
I was very much a part of the mothership.
That's pretty cool.
And yeah, Stephen A. is one of those. And believe me,
mothership connection.
You meet a lot of people, and some of them are the egos are as big as you would think, and some of them are not. And Stephen A. is probably the poster for he not like what you would think based on the persona.
I mean, I really do feel like he considers himself an actor, like a movie guy.
He's a performer for sure,
right.
For sure.
Exactly.
They know what they're doing.
Like, I don't think he's the same way off camera. He's not that
braggadocious or blustery.
Blustery. I'm sure he's not. He can't be that blustery off.
He's a good dude. He helps people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's down to help people.
And what he said in his retort to Draymond, I think, is true, that he will call people. If he is going to have a take about Jason Tatum, he'll reach out to Jason and say, hey, just give him a call or give him a text and say, just so you know, I'm going to probably go in on you today if you want to talk about it before.
The other thing is, I don't know, and again, we'll play all this for you because we're referencing stuff that's now happened in some cases a month or two ago. But if you listen to what Stephen A. said that made Draymond mad, it was not that bad at all. I thought he said what was obvious. He was like, look, I've defended this guy for so long, but you get to a point where you appear, whether true or not, you appear out of control. And it totally felt that way, at minimum at that time. To a lot of us, it's felt like that the whole time. But like when you the Gobert and the Nurkic, and it's all lined up, and you get the warning and you come back and do it right away again, it's like, that's not an unfair statement at all.
Right.
No, I mean, he also qualified. I love when he breaks down the math of the number of takes that he is required to give out both every day,
right,
every month, every year, and it amounts to something like 4,000 takes a year.
70 takes a week.
70 takes a week.
More than 3,000 takes a year.
14 or 15. He also qualifies it by saying on first take because he's got other platforms that he can
take a pod. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So I just think it's true though. It's like you're eventually going to say something that's going to get somebody pissed off, and Draymond Green's a pretty polarizing subject. So I just think it's interesting how, I mean, Draymond and now his version of new media, he'll go after, whatever athlete he so chooses. And that is quote unquote fair game. But when someone will come down his road, selectively, it's not always fair.
Oh, you're touching on it.
It just doesn't really make sense to me, especially with how he is now being a part of the media. I feel like after a few years, he would understand more about that aspect.
I think you're hitting on the exact thing. To simplify that, it's the classic person who can dish it but can't take it, and that's tough for people. That's tough for people. I think it's a tough nut for Draymond to crack, to come after people because they talk too much. That's a pretty tough, right?
Yeah,
that's a pretty hard thing for him to sell,
or that they're not in the postseason kind of deal.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Once again, Stephen A. Smith coming up at 2:15 with Willard and Dan Dibley.
You almost forgot my name. No, that was crazy.
I was flustered.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
What?
Him.
The boss. The boss is lurking.
He's here.
He's got some.
Yeah.
You probably shouldn't have had a look in there, because now you're shaking for the final 10 minutes or so.
Mics are hot.
Yeah.
Mics are always hot. You got to assume the mics are hot.
No doubt.
What about what Draymond said about looking forward to 5 straight non-playoff seasons?
He
didn't say he's looking forward to it.
Oh, he didn't?
He didn't
I'm
say
sorry.
that.
You'd have to play the sound for me to fully get the context of it.
I can play it right now.
It's a misinterpretation.
Would you please? Sensation.
Here we go.
Thank you.
If you have the opportunity to ring chase into your career, they need you, your play, your leadership. Would you do that? If there's something that I could offer to a team and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. No, I want to be able to contribute. But the Warriors will have to not want me anymore. If I had to stay and go to State another 5 years and we not make the playoffs for 5 years straight, I'm totally fine with that. Not because I'm not a competitor, but because I'd rather do it. I'd rather struggle with the same guys that I succeeded with. It ain't about, we struggling now, I need to go that way. Nah, the same way we succeeded together, I'd rather struggle together. As opposed to, oh, I can go over here and do this. As long as they'll have me, I got no reason to ever want to leave that place.
He would not be fine with 5 straight non-playoff seasons. He wasn't good with one.
Well, first of all, there's so much to unpack.
It's unbelievable.
Well, first of all, I can't believe that he thinks he's playing 5 more seasons. Let's start there. And everyone else around him, apparently. Steph Curry's going to play till he's 42 or something like that.
Right.
But I also, Steiny, I don't think he's saying what you're trying to put into his words here. I don't think he's saying that. That's sort of an over-the-top way of saying my guys are more important to me than just that like a ring or that final result. And I think that's fair. Is that very different than? And I'm one of these people who has said I would rather the Warriors struggle over the next 2 to 3 years with Steph Curry than trade him. I'll stand on that. The Warriors, to me, Steph Curry, anybody who calls up and anybody who has called up and said that, like, you got to start the reboot, I'd rather lose than trade Steph Curry.
Well,
100%.
This is where you're right by saying that's a tough sell for Draymond when he talks like this, and this is what I mean. This is when you say I'm loyal, because that's really what he's saying. I'll go down with the ship with these guys. Well, then we've got to examine his behavior over the last 10 or 12 years, and there have been often times when that hasn't been the case. I mean, this is the same guy who said he can't get up for games in March. This is the same guy who, when Steph got hurt, really didn't want to compete. So, like, the idea of Draymond being okay with losing, like, that's just not right, because he's he doesn't deal with losing. That's when he's at his worst. So I agree. He was trying to say he was loyal, but to me, what he ended up bringing into the picture is his behavior over the course of his career when he hasn't been the greatest teammate or the best guy to go play a game with. That's all.
That's fair. I think it's a quote that was born out of something else. I think you're right. He was trying to, in an over-the-top way, express how loyal he is to Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors organization.
Right.
I think that's all he was trying to say.
I would agree.
Like, almost under no circumstances would I want to leave.
I think he also might have been asking potentially for the same loyalty from Clay. It's different because he's a free agent, but I think he also might be putting out there, like, this is what I value. I value us together and what we've built, and even if it turns into something that's now ashes, I'm willing to be a part of that also. Clay, if you can, if there's a way to make it happen, I think you should also prioritize that too, instead of trying to potentially go somewhere else and maybe get number 5, which is something that Clay's also discussed being important to him.
Right, but at the same time, if Clay is going to come back, then the expectation will be for Clay to make less than what Draymond's making. So can Draymond rightfully even make that claim to Clay to say, yeah, Clay, you should have that loyalty. You should come back and play with us and, try to chase one more with us, even though you're going to make not only half of what you made, but probably a third of what you made, and you're going to make about $10 million less a year than what I make. But yeah, you go ahead and be loyal because we want you here. We want to do it together.
You don't think Clay's making more than $15 million?
I think if they keep Clay for more than $15 million, they can't add anyone else. So I think that Clay ultimately goes elsewhere for more than 25. I think what the Warriors want to pay him or can pay him is far, far less than what he can make elsewhere.
Yeah, the other thing that stuck out to me about what Draymond said is just, like, it just doesn't make sense that they're going to have the core together for 3 or 4 more years and they're not winning. It's like, to me, there are people in the organization who still believe this. They've got a window. But the minute they don't have a window, then you're going to have to move off the guys, right? And so the scenario of Draymond being around for 4 years, 4 non-playoff seasons, is like preposterous.
Well, and again, I see that, and I don't think that's what
I know.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
I hear you.
You know what I mean? Like, what if he had said, what if he had said, I'd rather lose for 10 straight years than leave these guys. Then we would have taken it differently because we know, like, he's not actually counting the years.
Well, I don't know why he used 5 either.
I was just getting another deal after.
I don't know.
Or maybe you said,
it's a round number.
Well, you said something that may have made sense is he's already counting the 2 years after they won their last title. So he's saying, we didn't win last year, we didn't win this year, and the next 3 years adds up to 5. I don't know.
I was shocked he threw the no playoffs in there, though. I mean, there's a difference between not winning a championship. It also spoke to me, like, the fact that it seems for the first time like a member of the Big Three has considered that they will never win again and publicly speak on that. I mean, I've never heard a tone of...
I still think it's just an over-the-top thing you throw out. It's like, that song, like I would walk 10,000 miles and I would walk 10,000 more. It's like, well, no, we're just throwing out stuff to go over the top to explain that he doesn't want to leave the Warriors.
Right.
And what actually goes through my mind is less about Draymond and it's more about Clay. Because Steph and Draymond have now publicly stated this is about this group come hell or high water until the end, whether it's ugly or pretty. And we have not heard that yet from Clay. I'm starting to lean, and I go back and forth on this, but I'm leaning back in the direction that is what Clay is going to end up wanting. But it is going to be about how the Warriors present that to him and what it'll cost.
Right.
But that's the question that goes into my head. Is Clay also on the, hey, whatever, I'm with my guys to ride out my career?
Right.
That's the one I don't know.
For $15 million a year?
Or whatever.
I mean,
whatever it is.
To me, it comes down to what you were talking about in the end of that, which is the cost. Because if you're Clay, do you want to come back and make half of what you can make somewhere else? All in the interest of doing it with your guys? It's not about him going out and chasing a championship. If you're Clay, you're a free agent. And if somebody wants to pay you a lot more than this team wants to pay you, then you're not chasing a championship. You're just making the most you can make, I think.
I mean, do you think...
I'm also curious what Draymond thinks is ring chasing, because there's a lot of good teams, I think, that might fall short of the championship this year that he could look at and say, yeah, he could look at Denver and be like, well, they're not a title team this year. I could be the difference on that team. I would consider that ring chasing.
Yes. Or going to OKC or going to LA
or Boston or whoever.
That would be ring chasing.
But in his mind, that would be the difference. I'm the difference.
I mean, I make a huge distinction. Like he's under contract for 3 more years. So if he gets traded to Oklahoma City, he gets traded to Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
But, when you're talking about ring chasing, I always envision it's a free agent.
Yeah.
Who's going somewhere.
I don't know why that ring chasing has gotten such a bad name when... I mean, wouldn't you want to go somewhere, if you're at the end of your career, wouldn't you want to go somewhere and have the chance to win?
We loved the people who did it here.
Exactly.
David West was a ring chaser.
Kevin Durant was a ring chaser. The ultimate ring chaser.
Matt Barnes.
I mean, he could have gone anywhere.
It's a little different when you're like the best player.
Right,
It's
but
a little different,
he went to a place where he had a pretty good idea that he could win.
We're sponsored by Scandinavian Designs Furniture, by the way. Now I'll let you do your thing.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't forget, everybody. 2:15, that's in 5 minutes. Stephen A. Smith joining Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Don't miss major Memorial Day.
partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, one of the cool things that we get to do in this business is we get to talk to the best in the business at what they do. And so I'm incredibly excited that we're going to start our show off by talking to Stephen A. Smith, because he is, in terms of what he does, I think he's the best at what he does. And there's an interesting conversation to have with him today based on what's going on between him and Draymond Green.
No doubt, and I look forward to hearing his thoughts. And, we heard from Draymond, we heard from Stephen A., but now we get a direct line to Stephen A. Smith here on our show.
Yep, we do, and we welcome him in right now. Stephen A. Smith on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and we're going to let the audience hear a little bit of where this conversation has been. But first and foremost, good afternoon, my friend. Thanks for coming on.
Good afternoon, fellas. Thanks y'all for having me. What's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Really appreciate it. We want to start off by letting the audience hear kind of where this all came from. And obviously it's a conversation that's not brand new, but Draymond Green on the big podcast with Shaq was talking about the time of his suspension and some certain things that had him feeling some type of way at that time. And your name came up. Here it is.
Stephen A. Smith really pissed me off. And the reason he pissed me off was because he hit me. He's like, yo, it's been hard for a lot of us to talk about you these last few days. For me, I'm like, okay, it's been hard for me to watch, but I'm watching it because I want to see everything that everybody has to say. But the thing that pissed me off is you tell me it's been hard for y'all to talk about me. Stephen A., anytime I meet someone and they say something about you, it's never like, yo, I like him. He cool. It's always like, man, that dude, he a character, he's this, he's that. And I always say back, I actually know the guy. The guy is actually a cool dude. You can take what you want from the TV screen. I actually know the guy. He's a cool dude and a real dude. And then you get the opportunity to talk about, man, listen, I know you got a job to do. I know you got to do your thing and say what you got to say. But at not one point did you say, well, y'all are saying this person is up and this person need help. Now, I know the person. Say what you want about the basketball player, that's fine. But I know the person. But to sit back and see those that claim to know and appreciate me as a human being just flow with the narrative because it was easy to do, I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people.
Okay. Stephen A., why don't you share with our audience what your response is to that?
Well, first things first is that it's utter bullshit. Let's get that out the way right now. I don't appreciate the position that Draymond took. I was not aware that Draymond felt that way. I had no idea because I haven't spoken to him directly in months. And I found out about it literally when I woke up this morning. And my producers of First Take sent me the clip and I saw it for the first time. I got a lot of love for Draymond Green, got a lot of respect for Draymond Green. Anybody in the business that knows me, anybody outside of the business that wants to know about the business knows how I feel about him, not just as a professional, not just as a winner, but as a man. And for me to have the relationship that I have with him, to hear about this because you on Shaq's podcast, he pissed me off. So now both of us are pissed. Because to be quite honest with you, I don't think what he's saying has a shred of merit whatsoever. And that's the first time that I've ever found myself in a position where I could listen to Draymond Green and don't feel he has a shred of merit to what the hell he's saying. Now let's harken back, because this is the flagship station for the Golden State Warriors, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
You guys cover the Warriors. You guys cover the Warriors, do you not?
That's correct.
So you are fully aware that he has been ejected 20 times. That nobody in history has been ejected more outside of Rasheed Wallace than Draymond Green. You are aware that over a 9-month span, he was suspended 4 times. Okay? What happened is that when he slapped Nurkic, Kevin Durant and Nurkic came out and spoke against him, and Kevin Durant was quoted as saying, I hope he gets the help he needs. If you go to the very next episode of First Take, I was saying, I don't like that. when you say something like that, it connotates that this man's got a serious problem, especially as a black man. I'm uncomfortable with somebody just throwing that out there like that. And for it to be Nurkic is one thing because he's the one that got hit. For it to be Kevin Durant, a former teammate who won 3 titles with the man, who won 2 titles with the man, rather, who went to 3 NBA finals with the man, I thought was pretty low. That was me on the record stating that. The problem is that something else happened, which is the Rudy Gobert thing. And so at that particular moment in time, you go into the league office, you talking to Adam Silver and Joe Dumars and other league officials, and you're acknowledging to them you got issues that you need to resolve. So I go on the air knowing this, and other people are saying that about you after me coming to your defense time and time and time again. When you got ejected, when you got kicked out of the finals because you kicked LeBron James, even though I thought LeBron James was given a stimulus package by the league office because they knew y'all were about to lose in 5 to y'all, okay? Because Draymond Green had kicked Steven Adams before and all of this other stuff. I defended him then. He knocked out Jordan Poole. I knew the personal stuff that was going on with Draymond Green and that Jordan Poole exacerbated the situation and messed with that man when that man didn't need to be messed with because you got other stuff that's going on that's none of our business. All of this stuff has been articulated by me live on national television in the face of one piece of opposition after another who has spoken against Draymond Green for years. And somehow you're upset with a bunch of people, but I'm the name that comes out of your mouth when you on Shaq's podcast. That's highly offensive to me for several reasons. Number one, it ain't true. Number two, and most importantly, we know each other. Where's the call? Where's the conversation? I certainly wouldn't say anything to Draymond Green on a personal level like that without telling him how I feel. First, he wouldn't find out about it once I got on the air. Thirdly, again, what level of responsibility and culpability do you harness? Do you own? I have a job to do that is absolutely true. And if I did what Draymond Green said I did, I wouldn't apologize for it because I'm doing my job. And in the face of the evidence that had mounted against him, I'm in no position to really defend him. But I didn't do what he said. I didn't just sit there. Now, if you want to take one particular show, what about all the other shows that I did? What about all the other times that I came to your defense? And so these are the kind of things that upset me. And what you both will relate to just crystallize this for you. If you remember, this conversation right here, right now, is about my character. It's about who I am, Stephen A. Smith is as a man. If you remember, I went ballistic on Steve Kerr months ago, if you recall that. Indeed. When he goes into a press conference and he's talking about he saw somebody, everybody knew he was talking about me because they were talking about it on First Take. We were questioning Steph Curry's leadership, and it made him sick. Shut the hell up. That's a lie. That's not what happened. What we were saying was Steph Curry is the quintessential dude. He's a role model extraordinaire. He's an extraordinary basketball player and a future Hall of Famer and one of the greatest role models you could ever hope to have. But in light of what's transpiring with the team, a different form of leadership might be required because of the troubles that they were dealing with, which at the time involved Draymond Green and a couple of other things. He twisted that. And the reason why I had a problem with Steve Kerr twisting that was because you were twisting it in a way to convince an audience that we were saying something about the great Steph Curry that we were not saying. If you're going to have a problem with us, could you at least have the decency to contextualize properly and hold us accountable for what we've actually done or are doing instead of making something up just to garner favor with a cadre of individuals that you think is going to point the finger at us in a negative direction? Those are the kind of things that I think are weak as hell. And that is my problem. And it's back to Draymond Green. At the end of the day, got love for him. I respect the hell out of him. He's a great dude. He's going to be a star in this business. I love him, but I don't appreciate what he did. I don't like it. It's a misrepresentation of who I am, of what I did on the air, and it negates and ignores all the years I have supported that man. That is what I wanted to say.
Stephen A. Smith with us here on 95.7 The Game. And Stephen A., we know you got NBA Live coming up, so want to get a couple more. And sure. The question after that is, where does this go next? The viability of all of it in this veteran era for the Warriors with Draymond Green and obviously the remaining contract of Steph Curry. So let me ask it this way. What does Joe Lacob at this point and the Warriors, what do they owe Steph Curry at this point in his career?
They owe just Steph Curry whatever the hell Steph Curry wants. Now, that is the closest, because I'm a Christian, and I don't compare any man to God or anything like that. But that man, Steph Curry, is the closest thing to a God-like figure that you got in that area. You make no mistake about it. Too invaluable, too untouchable, and, oh, by the way, still a star. That man need no more talent, go get him more talent. That man need a better roster, go get him a better roster. He needs Steve Kerr re-up for years to come. I know Steve Kerr signed this picture. Yeah, you do that too. You give Steph Curry whatever the hell he needs in order to keep him as a team, meaning as a team, relevant in the championship equation. He deserves no less. He's still a superstar in this league. He's still playing like a superstar. And the brother is the epitome of perfection when it comes to a professional athlete in terms of his greatness as a talent and his marketability and the sizzle that he brings to the table and just everything in between. It don't get no better than Steph Curry. You give him what the hell he needs.
And so looking forward, what do they do in the best case scenario to get this team better between now and the end of Steph Curry to make this maybe a championship contender again?
Well, first of all, I'm not advocating for you to get rid of Klay Thompson, because even on a bad year, remember, it's a bad year to his standards. When you're talking about 42-43% shooting, 37-38% from three-point range, you know how many teams in the league would love to have a Klay Thompson on this squad? So I can't poo-poo that. The problem is you've got the Kumingas and the Moody's of the world and Pajinskis of the world and others who have shown they can come in and make a contribution. Klay Thompson might have to go because he's the one person with value for you to go out there and to get another component that you may need in order to supplement and elongate the illustrious career of a Steph Curry. That's because you can't get rid of Draymond Green because you ain't going to win without him. You say whatever you want about Draymond Green, you're not winning without him, because what he brings to the table is everything Steph Curry doesn't want to bring to the table in terms of vocal leadership, in terms of accountability on the defensive side of the ball, and everything in between. Steph Curry needs Draymond Green more than he needs anybody outside of his family. And I mean that. I'm not talking about Steve. Steve Kerr's great, phenomenal coach. Okay, Joe Lacob, phenomenal owner, and his group. You couldn't ask for better because they're going to do what it takes to win. They're going to spend that money. But as a player, I'm telling you right now, you cannot lose Draymond Green if you have Steph Curry. Steph Curry needs Draymond Green. Make no mistake about it. So if you need Draymond Green, you got Steph, then you got to look at the other components. You don't want to let go of a young Kuminga. You don't want to let go of a young Pajinski. You might not even want to let go of Moody. That's the only reason I bring up you might have to unload Klay. Because I can tell you right now, if I'm a team with picks and I got a player or two that I can forfeit to get Klay Thompson, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that.
So, Stephen A., real quick, is there a path then? I mean, you hear people say they're too old, it's over. The way you talk, do you still feel like there is a path to greatness for this group?
Yeah, and I just told you what it was. Let me tell you right now. New York Knicks got 11 first-round picks over the next 7 years. And we all know I'm a native New York and diehard New York Knicks fan. I will go on the air every day if you want me to and preach to the New York Knicks. Give them a couple of your picks. Or give a pick and a player away for that damn Klay Thompson. You go ahead and you do it. You put Klay Thompson in a New York Knicks uniform with the crew that they have and watch what happens. Klay Thompson's special. This brother's got value. It's just that on the undersized Golden State Warriors team with that system in place, with the young brothers that you already have there, it may have run its course. That's the issue. That's the issue. And so if you put Klay Thompson on a team with defensive tenacity, okay, they got a big-time defensive unit. They play hard. They go after it, et cetera, et cetera. Klay Thompson is a champion that can add value to any place he goes and anything he touches. I don't rule that out. I don't dismiss that by one iota.
Stephen A., we wish we could spend all afternoon with you, man. Thank you so much for hopping on for a bit, man.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care.
Stephen A. Smith.
There it is.
ESPN.
That's right. Speaking his mind on the Draymond Green back and forth, and feels to me like Draymond Green is punching up to try to get his media career even more elevated than it already is.
You think?
Yeah.
Does he need that?
He doesn't need it, but if you're Draymond Green and you're looking to, strike upward in the media market, there's only a couple of people who are further up on the ladder than he is right now, and that's one of them.
I
guess.
The
other one would be Barkley.
Yeah.
And he was on with Shaq. So who else is out there that, is he going to go after Skip Bayless?
Well,
please.
You are touching on something that is kind of we could almost give this as a little tip out there to anybody's trying to start their own podcast. Like a well-known thing that you do in that world is you collaborate, you go on each other's podcast.
Right.
And grab each other's audience. And so, imagine that. What we're hearing from Draymond Green, he got his own podcast. But all of this stuff you've heard this week, none of it was on his own podcast.
Right.
It's on somebody else's podcast.
Shaq's, yeah.
And then John Wall's.
Right.
He's going on everywhere. And so is that, and he's on Inside the NBA every single day right now. Right now, when you invite Draymond Green, he says yes. Okay? So what's going on there? Is Draymond in full brand building mode? You bring up an interesting idea, which is that I think, don't let me put words in your mouth, but it sounds like what you're saying is to specifically bring up Stephen A. Smith's name was less about a genuine feeling and more about a promotional opportunity.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was able to get a reaction from Stephen A. Smith, who is the number one voice in our business and the business that Draymond Green is entering into. So Draymond goes on a podcast with Shaq, who is a big-time voice now in this space, and he speaks about Stephen A. Smith on Shaq's pod, which he knows that Stephen A. is going to hear it, and he knows that Stephen A. is going to respond. And so now Stephen A. responds, and we have him on, and the next step would be Draymond goes on his podcast and responds to Stephen A., responding to Draymond on Shaq's pod, and it becomes just a self-fulfilling prophecy of creating a story, a narrative about Draymond Green that keeps his name out there and it keeps him in the media spotlight.
By the way, the very first thing that Stephen A. Smith said when he joined this show today in responding to what Draymond Green said, and we're going to circle back and play all this for you in case you're just hopping in your car right now. But when Draymond Green said he had lost respect for Stephen A., we asked for his response, and the radio audience missed a piece of what he said because he very, very much did not hold back by saying it was utter BS, except for he didn't say BS.
Right.
The letters that come after the BS.
One was Bull.
He used those.
One was Schmidt.
Casey Schmidt would like a word.
Exactly.
He'd like to come on and explain to everybody what Stephen A. just said. If you're on the YouTube or the Twitch audience, congratulations. You got to hear it. The radio audience, you did not. But that was the emotion behind what's going on in the back and forth. This is as professional, as seasoned of a media professional as possible, and he did not get 5 words out before cussing.
No.
With regard to what, and he said it was completely offensive to him.
Right. It was complete bullshit, is I believe the way he opened the answer.
Utter bullshit.
Right.
Yes.
And I mean, it caught me off guard, and Stephen A. doesn't owe us anything. Stephen A. knows that we are terrestrial radio, and usually when you have a guest on, they have a little bit of a sense of, holding back the emotion, but Stephen A., you could tell that he was very emotional about this very notion.
So they're both.
And you triggered it by playing the sound, which you had to do.
Of course.
To get his reaction.
We've got to let everybody hear what happened.
But I think when Stephen A's on hold and we're waiting to bring him on and he hears it again, I think that definitely stirred up within him the emotions, and that's what brought out the Casey Schmidt bomb.
Okay, so here, by the way, we're going to do these 3 in a row now. Okay, so that you, the listener, can understand what's going on. And by the way, the phone lines are open.
Yeah.
Pick a side.
There you go. There you go.
888-957-9570. No, for real. Like whatever the reaction is to this, 888-957-9570. Let's go back in time. Because what we haven't played for you yet is what apparently upset Draymond. Draymond goes on Shaq's pod and says he's lost respect for Stephen A. Why? This goes back to what he did to Bonte a couple of months ago.
I'm surprised you're talking to me.
He listened to everybody during the suspension, and he made his little list of people who ticked him off. Apparently Bonte was one, and Stephen A was one. Now, Stephen A brought this back up today on First Take, because you tell me, Dibs, would this have offended you if you were Draymond Green? You've just been suspended. You've been sent home indefinitely. Stephen A on First Take says this.
You know me. You know how I feel about the brother. I would look for any excuse that I could to defend him because I believe in him character-wise, but his actions have sullied all of that. There's no way around this. The reality is he seems like he is out of control, and I hate that. And my level of sensitivity heightens even more so as a black man, because last time they were bringing up anger management issues, and that just pissed me off. You understand? Because I don't like giving credence to stuff like that. But when one incident after another happens, the reality is that somebody like Jay Williams comes along, man. You have a good point, bro. I know nobody can argue with Jay Williams at this particular moment in time with what he's saying, because he has the evidence to back it up. There's a preponderance of evidence against Draymond Green. Now, 19th ejection of his career.
Okay. Anything in there sound offensive to you?
Not to me.
Not a bit.
No.
If that gets under your skin, my God, who didn't?
Right? I mean,
who didn't?
We all talked about his suspensions, and I didn't know what the number was, and he mentioned 19 suspensions, and turned out it was 20 by the time we talked to him today, which means that was between the Gobert and the Nurkic, which were 2 different suspensions in the last year. And he mentioned in one of his cuts, maybe with us or maybe on First Take, in the last 9 months, 4 different suspensions. And there's nothing I heard there from Stephen A. Smith that was offensive. He didn't talk about Draymond Green needing help, which is something that Stephen A. said, offended him, hearing people talk about that. There was nothing in that, Mark, that I think that Draymond would be upset about.
All right, and now circling back to what Draymond said on the big podcast with Shaq, that is what furthered this conversation today.
Stephen A. Smith really pissed me off. And the reason he pissed me off was because he hit me. He's like, yo, it's been hard for a lot of us to talk about you these last few days. For me, I'm like, okay, it's been hard for me to watch, but I'm watching it because I want to see everything that everybody has to say. But the thing that pissed me off is you tell me it's been hard for y'all to talk about me. Stephen A., anytime I meet someone and they say something about you, it's never like, yo, I like him. He cool. It's always like, man, that dude, he a character, he's this, he's that. And I always say back, I actually know the guy. The guy is actually a cool dude. You can take what you want from the TV screen. I actually know the guy. He's a cool dude and a real dude. And then you get the opportunity to talk about me. And listen, I know you got a job to do. I know you got to do your thing and say what you got to say. But at not one point did you say, well, y'all are saying this person is fucked up and this person need help. Now, I know the person. Say what you want about the basketball player, that's fine. But I know the person. But to sit back and see those that claim to know and appreciate me as a human being just flow with the narrative because it was easy to do, I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people.
Yep, I flat out don't think Stephen A. did that. I think a lot of people did not do that. You have to, in some way, shape, or form, and I think this is Stephen A.'s point, you have to allow for something when you mess up. Like, this is one thing, and I know, gosh, we got into this so much yesterday. You've been out on Draymond Green for a long time.
Right.
I'm not. And part of it is what Stephen A. just told us a handful of minutes ago. The Warriors are going to stink without him, in my opinion. They cannot win without him. So he remains this vital piece. But at the same time, what I struggle with Draymond is the cycle. The cycle is make a mistake, then settle down, and then have a press conference where you totally apologize. You turn on yourself and you go, I can't do that. That can't happen. That's on me. I've got to be better for the Warriors. You're saying all those things, but it's like, but no one else can say those. No one else can have that opinion. No one else can say, Draymond, you can't do that. You appear out of control. That's all Stephen A. said. That's all many of us have said. And Draymond can't take it when it comes from someone else. The classic, as we talked about in the crossover, the classic, I can dish it, but not take it person.
Right.
That's difficult for people, no matter who you are, what you do.
Exactly. Whatever walk of life, or some of your friends, I'm sure, are like that, where they're quick to give you some ribbing, but then when you rib them back, now they get mad and they don't want to even sustain that. And in this case, he's going at a guy who has got a platform. He's got one of the biggest platforms in American sports, and he's not going to just allow you on a podcast to say what he said. And, Draymond Green saying he lost respect for him. And, Stephen A. Smith, you could tell on our show and even on First Take, that hit him a certain way because he feels like he's had Draymond's back through most of this.
Okay. The comments we just played you from Draymond, Stephen A. Smith, right here on Willie and Dibby on 95.7 The Game just a handful of minutes ago. We said, what is your response to what you just heard Draymond say? And this is it.
Well, first things first is that it's utter bull. Let's get that out the way right now. I don't appreciate the position that Draymond took. I was not aware that Draymond felt that way. I had no idea because I haven't spoken to him directly in months. And I found out about it literally when I woke up this morning. And my producers of First Take sent me the clip, and I saw it for the first time. I got a lot of love for Draymond Green, got a lot of respect for Draymond Green. Anybody in the business that knows me, anybody outside of the business that wants to know about the business knows how I feel about him, not just as a professional, not just as a winner, but as a man. And for me to have the relationship that I have with him, to hear about this because you on Shaq's podcast, he pissed me off. So now both of us are pissed.
That was 48 seconds. The full answer is over 7 minutes long.
Yeah.
And is available on the Odyssey app and YouTube, by the way.
Of course, and I would imagine you're going to hear it again at some point.
I would imagine at 5 o'clock you might hear it again.
Yes, which, Stephen A. is, I think you may or may not like what he does or how he presents his content on TV, on his TV show or on his podcast, but one thing he is, and you've spoken to it, and I've talked to 20 or 30 people who know the man personally, he's an authentic guy, and he is exactly as he describes himself, as far as, calling people. And when he has a take, it's usually well-reasoned and well-sauced. He's not a guy who's just going to go fly off the handle without talking to people and getting background. So the fact that he reacted so emotionally and viscerally off the top tells me that this one hits him a little bit different. He feels, I think, more than just TV and radio offended, actually personally offended.
Well, that's certainly what he said. That's certainly what he said. Now, there's a few things to unpack here and a few feelings that I have about this. And I know that some of you may well be listening to this and thinking, is everybody involved all complicit? Is this just a massive game? To a degree, it's what you sort of pointed at off the top, right? Like, is anybody out there like, hey, did Draymond and Stephen A. just call each other on Sunday night and go, hey, y'all want to get a bunch of numbers? Y'all want to drive some ratings? Let's just create a beef out of absolutely nothing. I don't think that happened. I'm also not going to tell you that Draymond Green and Stephen A. Smith are both not expert promotional vehicles and expert speakers.
Right.
I mean, masters of the spoken word. Stephen A., by the way, in that 7+ minute response, I don't think there was one I don't think there was one
Right.
That doesn't happen. An absolute master, both of them. Okay? So yes, there is that aspect of it. And now we're sitting here talking about it. I'm fully aware of all of that. However, these are the two things that are actually going through my mind that matter to Warriors fans when you hear this. Number one, it is Draymond Green, quote unquote, the person. Because I think that it is fair for a Warrior fan right now to ask two questions. And that is your mentality, your emotional side, is it so overwhelming? You always want to pass. You seem to always get a pass because you're a great basketball player and they can't win without you, but you also implode sometimes and literally, quote unquote, ruin the season. There are tons of Warrior fans listening to us right now who think that in 2 acts, Draymond Green ruined the last 2 seasons. He punched Jordan Poole, he got suspended indefinitely. And both of them, at minimum, lessened the season. And Draymond will publicly come out and take accountability for that, but then it keeps happening again. And so I think it is very fair for a Warrior fan right now to say, look, here we are again. We're in emotional back and forth space, and that does not help the Warriors win. So that's number one. But the other side to it, for those of you who believe that this is just all promotion, we're LeVar Balling this whole life now if you're Draymond Green, that's not good for the Warriors either. Is Draymond Green mentally almost in retirement mode? Think about what we've got just the last few days. Hey, if we lose for 5 years, I'm good because my guys, and I got my contract. Meantime, I'm going to go on Inside the NBA every day. I'm going to go on everybody else's podcast. I'm going to start a media war with Stephen A. Smith. You could easily start to think that what Draymond is doing is putting his focus into his media world rather than his basketball world. Fair thought?
Right.
Those are my concerns.
Yeah, for me, it's less of a concern because it's May 23rd, and ultimately you can do whatever you want with your offseason. We won't hear from Clay again until free agency, and if Clay was under contract, we wouldn't hear from Clay until early October. You just wouldn't. He might show up in China and do some shoe tour with his Anta brand. Otherwise, you can catch him in the Bay if you're going to catch him. Steph is going to be either golfing, parenting, or saving the world. We know that. Andrew Wiggins, who knows where he is. So if Draymond Green wants to do this with his offseason, that's fine. I'm more troubled by the other thing you said about where his focus might lie, because clearly, as you mentioned, he's a star in this space.
Yep.
And, he's done it again, where we talked about him yesterday based on one comment in the Shaq Pod, and now today we're talking about him again, and we're talking about Stephen A. Smith, and we had him on the show based on what Draymond said about Stephen A. Smith, and Stephen A. had to respond, and we were fortunate to get Stephen A. on our show, so he gave us a direct response, including profanity. But Draymond Green is a savant in the spoken word media, so if that's what he wants to do now, I don't think that detracts from what he wants to do in October. Maybe he's already checked out as far as being a championship level player or, really striving for this team to win again. We won't know till October.
That's all true. And by the way, let's not get lost in all of this. Some of the other things that Stephen A. Smith said. The Warriors, in his mind, absolutely not done. Absolutely not done. Also said, as angry as he is at Draymond Green, not a damn thing the Warriors can do about it or with him. Can't move on from him. Can't deal him. Don't want to.
Right.
Can't win without him. All of those things that we always say. And I agree with him on that. And so that's kind of, that's the constant push-pull of Draymond Green. And you're one of these Warrior fans. There are so many Warrior fans we know out there that have decided that this is either a distraction or you just can't take it anymore. You don't want it anymore. But at the same time, you've probably settled with the idea that you're going to get it. You're going to get it whether you want it or not.
Right.
How many people, and I already know the answer to this question, but show of hands, who wants Draymond traded?
Yeah, we did that at the summit, and it was at least 50-50.
And that was 2 years ago.
Off a title.
Right.
Off a title in the room at Buonvino in Walnut Creek, and you asked the crowd, and you did a good job of crowd sourcing in that summit and all the summits. You really do well at that. You pick a nice spot, and you get the crowd involved, and in that moment, it was 50-50. Already at that point, 50% wanted Draymond gone. And I wonder if you did it now.
Oh, God.
Like where that, the crowd would break down as far as do you want him or don't you want him?
More than 50-50 would want him gone.
Yeah. Would it be 80-20?
That's my sense, just based on the conversations we have every day, based on the conversations I have with friends, whatever.
Right.
Like, that's my sense. My sense is more than 50-50 would want him gone. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe that's because that's the more vocal group. I also know that whenever Draymond Green gets criticized on some sort of a national stage, he's still got a lot of Warrior fans. He's still got a lot of fans within this base, largely because when you win 4 rings for a fan base, I mean, I know this, there are a lot of fans out there where it's like you could almost do no wrong. As long as you don't end up like in jail.
Right.
As long as you're not like committing crimes, as long as you're not hurting people, if this is all within the basketball space, they don't care who's what's he kicked. They don't care. He's won 4 rings. Period.
And you can't win without him.
You can't win without him.
And I go back to the season they won the championship, and he played in 46 games, and in those games, they were 34-12.
There it is.
In the games he didn't play, they were 19-17. And that's not counting the playoffs where he played all the games, and he came in and he was terrific in that postseason, except for the game in Boston where they kind of F-bombed him out of it, but he played well for the majority of the playoffs, and they won again. And even last year, everyone wants to talk about what this team would have done if Draymond Green didn't miss 24 games due to suspension, and we all talk about that, and you're not wrong when you say that, but that's what makes it so frustrating because it always seems like there are reasons why he misses a bunch of games, and usually it's because it's self-inflicted.
Yep, absolutely. So, look, this push-pull is not going to go anywhere. My reasoning, and this is just me now speaking for my opinion, my thought on why this is relevant. And it is, to me, this is relevant, not because it's big names and because it's fighting. That's not it. It really isn't. The reason I think that this is relevant is this is actually the stuff that puts Draymond in harm's way. It's this. And I'll admit something to you right now. Remember the whole, Draymond needs counseling?
Right.
No, that's a bunch of bull. That whole thing was a bunch of bull. The NBA they didn't like the way that looked. You got to send him away for a while, and you have to make it look like, he's going to get help. He's got anger management issues. Does he have anger management issues? I don't really know the man that well. I'd argue if he truly, truly, truly had anger management issues at a clinical level,
right,
we would hear more outside of the basketball court.
Absolutely.
Because he lives 99% of his life off the court.
Right.
And we've got very little in terms of incidents away from the basketball court.
Almost nothing.
Almost nothing. So this is simply the way he plays. However, the league is a business. They are more worried about how things look as opposed to the way they actually are. And so if Draymond Green continues to be someone who is emotionally triggered anytime anyone says his name, then he remains in harm's way. Every game, every practice. Boy, didn't you think it was interesting what you just heard Stephen A. Smith say about Jordan Poole and Draymond Green?
Yep.
Did y'all catch that part?
He said that, he knew that Jordan Poole was running some stuff.
He said there was a lot going on, and Jordan exacerbated the situation, and he knew what he was doing.
Yep.
Okay, so And then Draymond acts out, and Draymond gets in trouble. And yes, that's on Draymond.
Well,
but as a Warrior fan, I'm sitting here going, I'd like the good players on the team to not get suspended. So
he didn't get suspended for that.
No, understood. But
right.
you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but I think that he didn't get suspended because the Warriors also knew at some level some stuff was going on.
For sure.
Right.
For sure. But what you have is you still have a live wire. You still have someone who is suspendable because he's triggered every time he hears his name, which is really hard for people because he has no problem yelling about everybody else's name.
Right.
And that's a problem. And it's not because, my opinion, any of our opinion, that's, who cares? We're not offended. He's not talking about us. My issue is that Draymond Green is still triggerable. And that puts him in harm's way. ... puts any Warrior season in harm's way.
Of course, because he is one incident away, again, from missing X amount of games, being suspended indefinitely. And if we all agree, and I think we do, that you can't win without Draymond Green, and you need to have Draymond Green on the court, and you could look at his winning percentage in the regular season of games he plays in, it's remarkable how much better they are with Draymond than without Draymond, yet when you have him play basketball, you know that he is one incident away from being gone for who knows how long.
All right, so we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'd love to open up the phone lines and rock with you right now. And you have your choice of what you want to react to. He says that Draymond's comments are utter BS. He says that the Warriors cannot win without him. He says that Jordan Poole exacerbated the situation. He says that the Warriors absolutely can still win a championship. He says that Joe Lacob owes Steph Curry, quote, whatever the hell he wants. He also says the Warriors might think long and hard about moving on from Klay Thompson. That was all in that conversation. You react to any of it? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
It's cheap 4x4 season.
first things first is that it's utter bull. Let's get that out the way right now. I don't appreciate the position that Draymond took. I was not aware that Draymond felt that way. I had no idea because I haven't spoken to him directly in months.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Stephen A. Smith right here on Willard and Dibs earlier in the 2 o'clock hour. Glad you're with us, 888-957-9570. Dibs, my head's spinning a little bit with everything that he touched on. I mean, sure, as you just heard, unloaded on Draymond Green.
Right.
We knew that was coming, but there was also a lot of other stuff in there with regard to the Warriors, and I wonder if his answer about Steph Curry doesn't maybe open some eyes a little bit with regard to just kind of how things work in the NBA, whether we agree with them or not. You know, we asked him, what does Joe Lacob owe Steph Curry? And without hesitation, he said whatever the hell he wants. And he says that because that's kind of how it works in these circles. That's kind of how it works. Here's the answer. What does Joe Lacob, what do the Warriors owe Steph Curry?
They owe Steph Curry whatever the hell Steph Curry wants. Now, I'm a Christian, and I don't compare any man to God or anything like that. But that man, Steph Curry, is the closest thing to a God-like figure that you got in that area. You make no mistake about it. Too invaluable, too untouchable, and oh, by the way, still a star. That man need no more talent, go get him more talent. That man need a better roster, go get him a better roster. He needs Steve Kerr re-up for years to come. I know Steve Kerr signed this picture. Yeah, you do that too. You give Steph Curry whatever the hell he needs in order to keep him as a team, meaning as a team, relevant in the championship equation. He deserves no less. He's still a superstar in this league. He's still playing like a superstar. And the brother is the epitome of perfection when it comes to a professional athlete in terms of his greatness as a talent and his marketability and the sizzle that he brings to the table and just everything in between. It don't get no better than Steph Curry. You give him what the hell he needs.
Yeah. I mean, you could have answered it even more simply and more mathematically. Stephen A. eloquent there, and I love that he even evoked his own status as a religious man. And I'm not saying that Steph Curry's a god, but he's as close to a god as you could possibly want. And the answer is, when Joe Lacob and company bought the Warriors, they paid $450 million. And right now, the Warriors are worth $8.2 billion, second only to the Dallas Cowboys. So if you want to talk about what you owe Steph Curry, now you don't owe him the entire $7.6 billion that the franchise has gone up, because a lot of things have gone into that, including the new building, etc., on the 4 championships. But Steph has been probably the number one biggest value add in this organization since he purchased it. And I know Steph was here before he bought it and the rest of it, but what Steph has become, what this team has become, a lot of it is because of Steph Curry. So just from a financial standpoint, yeah, Stephen A.'s not wrong. You do owe Steph Curry just about everything he asks for.
Okay, so let's think about that for
Second
a second.
apron, bye-bye.
Well, I think it's important for people to hear. And this isn't about what you think or I think or even what Stephen A. thinks. It's more about the way an NBA franchise views a person like that, because there are very few of them. We use Steph's name next to LeBron's all the time. However, they're not the same, because LeBron has worn 4 different jerseys, if you count Cleveland as 2 different times.
Okay.
He's worn 4 different jerseys, 4 different eras, if you will. Kevin Durant has now worn, do we count the Sonics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? Did I get that right? 5
Warriors,
different jerseys.
Brooklyn, Seattle, OKC, and Phoenix.
Okay, so this is more like asking, and he's not even there yet because Steph has achieved so much more and been there so much longer, but it's probably how Milwaukee feels about Giannis.
Right.
What do we owe Giannis? Everything. He wants Lillard, get Lillard. You want to fire the coach midseason, fire the coach midseason. You do anything for that man. because that man is everything. And so what does that mean for the Warriors offseason and all of the opinions that we've sat here and shared together? All of it. Don't trade Kuminga. Don't you dare. We're going to need those picks someday.
Right, the picks.
The first letter of future is F, and that's what you can do with the future. F it. I'm telling you.
And what does F rhyme with?
Duck?
Steph.
Oh.
F rhymes with Steph. So if Steph says F, if Steph is a guy saying, you know what, F those picks, Joe, because I got 2 years, maybe 3 if you're lucky. If you show me that you want to win now, I'll sign an extension. I'll stay as long as you want.
He doesn't even need to say it.
If you show me, I know he doesn't need to say it, but I think that it's really the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. If you're going to keep this team being competitive, Steph is going to stay and keep trying to win here.
Well, right. And so when we have conversations like this, I think it ends up being a coaching tool for all of us. Really. We're almost done with May, and you know exactly what happens as soon as June is over. It's open season, and here we go. And whatever it is that's going to happen is going to happen. And so we can start coaching ourselves now. Whatever the hell is supposed to go on in 2027 does not matter. It doesn't matter. 2026 doesn't matter. And I hate saying this, but there are even names. Now, I think they're going to be a part of this. And so they can be a part of this. They probably will be a part of this. But in the larger discussion, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't matter. Brandon Podziemski doesn't matter. Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody, they don't matter. And please don't clip that, Lucas, because if there's no context, that sounds awful and also inaccurate. Of course they matter because they can be successful teammates for Steph Curry, but that's literally what their role is. Successful teammates for Steph Curry. That's what matters. And whoever those names are, that's who they are. If it's an audition, make it an audition. The only thing that matters to this conversation, to this organization right now, who are successful teammates for Steph Curry?
Right.
That's the only question they're trying to answer.
And if it means you have to move off of future assets to bring in those successful parts to be here for the next year or the next 2 years, or hopefully you make it so that Steph Curry doesn't want to be anywhere else because you got Draymond here and you've got a core and you've got pieces that he thinks that he can win with, because that ultimately is all Steph Curry wants. I would imagine he wants to still be a Warrior, but more than that, he wants to be able to play in April, May, and June. And I know that he is a guy, and I'm sure Draymond's the same. You got the playoffs going on, and you're probably sick to your stomach that you're not there.
Yeah.
It's one of the rare times that you haven't been a part of this.
Right. And even though Steph, this is another thing I always think about with him, when you hear him talk and you look at his face and everything is always just like so nice.
Right.
And everything is just, it's all hunky and dory all at the same time, always. But I don't think it is. This probably burns him up like nobody's business. You know, these guys don't take kindly to this. They don't take easily to this. I mean, they know whether you want to, whatever word you want to use. The word we always usually use is legacy.
Right.
You know, we talked yesterday about how many times LeBron James had missed the playoffs in his career. And again, we often forget the bad. You know, so
First
Steph,
2 years.
Well, Steph has missed, let's see. I can think of, there was the injured year, and then there were 2 play-in game losses. And then obviously there was stuff at the very, very beginning of his career when he was a pup. So what do we got? 5?
That sounds about right.
Is that about right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But the ones that happen at the beginning of their career before they really get going, I sort of blow that off. Like, you're in building mode.
I get it.
Once you've built the empire, how often does it fall? And the answer is very, very rarely. And as rarely as possible in their power. You know, when that's why that conversation was interesting in the crossover. Oh, Draymond Green says we could just lose for 5 more years and he's fine. I don't think that's what he was saying. I don't think he'd be fine. I know Steph would not be fine. They are not okay with missing the playoffs. And so if anybody's mind is in build it mode, just my suggestion, you don't have to take it, but get your mind out of build it mode, because that's not what's going on. It's not who they are. It's not what they're going to be. It's not what they're trying to do.
The answer for Steph is actually 6.
6.
He missed his first 3, 10, 11, and 12. Then he went 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. They missed 20 and 21. 20 was the injury year. You got Wiseman, and 21 was the play-in year. And then 24 was the play-in year.
Yeah.
So that's actually 6 years of the chef missing out on the playoffs.
Although I think most people would probably put 2, like actually sort of on the full resume.
Sure.
Because again, the first 3 are build it years, and then the fourth one, he wasn't there.
Right.
He didn't play.
Yeah. I mean, played a tiny bit, and then that was it.
How many games?
That year.
It was only like 6?
5.
Yeah.
In 5 games.
Yep. Yeah. So that doesn't really, I mean, I'm not putting that on a guy's legacy.
But, you know what I mean? If it was going to be a perfect resume, and I wonder if there is a player who played more than 15 years and never missed the playoffs, you'd have to probably go all the way back to the Boston Celtics to find that. It's incredibly rare to find somebody who plays that long and just doesn't miss the playoffs.
888-957-9570. Stephen A. also said this, and we can get into this conversation, because you're not hearing a lot of people with a big NBA platform say this. Listen to what he said about Klay Thompson.
I'm not advocating for you to get rid of Klay Thompson, because even on a bad year, remember, it's a bad year to his standards. When you're talking about 42, 43% shooting, 37, 38% from three-point range, you know how many teams in the league would love to have a Klay Thompson on this squad? So I can't poo-poo that. The problem is you've got the Kumingas and the Moody's of the world and Pazinskis of the world and others who have shown they can come in and make a contribution. Klay Thompson might have to go because he's the one person with value for you to go out there and to get another component that you may need in order to supplement and elongate the illustrious career of a Steph Curry.
Okay. You know what was interesting about everything he said Klay Thompson related? He made it sound like a sign-and trade.
Yeah.
He made it sound like an asset. And man, if we had had another half hour,
totally,
I would have loved to follow up with like, okay, tell me what the exit strategy is. Because if Klay's going somewhere else, I'm pretty sure he can drive himself.
Right. He can go wherever he wants to go.
So what is it that like Stephen A's building him as a valuable piece, which I agree he is. I think there's a lot of places where he fits and could help put teams over the top and all of that. It's almost like what Draymond said to Shaq with regard to the idea of ever not being a Warrior, where he said, look, if I felt like I could be the missing piece to push someone over the top, Klay may feel that way. Somebody needs a sharpshooter. Absolutely. He could be that for a team. So
maybe he wants to do that for the Warriors. And that might be a piece of the follow-up question would have been, Stephen A., do you think that that's something that Klay would want to do? Because Kevin Durant famously did that. He did the Warriors a solid and had them do a sign and trade, which begat D'Angelo Russell, which begat Wiggins and Kuminga. So maybe Klay sees that and thinks, if I do want to go somewhere else, can I make it so that the team that I'm leaving gets an asset back for me?
It's an interesting thought,
Yeah,
and
I hadn't thought about that until Stephen A. laid that out.
No doubt. And if Kevin did it, would Klay? Well, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that help to mitigate some of the guilt you might feel if you're Klay and you do realize that you probably want to try something else or maybe the money's not right? Wouldn't that be a good way to at least kind of smooth it over with your departing team?
The thing that's so hard with this is that everybody's wants need to be the same, and I don't know that they are.
Right.
So, for instance, let's look at the two sides. Does Klay Thompson want to leave the Warriors? Probably not. Does he want to start and make a lot of money? Probably. Do those things match? I don't know. The Warriors might secretly not really, really want Klay to stay, but they certainly need to act like they do.
Right.
And if they bring him back, it's got to be in a certain mold, and he's got to be on board with that. And I just think all of those things need to match, and they may not match. And if they don't match, Do feelings start getting hurt? And then now we're not doing each other any favors.
Right.
Like I could see it going that way. Or I'm sorry, I could see it having already gone that way. I have no doubt that these conversations are already well underway.
For sure.
In terms of what the Warriors want and how they're going to present that to him.
And I think that if the Warriors and Clay both kind of agree that it's time for him to go elsewhere and there are multiple teams interested, that's where the Warriors might be able to make it more of a sign and trade, to where if there's Orlando and another team that both want Clay at about the same price, well, then it could come down to what team is willing to offer something back in a sign and trade to have the preferred route for Clay to go there.
Right, yeah, and that's what will unfold in the weeks to come. Now, what about this? One more from Stephen A. Smith, who joined us earlier, and if you missed it, Odyssey app, YouTube, it's available there. We'll have it for you in full later on in a couple hours on our show, Willard and Dibs. Glad you're here. This is where you may really agree or disagree. And this is the hard part for so many fans who feel like Draymond Green has worn out his welcome. We spent a lot of time this year, Dibs, talking about the Warriors and the need for a 2. They do. They need a 2. They need someone consistently. When we say that, though, we're usually talking about somebody else who can consistently put up the point numbers, the offensive numbers that are necessary so that so much pressure is not on Steph Curry. That's all well said, and I agree with all of it. But listen to this comment. Do you agree or disagree? I'll tell you right now before he even says it or before we play it for you, I agree. The second most important player on the Golden State Warriors is Draymond Green.
Can't get rid of Draymond Green because you ain't going to win without him. You say whatever you want about Draymond Green. You're not winning without him because what he brings to the table is everything Steph Curry doesn't want to bring to the table in terms of vocal leadership, in terms of accountability on the defensive side of the ball, and everything in between. Steph Curry needs Draymond Green more than he needs anybody outside of his family. And I mean that. I'm not talking about Steve. Steve Kerr's great, phenomenal coach. Okay? Joe Lacob, phenomenal owner, and his group. You couldn't ask for better because they're going to do what it takes to win. They're going to spend that money. But as a player, I'm telling you right now, you cannot lose Draymond Green if you have Steph Curry. Steph Curry needs Draymond Green. Make no mistake about it. So if you need Draymond Green, you got Steph, then you got to look at the other components. You don't want to let go of a young Kuminga. You don't want to let go of a young Kaczynski. You might not even want to let go of Moody. That's the only reason I bring up you might have to unload Clay. Because I can tell you right now, if I'm a team with picks and I got a player or two that I can forfeit to get Klay Thompson, I'm going to do that.
Again, he presents the Clay idea as a trade, not as a walk. And also everything. Now think about the way he also presented Draymond. Whenever we're talking about it, it's often, well, we know because we're Warrior fans, the defense, the smarts, the way he sets up Steph Curry in the offense. I like the way Stephen A. put it. It's also that Draymond does all the things that Steph Curry doesn't want to do when it comes to leading a team. He does all of the negative. He does all of the grunt work. He does all the I don't care if I score. I'll go rebound. I'll pass. I'll talk to the refs. I'll take all of the bullets in public for you. And that is something that I feel with all of the negativity surrounding Draymond, all the frustration that he hands out to fans, I think we forget that. I really do. I think we forget that he does all of the crap that needs to be done that no other Warrior can or will do.
The dirty work. And it's not to say that Steph isn't a leader, but when it comes time to get in a huddle and maybe undress somebody or bark at somebody, Draymond does that. And when it comes time to set a hard screen to get Steph open, Draymond does that. Draymond does a lot of the things that make Steph's life a lot easier. And you could see it when Draymond's out and you watch Steph play. Forget the leadership and all the rest of the stuff that Draymond does bring, just the basketball part of it. When Draymond's not out there, Steph has a harder time getting open on the ball or off the ball because Draymond knows better than any other player how to get the chef open and how to make sure that he's able to do what he does.
Whole thing's super interesting. I mean, if I were, you know what I mean, somebody landed here from Mars and they're like, tell me about the conversation as far as what this all means going forward. You know, what happens next? We asked him, what is there a path? What is the path? And I think the quick response is Stephen A. Smith thinks the Warriors are still viable, provided that they sign and trade Klay Thompson.
Right.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. And he's talking about getting a player back or a player or two and some picks and, you know, the idea of getting something for Klay. We've talked about, can you get something for Chris Paul and his $30 million? Maybe it becomes the Klay Thompson piece that they're able to use to get something back as opposed to Chris Paul.
Or both.
Right.
Or both.
True, but if I'm an acquiring team, I'd much rather trade for Klay Thompson in a sign and trade than I would take Chris Paul's contract and just write it off, depending on the team, obviously.
It's non-guaranteed.
Different teams, different needs.
You might be able to shed money and acquire Klay Thompson. And maybe that's attractive to people. That might be really, really attractive to people, especially if it's early in free agency and you clear money to go do something else so that you've added Klay Thompson and something else on the open market. This is going to be an offseason of extreme aggression in the NBA, I believe. You have so many rumors out there, you can't even keep track of all of them. Do you know how few stars there are in the NBA right now that are not involved in movement rumors?
Not many.
How many are you counting? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's not going anywhere.
Right.
Jokic is not going anywhere.
Anthony Edwards is not going anywhere.
Ant's not going anywhere.
Tatum and Brown probably not going anywhere.
Luka's not going anywhere.
Jimmy Butler, rumors. Giannis,
for sure.
Rumors.
Durant.
rumors.
Steph's not going anywhere.
Paul George, he's going somewhere.
He's going somewhere.
LeBron, whispers.
How about two guys in Cleveland? Donovan Mitchell, Darius Garland.
Both or one probably on the move.
100%.
They just fired their coach today.
Yep. I mean, all of this, and we're leaving a ton of names off. I mean, Brandon Ingram and on and on. You know,
Zion.
Maybe. Probably not.
But, I mean, you've heard his name thrown out.
Markkanen, Trae Young. The whole thing really feels like a massive deck shuffle. And the Warriors being as aggressive as they are, I have a hard time believing that they're not going to at least try to be incredibly involved in it. And how do you go about doing that is the question we've all been asking. And it probably involves some really hard maneuvering. And this would this would qualify as that. Really, really hard maneuvering that you may feel like you have to do.
Yeah. I mean, you have to if you're the Warriors. There's one of two ways you can go, and we've talked about this a lot. You can stand pat and hope to bring back Klay at a workable number and then just basically run it back with what you have with a couple of new vet mins for Saric and whoever else you're going to lose. Or you can get bold. And we love the phrase maximize Steph Curry's window. And that's what Stephen A. Smith said to us without using that exact phrase. He said basically Steph Curry is as close to a deity as possible. And hell yes, you'll do everything you can to maximize the Steph Curry window.
888-957-9570. Your phone call's welcome. We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Also want to let you know, don't miss your chance to see comedian Jim Gaffigan at one of his two shows taking place at just a beautiful place, the Mountain Winery in Saratoga, June 21st and 22nd. Get your tickets today at mountainwinery.com. And for your chance to score a pair of tickets to the show on the 22nd, you can enter online at 957thegame.com. All right, we'll keep taking your phone calls. There's also this. There is it's not a piece of news. There was an interaction in the clubhouse after the Giants game today with Joey Bart that I think you might be interested to know about. Okay, and also, can we answer this question? What the hell? What are we going to do with Luciano? What are we going to do?
Are you asking me?
His base running wins the game. His glove almost loses the game, ... again. What do we do? So exciting. So maddening. So out of position? Let's see if we can figure this out on Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
Santos at the wall. Gone. Wow. Second game in a row. The Pirates have hit a grand slam, and this time it's the former Giant. He absolutely crushed it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, buck up, Flem. It's also the second game in a row where they blew it.
Oh, my God.
Way to go, buckos.
Right?
You blew it.
It's crazy.
What a series.
What a day. And yesterday was the same. We didn't get a chance to really talk about yesterday, which was...
Oh, no.
I don't know which one was more mind-boggling. Yesterday's comeback or today's comeback. They were very similar.
Today, if you're asking me which one's more surprising, yesterday they had more time. It's like a run here, a couple runs there.
The slam came early, right? It was 5-0 in like
5-1 in the fourth,
okay.
or the fourth, I think. And then, but they got all the way to like the eighth, and they're still sitting there.
Right.
I think Ramos maybe homered in the seventh
to make it 5-2.
5-2.
Yep.
And then, next thing and then they fell down 6-2. I forgot about the Reynolds homered again.
That's right.
Hey, Luke Jackson, try to keep up, okay?
Oh, boy.
Good Lord. So anyway, then it's 6-2, and then in the blink of an eye, an eighth inning rally for 5 runs makes it 7-6. And Joey Bart's Pirates have lost the game again. Here's what I wanted to pass along. I was watching an interview with Bart in the clubhouse. Boop, boop. They asked all the right questions. You start by going, hey, tell us about how that felt, Oh, gosh, to catch up to a high fastball, blah, blah, blah. Like, swing feels good. That was a great moment. Grand slam, tons of fun. All right. Hey, Joey. How did it feel that it came against the Giants? And Joey, who is not like that, said all the right things, but what I observed is you should try to go find the video of it.
Okay.
And go see the smirk behind his eyes as he says, no, look, it's just, any grand slam, I don't care who it comes against. It's great, but as they're asking the question, there's this little grin. And by the way, I do not begrudge him for this at all. There's a little grin behind the eyes when they're asking him about doing it against the Giants, where he was just like, of course, he's a human being. So there was some mofos in that run around the bases.
Yeah, there was.
For sure. And Joey Bart might end up being the one that got away. You're not too upset about it because your starting catcher looks like a star.
Right.
But the backup catcher who you signed to relatively decent 2-year money is hurt and was not performing well when he was healthy. And Joey is not like a 100% starting catcher. He's platooning or whatever there in Pittsburgh. So
right.
Would he have been able to accept a bench role? His OPS is almost 900. He's hitting 270. He's got 5 bombs. He's playing great. Now, he kind of blew the game behind the plate with his catching a little bit.
Well,
but, that happens.
And he did get ejected from the ball game.
He did?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he got ejected in between innings, apparently. I
didn't even see that.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I heard about it. And all of a sudden, Yasmani Grandal is behind home plate because apparently after he got called out on a check swing strikeout, he had words for the first base umpire. And, you can't do that anymore. You can't voice displeasure with umpires.
Yes.
So you're gone. And I think he's got 4 home runs in 60 at-bats.
Yeah, no, he looks fantastic. He looks like a different player.
4 homers and 60 ABs is the number. And so have a day, Joey Bart. You hit a slam against your former team, and that was probably the biggest Bart delay of the day, was his trip around the bases.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grandy.
It took a moment.
Yeah, he took more than a moment. The Bart train is going to be late getting to first base. That train was running behind schedule because he took that moment. It was a no-doubter, and he hit it, and you could see him kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, he sniffed.
Big sniff.
He should.
Of course.
Good for him.
And I want more of that in baseball. I think we all do.
Sure, absolutely. I'll tell you what else I want more of. And we can't, we're going to talk about Luciano here in just a second, and we're going to go to the phones because it's super interesting. But my God, if you did not watch Matt Chapman play baseball for the last 3 innings of this game, you missed restaurant quality baseball. And I mean all around the diamond. That guy, for anybody, I realize he's hot now. It's been a long road, bumpy start, whatever. But first of all, the 5-run rally started with him hitting a 3-run homer on a fastball at his chest. So you can go ahead and take Tim Kirkchen's collision hitter quote from our show and also throw that one away today because he went up and got one at his letters and took it over the center field fence for a 3-run homer in a spot where I literally sat out here in the lobby at Odyssey San Francisco because it was like bingo, bingo. They're down 6-2, couple of base hits to start the inning. I go, they need someone to walk up right now and hit a 3-run homer. And Matt Chapman's like, me, I'll raise my hand.
Pick me.
3-run bomb. Then you've got to have a shutdown inning in the bottom of the 8th. 2 of the 3 outs were A-plus defensive plays by Chapman over at third base. He's fantastic. He's not always great. He can be streaky. I get it. But, that's different now. That's different than anything that Flores or J.D. Davis or Casey Schmidt or anything has looked like over at third base for some time now for the Giants. If you haven't watched Matt Chapman for the last couple of weeks, you're missing out on what the Giants have got. That he has looked like a cornerstone player over the last couple of weeks.
Over the last week, his batting average has gone from 206 to 249.
Mm-hmm.
He is 13 for 23 since May 15th, which is 6 games. 13 for 23.
And how many walks, by the way?
3 home runs and 8 driven in. And over that time, he has walked 5 times.
Yeah, he's getting on base like a machine.
Every time. And against Colorado, he was 4 for 4 with 4 runs scored.
Right.
6 total bases. And just against Pittsburgh, 2 for 5, 1 for 3, 2 for 5, 15 total bases, 3 homes runs, 6 runs batted in.
Dude.
And the thing about Matt Chapman, Chappie as we call him,
Chappie,
is even when he was hitting 206, and I'm going back, I see a 205, I see a 204 on the board, he doesn't bring it to the field with him.
Nope.
Which leads us to Marco Luciano.
Okay.
And I know he's a young player.
Let's talk about it.
And right now, he's not bringing his bad glove to the plate. He's not bringing his good bat into the field. For me, he's a little Bo Peep who's lost his sheep and doesn't know where to find him. He is not a shortstop, and I hate to pick on the kid. I just watch him play, and even when he makes the play, it looks awkward. And then again today, Mark, garden variety, can of corn, ground ball.
Garden variety. I want people to know if you didn't. If you were at the game, or I'm sorry, if you were at work and you didn't see the game, these 2 errors.
They're just ground balls.
They're the easiest ground balls you could possibly find in the big leagues. Right at you, not hard hit.
Right.
Bing, 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 bouncer.
Right.
Straight to you. And look,
and it's the way he's playing it, though, Mark. And they're
both in the 9th inning of close games.
Right. And it's the way he is retreating on these ground balls. He's not attacking them with confidence. It's hit to him, and you can kind of see the, and I hate to borrow from Stephen A. Smith and use the S word. It's like, oh, Schmidt, they hit it to me, and he's backing up, and he's caught between hops, and he doesn't know what to do. You're a shortstop, my friend, in the majors, in the 9th inning. These are plays that have to be made at this level.
I've got some ideas, but let's hear from you first, okay?
Please,
what do the Giants do with Luciano? And for those of you who didn't see it, again, he didn't even play today. He came in as a pinch runner. No, he
didn't even play, but he made an error.
He still made an error. No, but he was not. He was
he
not.
didn't even play today.
This guy's making errors in the bathroom. No, he came in as a pinch runner in the 8th inning and was fantastic. Took advantage of 2 balls that just sort of rolled away from Joey Bart. Got to second, got to third, and then Brett Wisely, who did start at shortstop, gets a base hit to center field. Luciano comes in to score what was the winning run, but then he goes out into the field as a defensive replacement because they had to move Wisely to the outfield because they had pinch hit for Ryan McKenna, like all these moves started happening, and they had to put Wisely in the outfield. So who else can play shortstop? Well, okay, Luciano for the 9th inning. And lo and behold, it was almost like you knew it was coming. First batter.
Oh, God.
Boink, 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 right over to shortstop. Bonk, right off of his wrist. And it's a runner at first with no one out. Thankfully, next guy pops up, and then the guy tries to steal, and Bailey absolutely no.
Total no.
I mean, he took him. I mean, it was a gorgeous throw.
Right.
Beautiful.
Luciano caught it.
He caught it.
And tagged the guy.
And tagged him, and then, boy, celebrated because he's like, thank you. Thank you, Patrick.
And Luciano gets the put out there, right?
Sure does.
And
sure does.
And Bailey gets the assist on the play. So good.
But what do you do? Chris in Sonoma, talk to us. You're on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Chris.
Good afternoon, fellas. How you doing?
Great, man.
So here's what I would do. Coach him up. He needs to be taught. He needs a lot of work on footwork. These are things that coaches are supposed to do with young players. I do not think the answer is to send him down and get reps, as they say in the minors. That's not going to get him better if he's not getting coached. The guy is a dynamic player. I see his footwork lacking, and it tells me he probably didn't play much basketball as a kid. But somebody needs to work with his feet. He will be fine. It's also now it's mental, which, as you guys know, in professional sports, it's 90% of it, but it's in his head now. So somebody needs to coach him up. They need to be patient. And, all week we've been reading different sports writers, and I think you guys might have mentioned it too on the radio, the comparison to Marcus Semien. Who did Marcus Semien have to make him a great shortstop?
Ron Washington.
There's got to be a Ron Washington-like coach in the system who can work with this young player and make him an elite shortstop, because I think he's got the tools. I really do.
So Chris,
that's my opinion for whatever it's worth.
Well, Chris, it's worth a lot, but here's my question back to you, which is, what would make you think that he's not being coached up? You know what I mean? Like, this is the number one prospect in the organization. He's been there for years. He's been there. He's been in the organization longer than Farhan Zaidi. And so there's a ton that is invested in this kid, and they have refused to move him to a new position. So I'm only assuming, but I can assume that somebody is following the kid around to whatever minor league team he's on and trying to coach him up, no?
Well, one would assume that, but one doesn't know, because he seems to be making the same mistakes. And so he's now at the big league level. Who is the infield coach for the Giants? It's not. Is it Ryan Christensen or is it Matt Williams?
Well, look, the fact that I don't even care if it's Matt Williams. Matt Williams is the third base coach, but Matt Williams is there. So, that would help. That's a guy who also came up as a shortstop and then transitioned over to third base, and that may be what ends up happening with Luciano someday. But I would think that he's a tremendous resource for him right now.
Yes, I would agree. So, like I say, I'm preaching patience, because, as you said, Mark, they've invested a lot in him. They obviously believe in him. At some point, you got to stop sending a guy down to the minors. Now, they did that with Williams. We remember his painful first couple of years, up and down, barely hitting at the Mendoza line, and eventually he became one of the best players in the major leagues. This kid's got it in him. I really believe it. Whether it's in short or somewhere else, but don't send him down. Keep him up, because you know what's happening now? We're now watching this team. Before about a week or 10 days ago, they were unwatchable. They were the most boring team in baseball. Now we're watching them.
Well, look, right? Chris, absolutely. And thank you, Chris. It's a great call. I mean, Dibs, wouldn't you agree? One way or another, some of them good, some of them bad. I think we just watched the most exciting series I've seen in 3 years of Giants baseball.
It was pretty exciting.
What is more? Now, yes, it started with what felt like debilitating absolute migraine headache of a finish on Tuesday night. But add in then what's happened next with a 5-run comeback and a 4-run comeback, and both of them called for the Giants to hit the ball a lot. And you had some tough bullpen performances, but some great bullpen performances. These games had everything.
Totally.
They had everything. So, and a big part of that is what these 3 young players are doing. Ramos homered today. If you don't know how the Giants won last night, they're down to their last strike with no one on base in the 9th inning. And Luis Matos lines one to the outfield and then takes advantage of lazy play in the outfield, turns a single into a double. Next thing you know, Wade gets a hit. We got a tie game.
Right.
Like that.
Just like that.
Oh, my gosh. Inject that into Giants fans' veins right now.
Athleticism and base running and, come from behind victories. And the fact that, again, they scored 7 runs today and they got down 5-1, and then they got down 6-2. And even as recently as a couple of weeks ago, down 6-2 against anybody, you would have figured, okay, this thing's over. But again, they put up a 5 spot in the 8th, and I was ready to come in today to talk about yesterday being the biggest win of the season and how huge that was, because you gave it away on Tuesday in the opener of the series, a game you never should have lost, and then you bounced back yesterday with a come-from-behind victory. And I was thinking on the way in today, kind of what our boss Matt Nahigian tweeted about, wow, that was fun. That was the biggest win of the year. And then you have today's win, and you look at today, and you think, well, maybe this was the biggest win of the year on the heels of yesterday, which was almost a carbon copy, biggest win of the year kind of a ball game. And now you take 2 of 3 from Pittsburgh, where you could have lost all 3. You should have won all 3. You took 2 out of the 3. And the takeaway for me is, this team is damn fun to watch again.
Well, it looks completely different.
That's the takeaway, I think.
It looks completely different.
Yeah.
The Giants are 1 game out in the wild card race.
Okay. I believe you.
And they are 0 games out in the loss column.
There you go. And it really, for me, it's not even about the wild card. Right now, the biggest battle that they're waging is the battle against 500. Can you just get to 500?
Well, one game back now.
Right.
Or 1 game off 500.
But you look at the last couple of days, and if you didn't win any of those games, you'd be 23-28, and we'd be feeling a lot differently about where they are. And I know it's not about the standings. A lot of this is about the excitement of the young players, the lows of Luciano, the highs of Matos and Ramos, and Kyle Harrison. And there's a lot to be excited about, but 25-26, it's easier to be excited about that than if they would have gotten swept by Pittsburgh, right?
Here's the good news for anybody who's like, please, Chris was just saying, don't send him down. Don't send him down. Here's the good news. His OPS is 873.
Yeah.
And he ain't going anywhere.
Exactly.
As long as his OPS is 873, because if they do send him down, we riot.
Right.
No, I'm not kidding. No. I refuse. You are not allowed to send him down. You're not allowed to send him down.
I get that, but
figure it out. Whatever it is. Now, I have not lost my patience completely with Luciano at short yet. And there's a piece of me, Dibs, that wants to look at the Giants and go, you made your bed, now you sleep in it. Here's what I mean by that. You're the ones that over the last 2 years, with plenty of warning, have decided, no, he's still a shortstop.
Right.
Then you lie in it. You made the bed, you put him at short, and if the ball keeps bouncing off of his wrist, I'm going to look at you guys, not him, because you could have put him in left field or at third base 2 years ago, and you have decided, no, he's still a shortstop, and you could argue still that he's, quote, not ready. But I also am like, how is that even possible? The 2 balls that he's kicked, I was ready for in 5th grade.
Exactly.
So it's not that. It's not that he's just a rook and he's not ready to make the big time play. Because, by the way, he makes the hard play.
It's the easy play that's costing.
The easy one is dying, though.
So you made your bed and you got to lie in it. But if your bed is an incredibly uncomfortable futon, well, after a certain amount of sleeps in that bed, you got to find a different bed to sleep in. And I don't know how long you're going to wait to do this. The problem is what you talked about. You've only done this. He's never played anywhere other than shortstop. You didn't even give him a dabble at second and a dollop in left. He's only played shortstop. So if you do want him here and you do want his bat, and I think that that's accurate, you really can't do anything other than play him at short.
I agree. I got an idea.
Okay.
But let's hang on. Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, what a difference 8 games. I called you 8 days ago, right before the last Dodger game.
Yep.
Mark, I don't know if you remember, you were on a tirade.
I remember. I remember, Richie, and they're 6-1 since the tirade.
Absolutely, and I did tell you, and I did say to you, look, the thing that I really like is their starting pitching and their bullpen. They're studs at this point. This kid Rodriguez is going to be lights out.
I like him.
So everything that's happening now, and obviously Fleming said it today because I watched the game. I'm going this weekend. They're in New York, so I'll be at 2 of those games.
You better win them.
And and at this point in time, the Mets. I just don't like a team that flops and then you're on a roll. And we should beat them. Look, we're not at that point. Let's just win games. But what we're seeing now, Chapman and Fleming said it. If you didn't know any better, he looks like the best player in baseball. What he put on was an absolute clinic. And we did talk, guys. It was only 7 games ago. And we both were on the same page, Mark. Well, we ripped the 3 of us. You had to rip him at that point because he was also making errors. So what he's done, the transformation and having these kids up, Matos almost made a great play. I don't know if you saw it because I know the show was
Yes. No. First inning.
Again.
First inning. He almost robbed McCutchen of the home run.
Yeah, it's just incredible to see. Obviously, Estrada's hitting. And the guy that's really under the radar is Wade. I mean, like you said, there's no way in heck that I thought they were going to win that game yesterday. There's 2 outs. This guy's throwing 93 miles and 98 miles an hour. And the thing that I loved about Matos is he busted it out of the box. And when that guy bobbled the ball, he was on second, and obviously Wade got the hit. So it's just incredible. And I did mention, it's a long season. I did not see this coming at this point. I don't want to say it's a small barometer, but what we're seeing is a real upside at this point. And the only couple real quick, the Hicks is a question mark. I think Hicks might have a tight arm. He only averaged 91 miles per hour.
We'll
they
see.
might make a turn with them.
Yep.
Thank you, Richie.
Yeah, Richie,
Hicks has got a very small shelf life. They're not going to let him throw more than 100 innings all year. They can't.
Well, they may, if Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray jump in, they may love having him down in the bullpen.
True.
They may love that. Maybe he could replace Luke Jackson.
Yeah, jeez.
Richie, you're welcome on the show to call him Luis Matos anytime you want.
I love it.
I mean, come on. How do you not love it, eh? All right. All right. Hey, Ben and the truth. We got some people who want to talk Luciano and the Giants and Wade and all of this stuff. So stay right where you are. We're coming to you next. 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. I do think I got an idea. And this is what I think the Giants are going to have to do with Marco Luciano because you've got to split the difference. And I'll explain what that is here coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest.
2 on, nobody out. Chapman to center field, hit it well. Bay going back. Bay at the wall. It is gone! Chapman, a 3-run homer. It just wouldn't come down. His 3rd of the series. And we got ourselves a 1-run game. 2-2. On the ground, base hit. Soler is going to come around, and he's going to score to tie the game. 0-2. Wisely up the middle, base hit. Giants take the lead. Luciano scores, and Brett Wisely's having the best game of his big league career.
I tell you what, how about controlling your heart rate at such a young age? Doing what he did right there. Look at the boys.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, that's Flem and Lopez. That's NBC Sports Bay Area. That's a Giants victory. And, Luciano came in with some good pinch running. It was moments later that he would kick another one in the 9th inning. And so here's my idea. Marco can't go down. Marco can't go down. The OPS is over 840. Marco's not going down. So let's remove that.
Okay, I thought you meant he can't go down like as in to field the ground ball.
Very well played.
Okay.
Marco's not going to Sacramento.
Gotcha. Okay.
Marco's
now I follow you. Yeah.
Okay. So if Marco can't go to Sacramento, let's work with what else can you do?
Okay.
Can Marco always play shortstop when that is arguably the most important defensive position on the field? I'd say arguably. Give me catcher for 1,000, Alex.
Sure.
Center field. Yep. Matt Chapman's taken over games at third base, whatever. But it is one of the most important positions on the field, no doubt. And he basically, you could make the case, he kicked a game on Tuesday night and he threatened another one this afternoon, right? Both of those plays were made in what inning?
The 9th, Mark.
Marco never sees the 9th inning again as a fielder.
I was in need of a closer.
Nick Ahmed, when he becomes healthy, is going to be the sometimes shortstop / defensive replacement at shortstop. Marco's bat plays innings 1 through 7 and potentially more when needed. Nick Ahmed is your shortstop in the late innings. If I'm the Giants, that's how I'm going to play this one when Nick Ahmed gets healthy.
No more kicking balls in the 9th.
We're not doing that.
So we can kick it in the 7th. We can boot it in the 5th.
You can rally back from that.
We can fumble it in the 4th.
Yep.
We can trifle with it in the 3rd. We can suck it up in the 2nd.
He's going to make most of the plays.
We can fumble up in the 1st. We can even stink it up in the 6th.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Yeah, I was going to go there in the 7th.
But we're not doing it in the 9th.
Okay.
So that's how I'd play it.
I like your plan.
Yeah.
Today they kind of did the invert of that. They started wisely. And
which
then
was circumstantial.
They had, and if you look at the box score, there was like 4 guys who were in that one spot based on pinch hitter, pinch runner. Now we need a fielder. Now we're going to pop them in there.
And they're short on outfielders.
Right.
So, for those of you, here was the cadence of the whole thing. Yaz is in right. They pinch hit at some point with McKenna.
In the 7th.
Going up against the lefty.
Yep.
Then you're in the 8th with a chance to tie the game. And McKenna is not the best hitter.
Right.
So they took the opportunity to put Flores in
the 8th.
Right. As a pinch hitter. He gets the hit. He scores Soler. And I was thinking when they brought him in, I go, who the hell is going to go into the outfield? Because all you got is Matos and Ramos. You have no more outfielders, at least by trade.
Right.
Right? You could put Flores over at first base and send Wade into the outfield.
True.
You could do that.
Yep.
That was my guess as to what they were going to do. That's not what they do, because then Flores gets on and he's slow. So we're going to pinch run Luciano, and I go, oh, now you can't put Flores in. So what? Hey, hot shot.
Totally.
What are you going to do?
Right.
And so what they did was they put Wisely from short into center field and put Luciano at short, which was not what you would normally want to do for a 9th inning, 1-run game defensive replacement situation. But, hey, you were trying to rally back, and you did. So you went for it, and you almost got burned.
Right.
So
you got saved by your catcher and his gun.
Yes.
Bailey throws out the would-be base stealer.
So I think the normal is going to be the inverse of that, which is Luciano start most of the games at short. Ahmed can spell him. You can have certain days where Ahmed is the shortstop for sure. But Luciano, your normal shortstop. However, the defensive replacement game is going to be in full effect.
Yeah, I like your...
Camilo Doval never has Luciano as his shortstop.
No.
Never.
Well, and if I'm Logan Webb, I don't want him as my shortstop either because I'm a ground ball pitcher.
Well, and maybe that's Ahmed Day.
Right.
That almost like guys have personal catchers. Maybe Logan Webb gets a personal shortstop.
Your solution is better than mine. My solution is slightly different, which is let Jorge Soler play the outfield. He's played a ton of outfield. He's been an outfielder.
Wow.
He plays the outfield.
Which outfielder are you benching?
Put him in left. And
where's Ramos going?
You give Ramos a day.
Where's Conforto
and
going?
Luciano's the DH.
Where's Yaz going?
Well, I mean, this would be a time when you're facing a lefty and you have your right-hand hitting lineup.
So Soler is only facing lefties now? He's an everyday guy.
He is, but at times, if you want to give Luciano a chance to not have to field, you let him DH. And you put Soler out in left. Get your glove, Jorge. Get out there and catch a few fly balls.
You're like, we can't have this Luciano guy in the field because
he's a liability.
He's got a bad glove. So, Jorge, get out and left. Oh, God.
Let's go, Jorge. Guy's played outfield his whole career.
No. Yeah, you're right.
Your solution is better. Yeah, I do like yours better.
Let's go to the Truth on 101. Hey, Truth, what are you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking the call. I got two back-to-back roster comments because he left us hanging on the Warriors a little bit. I'll keep it quick on the Warriors side. I don't think the fan and the sports media narrative matches what the Warriors' internal thought process is. And I'm not saying it's what should happen, but the way I look at it, it's probably an unpopular perspective. The Warriors are probably operating from a place of flexibility and strength and possibility rather than desperation. Because if they didn't play a 7-game playoff series, and they only had that full roster for a limited time, and they were one of the toughest teams in the NBA by any metrics, offensively and defensively, when they had their full roster. So while we would like to see something a little bit sexier happen, and if they're going to make moves based on what the options are. They may be huge shakeups. We may get virtually the same roster back and everything in between, so I just wanted to throw that out there, and it's not as bleak as people think if that does happen. The issue they had is they didn't have a second go-to scorer, and how tough it can be for Steph in crunch time because of his size to be the number one. If they establish that that's Kuminga and they roll with that, maybe it's not as big of a problem next year. But as for the Warriors, or the Giants, Luciano, I'm with you guys both just said while I was waiting on break, both points I wanted to make about Luciano. You have to roll with him. Matos, Ramos, Luciano, at least for now, they've got to play every day. Those OPSs stay even over 700. They need to stay out there because the alternatives are sub 600, which is pathetic. And I played college baseball as a shortstop. Defensive, not that that's a huge deal, but I have familiarity with the position, and defense was my strength. And I will tell you, the biggest misnomer as an infielder, and it's different as a shortstop at any of the other positions because of the distance you have to throw. The toughest play by far is an average hit ball right at you, and it's because of your eyes. You cannot tell where the bounces are. You don't know. You have to change your perspective of where your eyes are. So the two techniques are called circling the ball, where you actually have to step towards third base and change your perspective and then start moving your body towards first. Or you have to just stay with your hands way out front like Brandon Crawford did. But most of the plays that really good shortstops get eaten up on are those plays. Every error I ever made in my entire career, and I'm not exaggerating, was an average speed hit ball at me. Because if it's hit slower, you know to charge. If it's hit faster, you just react. It's not even a thought process. But that first step and that first read off the first bounce off the bat is critical. And when it's hit right at you at an average speed, you don't know. You really don't know. So he can learn that footwork. He's not doing it right now. I'm with that other caller. But I think the solution is what both of you said. He's got to run out there. He's got to play every day. If you got a lead going into the ninth, you go to a defensive player, Ahmed. And then if Logan Webb being the only ground ball pitcher we have, you can mix Ahmed or somebody else you feel stable with there. But you're just going to have to let
here
and then reassess.
We're starting to lose you there a little bit,
you, brother.
But you made a bunch of great points. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
so the toughest play is the one that's hit medium speed right at you?
Right at you. And that is somewhat true because it's harder to react to. It's almost like a fly ball or a line drive in the outfield that gets hit right at you. You kind of freeze for a moment because the depth perception is a little bit harder. So, and I do think athletes, what makes them great is their reaction time. And when a ball is hit up the middle and you're a shortstop, your athleticism takes over because you're just reacting. But when you do get that ball hit right at you, sometimes instead of the physical side of it taking over, the mental side of it takes over.
Right.
And it does look like that's where he's struggling a little bit. That's not to excuse these errors. You can't do it.
Yeah.
You cannot do this.
Well, and he made an error and a half the other day because he made the big error, and then the next one was a pretty much a cookie cutter double play ball, and he made a bad throw to second base that prevented them from turning two.
I'm glad you brought that up again because I watched that play again. They weren't going to turn two. That he was running two, like they weren't going to get him. I don't think that was going to be a double play.
He made certain that they weren't going to get him.
He may not have made a great throw. That I don't argue with.
And I'm playing off of FP's analysis, a guy who played shortstop, and he's talking about the throw to the outfield side of the base, and that all but guaranteed that you weren't going to make that happen.
Absolutely.
And I just see a guy he looks awkward out there. He looks stiff and unsure of himself at shortstop. And I know he's only 22, but he's played, 5 years now of pro baseball? And he's only played shortstop, so
off and on, right?
I would figure that he would look more comfortable at this position than he does.
You would think, although no matter what you've done, I mean, again, this is not to excuse can of corn ground balls at the big leagues. Like you, of course, you have to make that play. It's not to excuse it. However, I don't know how many times we need to hear this. You can be seasoned with Lowry's salt for years, and it does not matter. When the bright lights come on, and it's different. And I'm not thinking that it's a coincidence that these ground balls have both happened in the ninth inning of close ball games. Like, I think there's a little bit of a gag factor that has gone on with these. Marco can field that ground ball. He can field that ground ball. But I think that one begets another because it starts to get into your head a little bit.
Yeah.
And you start to get to that, like, I don't want the ball hit to me sort of a thought process. And that sets you up for more. And that's, by the way, I would argue that's yet another reason to not send him down. This is not about go back to Sacramento and work on it. No, I would argue that all year long, the Giants have already fed this guy's mental side with a bunch of bad stuff.
Getting passed over for Casey Schmidt, not starting the year in the bigs.
You're our starter. Let's sign Ahmed. Go to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Ahmed gets hurt. Let's call up Casey Schmidt. Good God. I think it's time for the Giants to do exactly what Bobby Evans came on this show and said to do with your farm players. Show faith in your guys. He has had 2 huge errors, and the Giants need to respond to that by starting him at shortstop tomorrow against the New York Mets at Citi Field. That's exactly what they need to do.
And that's what they will do.
Hey, Marco, we believe in you. We know you're going to get the next ground ball. There ain't no way in hell you're doing the 9th, but you're going to do the 1st.
Right.
And the 2nd and the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th. And see if
we'll let you know about the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. We'll get back to you.
Well, look, yeah.
And the bat is live. He's hitting .333, and he's been a threat at the plate.
Brother, the OPS numbers for these 3 players don't lie.
Right.
Okay? Marco Luciano, and again, I've always sort of looked at 750 is when you're good.
You're good, yeah.
700 is when you're fine. 750 is when you're good. If you're north of 800, you rolling. To give you all some reference, LaMonte Wade's at 911. Okay? He's at 911. He's crushing it.
That's all-star level.
Yes. Marco Luciano is at 873. Luis Matos is at 837. And Elliot Ramos is at 808. Now, here's something I also want everyone to remember, though. Guess who is the one player who is sandwiched between those 3 players in the OPS list for the Giants. It literally goes in order. It goes Luciano, then Matos, then blank, and then Ramos. Would anybody like to raise their hand with a guess as to who that person is?
Between Luciano's
at 873, Matos is at 837, blank is at 821, and Ramos is at 808.
Jeez, blank is at 821?
Blank is at 821. OPS, which is, I think, the overall best indicator in today's
of
sport
production,
as to who's producing. So right now, Casali's at 940.
Yeah.
Forget that.
Well, we're doing small samples, so you should include him.
No,
because his sample's not much smaller than the other guys.
Correct. Well, it's not that much smaller than Luciano's.
Yeah.
Matos and Ramos are getting up there.
A little bit.
Yeah, 45 at bats, 54 at bats. Luciano's only got 18. Casali's got 13. His OPS is 940. LaMonte Wade's the true leader. He's at 911. Then Luciano at 873. Then Matos at 837. Then blank at 821. Then Ramos at 808. Then Bailey at 807.
Right.
Those are their north of 800 OPS players.
It's got to be Conforto then. He's the only one missing.
You damn right it is. So stop planning on benching him. I want to know.
Conforto, he's not getting benched.
Well, a lot of people have been like, you're not benching Ramos. So I'd argue the name that we haven't brought up yet that right now, like, could be looking at a bench role is Mike Yastrzemski.
Yeah.
It's not Michael Conforto. Just because Ramos is out there and left does not mean that they can't move him right over to right.
Totally.
Or Conforto. Conforto played right field a lot of last year.
Yeah.
So
Yaz, and you want to talk OPS? He's at 631.
631.
And he strikes out seemingly every time that he is up to bat.
43 times in 125 at bats.
Yeah, that's not great, Mark.
Not great.
It's not. That's once in every 3 ABs, and the power has not been. The power's not been great this year. And, you mentioned the OPS is 631. Soler is another guy who, 669.
But he's starting to climb.
He's starting to climb.
He's had a good week. Ever since he came back from the injury,
right.
I like his at-bats.
And a double today, as he's starting to, rack up a little bit more extra bases, and that thing was scorched.
Yeah, can you look? Do you know where to find, like, specific exit velocity on like, specific hits?
Yeah. I'll see if I can come up with that.
Soler's double in the 8th inning was like a 5-hopper to the wall, but it got there in 1.4 seconds. I mean,
I got it at 110.6 today.
Bullet. Absolute seed.
110.6. The Joey Bart Salami, 109.7. And then Elliot Ramos had one at 105.
So Soler's was the hardest hit ball
hit ball in the ball game.
Yeah,
yep.
There you go. If he had gotten under that another centimeter, that thing would have been 25 rows deep.
Yeah.
He crushed that thing. So he's starting to have good at-bats. I got no issues right now with Jorge Soler. But
I'm looking at top pitch velocity from today's game. Skeens.
Oh, yeah.
100, 99.8.
Yep.
Skeen.
But you know what else? Like Luis Matos opens up the game and everyone's like, oh, Paul Skeens. Whoop, base hit.
Yep.
Right out of the gate. So, look, there's a new swag for the team. And if you want, like, obviously there are going to be changes every day. But I think what we're tracking toward, potentially, on most nights, this could be, if things go well, this could be the Giants lineup on most nights going forward. Okay? Conforto in left, Matos in center, Ramos in right, Chapman at third, Luciano at shortstop for the first 7.5 innings.
Depending on where you're playing.
Tyro's at second, Wade is at first, Bailey's behind the plate. Nick Ahmed is a defensive replacement. Wilmer Flores is your top right-handed pinch hitter.
Yep. Yaz is your left-hand pinch hitter.
Yaz is your top left-handed pinch hitter. Slater, I'm a little worried about you. I don't know where we're going.
Go on.
Wisely can get optioned.
Well, he's a good utility guy. So if I had a choice between Slater and Wisely right now, I would take Wisely.
Well, I mean,
Wisely can do more for you.
Infield and outfield and is left-handed.
Right.
Which, as you're saying, Yaz would kind of become the only left-handed guy. But that's your group. That's your group.
Yep.
So when Ahmed comes back, and by the way, yeah, I got to figure out who would get sent out. You know, when Ahmed comes back, is it Wisely? When Slater comes back, is it Slater? I don't know.
That's a tough one because when you send out Slater, that's it. He's gone.
Correct. Right. There's no options there.
Yeah, and
maybe
I would imagine
it's a reliever. I don't know. I don't think they want to do that though.
No, especially with a bullpen that feels like it's beleaguered, and you need to have as many arms as you can.
Totally. Blake Snell on the paternity list.
Yeah,
he's supposed to make his next start, but they do have an extra reliever right now because he got put on the paternity list.
Right.
So there's that. Mike in Santa Clara next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mike.
Hey guys. Second time calling in today on the last show, but
at the end, Mike, at the end of the call, will you tell us which call you liked better?
Oh man, you know I'm gonna love you guys. I'll tell you right now. You know I'm gonna love you guys even more.
There you go. So. Okay, perfect. We'll let Steiny know. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, I just want to say, look, I'm loving the fact that we're actually finally seeing the young players play. I don't care right now. Look, we're not going to win it. Like, I'll be honest, I'm a diehard Giants fan. We're not going to win it this year. We're not going to. But I want to see, and I'm actually happy that we're finally seeing the young players get a chance to freaking play. We really are. And I want to see exactly what they do because, you get called up to the major leagues. It's a big step being in the minors at that point. And you know what? At that point, there's a lot of pressure on every single player. And I love what I've seen from Ramos Matos. And I said it on the previous, I saw on the Steiny and Guru call. I know it wasn't Guru, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
But, just saying, I even said, let Luciano play, man. Just let him play. I don't know if it's nerves or what, or obviously playing shortstop, which is not his normal position. Just let him play. Let the boys play, man. That's all I got to say. Thanks, guys.
Mike, wonderful. And I know a lot of people agree with that, but here's what I would say, though. Let them play, but also not at the expense of games, and that's why right now that would be my maneuver with Luciano. I'm playing him at shortstop until the game gets tight and late, and then I'm yanking him.
Yeah.
And we're going to
do a lot for the kid's confidence.
Well, no, but hey, you get to stay in the bigs, and you get to bat
I
seventh.
get it. You don't have to convince me. But we're trying to build up the confidence, and yet he's going to be looking over his shoulder in the seventh.
Well, look, you kick 2 ground balls like that, they could send him to Sacramento. So I'd argue that's your starting shortstop. We're also basing that off 18 at-bats. This could go a certain way. He could end up really struggling at home plate as well, which would change this conversation. But as long as he hits, I think he's the starting shortstop, and Nick Ahmed can be a spell him and defensive replacement type of a guy. That's how I'd play it. However, there's a different part of Mike's call that I want to get into. Hey, guys, we're not going to win it this year. Well, right, but also wrong. I got a story for you about we're not going to win it this year. That quote, we're not going to win it this year.
We got story time coming?
I got a story. Oh, and I got a huge concern about the Niners. I really do.
I don't like when you make that face.
Well, then I got a huge concern about the Niners.
That's disconcerting.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. It's Willard and Dibs.
Make the most of it.
short. Luciano, tough hop, picks it up, not in time. They're going to call the error on Luciano. Tough to double up, especially from this side. Bay runs. Here's the throw. Tag. Got him! What a throw by Patrick Bailey. And it was a good tag by Luciano. That's a pop-up. Wade sees it. He's got it for out number 3. And the Giants, 2 straight remarkable comeback wins. They win the game, and they win the series in Pittsburgh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got to walk into this tiptoeing a little bit because I know how this goes, right? Giants have won 6 of 7 since I was absolutely irate on these airwaves, and I already know, because I've seen it all over social media. If I say anything good about the Giants, people will be like, oh, you gave up on them last week.
You buried them.
What did I say? Like literally 8 times within that rant. I'm not giving up on this year.
Oh, I don't remember it that way. I'm just kidding. You said it over and over.
It wasn't about that.
It wasn't a give up. It wasn't about the standings.
It wasn't about the standings.
It was about the optics and the fact that what?
It was
this
about,
team was not exciting.
Yeah, it was about the Dodgers taking over the stadium. It was about just the way you look. It was about the lifeless nature of an organization. It was about the morale that you've created within the walls, all of that stuff. It was never in May about giving up on a season. So let me tell you a little story after our most recent caller said, look, guys, they're not going to win it this year. Okay. Thank you, Grandy. I can remember when Joaquin Arias and his legged out ground ball after Hunter Pence's speech in Cincinnati. Thank you, Grandy.
For the yes. You probably couldn't see that.
Yes, no, you couldn't see it. We do need a camera in there. Grandy and Lucas are wonderful characters. When are we getting the camera in there? When are we getting the camera?
No, we don't need that.
We need a camera. You're handsome men.
You'll just catch me yelling at Lucas 24/7.
That's why we want a camera.
Totally.
What were you saying about Joaquin Arias?
Yeah. Anyway.
Hasn't played since 2015. Go ahead.
Prior to that game that kept things alive, 2 days before Buster Posey took Matt Latos into the stratosphere for a salami. 2 days prior to that, okay? Giants are down 2-0. I'm on a call with my dad. We've watched sports together my entire life. I used to sit next to him on the couch when the 49ers were down in the fourth quarter, and he had this little thing in his neck that would start pulsating. We called it the Niner Pulse because it would only show up when the Niners were losing. Okay? We're diehards. We watch it all. We did it our entire lives together. Now, the Giants, at that moment, they had just won the World Series. They were still in the shadow. The glow was not gone yet. And I can remember, this was not a call even about the Giants. This is just my weekly call with my folks. And I'm sitting there with my dad, and I go, you know what? Look, there was never any chance that they were going to win the World Series this year anyway, and I don't care. I don't care because all I wanted my whole life was for the Giants to win the Super Bowl. For the Giants to win the World Series, right? I was a kid who grew up in the 80s. The 49ers were winning Super Bowls by the time I was 7 years old. And the Warriors were like, well, that's never going to happen.
Right.
You know, like.
You didn't even think about it.
But the Giants had just won the World Series in 2010. And I was still so in the glow that I was like, Pops, it's all good. Just won the World Series a year and a half ago. Right? And they're good. It's a good organization now. They were never going to win it this year anyway. And so, whatever. I don't even care that they're going to get swept out of Cincinnati. Pops, it is all good. Giants never had a shot this year. They've maxed out by getting this far. Okay. Then they win 3 in a row. Then they do what they're doing out there in St. Louis. Then Zito happens. Then they never lose again. And they are crowned again. And you know this. We've talked about this. I could argue that every time the Giants won the World Series, at the start of the playoffs, you thought, I'm not winning the whole thing. That's a stupid idea. I'll never forget when I think it was J.P. Morosi sat there to preview the World Series against the Rangers, and the thing hadn't even started yet in 2010, and he's like, well, the Giants are already down 2-0 because Cliff Lee does not lose postseason baseball games.
Yeah.
He flat out doesn't do it. So the Giants are down 2-0. Can they rally back? Can they win 4 of the other 5? I don't know, Bob. I don't think they can.
Can they rally back before it even begins?
So I reject wholeheartedly, while I stand by my rant, I wholeheartedly reject, they're not going to win it this year. You don't know. You do not know what rookie actually could contribute to winning. I've said this from the beginning with the whole play the kids mantra. As long as the play the kids mantra is not based on you giving up, crap, play the kids. No, like the kids can win.
Exactly.
I watched Frankie Rodriguez take over the Angels bullpen and shove it up the Giants as a rookie and win the World Series. Thank you. So, like, just because these guys are here and all of us want to prioritize them, to me does not mean, so, like, whatever happens this year is fine. No. I want to be selfish. I want both.
You don't have to just have one or the other. It doesn't have to be play the kids or try to win. It's play the kids and try to win. And it has to be that way for a franchise that fancies itself as a competitor each and every year. And that's what you do as the Giants. And so you're playing the kids, Matos, Ramos, and Luciano, and you're winning. If you play the kids and the kids aren't doing well, forget the winning or the losing part of it. If they come up and they're not doing well, then you move on to guys who maybe can do well. You take a look at them and you decide that they're not ready and you move on. You get to September and you're 20 games below 500, fine. Play the kids and you're not worried about winning at that point. But right now, as you mentioned, you're a game out and you're a game below 500. You're right in the thick of a race that is going to be probably a race to 85 wins to be the third wild card team, maybe 86. And I thought you were going to tell the story of last year's Arizona Diamondbacks and the fact that they weren't really that good in the regular season. And we've talked about the Washington Nationals before when they weren't very good in the regular season and they went out and they won the damn World Series. So you don't have to be that good anymore in Major League Baseball to be a team that has a chance to win the whole thing.
They went to the World Series.
Arizona.
Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't win it.
Washington did. Washington won it when they were no good.
Yes, got it.
Arizona win.
Arizona win.
With
Washington
84.
I think it was 84.
And I think Philadelphia is the other example where they were 88, I think.
Yeah, it was no more than 88. It might have even been less.
Yeah.
Might have been 86, 87.
I thought it was 88.
Anyway,
it wasn't 90.
100%.
I know that.
It definitely was not 90.
So can the Giants be 85 and 77 and still win the damn thing?
And
sure.
I also think you can sit here today and at least imagine a possibility that the Giants would be a terrifying team to play in the playoffs based on the starting pitchers that are on their roster. I don't know how all of them are going to do. I don't know about their health, but there's absolutely a scenario that if the Giants get to the postseason and they look right at you and go, Webb, Snell, Harrison, or Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not ready to talk about Robbie Ray.
No, but I'm just talking about a scenario.
I get it.
Right now, Blake Snell doesn't scare you that much either, but he might.
Well, he's starting to look more Snelly.
That was better. Yes. That was better. It wasn't great. It was better.
Right, and unfortunately, you're probably looking at 5 innings for Snell just about every outing, until he's able to stretch out to 110 because he's almost a guaranteed 20 pitches per inning guy.
Well, that's who he is.
Right.
I mean, I remember the Giants going to San Diego against him a lot last year, and he's so frustrating to go against because you feel like the bases are loaded all the time.
Right.
I'm like, the bases are loaded with nobody out. How did he pitch out of it? Every time. So he will do that. He'll walk the tightrope, but he's still Blake Snell, and he does traditionally do well in the second half. So if the Giants get a wild card, Like, I'm not doing this whole they're not winning it this year.
Right.
They might.
You just never know.
There's no way one game under 500 and a game out of the playoffs as we sit here on May 23rd that I'm declaring the Giants are not a contender. That's not baseball. You don't need to be a dominant team and have the best player to do well. The Giants, one of the things I loved about the way they went about their rotation is that it could be hairy in the playoffs. Like, absolutely hairy. Let's say Jordan Hicks isn't starting anymore. And let's say the Giants do have a Logan Webb and a Blake Snell and a Kyle Harrison, and whether it's a Robbie Ray, don't forget Alex Cobb, all the things that they could throw at you from a rotational standpoint. By the way, you get to the playoffs, one or two of those guys go to the bullpen. Hicks is in the bullpen. You know, you got this kid Rodriguez throwing gas in the bullpen.
Right.
You've got Camilo Doval in the bullpen. The Rogers guys are doing their thing. There are a couple other relievers who have looked really, really good. Walker, like that, they actually have the makings, if there's an offense, to scare the bleep out of the Dodgers or the Braves if they were an early round playoff opponent. So, yeah, I give up on nothing. Nothing.
You don't have to. And I'm thinking about 2010, just hearing you talk about it, and I'm looking right now at the end of June, and the Giants are sitting at 40-37 as June comes to a close. And you're not thinking at 40-37 about what's going to come in October when you beat Cliff Lee not once but twice, the unbeatable Cliff Lee. And that might be my favorite Giants game that I've ever been to, game one of the 2010 World Series.
Oh, my God, the Uribe home run.
Yeah, and just...
Holy smokes.
You know, the feeling of invincibility going up against Cliff Lee, but knowing you had Tim Lincecum, and
but also the disaster of a top of a first inning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're down 2-0 based on him just going for a walk in the middle of the inning with the ball like he totally lost himself.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a disaster.
It felt like that thing was going to go south in a hurry. And you can't beat Cliff Lee.
And now it's 2-0 before you've even touched your bats.
Yes. And then next thing you know, you put up a 6 spot on Mr. Unhittable. And now the crowd's into it, and you're up 8-2. And the rest, of course, is World Series history. But I bring this up just to say you're 40-37 after June, and you're looking like a team that, okay, just another mediocre campaign. No one's thinking about ending the more than 5-decade drought without a World Series title. You've never won one here anyway. Ho-hum. And you go 28 in July, and all of a sudden you feel like you've got something. You're cooking. And that maybe is what we feel coming off this Pittsburgh series, because you got the young guys, and they are contributing. The team looks better. They look faster, younger, more athletic, more exciting. And I know it's just 2 out of 3 against Pittsburgh, and you've got tough opponents straight ahead. However, it feels different watching this team than it did even a week ago.
Oh, of course it does. It 100% does. I mean, solely by the fact of the way the last 2 games went, to me, the number one thing that kills a baseball fan is when you fall down 3-0 and you're like, we can go home now.
Yeah.
That's the worst. And I'll even take you, it's not just the Pirates series. Remember, the game that I told you, the lovely Christy and I went to on Friday night, 3-0 after 1 inning, 4-1 after 2 innings, 10-5 the final, the Giants win. That's huge. You got 3 of those now. 3 of those in a week where the Giants have been down what felt like 2 weeks ago, an insurmountable deficit, and they've erased them and won the baseball game in all of those. That's huge. Changes everything for the fans, changes everything for the players as well.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
50 runs in the last 6 games is the total.
Come on.
50 runs. You had 10 the game you went to. You followed it up with 14.
Yep.
Gutsy 4-1 win on Sunday. You lose 7-6. You win 9-5. And then today's game, you put up 7 more.
That's crazy.
A 50 burger in a week.
And really quick, the last 2 games, I mean, these aren't against scrubs. You got Jared Jones and Paul Skeens, 2 of the best young arms in all of baseball.
No doubt. No doubt. And
Good
they got him out of the game. I know that today was not against Skeens, but you got to get him out of the game. And they got him out of the game. And then you do your damage against whoever you can do your damage against. Will Bednar's brother, Giants draft pick Will Bednar's brother, got absolutely hammered today for the Pirates. So, look, yeah, impressive stuff You know what you just made me think of, though? Gosh, because I was there too. Game 1, 2010. After the game in downtown San Francisco, will it ever look like that again? That's probably the most fun I have ever had walking around the streets of San Francisco after that game. The party that spilled out onto the streets.
Yeah.
Where cars were forgotten. The police were literally like, I'm sorry, if you're in a car, you wait. These people are having a good time and we're not going to stop them. And it was bar to bar and block to block and hug to hug. And I just had a moment when you were talking about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, good Lord, is this place ever going to look like that again? I hope so.
I do too.
I hope so.
That was a special night. I was there with my ex and the Caner, Hurricane Gale, and both my kids, Quest and Keon, who were 9 and 7 at the time. And we had the seats right behind home plate. First row of the, believe me,
dude,
first row of the upper deck.
We were in the upper tank in left field.
We were next to the high home cameraman, and there's only 4 seats next to the camera well.
Yep, I know where you
Front row of the view deck. Best seat in the house.
I like where we were, though, because I had a line of about 7 or 8 of us, but I was on the end, and I was sitting next to a Ranger fan.
Oh, boy.
And he was feeding me the whole night before the game started, because we got there early. And he was feeding me, you can't beat Cliff Lee. So I don't know what y'all are going to do tonight, because you can't beat Cliff Lee. And every hit the Giants got, I turned to him, and I said, you can't beat Cliff Lee. You can't beat Cliff Lee. And then when Uribe homered, I almost fainted. I almost fainted. That place has never been louder. It's never been louder than that moment. Because that was when it went from a great night to an overnight. Like, this game's done.
Like Saran.
Woo! All right. If you missed Stephen A. Smith on this show earlier today, we will have it for you in full in 18 minutes. I do want to get this off before we go back to Warriors, though. And maybe we can expand on this a little bit tomorrow. But I'm starting to get a little bit of a weird feeling about the 49ers. And we've spent plenty of time on Brandon Ayuk, and the situation has not changed, and I don't expect that it will anytime soon. But to have your voluntary OTAs, they are voluntary. It's great that Nick Bosa and Brock Purdy are there, and so is George Kittle on the side, and that's all good. Like, I'm not saying it's suddenly going to be a bad football team. But Brandon Ayuk is not the only one who didn't show up. And I, for one, believe there's something to that. I do not think that Christian McCaffrey didn't show up just because, the schedule was tight this week. I have tried to listen to people on this. The running backs coach for the San Francisco 49ers did let slip yesterday when asked about Christian McCaffrey, hey, that's business. I don't really involve myself in the business stuff. Now, Kyle Shanahan was smart the day before. He goes, I have no idea why he's here or why he's not here. I don't know. And I'm like, well, yeah, you do. Of course. Oh, what? You just lost Christian's number? What is his name? Garoppolo?
Exactly.
You know exactly where he is.
Put you on red.
So the fact that Kyle said, I don't know why he's here or why he's not here, that's clue number one. Yeah, that's clue number one. But clue number two is when the running backs coach goes, that's a business decision. Okay, so Christian's making a business decision. I don't begrudge him for it. The guy's a battering ram. He takes all kinds of punishment. Now he's the highest paid running back in the NFL, so I don't know what the hell he's going to get if he's holding out because the league does not pay running backs. The New York Giants just last year got into this situation with Saquon Barkley and did not blink. Problem is now he plays for a division rival, so be careful. But that's the way this goes. And meantime, there are other little things you can drop in. Juwan Jennings has not shown up, has not even signed his tender yet.
Right.
This is why great rock bands break up. This is why the Golden State Warriors are so flipping impressive. Once you're good, once you're big time, once you get attention, all year long, what did we say? Best roster in the NFL, stacked at every position. that becomes so much harder than we give it credit for because everybody knows it. And every player goes, oh, excuse me? I'm the best player at my position? Huh. Well, I think I'd like to be paid like that then. And everybody wants theirs, and they're all right to feel that way. However, you also can't make everyone happy. And so when Steve Young says to us that last year was their best chance, I agree with him because this thing has some cracks in the foundation right now that we're acting like aren't there.
Well, the cracks are right now tiny cracks, but they become, big crevices or crevasses as time goes on if things don't develop in a certain way. Because Brandon Ayuk, yeah, he's under contract, but his friend and personal coach, TJ Hushmanzada, made it pretty clear that he's not playing without an extension. He's not playing on the fifth-year option.
Yep.
Juwan Jennings just has to sign on the dotted line, and I think he will. But this is voluntary season.
Yep.
The one that is most disturbing is Christian McCaffrey because I don't know if you remember when we were out there last year in the summer watching, I guess it wasn't OTAs, it was probably early training camp.
Yep, correct.
Watching him take his reps, watching how hard he was playing, watching him argue with the officials in late July, early August in camp.
Yep.
This man was getting after it unlike any player I've ever seen in a practice setting. And now this year, he's not even showing up to voluntary time. And I don't blame him because it is business.
He did last year, though.
And he's making $14 million, and next year it's 14.3. And then you're getting into the situation where he'll be 29.
Yep.
And I'm sure he wants his just desserts. He led the league last year in touches.
And deserves it. Deserves it. However, yeah,
he's in a spot that you just don't get paid.
Well, I mean, how do you walk up to the team and go, hey, I'm the highest paid position in the league. I want more?
Right.
They're like, you're already number one. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Coming up next, hear what Kyle Shanahan had to say about McCaffrey. What did Tim Kawakami tell us about Christian McCaffrey? Plus, Stephen A. Smith in full. What he says about Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry in 13 minutes on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Happy Memorial Day from Safeway. To celebrate, Safeway's got amazing deals for you, your family.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Can't wait for August because we got Mama Bosa on again, which usually means I gain 4 pounds.
Yeah. No, come on.
No, seriously, Mama Bosa. Because you start talking about what you make for Joey and Nick, and then I'm like, I take it as a challenge.
Oh, that's right.
Yikes.
You made the Bosa burrito.
It was an omelet.
Oh, that's right, the omelet.
It was an omelet.
You're known for your breakfast burritos.
Well, but this was like it's like a 7-egg.
That's right.
And it was onions and something else.
Broccoli for sure was in there.
Broccoli.
Yeah.
That was basically
You
it.
went deep. And you did the whole video of you cracking egg after egg after egg.
Yeah, it's on, if you want to really, it's somewhere on my Instagram.
It's on the gram.
It's on the gram at MT Willard. But
Scroll past 171 pictures of Mark and his girlfriend, and then you'll find the omelet pic.
A lot of my son golfing.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
A lot of my son golfing.
Yeah. And I only poke fun because I love you too. And you know that. You both know that. So I feel like I have license to poke you.
License to ill. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. It's time to get ill.
It is. It's almost time for Stephen A. Smith, who was on this show earlier today. We'll play the conversation for you in full. But first, Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey is not at OTAs.
No, just like everyone else, it is voluntary. I mean, I'm not too concerned about Christian, but no, he hasn't been here.
Not too concerned about Christian? Is it business related?
I'm not sure if that is the case on any of those guys. I'm not throwing them all in who's here for that reason, who's not. But it is all voluntary, so we'll see when it becomes mandatory.
Liar!
No, I like that, though. We'll see when it becomes mandatory.
Right.
It's all voluntary.
When does mandatory start?
Usually in July, I think.
Okay.
The mandatory mini camp.
So we got a minute.
Yes. Yeah. And that's where you get into the season where the team can either find the player if they don't show up or not find the player. And usually, you don't find the player if you want him to stick around or if you think that the extension is going to actually happen.
Tim Kawakami on our show yesterday. Is the OTA absence for McCaffrey reason for concern?
He was at OTAs last year, tends to be that kind of guy. You look at his contractual situation, for such an incredibly valuable player, he's making at the top of the running back market, but we know how devalued the running back spot is. But should it be, right? Should Christian McCaffrey really be making, 1/2 of what Deebo Samuel makes? He may be close to 1/3 of what Brandon Ayuk is about to make. You can understand if there's some discussion about that. Now, these are voluntary. I'll stress that. They're voluntary. It's just notable because McCaffrey was at every single one of these last year and isn't here now. And usually if you're in a contractual sort of thing, you skip. And we'll see if it gets really serious. If he's not here for the mandatory minicamp in June, then we'll know. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's some discussions. And he's like, you know what? While we're having discussions, while these things are in flux, I don't need to be at a voluntary thing. Wouldn't be surprised if that's it. I just don't know. That's usually a pretty good guess, though.
Yeah, there's something to it. There's absolutely something to it in my mind.
Yeah.
However, I also think this could be a sort of a soft renegotiation. I'd be very surprised if this has got some sort of energy behind it. In other words, like Brandon Ayuk has put on Instagram, money talks,
right.
BS walks. Okay, so that's got some energy behind it. I don't think Christian is likely there. Again, how do you walk in to the offices and go, I'm the number 1 paid running back in the NFL. I'd like to be the uber number 1 paid running back in the NFL. So this is probably a light sort of adjustment.
Sure.
Maybe he wants another year tacked on. Maybe there's a little adjustment in money. It's not going to be a lot. It's just not.
No, but it can be, like you're saying, tack on a couple of years and, repurpose some of my money and give me more guaranteed and realize my worth here. And it's not that I'm a running back. Yes, I happen to be a running back, and I carried the ball the second most times in the NFL. The only game he missed was the game against the Rams, I believe. He played in 16, and he sat out the last game because he could. If I'm McCaffrey, I knock on the door and say, pay me like a wide receiver, because I was number 44 in the league in catches. I had 67 catches this year.
That rarely works, though.
I know,
but it rarely works.
If I'm McCaffrey, that is where my leverage would lie because he had the most touches in football.
Indeed,
second most carries. He was top 44 in catches as a running back. And, the team knows that his worth is more than what they're paying him.
Of course, but we also had this conversation 2 years ago about Debo. It's like, you got to pay him as a running back, too. Because he's both. Well, no, you don't. No,
right.
He's a wide receiver, and the money will be commensurate to the other best wide receivers or most important wide receivers in the game. I think Christian McCaffrey is the most important running back in the game, and he is paid like that and will continue to be. So my concern is just kind of the overarching idea that there are so many players for the Niners right now who get a lot of attention.
Yeah.
And they're all going to want theirs. And you can't give it to everybody.
Right.
So that's kind of where we are. All right. Let's let you hear this, and then we'd love to take your calls after at 888-957-9570 because it's not just his response to Draymond Green. It's his comments on Klay Thompson and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry as well. Stephen A. Smith on with Willard and Dibbs earlier today, and we began by playing the soundbite of Draymond saying that he's lost respect for Stephen A. on the big podcast with Shaq.
Stephen A. Smith really pissed me off. And the reason he pissed me off was because he hit me. He's like, yo, it's been hard for a lot of us to talk about you these last few days. For me, I'm like, okay, it's been hard for me to watch, but I'm watching it because I want to see everything that everybody has to say. But the thing that pissed me off is you tell me it's been hard for y'all to talk about me. Stephen A., anytime I meet someone and they say something about you, it's never like, yo, I like him. He cool. It's always like, man, that dude, he a character, he's this, he's that. And I always say back, I actually know the guy. The guy is actually a cool dude. You can take what you want from the TV screen. I actually know the guy. He's a cool dude and a real dude. And then you get the opportunity to talk about me. And listen, I know you got a job to do. I know you got to do your thing and say what you got to say. But at not one point did you say, well, y'all are saying this person is up and this person need help. Now, I know the person. Say what you want about the basketball player, that's fine. But I know the person. But to sit back and see those that claim to know and appreciate me as a human being just flow with the narrative because it was easy to do, I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people.
Okay. Stephen A., why don't you share with our audience what your response is to that?
Well, first things first is that it's utter bullshit. Let's get that out the way right now. I don't appreciate the position that Draymond took. I was not aware that Draymond felt that way. I had no idea because I haven't spoken to him directly in months. And I found out about it literally when I woke up this morning. And my producers of First Take sent me the clip, and I saw it for the first time. I got a lot of love for Draymond Green, got a lot of respect for Draymond Green. Anybody in the business that knows me, anybody outside of the business that wants to know about the business knows how I feel about him, not just as a professional, not just as a winner, but as a man. And for me to have the relationship that I have with him, to hear about this because you on Shaq's podcast, he pissed me off. So now both of us are pissed. Because to be quite honest with you, I don't think what he's saying has a shred of merit whatsoever. And that's the first time that I've ever found myself in a position where I could listen to Draymond Green and don't feel he has a shred of merit to what the hell he's saying. Now let's harken back, because this is the flagship station for the Golden State Warriors, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Cover the Warriors. You guys cover the Warriors, do you not?
That's correct.
So you are fully aware that he has been ejected 20 times. That nobody in history has been ejected more outside of Rasheed Wallace than Draymond Green. You are aware that over a 9-month span, he was suspended 4 times. Okay? What happened is that when he slapped Nurkic, Kevin Durant and Nurkic came out and spoke against him, and Kevin Durant was quoted as saying, I hope he gets the help he needs. If you go to the very next episode of First Take, I was saying, I don't like that. When you say something like that, it connotates that this man's got a serious problem, especially as a black man. I'm uncomfortable with somebody just throwing that out there like that. And for it to be Nurkic is one thing because he's the one that got hit. For it to be Kevin Durant, a former teammate who won 3 titles with the man, who won 2 titles with the man, rather, who went to 3 NBA finals with the man, I thought was pretty low. That was me on the record stating that. The problem is that something else happened, which is the Rudy Gobert thing. And so at that particular moment in time, you go into the league office, you're talking to Adam Silver and Joe Dumars and other league officials, and you're acknowledging to them you got issues that you need to resolve. So I go on the air knowing this, and other people are saying that about you after me coming to your defense time and time and time again. When you got ejected, when you got kicked out of the finals because you kicked LeBron James, even though I thought LeBron James was given a stimulus package by the league office because they knew y'all were about to lose in 5 to y'all, okay? Because Draymond Green had kicked Steven Adams before and all of this other stuff. I defended him then. He knocks out Jordan Poole. I knew the personal stuff that was going on with Draymond Green and that Jordan Poole exacerbated the situation and messed with that man when that man didn't need to be messed with because you got other stuff that's going on that's none of our business. All of this stuff has been articulated by me live on national television in the face of one piece of opposition after another who has spoken against Draymond Green for years. And somehow you're upset with a bunch of people, but I'm the name that comes out of your mouth when you're on Shaq's podcast. That's highly offensive to me for several reasons. Number one, it ain't true. Number two, and most importantly, we know each other. Where's the call? Where's the conversation? I certainly wouldn't say anything to Draymond Green on a personal level like that without telling him how I feel. First, he wouldn't find out about it once I got on the air. Thirdly, again, what level of responsibility and culpability do you harness? Do you own? I have a job to do that is absolutely true. And if I did what Draymond Green said I did, I wouldn't apologize for it because I'm doing my job. And in the face of the evidence that had mounted against him, I'm in no position to really defend him. But I didn't do what he said. I didn't just sit there. Now, if you want to take one particular show, what about all the other shows that I did? What about all the other times that I came to your defense? And so these are the kind of things that upset me. And what you both will relate to just crystallize this for you. If you remember, this conversation right here, right now, is about my character. It's about who I am, Stephen A. Smith is as a man. If you remember, I went ballistic on Steve Kerr months ago, if you recall that. Indeed. When he goes into a press conference and he's talking about he saw somebody, everybody knew he was talking about me because they were talking about it on First Take. We were questioning Steph Curry's leadership, and it made him sick. Shut the hell up. That's a lie. That's not what happened. What we were saying was Steph Curry is the quintessential dude. He's a role model extraordinaire. He's an extraordinary basketball player and a future Hall of Famer and one of the greatest role models you could ever hope to have. But in light of what's transpiring with the team, a different form of leadership might be required because of the troubles that they were dealing with, which at the time involved Draymond Green and a couple of other things. He twisted that. And the reason why I had a problem with Steve Kerr twisting that was because you were twisting it in a way to convince an audience that we were saying something about the great Steph Curry that we were not saying. If you're going to have a problem with us, could you at least have the decency to contextualize properly and hold us accountable for what we've actually done or are doing instead of making something up just to garner favor with a cadre of individuals that you think is going to point the finger at us in a negative direction? Those are the kind of things that I think are weak as hell. And that is my problem. And it's back to Draymond Green. At the end of the day, got love for him. I respect the hell out of him. He's a great dude. He's going to be a star in this business. I love him, but I don't appreciate what he did. I don't like it. It's a misrepresentation of who I am, of what I did on the air, and it negates and ignores all the years I have supported that man. That is what I wanted to say.
Stephen A. Smith with us here on 95.7 The Game. And Stephen A., we know you got NBA Live coming up, so want to get a couple more. And sure. The question after that is, where does this go next? The viability of all of it in this veteran era for the Warriors with Draymond Green and obviously the remaining contract of Steph Curry. So let me ask it this way. What does Joe Lacob at this point and the Warriors, what do they owe Steph Curry at this point in his career?
They owe just Steph Curry whatever the hell Steph Curry wants. Now, that is the closest, because I'm a Christian, and I don't compare any man to God or anything like that. But that man, Steph Curry, is the closest thing to a God-like figure that you got in that area. You make no mistake about it. Too invaluable, too untouchable, and, oh, by the way, still a star. That man need no more talent, go get him more talent. That man need a better roster, go get him a better roster. He needs Steve Kerr re-up for years to come. I know Steve Kerr signed this picture. Yeah, you do that too. You give Steph Curry whatever the hell he needs in order to keep him as a team, meaning as a team, relevant in the championship equation. He deserves no less. He's still a superstar in this league. He's still playing like a superstar. And the brother is the epitome of perfection when it comes to a professional athlete in terms of his greatness as a talent and his marketability and the sizzle that he brings to the table and just everything in between. It don't get no better than Steph Curry. You give him what the hell he needs.
And so looking forward, what do they do in the best case scenario to get this team better between now and the end of Steph Curry to make this maybe a championship contender again?
Well, first of all, I'm not advocating for you to get rid of Klay Thompson, because even on a bad year, remember, it's a bad year to his standards. When you're talking about 42-43% shooting, 37-38% from three-point range, you know how many teams in the league would love to have a Klay Thompson on this squad? So I can't poo-poo that. The problem is you've got the Kumingas and the Moody's of the world and Pajinskis of the world and others who have shown they can come in and make a contribution. Klay Thompson might have to go because he's the one person with value for you to go out there and to get another component that you may need in order to supplement and elongate the illustrious career of a Steph Curry. That's because you can't get rid of Draymond Green because you ain't going to win without him. You say whatever you want about Draymond Green, you're not winning without him, because what he brings to the table is everything Steph Curry doesn't want to bring to the table in terms of vocal leadership, in terms of accountability on the defensive side of the ball, and everything in between. Steph Curry needs Draymond Green more than he needs anybody outside of his family. And I mean that. I'm not talking about Steve. Steve Kerr's great. Phenomenal coach. Okay? Joe Lacob, phenomenal owner. And his group. You couldn't ask for better because they're going to do what it takes to win. They're going to spend that money. But as a player, I'm telling you right now, you cannot lose Draymond Green if you have Steph Curry. Steph Curry needs Draymond Green. Make no mistake about it. So if you need Draymond Green, you got Steph, then you got to look at the other components. You don't want to let go of a young Kuminga. You don't want to let go of a young Pajinski. You might not even want to let go of Moody. That's the only reason I bring up you might have to unload Klay. Because I can tell you right now, if I'm a team with picks and I got a player or two that I can forfeit to get Klay Thompson, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that.
So, Stephen A., real quick, is there a path then? I mean, you hear people say they're too old, it's over. The way you talk, do you still feel like there is a path to greatness for this group?
Yeah, and I just told you what it was. Let me tell you something right now. New York Knicks got 11 first-round picks over the next 7 years, and we all know I'm a native New York and diehard New York Knicks fan. I will go on the air every day if you want me to and preach to the New York Knicks. Give them a couple of your picks. Or give a pick and a play away for that damn Klay Thompson. You go ahead and you do it. You put Klay Thompson in a New York Knicks uniform with the crew that they have and watch what happens. Klay Thompson's special. This brother's got value. It's just that on the undersized Golden State Warriors team with that system in place, with the young brothers that you already have there, it may have run its course. That's the issue. That's the issue. And so if you put Klay Thompson on a team with defensive tenacity, okay, they got a big-time defensive unit. They play hard. They go after it, et cetera, et cetera. Klay Thompson is a champion that can add value to any place he goes and anything he touches. I don't rule that out. I don't dismiss that by one iota.
Stephen A., we wish we could spend all afternoon with you, man. Thank you so much for hopping on for a bit, man.
Thank you so much for having me. Take care.
Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Right here on 95.7 The Game earlier today.
Good stuff, Stephen A. You best believe.
Yeah, look, there's a lot in there that we got into. And look, the Draymond stuff is very, very well traveled as far as the behavior, and in my opinion, very, very difficult. The thing that has me, and I don't know, the word's not concerned, this is not a new subject. The thing that has my attention with regard to Draymond Green is in my opinion, he will continue to be vulnerable to ending up in a bad spot and therefore putting the team in a bad spot as long as he continues to believe that it's okay for him to speak freely about everyone else, but it's not okay for everyone else to speak freely about him. It puts him seemingly into a bad frame of mind, and therefore that's what leads to the XYZ that leads to the ejections or suspensions or whatever. And as everyone with the Warriors has detailed, they need that to not happen anymore.
Yeah, because when he doesn't play, you don't have a great chance to win. And everyone talking after this season about, if you would have had Draymond for those games, all you needed was 3 more wins, and you're a 6 seed, and then the Warriors would have action in the playoffs, da-da-da. And that's all, I guess, true if you believe it. But one thing we know is when Draymond plays, you have a greater chance to win any particular basketball game.
The other thing, and I think maybe the bigger takeaway that is going to have sort of legs over the next couple of months is really what he said about Steph Curry. And let me pull it back out again so that we can have an easier job of highlighting this for you. We asked Stephen A. what the Warriors and Joe Lacob owe Steph Curry.
They owe Steph Curry whatever the hell Steph Curry wants. Now, I'm a Christian, and I don't compare any man to God or anything like that. But that man, Steph Curry, is the closest thing to a God-like figure that you got in that area. You make no mistake about it. Too invaluable, too untouchable, and, by the way, still a star. That man need no more talent, go get him more talent. That man need a better roster, go get him a better roster. He needs Steve Kerr re-up for years to come. I know Steve Kerr signed this picture. Yeah, you do that too. You give Steph Curry whatever the hell he needs in order to keep him as a team, meaning as a team, relevant in the championship equation. He deserves no less. He's still a superstar in this league. He's still playing like a superstar. And the brother is the epitome of perfection when it comes to a professional athlete in terms of his greatness as a talent and his marketability and the sizzle that he brings to the table and just everything in between. It don't get no better than Steph Curry. You give him what the hell he needs.
To me, the relevance of that, because a lot of maybe people are listening and going, well, yeah.
Right.
So what are you saying? Steph's good.
Right.
Steph's a great face of the organization. These are all things we know. Here's what I don't know if everybody's actually ready for. Are you actually ready for the Warriors to act that way? Are you ready for the Warriors to say, Steph, whatever you want? I know you're about to be 36, but whatever you want. As he said, does that mean better teammates? Does that mean trading young players that they don't want to trade? Does it mean whatever it means? The Warriors, I think, are in that frame of mind first. There's probably a lot of things that they don't want to do, but they might be about to do some of them because the way he talks, I think that there's nobody I've talked to in league circles that doesn't talk that way or feel that way. And I know the Warriors feel that way. Steve Kerr has said that they feel that way. And so, sure, Klay Thompson's name will come up, and you'll hear Mike Dunleavy go, yep, we want Klay Thompson. But it's just like, yeah, we want Klay Thompson. People's voice goes to a different place when you ask about the remainder of Steph Curry's career. I don't think they're just like, yeah, we should probably like really maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's. No, they're obsessed with the remainder of Steph's career, and they will act that way, period. End of story.
Well, and the words being used are anything and whatever you have to do, and it's really, whatever you think can maximize the Steph Curry years, you're going to do it. And, Stephen A., a religious man, would never compare anybody to a god, but Steph Curry is as close to being a god as there is in sports. And he used the word perfect, and everything that he's done and the value he's brought and all the rest of it. Yeah, you're going to do everything that you can to try to get the best team around Steph Curry for whatever years he has left. And right now it's 2 more years, and Steve Kerr's got 2 more years, and Draymond's got 2 and a player option, so it's probably 3. And you look at how this could go. If you could get Steph here for 3 more, for 4 more, yeah, you're going to do whatever you can over those 2, 3, 4 years to do right by Steph, because that also means you're going to try to have a good team. And when he's gone and they're all gone and Steve's probably gone, and then you look at it at that point, it's going to be uncomfortable. But it's going to be uncomfortable no matter what, no matter how you proceed from here till the end of Steph's days. If you hold on to Kuminga, Moody, Podziemski, TJD, and all your picks, and in 3 to 4 years, when the big 3 and Steve and they're all gone, you're still going to be left with a giant hole, and that hole is going to be created by Steph Curry.
Yep. I just think it's one thing to say it. We can all say it.
Right.
Are you ready for the actual actions that come along with it? Like,
yes, instance, as long as you don't trade Kuminga.
Well,
no, but that's the fan response.
Right, but then you're not ready.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But honestly, the fan response is, of course I'm ready. But Jonathan Kuminga, he's untouchable.
Yeah, but everybody's had this conversation with people like this. It's like Luciano at short. Hey, buddy, you ready? Yeah. Coach, I'm ready.
Well, we're not ready for that.
But you didn't pick up the ground balls. You're not ready. By the way, I don't think that. But there's like
no, it's a fair example, though.
We'll circle back to that conversation in a few. But like that's what I mean. Like, I wonder if all of us, it's easy to say, we got to maximize the rest of Steph Curry's career. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Of course.
For what that means? I thought this was a really cool question that Bonte and Joe asked Anthony Slater the other day. Odyssey app, YouTube, go check out the content. They asked him, what are we bracing ourselves for? Because I do wonder, does anybody else visualize this? I spend time with this. This is how sick I am. It's May 23rd. We're like at least 6 weeks away from this being
from anything, yeah.
But it's also going to happen. Like, that tweet is coming. I don't know what the tweet's going to say.
Breaking news.
Right? Klay Thompson has agreed to a 3-year, $75 million contract with the Orlando Magic. Or the Warriors have agreed to a sign and trade that includes Klay Thompson going to the Philadelphia 76ers. Or the Warriors have re-upped with Klay Thompson for 3 years and $800 million. I don't know. Right?
Something's going to happen.
Brandon Ingram, Jared Allen. I don't know what the tweet's going to say. I just know the tweet is coming. And what if that tweet says the Warriors have agreed to a trade that includes Jonathan Kuminga? Like, are you truly prepared for the words that come out of our mouth, which is anything? Anything but Steph Curry, anything for Steph Curry. Yes, he's 36. I'll say it again. Anything but Steph Curry and anything for Steph Curry. I think that's the way they think. But I don't know that all of us are ready for what that actually means when it gets enacted.
We're ready. As long as it doesn't involve Jonathan Kuminga.
Then we're not ready.
No, that's the thing, though, is everybody says they're ready, and then if the trade is announced and whatever the players are, and I think fans are more ready for the reality that Clay might be elsewhere than they are for the possibility that Kuminga gets traded.
I'll agree with that, which is a wild thought, by the way.
It is, but I think the majority of fans are more coming to terms with the fact that, Clay's had a great run, and, people refer to him as Clank Thompson and all the other hatred sort of monikers that people are throwing at a guy who's been an unbelievable Warrior and will have his number retire, the jersey will hang in the rafters and all the rest of it, yet we want to drill down on what he hasn't been of late. So I think more fans are coming to terms with that possible reality as opposed to JK being moved in a trade. That's the one where, I'm kind of joking with you because you're like, are you ready? Are you ready for the anything for Steph Curry? And of course I'm ready for anything that doesn't involve Jonathan Kuminga. And that's where I think a lot of fans are, which is to say we're not ready.
I hate that nickname. I hate
JK?
It. No. Clank Thompson.
Oh, yeah, it's mean-spirited.
Well, it's just inaccurate. I mean, so...
you could refer to the playing game in Sacramento.
Well, sure. So he had an awful night. He shot 38.7% from three this year.
What did he shoot against Sacramento?
That's low.
I can't remember.
Less than 38.7%.
Okay. You got to Google it. Yeah. I'm not defending the nickname. I've just seen it, and I think it encapsulates what many fans are feeling about the two players.
It is only the second time in his career he has shot lower than 40% from three.
Okay.
And it is the second lowest of his career, the first being right when he came back from injury 2 years ago and only played in 32 games. Okay, so that's all true, but also look around the league. 38.7% does not earn you the nickname Clank. I hate it. I hate everything about it. Like, you can be one of two things. You can either be respectful to the past, but I'm not going to hold you to that. If you're not going to be respectful to the past, that's fine. At least be accurate. Half the people that I watch screaming Clank Thompson all the time wanted, like they were fans of Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole shoots like 7% lower from three-point range than Clay Thompson does. I hate the Clank Thompson. Stop that. Stop calling him Clank Thompson.
He shot 38.7% from three.
That's what I said like a bunch of times.
He missed 61.3% of his three-point shots.
Yes, he did.
So let's be fair about
what's league average? From three. League average three-point percentage. What is it?
Probably about 38%. He's probably a little bit above.
Three-point percentage.
I'm just looking at qualified players shooting from three-point land, and he is 60th in three-point percentage of the 160 guys who qualify. So he's slightly above average. He's in the top half.
League average for three-point.
Probably 37.6%.
36.6.
Okay.
In 2023, 2024. 36.6%. The range over the last 20 years, the highest one that I see, that's interesting. The highest one that I see is only 36.7%.
Okay.
So that's the high. The low would be 34.9. So there's your
and
range.
What year is that? 34.9.
34.9 was in
probably about 10 years ago.
2011, 2012.
Yeah. Makes sense.
34.9. Okay, so there's your range.
Right.
Like 35 to 36.5 is your normal range, league average. So he shot 38.7.
Yep.
It was the second worst year of his career, and we go Clank Thompson or some. There's some people, and I know you're just having a good time.
It's mean-spirited,
I don't want
and I'm not defending the Clank Thompson moniker, because if you look at the three-point shooters this year, 160 basketball players qualified because they shot enough threes, and he was 60th out of 160, which is slightly above average, above the mean. He was tied with such players as Harrison Barnes.
Okay, but slightly above average based on the best
qualified players.
The best 160 people at it in the world.
Or the 160 players who shot it the most. I wouldn't say that they were necessarily the best.
No.
You have guys like Kelly Oubre Jr., who shot 31.1%. Memo to Kelly Oubre Jr., you probably shouldn't be shooting the 3, my friend.
Kelly disagrees with you. We know this.
Franz Wagner shot 28.1%. These are guys who probably shouldn't be hoisting the rock.
Which Wagner is that one?
That's the older Wagner. I think Mo Wagner is the younger brother.
Okay. Who's the better shooter?
Mo Wagner is the better shooter.
All right.
Yes.
Good to know.
I'm looking for Jordan Poole on this list, and he is 11th to last.
Yep.
He's slightly ahead of
Kelly Oubre Jr.
Victor Wembanyama. Big Vic shot 32.5. Jordan Poole shot 32.6.
Victor Wembanyama balls.
That's well found. Grandy. Very good find.
That's a rare one, but whenever it comes up, you know.
Yeah, not heard that one in a while.
No,
I don't even remember what the hell led to that.
Last time I played it, you didn't know.
What did I? What
was talking about the draft lottery, probably.
Exactly.
Oh, Wembanyama balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about ping pong balls, and you called them Victor Wembanyama balls. As I was explaining to you that they don't even use ping pong balls anymore.
Yeah, but
it's a predetermined.
I know, but I like remember the lottery?
Yes.
Remember when you play Mega Millions? Remember when it was a TV
I gotta
show?
check my tickets.
Oh no, it's tomorrow night. It's tomorrow night.
Okay, I think I was in on the one that was yesterday. I always forget. I might have got second prize.
That's possible.
Yeah.
You didn't hit the Mega because nobody hit the Mega, and you're part of everybody, and no one won.
Sometimes it's not about winning the big prize. Sometimes it's about getting that $4 win.
That's a loser mentality.
No, it's not. If you're not going to win the big prize, it's better to win something than nothing at all.
Oh, you like moral victories, huh? Is that one of those guys?
I want to be like the Clank Thompson of the lottery.
Don't use that name. It's rude.
It is mean-spirited.
He keeps receipts, Dibs. You're not going to get floor seats with that attitude.
Ooh. He missed 61.3% of the threes he attempted. It's a lot of misses.
Pretty great three-point shooter.
It's all right.
Pretty.
You know who he's not as good as?
Who?
DiVincenzo.
Well, that's true now.
DiVincenzo is one of only 3 players to make more threes this year than Klay Thompson.
DiVincenzo is the most improved player in the NBA this year, and their stupid rule can be stupid because it's stupid. Like, I don't even understand.
I don't understand it either. He played in 81 games.
He didn't have enough minutes, which is like, to me,
I don't believe that.
That argues the point for him because he by far and away averaged the most points he had in his career, and he did it without playing a lot of minutes. That's incredible. Like, do you understand? Bunch more points in not a lot of minutes. That's not less impressive. That's more impressive.
I just don't understand.
I don't get it either.
I don't understand how he didn't play enough minutes when he played in 81 games and he played 21 minutes a night. Is that not good enough?
Yeah, it's not. I think you have to play more than 21 minutes a night.
Okay.
You have to play like 24 or 25 or
Gotcha.
Something. I don't know. I don't even know the rule. It's a stupid rule.
Well, and the Players Association is complicit because they signed on for this because they wanted to get their guys to play more.
We are sponsored by Scandinavian Designs Furniture. Quite frankly, for my money, maybe the best 3-day midweek San Francisco Giants experience in 2 years. More on that coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Don't miss major Memorial Day savings at Scandinavian.